In her previous life, Lung King Shamata Tragasen duetto misplaced affections. Upon rebirth, she resolved to turn the tides, confront scoundrels, combat malevolent women, reclaim herglary, and ultimately encounter Theshrud Prince Onung. Chapter 1: A Transformation in the Eastern Mo Kingdom. In the Eastern Mo, the night descended like thick, viscous ink, enveloping the splendid imperial city beneath its dark shroud. By spring of next year, Michael Chalba born, the fierce legitimity Hyrove Eastern Mo Kingdom. Lung King Shahaja stinges death a miscarriage preventing Medicini's empithemperor. Hair warm hander said her slightly protruding belly, and a flicker of happiness broke through te grotesque visage that resembled ideas and pity crawling gay cross in ugla face. Your Majesty, Lady Suing your request an audience. Quickly, Leatherin. Suing you as Lung King Sha's dearest friend, having grown up together like sisters. Now with child, she felt to fled in the Palasi and suff the company for cherish friend Torliev Herberdum. A womanator net in a golden phoenix dale gown entered, cradling a brocade box in harems, and beamed, Sister, today I bring you a grand gift. A grand gift? Before Linquinca called inquire about Singo a splendid gown, fight only for the reigning empress, she presented the brocade box, saying, Sister, do take a close look. Curiosity piqued, she appeaned the bone with a soft clang. A sittumble tuth the ground, revealing gay blooded het the trolletforth. Lung King Shas faciturnepalinterer. She. Near lilasing her child in shock, she could scarce levant presented her with the severe head of flinchinga. Her beauty, once pristine, lay in ruin sather hands. Lung King Shah harbored a deep seat hatred for lynchinga, wishing nothing more than to flay her alive. Yet, as Thegruis Amsaitov her head lay before her, she found it unbearable to behold. Once, Shen Lin Kinga had been closed off friends, Buielisa had driven her to destroy Lin's beauty the hardest gold decise. However, Suyingi Wei Davenjetter, not only ruining Lin's visageable so silencing her forever by severing her tongue, rendering her a slave for eternity. Why then had she taken her life? Yet, Lin Kinga had brought thrice upon herself her death was of no consequence. Deserved retribution? Suyinga as fast twisted with scorn, mocking, Lin Kinga had her tongue out, and in her deingments, Shebi Gedma to sparia. Yet you deem her fatus deserved retribution? How absurd. Confusion clouded Lin Kingsha's mind as Hestemird, Inua, what area saying? Suyingyue spoke plainly. Lung Kingsha arrived to Dekladina Phoenix robe, will you sit the rinades? I cannot alifio your foolishness no bound sorifio trilblai. Suyingyue, a munworthy to obey arrival? Inua. I have grown up your side, exist in your shadow like he dust. 5 years ago, when I your bought ways afflicted be cold poison, I personal amardo your beauty, the fairest in the Eastern Mo Kingdom, and poison your brother, Lung Qingjuan, Eve Nio your beloved nurse was slain be me hand. The false accusations against Lin King your orchestrated bind and most importantly, the Emperor Raspermus at the time Theonemos deserving tope them persoff the Eastern Mo, while you ha ha ha. Atrium fanglium filled soon you see Isashur laughter grew cold. Rest assured, as the dawn breaks tomorrow, the Emperor Sarongclad Forces will have a bloodied the entire Lungshuang mansion, and there shall be no more Lungshuang left in this world. Your position as Emperor will rightfully belong to him. Suinga. The victorious eye, wily war lefty nutter defeat. Suyingi word struck Lung Kingsha like daggers to her heart, each syllable piercing deeper. Lung Kingsha, you were Reno Waddying woman, initial enlightenai auto prevent a restless spirit. Long ago, I reported to Ron that I were in a legitimate of spring of Lungshuang, accusing Jormother of infidelity, leading to her tragic to my sane river. I will kill ya, you're a chedged woman. Finally, unable to contain herself, Lung Kingsha doors were den Lung Tsinga, intent in avenging herself with a lethal strike. Thud! Yet before your blade could pierce Yingi Westgist, a long sword pierced through her back. She turned to see a man in our splendid loud dragon robe, bow in hand. Eningdi, the current Emperor of Eastern Mo, had clearly fired the fatal shot. Ingdi.y. Themament Lung King shatter net to face Eningdi, her heart should to read painfully. Even thuf suing you hedek plicit lie status betrayal, she resolutely believe it had to spit her disfigurement, hewed still treather with tenderness. After all, she bury his child, and refused to believe he she art could be so cruel. Yet she had been gravely mistaken. Upon seeing Eningdi suing you gracefully leaned into his embrace, her voice lay of vulnerability. Your Majesty, I was a frightened. Had you or I later, this venomous woman would have ruined my life. He held Suyingyue tightly, his expression softening with affection. As long as I am here, none shall harm ya. Their intimate exchange fierce Lin Kingshashart. Ingdi, do you know realize I carry your child? Itis this so legitimate to Hyrove Tisterno. Silence! Before she cold finish, Lung King Shawaskatov being Yingdish sharper buke. If it were not a sekur mithroni and haveling shawanja lemonadia lobstacles form, would ever have taken a hideous woman like you was a wife? Note that me rainestable, these ugly woman shoots beside former deserving company. Suing you entwined harem surrounding yingdies, her expression dripping with macree, lunching sha, you ought to take a good look at yourself. You're a revolting tope hold, and a still dereta dream of grandeur? How foolish. Do I still think worth and parallel beauty of Eastern Mo? At that moment, Lunkingsha couldn't curse her own blindness, having given Harold to a peck of wolves, ultimately leading to her current plight. Her death was of little consequence, yether father Randall within thlung shawangmention suffrage reet libby kashaver. Eningdi had it not been for my father risking his lefetikar giant to battle for you, how could you have a kivador current status? Ha had just relinquished his military power, and could not wait eradicative nidlung shawang mansion. I am neither to listen toy or length that errata today. I shall take your liar life, ugly woman. I come from Afmoyof general sit want biso easito kilm. Even Indiath ishal dragiao down with him. Thud, before she could finish hair words. Azure jav blood fillet her throat. And spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2. Repaying the debt of a past life in the present. The first thought that flashed through her mind was the prenatal medicine she had just taken. She had believed it to be a sign of the Emperor's concern for the dragon fetus within her. Only to realize that it was all part of his scheme. How foolish she had been. Cold Qingxia felt utterly powerless, her abdomen twisted in agony as a surge of warmth flowed from between her legs. The searing pain bent her body, causing the sword in her hand to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. Yi Ningqi's eyes were filled with a chilling malice as he spoke in a mocking tone. Of course, I know you come from a family of generals that I specifically ordered the bone-corroding powder to render you incapable of resistance. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Cold Qingxia lunged at the man. Clawing desperately at his sleeve, her eyes bloodshot. What did death matter? Even if she were to die, she would return as a vengeful spirit in the depths of hell, waiting for you, Yining. These eyes of mine will relentlessly watch you, witnessing how you receive your just deserts in the abyss of hell. Yi Ningqi scoffed disdainfully, then kicked her away with disgust, his face twisted with venomous intent. Very well, I shall pluck out your eyeballs and see how you can continue to stare at me as I descend into the depths of hell. In the next moment, he commanded, bring forth this ugly woman's eyes and extract them for me. Several guards rushed forward to restrain Cold Qingxia. Though she was the daughter of a general, how could she resist the strength of several burly men when she was now weakened by the bone-corroding powder? The sharp blade pierced her eye, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! As her eyeball was gruesomely gouged out, before she could even succumb to the pain, the other eye was subjected to the same horrific fate. The two bloody eyeballs rolled on the ground, one of them crushed under a guard's boot. Your Majesty, how cruel does you Inua, whose heart was as venomous as a serpent's, feigned weakness as she nestled against Yi Ningqi. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she remarked, I am quite curious, is the child in Cold Qingxia's womb a boy or a girl? Yi Ningqi held Su Yingyue close, his affection evident if my beloved wishes to know the gender. It is quite simple, we shall cut her open and see. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Yet Yi Ningqi's brutality was unfathomable. The child within Cold Qingxia was his own flesh and blood. To prevent her from fainting from the pain, he even sprinkled salt into her eye sockets. Keeping her conscious, Su Yingyue relished the sound of Cold Qingxia's agonizing screams. Feeding her pride, Cold Qingxia was finally trampled beneath her. With no chance of rising again, her abdomen was sliced open, and the barely formed fetus was extracted. A gruesome display for all to witness, revealing it to be a boy. Su Yingyue's eyes gleamed with triumph. Tiskeves, that it's a boy. What a pity, he was born into the wrong family. The Emperor has no interest in this offspring of Cold Qingxia. My beloved is as beautiful as a flower and still so young. She will bear me many children in the future. As for this ugly woman, drag her out and subject her to the punishment of boiling, then chop her body into pieces to feed the dogs. The copper pillar was ignited until it was red hot. In the final moments before Cold Qingxia was dragged onto the pillar, she clearly heard Yi Ningqi's words. He would not even leave her with a complete corpse. Despite enduring the excruciating punishment, she felt no pain. Her body had become a lifeless shell, her consciousness slowly fading. Was she about to die? But she was unwilling. Unwilling to perish just like that, allowing those malevolent individuals to roam freely in this world. Cold Qingxia silently cried out, Heavenly Lord, open your eyes and help me. I seek revenge. I will make those who have harmed me pay a heavy price. I must atone for the foolishness of my past life. Help me, Heavenly Lord, open your eyes and assist me. Endless darkness enveloped her. After what felt like an eternity, she became aware of a chilling sensation, feeling so cold, So very cold had she descended into the icy depths of hell? Why was it so cold? Alongside the coldness came a profound discomfort, making it difficult for her to breathe. It was truly unbearable. With a splash, she struggled to lift her head above the water. And upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to see the azure sky. Momentarily stunned. Cold Qingxia, you little wretch! One moment out of sight, and you wish to kill me? The furious rebuke pierced through her daze. Followed by hands gripping her arms, pulling her entire body out of the pond. Knowing full well she was of purine constitution, how could she approach the pond, if the cold poison within her flared up? How could she explain herself to the Prince of Shu? You little bastard! Before Cold Qingxia could process the situation, a stinging slap struck her face, the fiery pain jolting her back to reality. She was not dead. She had been reborn. The harsh words of Choyue echoed in her ears, questioning the Prince of Shu's judgment, berating her for being nothing but a bastard born of a harlot's infidelity, suggesting her life should have been forfeit, her body fed to wild dogs as a fitting punishment. Such disgrace to her family. She would make Su Yingyue and Yiningqi pay dearly for the grievances of her past life. Choyue, seeing Cold Qingxia resembling a vengeful spirit risen from hell, laughed with tears of hatred in her eyes, instilling fear in those around her. She was terrified yet feigned calmness. I ask, what are you laughing about? You wretched girl. At this moment, her mother had been framed by a concubine and met a tragic end, and she was not even her father's biological daughter, although her father had not publicly acknowledged this out of shame. She bore the title of the fourth miss of the prince's residence while living a life worse than that of a servant, enduring bullying within the household. In her memories, it would take a year before the concubine's misdeeds were exposed, revealing that her mother had been wrongfully accused and killed. Though Cold Qingxia was indeed not her father's biological child, being an orphan brought in from elsewhere, her mother had never engaged in infidelity. Her father, feeling guilty for killing her mother, doted on this daughter with no blood ties, trying to compensate for the harm he had caused. It was precisely because of her father's guilt-ridden affection that he wished for her to become a queen, enjoying immense wealth and power, sacrificing the entire military strength of the prince's residence. Yet, unexpectedly, it only served to elevate the ungrateful Yiningqi and Su Yingyue. The debts you owe from your past lives shall be repaid in this one. Chapter 3. Who traps whom in the web of schemes? Fourth miss. Look at you, completely soaked. What on earth were you doing near the pond? You'll surely earn another scolding from Cho, and suffer for it. Beside her was the only wet nurse in the prince's residence who had genuinely cared for her since childhood. Seeing her fall into the pond and being scolded by Choyue, the wet nurse felt a pang of heartache, chattering on while drying her with a cloth. In this life, she would not repeat the same mistakes, nor would she be as foolish as in her previous life. Cold Qingxia clung to her wet nurse, weeping bitterly, releasing the pain that had long been buried within her. What has gotten into you today, child? The wet nurse furrowed her brow, holding her tightly. Every 3 months, the cold poison within Cold Qingxia would flare up, necessitating her to take fire Ganoderma to stave off the effects. She recalled from her past life that her fall into the pond was no accident. It was a deliberate act. Furthermore, the fire Ganoderma she needed had been destroyed by Cold Qingrong, allowing Su Yingyue to seize the opportunity to ruin her face and frame Lin Qingge. Cold Qingrong was the daughter of concubine Chu Yingyan, who bore 2 sons and a daughter, Cold Fengxian, Cold Qingjun, and the third daughter, Cold Qingrong. Though she was born of her father, she remained a secondary concubine to this day. However, despite being a mere concubine, she held the reins of power in the prince's residence, with only a nominal distinction separating her from the principal wife. Cold Qingrong had never liked Cold Qingxia, viewing her as a stain on the family. A bastard born of the principal wife's infidelity, Cold Qingxia's father had not disposed of her, instead allowing her to retain the status of the fourth miss, which enraged Cold Qingrong, who plotted to eliminate Cold Qingxia. A wretched life, and yet she dared to indulge in the precious fire Ganoderma? Such a waste of a precious treasure. This fire Ganoderma had been transported from a place of extreme cold, and the prince's residence spent a fortune every 3 months to procure it for that little wretch, Cold Qingxia, to expel the cold poison from her body. If Cold Qingxia were the legitimate fourth miss of the prince's residence, it would be one thing, but as a mere bastard, what right did she have to enjoy such treasures? Cold Qingrong could not tolerate it, and thus sought to destroy the fire Ganoderma, letting Cold Qingxia suffer the torment of the cold poison. She ordered a maid to find the fire Ganoderma in the storeroom and brazenly took it away. This fire Ganoderma could not come into contact with water. If it did, it would lose all its efficacy, rendering it inferior even to ordinary Ganoderma. In her past life, Cold Qingrong had intentionally tossed the Ganoderma into the water, claiming to her grandmother that it was an accident, merely wanting to see what the fire Ganoderma looked like, and had accidentally let it slip from her hands. Cold Qingxia was not the biological daughter of the prince. She was a disgrace to the family, had it not been for the prince's insistence on keeping her. Her grandmother would have gladly executed this bastard. Of course, they would not punish her biological granddaughter for the sake of a bastard, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Leng Qingxia distinctly recalls the events of her past life, and in this lifetime she is determined to reverse the narrative. This night, she intends to indulge in a luxurious bath, and tomorrow, she shall take great delight in tormenting Leng Qingrong to vent her frustrations. Someone attend to my bathing needs. Several maidservants entered the room, carrying buckets of hot water to fill the bathtub for the third young miss. Among these maidservants was Leng Qingxia herself, disguised as one of them, stealthily infiltrating Leng Qingrong's quarters with the intention of stealing the fire spiritual herb. The bucket she carried concealed several tiny, slender earthworms, their delicate forms camouflaged amidst the dense petals of the bath. Perfect for eliciting disgust from Leng Qingrong to avoid recognition, Leng Qingxia kept her head bowed low as she poured the hot water into the tub as Leng Qingrong prepared to disrobe and enter the water. She seized the opportunity to swap the genuine fire spiritual herb with a counterfeit, concealing the real one within her sleeve. After successfully executing her plan, she swiftly exited Leng Qingrong's boudoir. Not far away, a piercing scream reached her ears, prompting a satisfied smile to grace her lips as she relished her moment of vindication. How could there be earthworms in the water? You incompetent fools! Leng Qingrong was nearly driven to madness by the incompetence of her foolish maidservants. Fortunately, the earthworms were all dead. Had they been alive, she might have suffered a far worse fate. Gather all of those wretched maids and punish them with 30 strikes. Spare us, third miss. We had no idea how those earthworms got there. We checked thoroughly. The fury radiating from Leng Qingrong was palpable as she bellowed, "Drag them away." The attendants dared not defy her order, dragging the maidservants away to administer 30 strikes, leaving them bruised and battered. After a night had passed, half of Leng Qingrong's fury subsided. Yet to fully quell her anger, she needed to ensure that Leng Qingxia faced misfortune. Bua, fetch the fire spiritual herb. We shall pay Leng Qingxia a visit. Bua, Leng Qingrong's devoted maid, had often devised schemes to harm Leng Qingxia. Yes, Miss. Bua's heart swelled with delight at the prospect of plotting against Leng Qingxia. Upon arriving at the pond, Leng Qingrong fortuitously stumbled upon Leng Qingxia and her wet nurse engaged in cheerful conversation. A cold smile crept upon her lips. She was eager to witness whether Leng Qingxia would continue to smile after this encounter. Striding confidently towards them, Leng Qingxia was acutely aware of Leng Qingrong's approach. She vividly recalled that in her past life, it was here that Leng Qingrong had callously discarded the fire spiritual herb into the pond, and despite her desperate attempts to retrieve it, she had been powerless to prevent Leng Qingrong's malevolence, watching helplessly as her precious remedy was destroyed. This time around, a cunning smile graced her lips as Leng Qingrong drew nearer. Leng Qingxia spoke, "Wet nurse. In a month's time, I shall consume the fire spiritual herb that it truly is a remarkable remedy, capable of not only controlling the cold poison within me, but also detoxifying and beautifying my complexion. Each time I take it, my face becomes increasingly radiant." Her words were deliberately crafted for Leng Qingrong's ears, and she articulated them clearly, causing Leng Qingrong to halt abruptly. The fire spiritual herb has detoxifying and beautifying properties? How could she have been unaware? Yet, truth be told, Leng Qingxia was undeniably a vixen, with an enchanting allure that irked all who beheld her. Her delicate face seemed capable of yielding water, provoking an urge to mar its beauty. It dawned on Leng Qingrong that this insufferable wench's flawless complexion was a result of the fire spiritual herb. If she were to simply toss it into the water, it would be an utter waste. If she consumed it instead, wouldn't her visage rival that of this vixen, radiant and flawless? Determined not to squander such a precious herb merely to spite Leng Qingxia, Leng Qingrong resolved to brew it into a remedy for herself. Approaching Leng Qingxia with an air of superiority, she commanded, "Leng Qingxia, how dare you show your face here, you shameless child of some unknown man? Father may have spared your life and allowed you to retain the title of fourth young miss. But do not presume that you belong in the Shuwang manor. Get away from my sight." Leng Qingrong delivered a scathing rebuke, intending to shove past her, but unexpectedly Leng Qingxia crouched down, causing Leng Qingrong to stumble forward and fall into the pond with a splash. Bua stood frozen, astonished that her mistress had been so outwitted by this impudent child. Mistress! Mistress! Leng Qingxia, you. How dare you cause my mistress to fall into the water? I did not harm my sister." Leng Qingxia vehemently shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears invoking sympathy. Help! Help! Bio, witnessing her mistress struggling in the water, immediately turned and shouted, "Quick! Someone! The mistress has fallen into the water. Come quickly to save her." Soon after, guards rushed to assist, each one plunging into the water to rescue Lung Qingrong. Once she was pulled ashore, she was drenched, her hair disheveled, resembling a drowned rat, utterly disheveled. Emerging from the water, her humiliation palpable. Lung Qingrong glared fiercely at Lung Qingxia, delivering a stinging slap across her face, igniting a burning pain. "Lung Qingxia, how dare you play such a trick on me? You seek death," as she raised her hand to strike again. A commanding voice interrupted. "Enough!" Cold Qingjun arrived just in time to restrain her from further violence. "Second brother, you would defend this wretched girl." Lung Qingrong's anger intensified, if it weren't for Lung Qingxia suddenly crouching down. "How could I have fallen into the water? What wrong has Xiar committed that you torment her so mercilessly?" Cold Jun had long been intolerant of Lung Qingrong's arrogance. "Did I torment her? Second brother. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the one in distress." Lung Qingrong seethed, wishing to eliminate this insufferable girl. Bu, stepping forward, indignantly declared, "Second young master, I clearly witnessed that Lung Qingxia is the one who caused the third mist to fall into the pond." "Silence! You are but a mere servant. How dare you insult the fourth young miss?" Lung Qingrong's fury boiled over as she rebutted angrily, "Second brother, have you lost your senses? Lung Qingxia is merely a bastard child born from the lady's infidelity. She is no true member of the Shuwang manor," Cold Qingjun firmly asserted. "Father has acknowledged her as the fourth young miss. Do you all wish to defy his will? Let us set that aside for now. But she caused me to fall into the water, and for that, she must be punished. A slap is too lenient. I shall report her to grandmother for the punishment of 50 strikes for harming the third young miss." Lung Qingrong was relentless in her pursuit of justice. Cold Qingjun turned his gaze to Lung Qingxia. "Xiar, second brother, I did not do it on purpose. I merely dropped my handkerchief and crouched to retrieve it. I had no idea that third sister would fall into the water." Lung Qingxia spoke softly, tears glistening in her eyes, her sorrowful expression evoking deep sympathy. "Oh, not cry, Xiar. I believe you," Cold Qingjun reassured her before chastising Lung Qingrong. "The path is wide. Why did you not choose another direction but instead collided with Xiar? The fall was your own doing." He had witnessed the incident and knew that Lung Qingrong had intentionally bumped into Xiar. Even if it had been intentional on Xiar's part, it was still Lung Qingrong's own doing. "You are my second brother, or are you this little wretch's second brother? Why do you side with her?" Lung Qingrong was fuming, watching helplessly as her second brother escorted Lung Qingxia away, unable to contain her anger. That little wretch, in her past life, she had merely been an innocent 18-year-old girl, believing herself to be a bastard. Submissive and fearful, never daring to resist any affront, burying her grievances and pain deep within, often retreating to a corner to weep. Who would have thought that in this moment, she would exhibit such cunning? She had stated that the true spectacle was yet to come, for the fake fire spiritual herb she had left for Lung Qingrong was crafted from a particular herb, and once consumed. 2 days later, within Lanyue residence, a shrill scream erupted from Lung Qingrong, followed by the sound of items shattering. In her fury, she smashed everything she could find, her eyes ablaze, gnashing her teeth in rage. "Lung Qingxia, I will kill you, you wretched girl!" In the Nianzi hall, Lung Qingxia knelt upon the ground, her face awash with panic, grievance, and terror. Her eyes shimmered with tears, cascading down one by one. "Lung Qingxia, cease your pitiful charade here. It was you who informed me that after consuming the fire Ganoderma, one could detoxify and enhance their beauty. I never anticipated that after partaking, my face would end up in this ghastly state. How am I to face others in the future? It is all your fault, you wretched scoundrel." Lung Qingrong scolded Lung Qingxia furiously and then, sobbing pitifully before their grandmother, implored, "Grandmother, you must uphold justice for Ronger. Currently, not only is her entire face marred, but her body is also covered in ghastly blood marks. It's utterly terrifying." The grandmother, a dignified matriarch in her 70s with silver hair, embraced Lung Qingrong and gently reassured her. "Rest assured, my dear grandmother shall grant you justice." She then turned her piercing gaze towards the kneeling Lung Qingxia. "You, an illegitimate child, we have not expelled you from the Shu Wang Fu, yet you show ingratitude and cause chaos within our household. Today I shall administer the family law. Grandmother, Qingxia is innocent. Qingxia would never harm her sister. How could she dare? Qingxia lacks the courage and the means." Lung Qingxia sobbed weakly as she spoke. "Grandmother, look at her. Day in and day out, she only knows how to wear this false mask to deceive others. Last time, she tricked second brother into defending her, and now she continues in the same manner." Lung Qingrong was not convinced that Lung Qingxia, This little wretch was genuinely so frail. Lung Qingxia, it seems that unless I punish you, you will not confess your misdeeds. The grandmother was about to order the punishment when Lung Qingxia firmly interjected. Grandmother, should you wish to strike Qingxia, I bear no resentment however. If you claim that I harmed my sister, I shall not admit to actions I did not commit. The fire Ganoderma was intended for me. How can I be blamed if my sister consumed it and ended up in this state? Speak. Was it not you who told Ronger that consuming the fire Ganoderma would detoxify and beautify? At this moment, Chu Yingyan, hearing that her precious daughter had been wronged, insisted on defending her daughter's honor. I did mention that after consuming the fire Ganoderma, one could detoxify and achieve a more radiant complexion. This is true. However, I never instructed my sister to take it, nor did I promise her that it would have the same effect on her. Everyone's constitution is different. How could I make such a reckless conclusion? With Lung Qingxia's words, both the grandmother and Chu Yingyan were rendered speechless. Ultimately, the blame lay with Lung Qingrong herself for secretly consuming the fire Ganoderma. There was no one else to blame. If this matter were to be pursued further, it would surely become a laughingstock. Sister, I heard you fell into water a few days ago. Are you all right? In her past life, Su Yingyue had deceived Lung Qingxia for many years with her guise of being understanding, kind-hearted and caring, playing with her like a fool. Had it not been for the upheaval of her past life, she would never have imagined that the innocent, concerned sister before her now harbored such deep-seated hatred. She vividly remembered that just before she met her demise, Su Yingyue had told her that under her halo, she lived in utter humility, reduced to dust. At this moment, she was merely an illegitimate child in the Shu Wang Fu. Someone whom anyone could bully, even lower than the servants. She could not fathom why Su Yingyue would envy her. Oh, she almost forgot. Although she was an illegitimate child, she still bore the title of the fourth miss of the Shu Wang Fu. While Su Yingyue was merely the daughter of a seventh-rank official, no matter what, she was still better than Su Yingyue. At the very least, she appeared more glamorous on the surface. However, at the core, it was her breathtaking beauty that incited jealousy. In her past life, this face was destroyed, turning from a national beauty to an ugly figure overnight. In this life, she would make Su Yingyue experience the bitterness of being disfigured. A hint of malice glimmered in Lung Qingxia's eyes. She intended to settle the score for her past grievances in this life. Now, upon seeing Su Yingyue's deceitful facade, she yearned to tear off her false mask, longing to devour her flesh and drink her blood, to obliterate her completely. Yet, the timing was not right. She must proceed slowly, tormenting her bit by bit. Just as in her past life, she would toy with her enemies like fools now. That would be thrilling, sister. I have heard that the lotus flowers in Hezi are blooming splendidly. Shall we go to behold their beauty tomorrow? Hezi for flower viewing? She clearly recalled that in her past life, after she fell into the river and the fire Ganoderma was destroyed, she fell into a deep depression as her good sister, Su Yingyue, had suggested taking her to Hezi to enjoy the flowers and relieve her spirits, only to encounter local bullies, nearly leading to her disgrace. Unbeknownst to her, the grandmother had received word from somewhere, claiming that her actions were inappropriate and brought shame upon the family, resulting in her being punished with 50 strikes. In her previous life, she was naive, believing that her misfortunes were merely the result of bad luck, encountering every ill fate very well without a second thought. Lung Qingxia agreed, for in this life she intended to settle the score. Sister, have you decided what to wear tomorrow? Su Yingyue began to weave her web, with the lush green lotus leaves and the untainted pink lotuses. That if sister wears a pink muslin dress tomorrow, she would resemble a lotus fairy, exuding ethereal charm. A pink muslin dress? Lung Qingxia scoffed internally. She was well aware of Su Yingyue's schemes. The next day, she indeed donned a pink muslin dress, transcending the ordinary. Her elegantly arched brows and star-like eyes captivated all, her delicate features enchanting yet devoid of any earthly scent. This was the face of the most beautiful maiden in the Eastern Mo kingdom. Su Yingyue, accompanying her, appeared merely as a green leaf in contrast. She spoke of how, under her radiance, she felt humbled to the dust. This was the bitter truth. Suddenly, Su Yingyue suggested, Sister, there are too many people on the main road. Shall we take a shortcut? In her past life, it was precisely this encouragement to take a shortcut that led to her encounter with the bullies. Chapter 6. An encounter is not as good as a chance meeting. Lung Qingxia concealed a sinister smile at the corner of her lips. Very well, following Su Yingyue's provocation to take the shortcut, if she intended to harm her, then she would play along, letting her be toyed with in her hands. Su Yingyue believed her plan had succeeded halfway. A glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Was she not the epitome of beauty? Any man could be enchanted by her. Thus, she would ruin her purity and see who would still be captivated by her. A beautiful face alone would not save her from becoming a mere plaything. She believed her true appearance was well hidden, unaware that Lung Qingxia had seen through her completely. It is said that while one can paint a face or shape a body, one cannot truly disguise the heart. Yet, Lung Qingxia had already seen through the essence of Su Yingyue's being. She knew that Su Yingyue's blood was 100 times more toxic than the most poisonous substance. Good people suffer greatly, and in her past life, she met a tragic Yandai. In this life, she sought to change that and become the most vicious person in the world, unflinching in her cruelty. With a heart as venomous as a snake. Is it not said that calamity can last for 1,000 years? Then she would be the villain who would leave a legacy of evil for millennia. A hint of malice flickered in Lung Qingxia's eyes as she took out a small cloth bag hidden in her sleeve, containing a tiny non-venomous snake. She knew that Su Yingyue was terrified of snakes. Upon seeing one, she would faint. In her past life, she had used this ridiculous sisterly bond to seize everything that was rightfully hers, including the lives of 2 innocent souls. Why should she not exploit this sisterly relationship once more? She stealthily released the small non-venomous snake from the bag, ensuring that it would not lead to Su Yingyue's immediate demise. The little snake slithered slowly towards Su Yingyue in her heart. Lung Qingxia chuckled. Su Yingyue, you never expected that killing you now would be as simple as squashing an ant. Your schemes and status cannot rival mine. A snake. A snake. You just as expected. Upon seeing the snake, Su Yingyue fainted. The origin of her fear of snakes was well known. Lung Qingxia had once saved Su Yingyue's life as the daughter of a county magistrate. Su Yingyue had endured bullying from the legitimate children in her household. One day, she was locked in a dark room to endure the company of dozens of snakes and insects day and night. Had Lung Qingxia not recklessly helped her, she would have been tormented to death long ago. Recalling this, Lung Qingxia smiled. In her past life she had been a fool, leading to her tragic fate, but now she finally saw the truth. The coachman, hearing Su Yingyue's scream, immediately pulled the reins to stop the carriage. "Fourth miss, what has happened?" Lung Qingxia lifted the curtain and smiled radiantly. "Nothing at all. Yingyue suddenly craved osmanthus cake but didn't want to delay our journey. So I suggested I go buy it while you continue on. You may wait for me in Heezy, that way we can make good time." The coachman, enchanted by Lung Qingxia's smile, nodded without a second thought. "Understood, Mississippi." Before stepping down from the carriage, Lung Qingxia removed her pink outer robe and draped it over Su Yingyue's form, her delicate fingers brushing against her cheek, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Afterward, she descended from the carriage and the coachman whipped the reins, driving away. Her smile gradually turned cold and fierce. "Su Yingyue, savor the taste of your own bitter fruits. This is just the beginning." Lung Qingxia had already devised a plan. Su Yingyue, now cloaked in her garments, would undoubtedly be mistaken for her by the bullies, and in that case she would reap the consequences of her own actions. She was aware that Su Yingyue had bribed those bullies, undoubtedly orchestrating the situation through her subordinates. The bullies had never laid eyes on Su Yingyue's true visage. The moment she had lured them into her pink gauze dress yesterday must have been meticulously planned, allowing the thugs to identify their target through her attire. After approximately half an hour, she would arrive just in time to witness the unfolding spectacle. When the hour struck, Lung Qingxia approached the treacherous intersection with a sense of anticipation. Eager to observe the predicament that Su Yingyue was currently facing. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to discover that events had not transpired as she had anticipated. At the crossroads, dozens of horses were gathered. Surrounded by a multitude of individuals whose appearances did not resemble those of ordinary folk, a sense of foreboding washed over her as her right eyelid twitched twice, descending from the hillside. She confronted them with a fierce tone, demanding, "Who are you?" She would not grant them any semblance of courtesy for interrupting her plans. As she approached, she noticed the absence of the bullies. Instead, Su Yingyue lay unscathed within a carriage, attended by a coachman who bore injuries, as if he had just emerged from a battle. The coachman hurriedly reported, "Fourth miss, we just encountered the bullies, and it was these valiant men who rescued Miss Su and me, allowing us to escape unharmed." Lung Qingxia had suspected as much upon her arrival. This was a stark contrast to her previous life. How was it that this group of self-proclaimed heroes had appeared so inexplicably in this lifetime? Just then, a man clad in a blue robe, brimming with self-importance, clasped his hands in salute and proclaimed, "It was my master who saved you. You should express your gratitude post-haste, master." As her gaze drifted to the side, she beheld the man the blue-robed figure referred to. He was clad in a black robe embroidered with golden threads, accentuating his tall and slender figure, adorned with exquisite dark patterns, exuding an air of grandeur. His features were strikingly handsome, so captivating that even the blazing sun seemed to pale in comparison. One could not help but gasp in awe at the existence of such an ethereal and extraordinary man. When their eyes met, she found herself ensnared by the depths of his gaze, which appeared to harbor a vast ocean of stars. What a pair of unparalleled eyes, radiating the unique nobility and coldness of someone in power. She felt herself being drawn into their depths, becoming increasingly entranced, unable to extricate herself. What a face that could bring nations to ruin! How audacious! A subordinate by the man's side, noticing the boldness of this young woman who dared to gaze unabashedly at their master, promptly scolded her, breaking the spell that had held Lung Qingxia captive. She immediately averted her eyes, her ears growing warm with embarrassment, silently chastising herself for her lack of composure. Men were such toxic substances. Having experienced their poison in her previous life, she vowed not to fall into that trap again. The more breathtaking the man, the more pronounced the toxicity. Chapter 7. You little brat. The blue-robed man could no longer contain his irritation. How could his master owe a mere girl anything? All they desired was a modicum of her acknowledgement. Do you not know that our master is the esteemed Ma-chan? The man on horseback, with his strikingly beautiful and haunting eyes, subtly gestured, prompting another subordinate to swiftly interrupt Ma-chan. Lung Qingxia pondered that this group was certainly not ordinary. Since they had disrupted her plans, she harbored no fondness for them. Having mocked them sufficiently, she decided it was time to depart. Yes, 4th Mississippi. The coachman signaled to the crowd, assisting Lung Qingxia into the carriage before taking his seat beside her, urging the horses onward as they began to distance themselves from the scene. Before leaving, Lung Qingxia lifted the curtain and cast a cold glance at the group, muttering under her breath, interfering busybodies. She then retrieved a jade pendant from her person, the most valuable possession she owned. Gripping it tightly, she hurled it from the carriage, accompanied by a chilling remark, "This is a reward for you." Her jade pendant was caught deftly by Ma-chan as she lowered the curtain. Her gaze unexpectedly met that of the man referred to as master. She noticed his eyes fixed intently upon her, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his lips, sending a shiver down her spine, though he had yet to speak a word. He emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. That in her moment of anger, she had rashly lashed out at them, but now she deemed it prudent to make her exit. Just as she departed, Ma-chan, eyeing the jade pendant in his grasp, muttered in displeasure, "What an outrageous situation. We extend our hand to save her, only to encounter an ungrateful wretch. We have suffered for our efforts." The man on horseback, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke. "I have warned you before. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This time, not only have you acted foolishly, but you have also disrupted the trap we had set." Upon finishing his remark, his gaze fell upon the jade pendant in Ma-chan's hand. The speaker was Xian Yuanyi, the foremost noble of the Eastern Mo kingdom, the reigning regent with power that overshadowed all. His name was known far and wide, and even the emperor himself showed him a measure of deference. The reasons behind his immense power remained shrouded in mystery. "Master, I acknowledge my error. This venture to punish the bullies was entirely my initiative." Concurrently, Ma-chan presented the jade pendant to the prince. Xian Yuanyi examined the pendant for a moment before a contemplative smile graced his lips as he slowly uttered, "Interesting." His words startled Ma-chan and the other subordinates. They had never heard their master describe any woman as interesting before. The previous encounter, where the girl had spoken sharply and with wit, had caught him off guard. Ma-chan and the others exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines. Could it be that their master had developed an interest? It was entirely plausible. His temperament was unlike anyone else's, and it was natural for him to have unique preferences. If he had finally taken a liking to a girl, they dared not let such an unprecedented opportunity slip away. Xian Yuanye's expression shifted to one of displeasure, and he chastised, "Mind your tongue. When has it been your place to investigate my interests? Forgive my overreach, master." Ma-chan quickly knelt, accepting the reprimand. It was evident that the prince's thoughts were not easily fathomed. He had his own designs. The other subordinates dared not utter another word as they swiftly followed their master away. Lung Qingxia's plans had been thoroughly disrupted by this unexpected group of interlopers. It seemed she would have to rearrange everything. Resting her chin on her hand, she contemplated that Su Yingyue was her greatest adversary. To deal with her would require careful planning, a gradual approach to push her into the abyss, ensuring she would never rise again, thus bringing her satisfaction. The wet nurse approached the courtyard with a flower basket, adjusting the blossoms she had just gathered. Noticing Lung Qingxia lost in thought, she frowned slightly. Since the 4th miss had nearly drowned, she had become increasingly absent-minded, leaving the nurse to wonder what troubled her mind. The expression in her eyes emanated an indefinable complexity, making it difficult to decipher her thoughts. Once, her gaze had been as clear as a spring, revealing her innermost feelings. Now it was shrouded in mystery. Had the fourth miss encountered some trouble, however, a more cautious demeanor might serve her well, preventing others from taking advantage of her. In this predatory Shuang residence, one could not afford to remain naive and innocent for long. Little ice block. A sudden impatient call broke through Lung Qingxia's reverie, immediately retracting her hand from her chin. The familiar voice resonated in her mind. Lin Qingge. Lung Qingxia sprang to her feet, indeed spotting Lin Qingge striding towards her. Clad in a light yellow feathered robe, adorned with golden tassels, her accessories swayed with each step. Lin sister. Lin Qingge approached and seized her hands, preventing any movement as she inspected her thoroughly, her voice chiding, "You little brat, I heard you nearly drowned a few days ago. Can your frail body withstand such an ordeal? Let me check if you are still in good health." Lin Qingge maintained her usual boisterous demeanor, yet tears welled in Lung Qingxia's eyes, and before long large droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 8. The most precious princess of the Eastern Mo kingdom. Lin's sister. Lung Qingxia seemed to expend all her strength as she threw herself into Lin Qingge's embrace, unable to contain her emotions as she wept bitterly. In that moment, it felt as though all her suffering had converged into this single outburst. Lin Qingge was taken aback by this sudden display from the girl, bewildered by her unexpected outburst. "What on earth is wrong with you?" "Hey little ice block, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you crying like this? It's truly unlucky. I forbid you to cry any longer, do you hear me?" "Wah." Lung Qingxia clung tightly to her, refusing to let go, continuing to weep uncontrollably. Lin Qingge feigned a stern warning, "If you keep crying, I might just push you away and walk off." Lung Qingxia immediately stifled her sobs, dabbed at her moist, slightly swollen eyes and inhaled deeply, her gaze reddening as she looked at Lin Qingge's sister Lin. There were countless sentiments welling up within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Qingge adopted a protective elder sister demeanor and inquired, "Speak, have you been wronged in the manner?" Lung Qingxia shook her head. "No. Then do you miss your father? No, or perhaps your mother?" Lung Qingxia continued to shake her head. "None of these? Then what is it?" Lin Qingge propped her chin on her hand, pondering earnestly for a moment, before suddenly having a moment of clarity. Her eyes fixed intently on Lung Qingxia. She exclaimed, "Little ice cube, did you come to me in tears because you've done something to wrong me?" Lung Qingxia lowered her gaze, neither nodding nor immediately denying it, slipping into a profound silence as if choosing to acquiesce. Lin Qingge placed her hands on her hips, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I knew it. You little ice cube have always relied on me as your scapegoat. Come on, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" "Nothing." Lung Qingxia shook her head once more. You just said you did something to wrong me. So how can you say there's nothing now?" Lin Qingge was utterly confounded by Lung Qingxia's responses. What exactly had she done? With a surge of emotion, Lung Qingxia grasped Lin Qingge's hands tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears as she spoke. "What I wish to convey to Sister Lin is that a few nights ago, I had a terrifying nightmare, where I was deceived by villains and mistakenly accused the very Sister Lin who has always cherished me." "Silly girl, you've already said it yourself. It was merely a nightmare, not reality." Lin Qingge enveloped Lung Qingxia in her embrace, gently rubbing her head while soothing her softly. "Yes, just a nightmare." Lung Qingxia closed her eyes, striving to remind herself that all the horrifying events of her past life were now but dreams, and that what lay before her was the only truth. This life was a divine opportunity for her to exact vengeance. To ensure that those who owed her pay their dues, she should not feel pain or sorrow. Rather, she ought to feel exhilaration and delight in her quest for retribution. By the way, little ice cube, what do you think of my outfit today?" Lin Qingge twirled gracefully before her, clad in a flowing pale yellow gown that danced with the wind, exuding an ethereal beauty. "So beautiful." Lung Qingxia applauded. Then hesitantly asked, "Sister Lin, didn't you always dislike dressing as a girl?" "Little ice cube, you are unaware. In a few days it will be Princess Lianting's coming-of-age ceremony. The noble consort has invited all the daughters of officials, including you, to celebrate the occasion. This is my first time attending such a banquet, and my mother is worried that my behavior might be crude and cause embarrassment. Hence, she has been insisting I practice etiquette every day, smiling without showing teeth, eating without making a sound. Alas, I've been thoroughly tormented these past few days." Lin Qingge lamented, her expression filled with grievance and frustration. "That I have been cooped up all day. I would surely have gone mad if I hadn't sneaked out today." At Lin Qingge's mention, Lung Qingxia suddenly recalled that in her past life, she had also attended a similar banquet. However, it had been anything but pleasant. She had brought disgrace upon the Shu Wangfu. In her previous life, she had prepared a gift for the most esteemed princess of the Dongma kingdom. a dance costume crafted from 1,000-year-old silkworm silk intertwined with fine golden threads. Hearing that the princess had a natural affinity for dancing and favored various shades of blue in her attire, she had crafted it especially for her, though she had suffered greatly within the confines of the Shu Wangfu. Enduring relentless bullying, she was still in name the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. Thus, her gift could not be too shabby. She had painstakingly woven the feathered garment day and night, using the precious silk and golden threads, until her eyes nearly gave out, creating a delicate dance costume. Yet, in the end, that very garment had led her to endure 50 lashes and the torturous punishment of finger pinching. She had never understood how the exquisite costume she had labored over had transformed into something so unsightly. Now it was clear, it must have been Su Yingyue's treachery. The flawless costume, under Su Yingyue's deceit, had become an indecent garment, inciting the princess's fury and declaring it a humiliation. Had it not been for the Shu Wangfu's illustrious military achievements, her life would have been forfeit. Reflecting on it all, Su Yingyue owed her a debt that could not be measured even in volumes, each grievance from childhood to adulthood piercing her heart. From this moment forth, Leng Qingxia began to meticulously plot how to counter Su Yingyue's schemes. In her past life, she had been too stubborn and foolish, laboring endlessly only to meet a tragic end. This lifetime, with some leisure time at her disposal, she would rather rest than exhaust herself for the sake of irrelevant individuals. And this life, no one was worth her self-abasement. Seeing Leng Qingxia lost in thought for an extended period, Lin Qingge couldn't help but call out, "Little Ice Cube, what is going on in that little head of yours?" She shook her head and then asked earnestly, "Sister Lin, have you decided on a gift for the princess?" "No," Lin Qingge replied somewhat dejectedly. "You've mentioned that she is a princess, the most esteemed princess of the Dongma kingdom. Surely she has grown accustomed to the finest jewels in the world." Chapter 9. The interesting and unique gift. Time flew by, and soon the day of Princess Lianting's coming-of-age ceremony arrived. That night was a grand occasion, with numerous dignitaries and nobility invited by the noble consort to celebrate the princess's birthday. The palace had been adorned in resplendent splendor, everything meticulously prepared anew, with immense effort and treasure expended solely for the purpose of honoring the princess's coming of age. It was evident that this princess was indeed of utmost nobility. Among the cold Shu Wangfu, only Leng Qingxia had the privilege of receiving the noble consort's invitation to enter the palace and celebrate the princess's birth. Despite Leng Qingrong's usual arrogance, in essence, she was merely a concubine's daughter and could not hold a candle to Leng Qingxia's esteemed status. Today, Leng Qingxia donned a refreshing green dress, her appearance elegant and unpretentious, with a light application of powder on her face and a jeweled flower pin adorning her hair, from which tassels dangled, swaying gently as she walked. Her complexion was fair and smooth, her brows long and graceful, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her attire today neither overshadowed the princess nor compromised her identity as the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. As she prepared to enter the palace, her grandmother had ordered this exquisite outfit, crafted from the finest materials, to prevent her from embarrassing the Shu Wangfu when she departed early in the morning. She had caught a glimpse of Leng Qingrong's envious glare, as if she wished to devour her whole. Seated in the carriage, Leng Qingxia glanced at the black box entrusted to her, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she softly instructed, "Have I arranged everything for you?" Closing her eyes to rest, her mind suddenly flooded with chaotic images from her past life, overwhelming her thoughts and preventing her from finding peace. A frown creased her brow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, when a maid announced, "Fourth miss, we have entered the royal palace." Leng Qingxia opened her eyes, perhaps due to the torment of those disordered memories, her pallor slightly ashen. She slowly lifted the curtain, her gaze penetrating to the very depths of her heart. The palace, once she had been the sovereign of this harem, yet it was also the source of her deepest wounds. "Yiningqi, you never anticipated this, did you? Bearing the debts of my past life, I return in blood. Fourth miss, we are near the hall now. I shall assist you in disembarking." The only maid who had treated her kindly, Xiao Qian, had grown up alongside her, akin to a sister. In her past life, Xiao Qian had perished in the inferno that had marred her beauty, and this life, she would protect all who loved her. With Xiao Qian's assistance, Leng Qingxia alighted from the carriage and joined the throng of noble ladies as they entered the grand hall. Upon entering, everyone knelt, hands clasped together, raised high above their heads, and then bowed deeply, proclaiming, "This humble servant pays homage to the noble consort, and greets Her Highness the Princess." All rise. The head of the hall, adorned in a peony red gown, with a flawless complexion and adorned with intricate jewelry. The noble consort exuded an air of elegance that commanded respect. Her smile was poised, and with a casual wave of her hand, she signaled for the young ladies to take their seats. Following this, various dignitaries presented their carefully prepared gifts to the princess. Esteemed noble consort, Your Highness the Princess, I have prepared for you a South Sea luminous pearl, which glows brilliantly in the night. I believe only this treasure is worthy of the princess's radiant purity. The noble consort smiled gracefully, instructing her attendants to accept the substantial gift from the minister. Then another noble presented their offering. This humble servant has prepared for Her Highness a pair of silk curtains adorned with pearl hairpins, rare treasures from the Dongma kingdom, revered as divine artifacts in the western regions, priceless and perfectly suited for the princess. Everyone has put forth great effort. The noble consort maintained her gracious demeanor. Numerous dignitaries offered lavish gifts to the princess, yet she remained utterly silent throughout the proceedings, having grown weary of such jewels. None caught her discerning eye. The noble consort's face displayed a hint of impatience as she called out softly. All gazes converged upon the princess, who was adorned in a flowing blue silk gown, cinched at the waist with a silver belt that accentuated her perfectly sculpted figure. A light yellow sheer overlay draped gracefully over her attire, every movement captivating, exuding an aura of cold elegance that could command the attention of all present. She found the annual birthday celebrations dreadfully mundane, a tiresome repetition of the same old theatrics that had long since lost their charm. Mother, will brother Yi come to celebrate my birthday today? The only thought that truly piqued Lianyan's interest was the arrival of Xian Yuan Yi. The noble consort's expression reflected a tinge of disappointment. All that Ener desired was her brother Yi, and the consort's efforts for her were of little concern to her. Lianyan feigned a look of grievance. Mother, your preparations for my birthday are the same each year. They offer me no surprise. The subject presents her gifts to the princess. It was now Leng Qingxia's turn to step forward, and no sooner had her words left her lips than the candles illuminating the grand hall extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. As the guests panicked, tiny glowing points flickered to life, illuminating the hall with their faint light. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a multitude of fireflies, seemingly dancing in the dark. The sound of a flute resonated, weaving a beautiful melody that touched the heart. The fireflies appeared to possess an ethereal quality, dancing in rhythm with the music before fluttering towards a piece of black cloth, adorably forming the words "Happy Birthday, Princess Yana." As the candles reignited, Leng Qingxia remained kneeling, respectfully proclaiming, "Subject wishes Princess Yin a joyous birthday." Lianyan had never encountered such a unique birthday gift. Devoid of gold and silver, it was merely a handful of fireflies from the countryside, yet it reflected considerable thought. How delightful, she mused. What is your name? I am Leng Qingxia, she answered candidly. Chapter 10. A Narrow Path for Rivals. The typically aloof princess scarcely displayed a hint of satisfaction, her lips curling into a smile as she commanded, "Bestow a reward." I thank Princess Yin, Leng Qingxia replied, her hands clasped in gratitude as she bowed deeply. She was the only one awarded at this grand event, causing the guests to cast envious glances at the clever young woman. Even the noble consort could not help but steal a glance at Leng Qingxia. Having heard whispers of the fourth young lady from the Shu royal mansion being dull and uncommunicative, today, however, those rumors seemed unfounded. Indeed, the daughter of a great general, her mind was sharp and agile. The consort praised her, to which Leng Qingxia humbly responded, "Your praise is unwarranted, noble consort. This was merely a trivial skill, truly a trivial skill, utterly unimpressive. Such a clumsy trick, how dare she present it in such a distinguished setting? Did she not fear ridicule for being the daughter of the cold Shu royal family?" No sooner had she spoken than a sharp, icy voice pierced through the air, its owner unseen yet its presence felt. The assembly gasped in unison, turning their attention to discover who dared to openly disparage what the noble consort and princess had praised. A tall figure emerged, clad in exquisite ice blue silk adorned with elegant bamboo leaf embroidery. Complemented by a jade hairpin atop his head, his expression was haughty and cold, his gaze dismissive, as if no one were worthy of his attention. Upon recognizing the newcomer as His Highness, the Regent, the dignitaries hastily knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Regent." Leng Qingxia also recognized him, her eyes widening in surprise before she quickly averted her gaze and knelt, her heart racing. This man was none other than the notoriously capricious and domineering Regent. How had she attracted the ire of such a formidable figure? The last person she should have provoked. Her mind raced back to that fateful day, filled with regret for having insulted the proud and arrogant Regent. It was evident he had come to settle the score. Trying to lower her head as much as possible, she felt a swirl of complex emotions, uncertain of how to navigate this daunting individual. No need for formalities. Xian Yuanyi waved his hand dismissively, allowing everyone to rise cautiously. Brother Yi. What followed was even more astonishing. The typically graceful and aloof princess displayed an unexpectedly lively demeanor before the regent. Although she was the guest of honor upon seeing Xian Yuanyi, she immediately rose from her seat and approached him. "I have met the noble consort," Xian Yuanyi said, clasping his fists respectfully towards her. The noble consort smiled warmly. "There is no need for such formalities, regent," she then teasingly remarked. "Look at how her eyes light up upon your arrival." It was not only Princess Yin who gazed at Xian Yuanyi. The other young ladies of the court were equally captivated by his every move from the moment he entered. The regent wielded immense power in the court, but he was also the most handsome man in the Eastern Mo kingdom, captivating the attention of all wherever he went. He could be considered the most desirable man in the realm, and most women were infatuated with him. Yet, the proud and indifferent Princess Yin had her heart solely fixed on Xian Yuanyi, rendering her indifferent to the affections of other women in Eastern Mo. Slowly, Leng Qingxia lifted her gaze towards Xian Yuanyi. Secretly scrutinizing him, she recalled that in her previous life, she had only heard of his name but never laid eyes upon him. Remaining oblivious to the man himself. In her past, she had devoted herself entirely to Yiningqi, sacrificing everything for her father to secure his throne. Where had she gone wrong in this life? Everything else aligned, yet the presence of the regent was an unexpected addition. In her former life, at this very banquet, she had been ordered to receive 50 lashes and had her fingers pinched, without a trace of Xian Yuanyi in sight. Today, however, everything was different. Perhaps her rebirth had disrupted the flow of time, leading to the emergence of inexplicable individuals, just as she was lost in her thoughts. Xian Yuanyi's icy gaze abruptly turned towards her, leaving her flustered and uncertain, her ears burning with embarrassment. She quickly lowered her eyes, attempting to evade his penetrating gaze. "How could I not attend the birthday of the most esteemed princess of the Eastern Mo Dynasty?" Xian Yuanyi addressed Princess Yin, his tone slightly less haughty, yet still infused with an air of arrogance, indicating that his respect was merely superficial, having long been aware of the regent's disdain for others. Witnessing it firsthand confirmed the rumors. He treated even the most revered princess with such casual indifference. What hope did others have? It was no wonder that the nobles and officials of the Eastern Mo kingdom avoided him like the plague. Trembling at the mere mention of his name, with such an attitude, wielding power and influence, he could dismiss anyone at will, his unpredictable temperament rendering him a figure to be feared. Leng Qingxia, reflecting on this, couldn't help but break into a sweat, realizing that her return would be fraught with peril. She must tread carefully to avoid repeating past mistakes. Henceforth, encountering Xian Yuanyi would require her utmost caution. It was best to avoid inciting his ire. She silently hoped he would forget their previous encounter. Gradually, she retreated into the crowd, striving to evade the attention of this formidable individual. The banquet drew to a close amidst the lively chatter of the noble families. Leng Qingxia seized an opportunity to excuse herself from the grand hall, aware that as the daughter of a general, her past had been marred by the perception of being a rough and uncultured wild girl. No one would notice her absence. A brief escape would not attract undue attention. After distancing herself from the banquet, she found solace beneath a poplar tree in the palace courtyard, the onset of winter casting a yellow hue upon its leaves. As she admired the scene, she suddenly sensed a disturbance behind her. Chapter 11. The defiant Leng Qingxia. Leng Qingxia frowned slightly, instinctively turning to discover the source of the noise. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she turned, her lips brushed against something soft and supple. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized it was none other than Regent Xian Yuanyi standing mere inches away, their proximity so close that her unexpected turn had caused her lips to graze his cheek. Before he could utter a word, she panicked and knelt, exclaiming, "I beg your pardon for my unintentional offense, my lord." How could she have anticipated that the regent, who had been accompanying Princess Yin at the banquet, would suddenly appear at this spot? He is indeed a distinguished guest at this banquet, as any discerning eye could easily perceive. He is the one whom Princess Yin cherishes the most, even if he wishes to depart. Would Princess Yin readily allow him to leave? However, the regent's temperament is notoriously capricious, and it is likely that Princess Yin dares not defy his will. Having faced death once, she fears little. Her sole concern lies in the prospect of dying before her enemies, allowing them to roam freely. A tremor coursed through Leng Qingxia as she recalled his mocking words from the banquet. She realized this man would not let her off so easily. She hurried to explain, stating that she did not recognize him as a prince that day, and ignorance is no crime, imploring His Highness not to take offense. Offended? Xian Yuanyi suddenly let out a chilling laugh that sent an ominous premonition racing through Leng Qingxia's heart. Could he truly take her life for that incident? "You are not worthy of inciting my wrath." Xian Yuanyi looked down at her from his elevated position. Even though she did not meet his gaze, she could feel his icy stare piercing through her. Brother Yi, a voice called out, breaking through her anxious thoughts. Princess Yin's figure approached slowly. Only in the presence of Xian Yuanyi does Yin Lianin reveal her smile. Brother Yi, you vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Lianer searching high and low for you, so you have come here. That as she conversed with Xian Yuanyi, she inadvertently caught sight of Lung Qingxia kneeling on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. You are Lung Qingxia, the daughter of the king of Shu? Indeed I am, Lung Qingxia replied, taking a sharp breath. Upon seeing her alone with Xian Yuanyi, Yin Lianyin's hostility flared. The banquet is not yet over. What are you doing here alone? No woman in Dongma Kingdom harbors ill intentions towards my brother Yi. Moments ago, she praised Lung Qingxia for her cleverness and charm. But now she worried that the woman's affections might be directed at her brother Yi. Thank you for your understanding, princess. I shall take my leave now, bidding farewell to your highness and the princess. In a fortunate twist of fate, Yin Lianin inadvertently provided her an opportunity to escape. Lung Qingxia rose to depart, unsure if Xian Yuanyi would pursue her further. Troubled as Lung Qingxia descended from the carriage, she was immediately surrounded by servants upon entering the Shu Wangfu. Her eyes were cold and piercing as she regarded the group before her. Xiao Qian stepped forward to defend Lung Qingxia, rebuking them. How dare you obstruct the fourth miss? Do you seek to rebel? A resounding slap struck Xiao Qian's face without warning, leaving it flushed and marked with clear fingerprints. Xiao Qian immediately fell silent. Daunted into submission, Lung Qingrong approached with an air of superiority, chillingly reprimanding, how dare a mere servant act so brazenly? It is you who oversteps, and it is you who deserves to be taught a lesson. The one who had struck Xiao Qian was Biyue, a maidservant of Lung Qingrong, known for her arrogance and disdain towards Lung Qingxia. Lung Qingxia cast a sympathetic glance at the swelling on Xiao Qian's face, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. With a graceful smile, the harshness vanished from her expression. Sister, I am at a loss as to what I have done wrong. What is your intention? A malicious smile curled at the corners of Lung Qingxia's lips. Word has it that you embarrassed the Shu Wangfu during the princess's birthday celebration. Today I have come to give you a proper lesson. Lung Qingxia was perplexed, having no notion of what disgrace she had brought upon the Shu Wangfu. Did the empress not praise my sister for her cleverness? Are you now doubting the empress's judgment? Or have you never truly valued her words? Each word from Lung Qingxia was clear and resonant, leaving Lung Qingrong momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, retorting, do not think to outsmart me. The empress may have praised you, but you have offended the powerful regent. You have brought shame upon the Shu Wangfu and laid the groundwork for calamity. With that, Lung Qingrong commanded, seize this wild girl and deliver 50 lashes. As the servants moved to detain Lung Qingxia, Xiao Qian's heart twisted in dread, fearing her mistress would face a brutal beating. Yet unexpectedly, the usually timid fourth miss found her voice, fiercely admonishing, I dare you to lay a hand on me. Regardless, I am my father's legitimate daughter, the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. To allow you to bully me so would be to tarnish my father's name and authority. Her words struck a chord, stunning the crowd into silence. That no one anticipated the timid fourth miss would speak so boldly, not even Lung Qingrong, who was equally taken aback. Though Lung Qingxia was not a docile rabbit, she had always refrained from defying them openly. Who could have known she would exhibit such audacity today? Chapter 12. The Punishment of Lung Qingxia. Lung Qingrong gritted her teeth in fury, scolding Lung Qingxia. Have you truly become so arrogant after a visit to the palace? Believing yourself the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu? Have you forgotten you are merely a lowly illegitimate child? You are a source of shame for my father. Do not think he would shed a tear for you, even if you were beaten to death today. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Quickly seize this wretched girl. With those words the crowd trembled, none daring to step forward. They all knew that the king of Shu had once doted on the fourth miss, willing to offer her the finest of everything. Even after learning she was not his biological daughter, he could not bear to harm her, enduring the pain in silence, and while he no longer showered her with affection, he still preserved her status as fourth Mississippi. Your death would merely bring tranquility to the Shu Wangfu. It is your very existence that is the greatest inconvenience. Lung Qingrong's tone grew more menacing. Seize her at once. The servants lowered their heads in silence, afraid to utter a word. Are you all deaf? Did you not hear my command? Seeing this, Lung Qingrong was nearly driven to madness, stamping her foot in frustration. Wishing to pound the ground into a pit, she approached Lung Qingxia with an icy demeanor. Since they dare not move you, I will personally teach you a lesson. I shall see who dares to stop me. She raised her hand to slap Lung Qingxia, but was halted by the timely arrival of Lung Qingjun. Ronger, have you not caused enough trouble? I have not. The more you protect this wretch, the more furious I become. Why should both brother and father defend her, when she is the one with blood ties to them? Ling Qingjun could not comprehend why Ronger continued to bully Xiar, questioning what wrong she had committed. We have grown up together. Why are you so heartless? She is not of our bloodline. She is merely a lowly wild child, a stain on the Shu Wangfu. Ling Qingrong's anger continued to escalate. Father has accepted her. What grounds do you have to object? Ling Qingjun stood protectively in front of Lung Qingxia, refusing to allow anyone to bully her. Just as they were about to leave, a loud thud rang out as their grandmother struck the floor with her cane, followed by her commanding voice. If I insist on teaching this disgraceful wild girl a lesson today, what will you do? Grandmother. Lung Qingjun was taken aback by her sudden arrival, especially as she sided with Ronger to chastise Xiar. Lung Qingrong seized the opportunity, embellishing her words to their grandmother. Grandmother, everything Ronger said is true. Ling Qingxia has offended the regent in the palace. Such audacity brings calamity to the Shu Wangfu, and she must be punished. Ling Qingjun hurriedly interjected on Lung Qingxia's behalf. Grandmother, Xiar is still young. Please be lenient. Besides, the regent holds great power. Surely he would not hold a grudge against a mere girl. Fearing their grandmother would be lenient with Lung Qingxia, Lung Qingrong anxiously added, Grandmother, if you do not give Lung Qingxia a lesson, she will never learn. Grandmother. Lung Qingjun attempted to plead once more, only to be cut off coldly by her grandmother. Enough. I have heard of the palace affairs and know that Lung Qingxia indeed brought shame upon the Shu Wangfu. This matter cannot be easily dismissed. Lung Qingxia must be punished to teach her a lesson. Lung Qingxia understood well that her grandmother had always disdained her. She relished the opportunity to punish her and would not let it slip away. Thus, since her grandmother's arrival, she had remained silent. With my grandmother present, I shall accept my punishment. Lung Qingxia obediently knelt down, fully aware of her precarious situation. The father is not present at the Shu Wangfu. The only ones who share her sentiments are her wet nurse and Xiao Qian, along with her second elder brother. They hold no real power within the Shu Wangfu, and should she fall out of favor with her grandmother, it would only bring misfortune upon them. She must patiently await the opportune moment. Gradually fortifying herself after receiving 30 strokes of the cane, she was confined to the woodshed, ordered to reflect upon her transgressions for 3 days. A lesson she must engrave deeply in her memory. With her grandmother's commands issued, Lung Qingrong could hardly contain her glee. Her smile seemed on the verge of splitting her face. The mere thought of Lung Qingxia's misfortunes provided her with immense satisfaction. However, Lung Qingjun, unable to bear the sight of his sister being punished, was overwhelmed with emotion, calling out in anguish as he sought to plead for Xiar once more, lamenting her frail constitution. Junior, if you utter another word, your grandmother shall add 2 more strokes. With the weight of their grandmother's authority pressing down upon him, Lung Qingjun could do nothing but watch in heart-wrenching despair as Lung Qingxia flashed him a reassuring smile. Silently conveying that she could endure, dragged away by the servants, Lung Qingxia received her punishment of 30 lashes, and Lung Qingrong anticipated her cries of agony. To her astonishment, however, not a single sound escaped Lung Qingxia's lips throughout the ordeal. The spectacle she yearned to witness fell short of her expectations, leaving her dissatisfied deep within. Cast into the woodshed, forbidden from any visitors, she was left utterly alone, forced to contemplate her transgressions in isolation. Her body was battered, bloodied, and covered in dirt, a wretched sight as she lay on the grimy ground. Her injuries severe. With every movement a struggle, she fought to suppress the pain, attempting to regain her composure. Just as she closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, the door of the woodshed creaked open, and she struggled to lift her eyelids, catching sight of a pair of steady footsteps approaching. Unable to raise her head any further to discern the identity of her visitor, she could only see the feet drawing nearer. Was this person a savior or a tormentor? As her consciousness began to fade, she felt a powerful grip on her chin, enough to inflict pain, a clear indication that the individual before her intended to do far more than merely hurt her. They sought to crush her spirit. Ling Qingxia, do you realize how insignificant you are, like an ant? With but a flick of my finger, I could obliterate you. In that moment, Lung Qingrong reveled in her triumph since the moment of her birth. All the accolades had been claimed by Lung Qingxia, simply because she was the legitimate child while Lung Qingrong was not. She had believed herself destined to live in the shadow of this little wretch, only to discover a shocking truth. Lung Qingxia was not her father's biological daughter. Expecting this revelation to alter their fates, she was instead met with her father's sorrowful acceptance, never once challenging Lung Qingxia's status as the 4th Mississippi. This revelation shook Lung Qingrong to her core. How could she accept such a disgrace to her family? Seething with resentment, She grasped Lung Qingsha's chin firmly with one hand while delivering a stinging slap with the other. Her fury unleashed. Lung Qingsha, mark my words, I will one day take your life. After 3 days of confinement, Lung Qingsha was finally brought out. Barely clinging to life with great effort, she managed to utter, "Wet nurse. I am fine." "Enough, fourth miss, do not speak. You must rest," the wet nurse urged, though her heart raced with fear for the fourth miss's well-being. Despite the torment of her imprisonment, Lung Qingsha had devised a flawless plan. The punishment she endured was all due to the regent, Xianyuan Yi, who could not escape his culpability from the moment of her rebirth. She vowed never to allow herself to be weak again, refusing to let anyone who harmed her go unpunished. Her scheme could achieve 2 goals. It would both utilize Xianyuan Yi and teach Su Yingwe a lesson. The following 5 days were spent in her chamber, subsisting on broth and medicine as her injuries healed. Although the 30 lashes had left her severely wounded, she knew that had it been 50, her life would have been forfeit. Yet she reminded herself that even if it had been 50, she would endure. Given a second chance at life, she would cherish it dearly. After 5 days, Lung Qingsha's health gradually improved, allowing her to move freely. "Fourth Miss Yingwe has arrived," Xiao Qian reported as she set down a bowl of tea. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lung Qingsha's eyes. How could it be that her bait had been so readily taken? She placed the tea aside and smiled. "Please let Yingwe in soon." Su Yingwe entered the bamboo grove where Lung Qingsha resided. Wearing a smile that mirrored her past insincerity upon seeing her, Lung Qingsha felt a wave of nausea wash over her, wishing to tear away Su Yingwe's mask of deception. How foolish she had been in her past life to remain deceived until the very end. The memories of past humiliations ignited her resolve. "What you owe for your past transgressions, Su Yingwe, shall be repaid 100-fold in this life, sister." Su Yingwe's voice rang with an innocent lilt, so convincing that none could perceive the wickedness lurking within Lung Qingsha's heart. Pouting her lips in feigned dissatisfaction, she complained, "Yingwe, you finally decided to visit me. Did you not miss me at all?" Su Yingwe maintained her facade of fragility, saying, "Sister, you are the closest person to me. How could I not miss you? You know my status in the Su household, and I cannot come and go freely." Her act was flawless, seamless in its execution. "Yingwe, I understand you. You are also dear to me." Lung Qingsha grasped Su Yingwe's hand, deliberately emphasizing the words "dear to me" in this life. She would not allow herself to be ensnared again. "Very well," she readily agreed, with the fish having voluntarily taken the bait. She would seize the opportunity. "Yingwe, do you recall the day we encountered those ruffians while admiring the lotus flowers?" Su Yingwe nodded, recounting, "Although I fainted from fear of a snake, I later heard of a hero who rescued me. Do you know who that hero was? Surely he is not just a chivalrous figure from the martial world." Su Yingwe's expression reflected surprise and curiosity. "Sister, are you telling the truth?" "Of course, in the Eastern Mo kingdom, tales of the regent Xianyuan Yi abounded, depicting him as both strikingly handsome and tyrannical in nature." Su Yingwe inquired eagerly, "Sister, is the regent truly as described? Is he as stunning as a celestial being?" "Indeed," Lung Qingsha replied clearly, "you are truly fortunate to have encountered His Highness in such a remote wilderness, experiencing a true hero's rescue. Is this not the stuff of legends?" Su Yingwe, easily ensnared in Lung Qingsha's intricate trap, blushed, lost in a reverie of infatuation. As for the next chapter, it unfolds with the mysterious figure sending messages by carrier dove. The nobility of the realm would gather at the Luhua Terrace to appreciate the beauty of the full moon, while the more esteemed royals would ascend the Zhaixing Tower, the most luxurious venue in the Eastern Mo kingdom, reserved for those of unparalleled status. It was said to be the finest vantage point in the world, where one might even glimpse ethereal beings descending from the heavens. Following her carefully concealed plan, Lung Qingsha accompanied Su Yingwe to the Luhua Terrace. The moonlight was brilliant, yet amidst the throngs, none were truly there to admire it. Each harbored their own ulterior motives, a tragic irony of the evening. "Let us hurry up, sister. We must find a suitable spot before it becomes too crowded," Su Yingwe urged, fully aware that at the hour of high, when the night was at its coldest and the moon at its fullest, Lung Qingsha's cold poison would take effect, granting her the opportunity to mar her beauty. Previously, she had sought to tarnish Lung Qingsha's reputation, to render her a woman of ill repute, but her plans had faltered, almost leading to her own humiliation at the hands of foolish ruffians. This time, she was determined to seize the opportunity firmly. She had learned from Lung Qingrong that Lung Qingsha currently possessed no fire spirit mushroom at all. Thus, when the cold poison flared up, she had no choice but to endure it alone. The cold poison was exceedingly potent, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. That if the cold poison were to strike, Lung Qingsha would undoubtedly faint in excruciating agony. at which point she could dispose of her at will. Su Yingyue had meticulously devised her flawless plan, a malicious smile playing faintly upon her lips. She believed her intentions were well concealed, unaware that Leng Qingxia had already discerned her thoughts with crystal clarity. At that moment, Leng Qingxia too had formulated her own plan, merely needing to bait the fish to take the hook. Similarly, Leng Qingxia affectionately pulled Su Yingyue along, playing her part in the act. Yingyue, let us come this way. This spot is the closest to the moon, so close that it seems one could reach out and touch it. It is truly beautiful. Indeed, it is stunning. Su Yingyue had already taken the bait. Now it was time for the larger fish to bite. Meanwhile, in another location, the Zhaixing Tower was equally bustling. At the highest point, a noble seat was occupied by the perpetually aloof Xian Yuanyi. As he savored the exquisite jade nectar, his deep-set eyes were fixated upon the radiant moonlight. Lost in his own reverie, Xian Yuanyi despised being disturbed by anyone. At this moment, he was alone. Indulging in his drink, dressed in a dark silk robe, his ink-black hair was gently tousled by the cool breeze, adding an air of devilish charm to his demeanor. Xian Yuanyi closed his captivating black eyes. His wine cup teetering precariously in his grasp, as if it might slip at any moment. Your Highness, at this tranquil moment, accompanied only by the cold wind, the entrance of another person shattered the stillness. Xian Yuanyi opened his eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure. His subordinate, adept in reading his mood, immediately knelt and reported, Your Highness, a mysterious person has sent a message via carrier pigeon, inviting you to gather at Luhua Terrace. Luhua Terrace? Xian Yuanyi furrowed his brow slightly. Who dared to extend an invitation to him? This individual must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they have succeeded in sending a message via carrier pigeon? Not just any pigeon could be intercepted by his subordinates. It required a special type of pigeon and a secret code. Given the mystery surrounding this person, he felt compelled to meet them. To Luhua Terrace, then, Xian Yuanyi coldly issued the command, and his subordinates hurriedly prepared to accompany their master to Luhua Terrace. Leng Qingxia sensed that the time was ripe. The larger fish should now be hooked. However, there was something even more significant she needed to address. Su Yingyue, puzzled, inquired, Sister, what is it that makes you so anxious? Simply instruct a servant to fetch it. Why must you go yourself? As she turned, her figure gradually receded from Su Yingyue's sight. Su Yingyue kindly watched Leng Qingxia depart, but once she was out of view, her true nature emerged, revealing dissatisfaction and malice. She wished nothing more than to devour her flesh and drink her blood. Would that not eliminate her opportunity? Just as Su Yingyue was consumed by anxiety, she was suddenly captivated by a figure that appeared at Luhua Terrace. Despite the presence of numerous nobles, it was the figure nearby that firmly ensnared her gaze. Su Yingyue found herself drawn closer, yearning to behold the extraordinary beauty of the man before her. His eyes resembled flowing spring water, warm and gentle like a spring breeze, his nose straight and noble, akin to the distant green mountains, yet, his cascading ink-black hair gave him an air of wildness. Su Yingyue could not help but inwardly exclaim at the existence of such a stunning man. She suddenly recalled what Leng Qingxia had mentioned a few days prior, that the current regent prince also possessed heavenly beauty. She wondered how he compared to the man before her, whether he was superior or merely equal. As she spoke, her expression betrayed her feminine shyness. After her words, she cast her gaze down demurely. Though her heart raced with excitement, she fervently wished for this ethereal man to become acquainted with her. Xian Yuanyi had come to this place solely to meet the mysterious person who had sent him the carrier pigeon, and at this moment, he pondered whether this woman before him was indeed the one who had reached out. Your Highness. Ma Chan recognized Su Yingyue the moment he laid eyes on her. She was the very woman he had encountered a few days prior. Chapter 15. He is heartless toward all women. Ma Chan relayed Su Yingyue's basic information to Xian Yuanyi, confirming that she was not the one who had sent the message, thus promptly losing interest, just as he was about to depart. Su Yingyue clearly heard Ma Chan address Xian Yuanyi as Your Highness. She hastily intercepted Xian Yuanyi's path, immediately bowing and expressing, I, Su Yingyue, thank the Regent Prince for his timely assistance the other day. I have no means to repay this kindness, but I shall forever remember it, and should the opportunity arise, I am willing to serve you. Your Highness. Su Yingyue's words not only cleverly revealed her name but also subtly conveyed her willingness to do anything for him. Even to offer herself. A beautiful, exquisite smile graced her lips. Ma Chan, puzzled, inquired, How do you know our master is the Regent Prince? Su Yingyue quickly explained, I just overheard someone address him as Your Highness. Ma Chan interrupted, stating clearly, the current emperor has 3 sons, all of whom are referred to as Your Highness. How can you so confidently assert that our master is the Regent Prince? It is said that the Regent Prince possesses unparalleled beauty. Resembling a celestial being, and his demeanor is distinctly different from others. From this, I deduce that the man before me must indeed be the regent prince. Our master is second to none, commanding the loyalty of all soldiers in the realm. Why would he require the service of a mere commoner like you? Ma-chan, aware that his master had no interest in dealing with such individuals, sought to extricate him from the conversation. Your Highness, Su Ingyue was about to say something further when a sudden voice called out from nearby, Brother Yin, what brings you here? Xian Yuanyi expressed mild surprise upon seeing Yin Lianin's unexpected arrival. He also contemplated that the person who had sent the carrier pigeon to him must have had a specific purpose in luring him here. Brother Yi, I must ask you, with such a splendid viewing platform as Zhaixing Tower, why have you come to Luhua Terrace? It cannot possibly compare. As Yin Lianin spoke, her gaze fell upon Su Ingyue beside Xian Yuanyi, instantly igniting a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Was it possible that Brother Yi was not here for the scenery, but rather for this woman? The words of Princess Yin dripped with jealousy, her displeasure clearly etched upon her face. Su Ingyue quickly knelt, saying, Princess, you misunderstand. I merely encountered the prince by chance. It is not as you think. I beg you to forgive me that I am the entire Dongma kingdom, who did not know that Princess Yin was known for her cold and proud demeanor, never warming to anyone, except for Xian Yuanyi, who could make her set aside her pride and act coy. Everyone else was required to treat her with the utmost respect, none daring to defy her wishes. After all, she was the most beloved little princess of the current emperor, and offending her was unthinkable. Yin Lianin cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling Su Ingyue. Who are you? I am the daughter of Su Lingho, Su Ingyue replied without a hint of hesitation. Yin Lianin took note of the name, the daughter of a mere minor official. How could she be worthy of encountering her brother Yi? Observing her delicate and charming appearance, had she not arrived in time, she might have succeeded. However, given brother Ye's temperament, such a woman would likely not capture his attention. I shall not disturb the regent prince and princess Yin any longer. I take my leave. Su Ingyue, realizing the situation, chose to leave gracefully, hoping to avoid further angering the princess. As she turned to depart, however, her garment unexpectedly slipped, exposing a large expanse of skin on her shoulder. Su Ingyue clutched at her falling sleeve, frantically pleading, Princess, Your Highness, I did not mean to. It was an unintentional mistake. I implore you both to show mercy. To behave so indecorously in public, was this the kind of daughter Su Lingho had raised? It was truly astonishing. Yin Lianin could no longer contain her fury, which erupted all at once. Someone, take the daughter of Su Lingho away, and deliver her to Su Lingho for proper discipline, while he serves the court. He must also teach his daughter well, so that she may never again engage in such disgraceful conduct in public. As you command. Yin Lianin's personal guards seized Su Ingyue and dragged her away. Despite her desperate pleas of Princess, Your Highness, it was truly an unintentional mistake. She was left with no choice but to be taken away in utter humiliation. Throughout this scene, Xian Yuanyi maintained a cold expression, seemingly detached from the situation, showing no interest in becoming involved. Yin Lianin stole a glance at the silent Xian Yuanyi and cautiously inquired, Brother Yi, will you blame me for how I handled your guest? Xian Yuanyi stood under the gentle breeze and the light clouds, revealing a sense of calm. Yin Lianyi, being a princess, could dispose of anyone at her whim. How could I possibly lay blame? Did you take offense, Yi Gu? A hint of grievance surfaced on Yin Lianyi's face. After a long period of contemplation, Xian Yuanyi suddenly recalled something significant and instructed, Lianyi, I have matters to attend to. Let the attendants accompany you for a while. Yi Gu. Before Yin Lianyi could finish her words, Xian Yuanyi had already departed, leaving her no chance to plead or speak further. She watched his figure grow distant until it vanished completely. Dejected, she lowered her head, her eyes filled with bitterness. Do you not know that Lianyi only wishes to share the luminous moonlight with you? In Xian Yuanyi's heart, everything held greater importance than her. Yet in her heart, nothing mattered more than her Yi Gu. Loneliness enveloped her heart, leaving no room for pain. Yin Lianyi lifted her gaze towards the moon hanging high in the night sky. Chapter 16. Do you think this prince would save you? Regrettably, you have missed the most beautiful moonlight of the night, she mused, casting her gaze up at the moon, a flicker of desolation flashing in her eyes. This life had long been one of change and loss. Leng Qingxia smiled bitterly. Her life was fraught with schemes, undoubtedly the most exhausting and painful existence. Though once trapped and harmed, her heart had been joyous and beautiful. Now, with everything under her control, her heart was far from the blissful innocence it once possessed. Her meticulously devised plans bore no flaws. She had cunningly manipulated Princess Lianyi and Xian Yuanyi, and no one could have anticipated that the mysterious figure behind the homing pigeon was her. Despite leading everyone in circles, none knew she was the mastermind. Her thoughts were intricate, having single-handedly designed the traps and schemes from beginning to end. After enduring betrayal and deception in her past life, she vowed never to trust anyone easily again in this life. Ling Qingxia's heart raced. She was uncertain of the identity or motives of this person. Could it be that she had encountered some nefarious villain? Squinting her eyes slightly, she calmly questioned, "Who are you?" The shadow approached her step by step. Though the moon was high, she still could not discern his appearance. Only vaguely noting his tall, robust, and imposing figure, Ling Qingxia began to retreat slowly, resolutely refusing to allow such a terrifying individual to near her. As the shadow drew closer, a sense of foreboding washed over her, and she turned to flee, but it was too late. The shadow possessed remarkable agility, leaping effortlessly to stand before her. "What do you intend to do?" Knowing she could not escape, she decided to fight fiercely. Ling Qingxia struck first, and initially, their strength seemed equal, but soon she discerned that he was merely toying with her from the very beginning. His martial skills far surpassed hers. She was no match for him. He could have subdued her in mere moments, yet he chose to prolong the encounter. Eventually, appearing fatigued with the game, he seized her neck, forcing her against a tree, and spoke clearly, "I didn't expect the fourth miss of the Shu Kingdom to be not only gifted but also possess such skills. Truly befitting of one from a military family. What a pity that such a clever mind is misapplied." At the sound of his voice, her blood ran cold. She recognized him instantly now with the faint moonlight. She could finally see his features, exquisite and otherworldly, paired with a voice that exuded arrogance and authority. It was undoubtedly the ruthless and domineering Regent King. He had come to discern that she was the architect of the night's events. Ling Qingxia, foreseeing her impending fate, responded with indifference, "Your Highness flatters me, and no matter how gifted I may be, in your presence, I am but a mere amateur, clumsy at best." The rumors claimed that the fourth miss of the Shu Kingdom was timid and reserved, too afraid to utter a word in front of strangers. Yet, to this prince, those tales seemed utterly unfounded. Xian Yuanyi tightened his grip, applying more force, declaring, "From this night forth, the fourth miss of the Shu Kingdom shall cease to exist." Ling Qingxia grasped Xian Yuanyi's arm, pleading, "Your Highness, are you going to kill me?" He leaned in closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You are the first to dare to manipulate me, the first to cross my bottom line. Tell me, should I spare you?" Ling Qingxia met his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this man was, as the rumors suggested, eccentric, unpredictable, and merciless. Those he wished to eliminate never escaped unscathed. Unperturbed, she slowly responded, "Your Highness, wishing to kill me is as simple as crushing an ant." Xian Yuanyi let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip further. "So are you willingly walking to your demise?" "Your Highness, I certainly." Just as Ling Qingxia contemplated how to extricate herself from his grasp, her body began to tremor violently. She suddenly remembered it was already the hour of high, and the cold poison within her was about to erupt. What to do? Why did Xian Yuanyi have to appear at this moment? She was doomed. The cold poison surged, and she could no longer contain it. A chilling sensation spread from head to toe, rendering her helpless, her body shaking uncontrollably as she began to lose her sanity. "Help me, please!" In her agony, Ling Qingxia lunged at Xian Yuanyi, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, refusing to let him push her away. His warmth was precisely what she desperately needed. Cold as so cold. She clung to him for dear life. "Let go, you insolent girl." Never before had a woman dared to cling to him so audaciously. The moment he showed displeasure, others quaked in fear. Yet this woman showed no regard for her life, wrapping herself around him so tightly. Do you think that by engaging in such despicable behavior, I would let you off the hook? You are delusional. Xian Yuanyi attempted to pry her hands away, only to discover her skin was frigid to the touch. Frowning, he suddenly recalled the widely known fact about the fourth miss of the Shu Kingdom. She was a pure body, suffering from cold poison every 3 months. Was she experiencing an outbreak of cold poison at this very moment? "Cold at so cold, save me." Ling Qingxia's expression was one of pain, desperately wanting to cling to Xian Yuanyi. He scrutinized her closely, noticing her brows were on the verge of freezing. If left unattended, she would not survive until dawn. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Do you think this prince would save you? Dying from cold poison would merely spare me some troublesome affairs." Chapter 17. A night of trials. The following day, Ling Qingxia's consciousness slowly returned. She opened her eyes to a sky of azure. The light soft yet slightly blinding, prompting her to instinctively shield her gaze. Gradually rising from the ground, she realized she lay amidst a sea of flowers. These flowers, known as Zhaoyang flowers, surrounded her in their center. She vaguely recalled the events of the previous night. The heartless regent king had sought her life. She had expected to succumb to the cold poison and be unable to escape Xian Yuanyi. Yet unexpectedly, he had not killed her. Confused, she pondered why, after provoking him, he let her go so easily. Could it be that he intended to eliminate her in another manner? As she navigated through the floral expanse, unbeknownst to her, someone in a hidden place was observing her every move until her figure completely vanished. The wet nurse had long calculated the days, waiting anxiously at the door the previous night, hoping that the fourth miss would return promptly, but she had not returned all night. Mississippi little Qian has been crying inconsolably. Silly girl, I am fine. Lung Qingxia reached out to gently stroke little Qian's face. Suddenly recalling something important, she hurriedly said, Wet nurse, please guard the door and allow no one to enter, understood? Yes, I shall keep watch. The wet nurse did not question further, trusting that the fourth miss had her reasons. Once outside to guard the entrance, Lung Qingxia quickly retrieved the fire spirit herb she had stealthily swapped from Lung Qingrong. Mississippi upon seeing that the fire spirit herb was unharmed, little Qian was filled with excitement and surprise. Quickly crush it. We must be swift and ensure no one discovers it. Understood. Little Qian hurriedly followed her instructions meticulously. After a flurry of activity, Lung Qingxia finally consumed the fire spirit herb. Feeling a slight alleviation from the residual cold poison in her body, Little Qian, I am tired. Let me rest for a while. After instructing, Little Qian immediately helped her lie down, after consuming the fiery erasure. She often felt fatigued, requiring ample time to rest. Lung Qingxia closed her eyes, while Xiao Qian hurriedly arranged the bedding for her mistress, standing guard beside her. It was unclear how long she had slept when a cacophony of noise jolted Lung Qingxia from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes and descending from her couch, she discovered that her aunt, Chu Yingyan, accompanied by Lung Qingrong and a large entourage of servants, had intruded upon her bamboo grove. How dare a mere servant impede my path? Chu Yingyan reprimanded with brazen arrogance, immediately ordering someone take this wretched slave away and give her 50 lashes. The wet nurse knelt on the ground, desperately attempting to block Chu Yingyan's path. Madam, if you wish to kill this old servant, I have no complaints, but the fourth miss suffered from cold poison all night and has just fallen asleep. I implore you, grant her a reprieve. She understood that this display from Chu Yingyan was merely a pretext to create trouble, and the fourth miss would not be spared easily. If you seek death, I shall grant it, Chu Yingyan venomously declared, proceeding to issue further commands. Aunt, Lung Qingxia emerged from within, appearing remarkably composed. Xiar is unaware of any wrongdoing that might warrant such an uproar from you. Lung Qingrong wasted no time in retorting. Lung Qingxia, you were absent all night. Have you followed in the footsteps of that disgraceful mother of yours and engaged in lewd acts with others? Unfazed and calm, Lung Qingxia countered. Sister, you should be mindful of your words. Regardless of my mother's shortcomings, she is still your elder, your father's legitimate wife, and thus your rightful matron. Such disrespectful speech would likely provoke admonishment from grandmother for your lack of propriety. You. Lung Qingrong increasingly felt that this once clumsy girl had transformed into someone formidable, her words sharp and incisive, leaving no room for retort. Throughout, Lung Qingxia articulated her thoughts with clarity, rendering her adversaries speechless. It seems Aunt and Ronger are merely concerned about Xiara's absence last night, wondering if anything untoward occurred. Alas, I tend to speak too bluntly. Please do not take offense. Xiar Chu Yingyan, recognizing her inability to retaliate, quickly shifted her tone. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am quite well, and I ask that you and sister do not fret. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yingyan and Lung Qingrong's expressions fluctuated between green and white, each filled with frustration as they departed. Once they had left, Lung Qingxia hurried to check on the wet nurse. Nai, are you unharmed? I am fine. Has the fourth miss finally rested? I am well. Nai. Xiao Qian, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Lung Qingxia had long since resolved that in this life, she would not permit anyone to injure those she cherished. Naturally, she would not let her enemies escape unscathed. Her first target was Su Yingyue, while Chu Yingyan and Lung Qingrong would receive their due comeuppance in a year. Their petty jealousy was no match for her, and she refused to regard them as worthy opponents. At present, her focus lay on Su Yingyue, the betrayals, deceptions, and murders of her past life. Chapter 18. Someone behind Su Yingyue. Now that the deadline had passed, Lung Qingxia pondered it was time to pay a visit to her dear sister. Xiao Qian, prepare a carriage, we shall visit the Su residence. Yes, 4th Mississippi. Xiao Qian promptly complied, setting off to arrange the carriage. Just as Lung Qingxia was about to depart, she was intercepted by Chua. Lung Qingxia, have you lost track of how many days it has been? Do you forget that you are a slave in the Shuang residence? How many days have you neglected your duties? Since her rebirth. A series of events had unfolded, leaving her little time to reflect. To her surprise, Choyue had suddenly emerged to provoke her, clearly eager to confront her in her past life. Choyue had taken advantage of her status as a servant by grandmother's side to humiliate her during her time of disgrace. Now with Choyue approaching her, it was time for Lung Qingsha to teach her a lesson. A smile crept across Lung Qingsha's lips as she greeted her politely. Aunt Choyue, I pay my respects to you. This Lung Qingsha, who once cowered before her like a frightened mouse, now greeted her with such courtesy. Choyue sensed something amiss. This girl must be up to something. Spare me your flattery, little wretch. Get to work immediately. You have neglected the chamber pot for far too long. Aunt Choyue, I address you thus out of respect for grandmother. As you have long served her, I shall overlook your past transgressions, for I was but a child then. Do you think you can still boss me around now? Lung Qingsha's eyes conveyed a calm yet undeniable pride. You. Choyue was utterly taken aback by Lung Qingsha's newfound eloquence, stammering for a response. Suddenly, she recalled a retort and exclaimed, Lung Qingsha, have you forgotten that your mother is a criminal of the Shuwang residence? You are no longer the esteemed fourth miss, revered and pampered by all. Lung Qingsha stepped closer to Choyue, her lips curling into a smirk. Aunt Choyue speaks wisely. I am indeed no longer the fourth miss held in high regard. Yet my father has never allowed me to be reduced to a mere slave. Fourth miss. Upon hearing this, Choyue's legs weakened, and she fell to the ground, scrambling to Lung Qingsha's feet, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Fourth miss, I was wrong. Please let me go. A chilling laugh escaped Lung Qingsha's lips. Aunt Choyue. What is the purpose of this? As Choyue continued to strike her own face and plead for mercy, she cried, Fourth miss, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Do not forget, Aunt Choyue, that the suffering you endure now is but a fraction of what I once experienced at your hands. The humiliations Choyue had inflicted upon her were far from trivial. As Lung Qingsha closed her eyes, she turned to leave, but Choyue clung to her legs, crying, Fourth miss, please grant me a reprieve. I offer you a reprieve. Who has ever granted me one? With swift precision, Lung Qingsha seized Choyue's head and forcefully slammed it against the wall, before deftly disposing of her body into the well. Afterward, Lung Qingsha calmly made her way to the entrance, where Xiao Qian had prepared the carriage. Fourth miss, allow me to assist you with Xiao Qian's aid. Lung Qingsha mounted the carriage, which soon rolled away into the distance. Unbeknownst to her, another individual within the Shuwang residence had begun to take note of her actions. That individual was none other than Chu Yinyan's eldest son, Lung Fengxian, who harbored suspicions that Lung Qingsha's newfound audacity was supported by a formidable ally. Send someone to keep a close watch on Lung Qingsha. Her every move is of utmost importance. Understood. Lung Fengxian, a trusted aide to the crown prince, was deeply invested in the struggle for succession. He now feared that Lung Qingsha had allied herself with another prince. After issuing his orders, a meaningful glint flickered in his eyes within the carriage. Lung Qingsha closed her eyes to rest. Unwittingly arriving at the Su residence with Xiao Qian's assistance, she disembarked, and the steward of the Su residence promptly emerged to greet her. The fourth miss of the Shuwang residence has arrived. Departing? Lung Qingsha mused, puzzled that Su Yingyue had just been confined yet had already left to meet someone important. Who could it be? Perhaps Yining Qi? No. At this time she had not yet made his acquaintance, let alone Su Yingyue. Clearly, Su Yingyue was meeting someone else. Do you know where Yingyue has gone? I do. Lung Qingsha nodded slightly, then departed with Xiao Qian. As she settled back into the carriage, she pondered the identity of Su Yingyue's visitor. A strong intuition told her that this individual was not to be underestimated, and was likely connected to events from her past life, of which she remained unaware. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instructed Xiao Qian, let us check the nearby tea house and secluded pavilions. Chapter 19. You are no match for me. Separated from Xiao Qian in search of her. Lung Qingsha's luck proved fortuitous as she unexpectedly encountered Su Yingyue's silhouette within a cool pavilion, prompting her to stealthily approach. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Su Yingyue was not alone. A man accompanied her. Adorned in an opulent brocade robe with a golden crown and jade belt, the garment was intricately edged in gold, with delicate stitching showcasing a vivid dragon motif that appeared almost lifelike. The man possessed an extraordinary countenance, and Lung Qingsha instantly recognized him as the current crown prince of Dongma Kingdom, Enlanglia. The revelation that Su Yingyue was clandestinely meeting the crown prince was something she had been utterly unaware of in her previous life. This unexpected encounter left her astounded. When had Su Yingyue forged such a connection with Enlanglia? The thought was utterly bewildering. Furrowing her brow, she yearned to draw nearer and eavesdrop on their conversation. Beneath the cool pavilion, a gentle breeze wafted through, causing Su Yingyue's 3,000 strands of hair to sway lightly, with a few playful wisps dancing in the wind, accentuating her enchanting visage. Her crimson lips curved slightly, exuding an air of vulnerability as she addressed him. Your Highness, did you hasten to see me today out of a burgeoning affection for Yingyue? Yinlunglia's expression was icy as he questioned her. I have heard that a few days prior, you intentionally let your garments fall to entice Xinyuan Yi, and subsequently endured a lesson from Enard. Is this true? Your Highness, Su Yingyue replied, her voice filled with sincerity. In my heart there exists only you. How could I ever seek to entice another? Moreover, in a bustling place like Luohua Terrace, even in my clumsiness, I would never commit such a foolish act, especially in the presence of Princess Yin, who is known throughout Dongma for her unwavering devotion to the regent. She would never permit any other woman to harbor feelings for him. As she spoke, a hint of grievance colored her expression. After all, Princess Yin was the most esteemed princess of Dongma, while she was merely the daughter of a minor official, Su Lingho. How could she dare to contend with the princess? Yinlunglia grasped Su Yingyue's hand tightly. His gaze filled with deep affection as he professed, I have long told you, as long as you serve me diligently, when I ascend to the throne, I shall grant you a life of opulence. Su Yingyue gazed at him with adoration, replying, I desire no riches, only your eternal love. That I in my heart, there has always been a place for you, he declared, enveloping her in his embrace. Since that fateful year when she surrendered her body to him, her heart had irrevocably belonged to him. This exchange revealed to Lung Qingxia a startling truth. Su Yingyue had long since given her innocence to Yinlunglia. Why, in her previous life, had she found herself entwined with Yiningqi? What had transpired between them? In her past existence, her ignorance had led to her untimely demise, oblivious to the machinations surrounding her, only aware of how Su Yingyue had harmed her family, yet unaware of how she had become entangled with Yiningqi. Perhaps in this life she could finally uncover the truth behind it all. Suddenly, she recalled Yiningqi, pondering whether he, in his cleverness, was aware that he had picked up a discarded shoe. Yinlunglia, recalling something of great importance, urged Yingyue, you must swiftly eliminate that Lung Qingxia. With her presence, our plans are unlikely to proceed smoothly. Su Yingyue lamented, feeling disheartened. She had intended to mar Lung Qingxia's beauty during a moment of weakness, hoping to bring her to shame, rendering her unable to continue living, but unforeseen complications had thwarted her plans. Lung Qingxia narrowed her eyes, realizing that the crown prince was indeed intent on her demise. What was it about her that warranted such urgency for her life? Reflecting on her past, she realized that the plot to ruin her appearance had not only been orchestrated by Su Yingyue but likely aided by Yinlunglia, for it was implausible that she could have executed such a scheme alone. Clenching her fists, she recognized that today had yielded an unexpected revelation, unveiling another enemy in her midst. Fourth miss, I have brewed a pot of fresh tea for you. Please do have a taste, Xiao Qian said, noticing her mistress's somber demeanor. Lung Qingxia took a sip, savoring the sweet flavor. How did you brew it, Xiao Qian? It is made with morning dew. To fourth miss enjoys it. I shall brew it for you often, Xiao Qian replied, beaming with delight at her mistress's approval. Good. Lung Qingxia smiled indulgently. Nanny reports that Miss Su has arrived. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lung Qingxia's eyes before she masked it completely. Let her in, dear sister. Yingyue visited the East Market, and I heard from the steward that you came to the Su residence today, making a fruitless trip. I feel quite guilty and have come to apologize. Su Yingyue expressed. Lung Qingxia furrowed her brow slightly. What nonsense is this, sister? After our parting at Luohua Terrace you were confined, and I merely wished to check on you out of concern. You must have heard of the incident at Luohua Terrace. Yes. Su Yingyue mused, recalling the incident where her garments had inexplicably fallen, stirring confusion within her. How could it have happened? Was she the victim of someone's malicious scheme? But who would do such a thing? Su Yingyue pondered briefly, seemingly coming to a realization as her gaze towards Lung Qingxia held a fleeting moment of suspicion. Though it vanished almost instantly, Lung Qingxia perceived it all too clearly. I naturally trust my sister, she said, taking Su Yingyue's hand warmly. Suddenly, Su Yingyue spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Sister, do you believe that a person can transform completely overnight? What are you saying, sister? To change entirely overnight? That is simply unheard of. Lung Qingxia replied, her expression one of confusion. Sister, please, no need for that. Su Yingyue declined the offered gesture. You have only just suffered from your cold poison. You should rest well. Then do take care, sister. I shall not see you out, Lung Qingxia responded as she watched Su Yingyue depart. Once outside the gates of the Shu Wangfu, Su Yingyue's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with malice. Ling Qingxia, you have indeed changed. You are no longer the foolish girl I once knew. No longer will you be so easily manipulated that I almost fell into your trap. Yet, despite her newfound cleverness, what did it matter? She remained no match for me. With a steely gaze, Su Yingyue's face contorted into a sneer. Chapter 20. The royal hunt approaches. After Su Yingyue's departure, a wicked smile crept upon Ling Qingxia's lips. She understood that Su Yingyue was an exceptionally astute woman. If not for her past experiences, she would never have been able to contend with Su Yingyue's cunning nature. From Su Yingyue's recent demeanor and her sarcastic remarks, Ling Qingxia surmised that she had indeed aroused suspicion. But so what? Your adversaries are not as foolish as you believe, making your rivalry all the more thrilling, is it not? If she were to eliminate Su Yingyue so easily, it would be too lenient. She intended to let Su Yingyue believe she had secured everything she desired, only to shatter it all in an instant. She wanted her to experience the agony of watching everything she held dear crumble before her eyes. 2 days later, Xiao Qian reported, "Fourth miss, the eldest young master has sent someone over, wishing to speak with you." The eldest young master? Ling Qingxia's brow furrowed in confusion. She had never been particularly close with Lung Fengxian. Their interactions had been minimal. Why would he suddenly wish to meet with her? Had she inadvertently become entangled in his affairs? From what she recalled, she had never had any significant interactions with her elder brother. He had always been preoccupied with court affairs, serving as the Wuling Jun, following their father into battle, earning some prestige in the court. Very well, I understand that it seems this is neither a blessing nor a curse. It is a misfortune I cannot escape. She recognized that her brother's intentions were merely superficial. What lay beneath was yet to be revealed. Elder brother, Ling Qingxia greeted, slightly bowing upon her arrival. Fourth sister. You have come, Ling Fengxian replied with a smile, motioning for a servant to offer Ling Qingxia a seat. What is the purpose of your summons today, elder brother? She inquired as she settled into her seat. Meeting his gaze steadily, initially silent, he merely observed her, and indeed, as he had surmised, this girl had transformed remarkably. Once she had never dared to meet his eyes, stuttering in conversation. Now she faced him with calm assurance. Setting his wine cup down, Ling Fengxian furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean by that, fourth sister? We are siblings, albeit not by blood, yet I have watched you grow since childhood, despite the many changes that have transpired. In my heart, you will always be my fourth sister. Can we not sit together and converse joyfully? Fourth sister only feels that elder brother is busy with court affairs, and thus I hesitate to disturb you. She replied with a grand gesture. Ling Fengxian replied, no matter how busy the court may be, it pales in comparison to nurturing our sibling bond. After speaking, he abruptly stood and approached Ling Qingxia, remarking on how swiftly time had flown. Noting how the youngest sister had blossomed into such a graceful young woman, Ling Fengxian, in his sudden impulse, extended his hand, ready to caress the smooth and delicate visage of Ling Qingxia, elder brother. Ling Qingxia swiftly turned her face slightly, instinctively evading Ling Fengxian's touch. Would it not be a pity to waste the ethereal beauty of our fourth sister? Ling Fengxian exclaimed, as if a sudden thought had struck him. Fourth sister, today marks the royal hunting day. How about I take you out to experience the world starting from the last hour? Ling Qingxia hurriedly declined. Elder brother, I fear this may not be appropriate. I have yet to fully memorize the court etiquette, and I worry I might bring shame to the Shu Wangfu upon my arrival. Alas, fourth sister, what are you saying? You are still the legitimate fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. How could you not grasp the court's manners? Moreover, with your elder brother by your side, I will assist you in everything, Ling Fengxian replied, his words leaving Ling Qingxia with no room for refusal. She lowered her gaze slightly, murmuring her gratitude. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder brother. Ling Fengxian urged, fourth sister, quickly change into a set of elegant silk robes, and we shall depart. Understood, she responded, rising to leave. Behind her, Ling Fengxian lifted his wine goblet once more, taking a sip, his eyes narrowing slightly. Today, he intended to probe into whom this fourth sister truly served as a pawn during the hunting event. Most of the noble families would attend, and he planned to observe her every move, revealing everything in due time. Xiao Qian had procured garments for the young lady, and while assisting her in changing, she noticed a hint of unease on Ling Qingxia's face and cautiously inquired, Fourth miss, may I ask what the eldest young master seeks you for? Ling Qingxia said nothing, merely shaking her head gently. She herself was unsure of Ling Fengxian's true intentions. This was something that had never transpired in her previous life. She could only proceed step by step. Perhaps in her past life, she had been weak and helpless, subject to the whims of others, disregarded by all, but this life was different, resulting in a transformative effect. Regardless, she would face whatever came her way. Ling Qingxia would never concede, especially since she had no capital to lose. Xiao Qian, today, please style my hair simply without any elaborate hairpins. A single hairpin will suffice, she instructed. Ling Qingxia wished to remain inconspicuous, and thus aimed to avoid drawing attention. Yes, Miss, Xiao Qian complied, fashioning a simple hairdo. She adorned her hair with a single blue ribbon, perfectly complementing her light blue silk robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Is this color too bright? Ling Qingxia pondered, as she initially wished to keep a low profile. Yet this attire had the opposite effect, rendering her strikingly distinct. Fourth Miss, the eldest young master has been awaiting you for some time. Now Ling Qingxia realized that it was too late to change into something else, and she steeled herself to proceed in the outfit she wore. Taking a deep breath, she thought, the royal hunt may very well allow her to encounter Yiningji. Chapter 21, The Conspiracy of Yinlanglia. Elder brother, Ling Qingxia emerged from her changing room, causing Lung Fengxian to beam with delight. Oh wonder, the people of Dongma Kingdom spoke of the unparalleled beauty hidden within the Shu Wangfu. With just a hint of makeup, this fourth sister could overshadow all other women. Elder brother, the wind is strong today, and my constitution is frail. I cannot bear the cold. Might I cover my head with a light veil? Though she could not change into another outfit, she hastily draped a piece of blue gauze over her head, loosely wrapping it to conceal her face. Lung Fengxian smiled gently and replied, Fourth sister, I understand that you bear the ice poison within. Let us mount our horses. As they mounted, Lung Fengxian turned to Ling Qingxia, asking, Fourth sister, can you ride? Elder brother, do you forget? Father personally taught each of us to ride. As the daughter of a military family, how could I not ride? Very well, Ling Fengxian tightened the reins and commanded, Giddy up. Ling Qingxia urged her horse to follow suit, racing towards the royal hunting grounds. In the Shilin Garden, Ling Fengxian brought Ling Qingxia to the starting point of the hunt, where many noble families had gathered, alongside numerous princes. After dismounting, they approached to pay their respects to the princes. The eldest prince, Yinlanglia, and the second prince, Yin Muyong, were engaged in an animated discussion, their expressions exuding a sense of ease. Lung Fengxian and Ling Qingxia knelt before them in unison. They proclaimed, We, the humble subjects, pay our respects to the eldest prince and the second prince. Rise, Yinlanglia replied, casting a glance at the blue-clad girl kneeling beside Lung Fengxian, noting her face obscured by the blue veil. He inquired, Who is this? Xiara pays her respects to the eldest and second princes. Ling Qingxia gently bowed, offering a warm and graceful greeting. The second prince, Yin Jinbai, fixated his gaze upon Ling Qingxia, eager to behold her true visage. However, the veil obscured his view, leading him to express his disappointment. Ah, so this is the fourth miss of Shu Wangfu. But why is she veiled? Ah, I see. Yin Jinbai's voice conveyed a sense of regret. Lamenting that he could not glimpse the beauty of the reputed first beauty of Dongma Kingdom today, perceiving the disappointment in Yin Jinbai's expression, Ling Qingxia recognized that he was indeed, as the rumor suggested, a man of insatiable desires. Known for his countless concubines, indulging in the company of any strikingly beautiful woman, she felt no attraction towards such a man that in her previous life. His indulgence had been notable, yet he was not one to covet power. However, Yining Qi was a man of sinister intentions, eliminating any perceived threats without hesitation, regardless of their ambitions. Hence, the second prince's fate in her past life had been tragically grim. Lowering her gaze, she managed a faint, icy smile masking her true feelings. Only two princes remained here, along with Yining Qi and others. Why was he absent? This was a royal hunt, and he ought to be present. Recalling her past experiences, she realized that at this moment, Yining Qi was still feigning civility and charm, captivating countless women with his gentle demeanor. She cast a cursory glance around, searching for Yining Qi's figure. Unbeknownst to her, how would her heart react upon encountering the man she had loved deeply in her previous life? Now a source of torment in this life? Ling Qingxia smiled self-deprecatingly, shaking off her spiraling thoughts. Fourth miss, how do you find your writing skills? Once the crowd dispersed, Yinlanglia approached her, his expression warm yet tinged with an unsettling aura. His demeanor, though seemingly gentle, bore an underlying tension that felt discordant. You are too modest. Fourth Mississippi, allow me to arrange a fine steed for you today, he said with a hearty laugh before commanding, Bring forth my prized steed. The blood-sweating horse. It was once unruly, but I have tamed it. It is now gentle and obedient. Fear not, fourth miss, it will not harm you in the slightest, your highness. I fear I cannot bear such a responsibility. Ling Qingxia wished to decline, sensing that Yinlanglia harbored ulterior motives. Yinlanglia waved his hand dismissively, asserting that is not the case. Fourth miss is the legitimate daughter of the Shu Wangfu. Your father. Cold Shu Wang is a man of great merit and command. What could you possibly fear? You must mount swiftly. The hunt is about to commence. Then I am grateful, Your Highness, she conceded, unable to refuse, allowing herself to be assisted onto the horse. Indeed, as expected of the daughter of Shu Wang, you possess spirit that I admire that greatly. However, fourth miss, do exercise caution. This hunting ground is fraught with more peril than usual woodlands. Langlia's last words dripped with an unsettling undertone, instilling a sense of dread. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Leng Qingxia replied, tightening her grip on the reins as she rode away. Your Highness. Yes, Leng Fengshuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Langlia's eyes narrowed. A fierce aura radiating from him. It was no wonder. Leng Qingxia had thwarted his grand ambitions. After a while, as Leng Qingxia felt she had distanced herself from Lenglia, she decided to halt her horse, pulling on the reins with a shout, "Whoa!" Yet the steed paid her no heed. Despite her efforts to rein it in, it continued galloping forward. Stop! She cried out in panic, but her voice was drowned out by the wind. Anxiety bubbled within her as she glanced around, contemplating a leap from the horse. However, the speed was too great. Should she jump recklessly, she risked severe injury. What should she do? How could she solve this? She fought to calm herself, reminding herself to maintain composure. She must not panic. She understood this was Lenglia's scheme to end her life, but she would not let them succeed. Chapter 22. The Uninterested Regent. Just as Leng Qingxia managed to regain her composure, she noticed ahead a precipice. The horse, in a frenzied rush, was racing towards it with intent. It sought to cast her into the abyss in that moment. She could no longer remain calm. If she plummeted from such a height, survival would be impossible, turning her second chance at life into a cruel joke. No. She cannot simply die like this. Leng Qingxia, unwilling to waste even a moment, made up her mind to leap from the horse. No matter how tragic the fall might be, it was certainly preferable to plummeting off a cliff. Just as she was about to tumble, two long swords suddenly shot forth, piercing the wild horse's body and directly penetrating her own. The horse let out a roar, its front hooves rearing up, throwing Leng Qingxia off with great force. She was flung into the air, her blue veil soaring alongside her. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a tall and powerful figure swooped in, wrapping his arms around her waist and catching her in his embrace. Their eyes met, and they spiraled down gently to the ground as their feet touched. The blue veil fell softly from the sky, fortuitously draping over both of them, enveloping them in its delicate fabric. She gazed at him, her eyes reflecting an indescribable depth. It was he, Xian Yuanyi. It was he who had come to her rescue. She owed him a debt of life. No, to be precise, it should be twice. For he had spared her life when the cold poison had erupted within her. It was said that this regent was heartless and unfeeling, yet he had saved her multiple times. What was his true intention? Could it be that he coveted the power of the Shu royal family and sought to win her favor? Xian Yuanye's dark eyes locked onto her, as if he contemplated something. Furrowing his brow, yet he uttered not a single word. Leng Qingxia knelt on the ground, her legs numb, when she finally heard Xian Yuanyi declare, "Your life belongs to this king. No one but me has the right to take it." She was momentarily stunned, lifting her gaze to meet Xian Yuanye's. His words made her wonder if he knew who had harmed her today. This regent was indeed enigmatic and unpredictable. Leng Qingxia. You truly have opened this king's eyes. Xian Yuanyi had actually been present all along, merely wishing to observe how this woman would handle a runaway horse. He had not anticipated that she would remain composed in the face of death. Your Highness flatters me. I am but a girl from a military family, with a courage slightly greater than that of ordinary women. Nothing more. After a humble response, Leng Qingxia wished to rise and depart. For the longer she remained in his presence, the more her heart raced with trepidation. Being near him was far more frightening than the perilous scene she had just experienced on horseback. Although she feigned calmness, her heart was a chaotic storm. Despite her robust psychological state, upon hearing his words, she instinctively appeared bewildered. Could this man not respect the rumors? Where had his cold arrogance gone? How could he so casually offer her up? Your Highness, this is rather inappropriate. The final words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Leng Qingxia lifted her eyes, doubting her own hearing, casting a disbelieving glance at Xian Yuanyi on horseback. Yet his resolute gaze told her she had not misheard. She found herself unable to refuse. Rising from the ground, she stiffly approached Xian Yuanye's horse, where he extended his hand. Her heart raced violently, and she dared not meet his eyes. Instead, offering her hand to him with a slight exertion, he effortlessly pulled her onto the horse. She sat in front of him, as he tightened his grip on the reins. While also encircling her waist, her body trembled as if struck by lightning. Yet she dared not utter a word. The heavy scent of masculinity enveloped her entirely, despite having experienced upheaval in her past life. Her heart should no longer flutter for any man, yet Xian Yuanyi evoked an inexplicable, peculiar sensation within her as they exited the Xianglin garden. Many watchful eyes would soon be upon them. Ling Qingxia, still a defenseless sprout from the Shu royal family, had no power or influence. Riding alongside the first regent of the Eastern Mo kingdom would undoubtedly invite jealousy. She felt as if sitting on needles. Hastily saying, "Your Highness, my brother Lung Fengxian is just ahead, but I have already troubled you too much. I dare not impose further by having you escort me out of the Xianglin garden and no harm." "This king is headed that way anyway," Xian Yuanyi replied, urging the horse to continue at a leisurely pace. "Your Highness." Lung Qingxia, with her back to Xian Yuanyi, felt a sense of unease. "I am yet unmarried. It is inappropriate for men and women to have such close contact. Given our proximity, it may raise many eyebrows. Does the fourth young lady believe this king has sullied your reputation?" Who was Xian Yuanyi? Every woman in the Eastern Mo kingdom longed to be near him. This Lung Qingxia was indeed exceptional, fearing him rather than desiring him. Could it be that the most handsome man in the Eastern Mo kingdom was unworthy of her gaze? Lung Qingxia quickly denied, No, your Highness has misunderstood. I merely fear that my humble status might tarnish your reputation. The fourth young lady is too modest. How could the esteemed daughter of the Shu royal family tarnish my reputation?" This back and forth suggested that Xian Yuanyi was unwilling to let her dismount. Why else would he engage in such lengthy conversation? Lung Qingxia could no longer continue the discourse, resigned to remain on Xian Yuanyi's horse. She could only attempt to cover her face with her blue veil, hoping most would not recognize her. Unbeknownst to her, Xian Yuanyi behind her cast a glance at her little antics, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. As they exited the Xianglin garden, numerous officials and noble sons were astonished to witness the regent, known for his aloofness, riding alongside a woman, each one revealing their shock and speculation as to who this fortunate lady could be. Chapter 23. The Regnant's Teasing. Sitting on his horse, Lung Qingxia felt as if she were on pins and needles, desperate to leap off and distance herself from this man, whose aura was fraught with danger. Though he insisted on accompanying her, she could do nothing but acquiesce. "Fourth young lady, please." Once the horse-drawn carriage was prepared, Xian Yuanyi's attendant, Ma Chan, respectfully invited Lung Qingxia to board, though his manner was somewhat stiff. Seemingly still mindful of their first encounter, Lung Qingxia's heart sank. A mere knife-wielding attendant held a grudge, how much more so for his lofty master? It seemed Xian Yuanyi was indeed one to hold on to grievances. Unlikely to forget the unpleasantness of their initial meeting, just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed that aside from Ma Chan and a few guards, no one else was present by the carriage. Xian Yuanyi's figure had vanished without a trace. Lung Qingxia could not help but wonder if he had merely brought her here, leaving the rest to the guards. "Thank you." She could not dwell on her suspicions and turned to board the carriage. Just as she expected the carriage to depart, she distinctly heard the voices outside as the guards and Ma Chan bowed in unison. "We greet the king." A languid voice sent a shiver down Lung Qingxia's spine. This man had not instructed the guards to escort him away. As this realization struck her, Ma Chan lifted the carriage curtain. "My lord, please enter." Ma Chan respectfully served him, and Lung Qingxia's heart tightened painfully. Her hands instinctively clutching her skirts. Once Xian Yuanyi's tall figure entered, Lung Qingxia felt the carriage become exceedingly cramped. So much so that she could scarcely catch her breath. She felt utterly uncomfortable, nearly gasping for air. Unbeknownst to her, her face had flushed bright red, and her gaze intentionally or unintentionally avoided Xian Yuanyi's piercing stare. Once Ma Chan lowered the curtain, he mounted his horse, gripping the reins to guide them forward, ensuring his master's safety from the front. Xian Yuanyi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Fourth young lady, what troubles you? Your complexion appears rather unusual today." Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxia felt a wave of heat wash over her cheeks. "Your Highness is jesting," she replied, striving to maintain her composure. Though her heart raced uncontrollably, was her face truly so abnormal? What was this regent's intention in teasing her? Soon, they arrived at the Shu royal family's gate. To show her surprise, Xian Yuanyi suddenly reached out and grasped her hand. His unexpected action left her stunned. She could hardly believe this man treated her in such a manner. Though he did not grasp her hand directly, she could feel his heat through the fabric as if burning her skin, causing her heart to race. Lung Qingxia regarded him with a wary gaze, then heard him say, "Fourth young lady, do you fear that I might mean you harm? I am, after all, your savior. Why not invite me into your residence for a visit?" As she spoke, Xian Yuanyi suddenly smiled, his smile pure and captivating, enchanting to the extreme, and he murmured, "Choose an auspicious day." "Lung Qingxia, you are truly an intriguing woman, the most unique I have ever encountered." Lung Qingxia found herself at a loss, bewildered by Xian Yuanye's inexplicable words. She could not comprehend what this man was saying. Xian Yuanye's captivating and profound gaze was firmly fixed upon Lung Qingxia. "If you wish to express your gratitude to this prince, you must select an auspicious day. Are you suggesting that you would offer yourself in return?" Lung Qingxia felt her ears flush with heat. Hastily lowering her eyes, the prince, of high rank and formidable courage, surely deserved someone of greater merit than a mere common girl like herself. She implored him not to jest. Had she truly been teased by this man? It was a revelation that Xian Yuanyi was not merely the tyrant he was rumored to be, but also lascivious and shameless. How despicable to utter such words to an unmarried woman. Just moments ago, Xian Yuanyi had worn a cheerful countenance, but upon hearing Lung Qingxia's response, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing his displeasure. "Lung Qingxia, this prince shall remember you. Whether you are playing hard to get or employing some other scheme. You have successfully captured my attention." As Lung Qingxia listened to his words, confusion deepened within her. What could he possibly be thinking? Remember his words about choosing a propitious day to properly thank him? With that, Xian Yuanyi dismissed her from his carriage. After watching his vehicle disappear into the distance, she turned and entered the Shu Wang mansion. "You are my brother. We are bound by blood. That Lung Qingxia is merely a wild seed, unworthy of being our Shu Wang mansion's legitimate fourth miss." Lung Fengxian maintained an air of indifference amidst Lung Qingrong's outbursts. Seemingly unfazed by her cries, offering no comfort, rebuttal, or explanation. "Elder brother." Lung Qingrong, on the verge of tears, could not comprehend why everyone treated Lung Qingxia with such warmth. It was simply unfair, so very unfair. Chapter 24. Do you desire her? Elder brother. Lung Qingxia slightly bowed her head in greeting to Lung Fengxian, and a flicker of brilliance danced in her eyes as Lung Fengxian hurried over. Perhaps this was the matter he most wished to inquire about. Yes, she did not deny it but confirmed outright. "Enough, elder brother," Lung Qingrong protested, unwilling to relent. "Leave." Lung Fengxian seemed to have lost his temper. Silencing Lung Qingrong, who, terrified, dared not utter another word. She had always feared her elder brother, and frustration. She stamped her foot and turned to leave, leaving only Lung Qingxia and Lung Fengxian in silence. He then spoke again. "Fourth sister, Ronger is simply too willful. Her heart is not malicious, just foolishly talkative. Do not hold it against her. Elder brother, I understand my sister." Lung Qingxia feigned great magnanimity. "Fourth sister is the most obedient and sensible." Lung Fengxian chuckled lightly, stepping closer to her. "Oh, did the second prince's horse startle you, Xiar? Did you sustain any injuries?" Feigning surprise, Lung Fengxian scrutinized her anxiously, concerned that she might have been harmed. "Elder brother, Xiar is quite well, thanks to the prince's timely intervention." Lung Qingxia shook her head, reporting truthfully, "That is good. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude to the prince for saving my fourth sister." Lung Fengxian displayed a humble and courteous smile. "Thank you, elder brother." After a slight bow, Lung Qingxia turned to leave. The moment she did, Lung Fengxian's gaze transformed, shifting from warmth to cold scrutiny. He rubbed his finger against his nose, seemingly pondering something sinister. Xiao Qian mused, "Miss has spent the day out. She must be feeling quite pleased." Lung Qingxia lifted her eyes to glance at Xiao Qian with a bitter expression. Silently conveying her unspoken troubles, "Xiao Qian, I am weary and wish to rest." She felt utterly fatigued. Her days were consumed by scheming, and she was exhausted. Xiao Qian hurried to remove the hairpin from Lung Qingxia's hair, saying, "Miss, allow me to assist you in bathing. You will feel much better after a soak." "Very well." Lung Qingxia gently rubbed her temples, feeling utterly drained. Once Xiao Qian released her flowing tresses, she and the wet nurse hastily prepared warm water for the fourth Mississippi. After the warm water was ready, they assisted her in disrobing, and she stepped into the tub. Immersed in the soothing warmth, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. "Xiao Qian, wet nurse, you needn't attend to me any longer. Let me soak alone for a while." "Understood." Both Xiao Qian and the wet nurse exited. Leaving Lung Qingxia alone in the bath, she closed her eyes, fully surrendering to the comforting water, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow lurked outside, stealthily climbing to the window, lustfully observing her, including the bathing Lung Qingxia. Salivating at the sight, he beheld her skin, as flawless and pure as white jade, reminiscent of pristine jadeite. Utterly enchanting, he yearned to burst through the door and claim this little beauty for himself. At that moment, unable to contain his impulses, He accidentally brushed against the door, causing the perceptive Lung Qingxia to hear the sound. Quickly, she grabbed her garments to cover herself, simultaneously seizing a colored ball from her belongings and hurling it fiercely at the shadow outside. He fled in panic. In haste, Lung Qingxia donned her clothes and shouted, "There is an assassin! Quickly, seize the assassin!" In an instant, all the attendants of the Shu Wang mansion unsheathed their blades in pursuit of the assailant, who had vanished into thin air upon reaching Lung Fengxian's courtyard. "Young master, what happened? An assassin fled from the Bamboo Grove courtyard to your vicinity. There's no one here. Search elsewhere and capture the assassin." Lung Fengxian coldly issued the command without even opening the door. Understood. After the guards left, he turned and delivered a fierce kick to Lin Biao's chest, sending him sprawling and coughing up blood. "Young master." Lin Biao clutched his chest, utterly disheveled with gritted teeth. Lung Fengxian demanded, "I instructed you to monitor Lung Qingxia. What were you doing?" Lin Biao felt deeply wronged. "Young master, I was indeed keeping watch, but when I arrived she was bathing and did you momentarily lose your senses?" Lung Fengxian retorted, poised to deliver another kick when he suddenly recalled something, breaking into a significant smile. My fourth sister has indeed grown enchanting. Do you desire her?" Lin Biao stood dumbfounded at his master's words. Though he harbored such thoughts, he lacked the courage to act upon them. Chapter 25. The unusual Lung Fengxian. After experiencing such an event, Lung Qingxia's fatigue dissipated, leaving her without the inclination to rest. "Miss, are you all right? The assassin did not harm you, did he?" Upon learning of the intruder, Xiao Qian rushed over, anxious to check on her. "I am fine." Having dressed, Lung Qingxia instructed Xiao Qian to pour her a cup of tea, which she sipped thoughtfully. She suspected that this incident could not be so simple. Someone must have orchestrated it, as an assassin would not simply appear without cause. "By the way, Xiao Qian, where did the assassin flee? Was he captured?" Xiao Qian shook her head, her expression despondent. "It is said that the guards pursued him to the young master's door, yet he vanished without a trace." Upon hearing this, a strange glint flickered in Lung Qingxia's eyes. Could it be that Lung Fengxian was behind this? What could his intentions be? She had yet to decipher the truth. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Xiao Qian realized she might have misspoken and hastily added, "Miss, please do not misunderstand. The young master ordered the guards to find the assassin at all costs. I simply failed to report clearly. Do not worry. He is my elder brother. How could I suspect him?" Yet deep within her heart, a seed of doubt had been planted. Now that it had taken root, she was determined to seek the truth. "That I in this life, regardless of who it was," she demanded absolute trust. She would only believe in herself. "Fourth miss?" Suddenly, the wet nurse's voice called from outside. Lung Qingxia exchanged a glance with Xiao Qian, signaling her to see what the wet nurse wanted. "Yes." Xiao Qian opened the door and returned shortly. "Reporting, miss, it is the young master who has come to inquire about your safety." A flicker of concern crossed Lung Qingxia's eyes as she furrowed her brow. What was he doing here at this hour? "Let my elder brother in." She tidied her garments slightly before instructing. Soon after, Lung Fengxian entered, dressed in a robe adorned with bamboo leaf patterns, a jade crown upon his head, exuding an air of grace. "Fourth sister, I have heard you encountered an assassin. Were you harmed in any way?" Lung Fengxian maintained his gentle and composed demeanor. "Elder brother, there is no need for concern. Xiar is unscathed." Lung Qingxia kept her distance from him, responding with a cool detachment, always maintaining a posture of respect. "Well, as long as Xiar is unharmed, I can rest easy." His voice was soft and reassuring. Lung Qingxia then graced her lips with a solemn smile. Lung Fengxian suddenly declared, "You may all leave. I wish to have a private conversation with my fourth sister." Upon hearing the eldest young master's abrupt command, Xiao Qian and the nurse exchanged puzzled glances, their concern for the young lady's safety evident. Yet, despite their myriad worries, they had no choice but to obey their master's orders. Bowing in submission. As Xiao Qian exited, she cast a worried glance at Lung Qingxia before closing the door behind her. Lung Qingxia's expression remained tranquil as she turned to face Lung Fengxian, gazing directly at him. "Elder brother?" After ensuring that everyone had departed, Lung Fengxian approached her leisurely, his tone calm as he remarked, "Fourth sister, you seem somewhat different from before." "How so, elder brother?" Lung Qingxia remained still, quietly observing him as he drew nearer. Lung Fengxian chuckled softly, recalling how in the past, fourth sister would appear timid upon seeing him. Wishing to hide away, never daring to meet his gaze so directly, Lung Qingxia lowered her eyes, offering a faint smile. "Elder brother, you jest at I in the past, I was merely a child, too young to comprehend many things. Now that I have matured, I should be more discerning, should I not?" "Your words bear wisdom," Lung Fengxian acknowledged as he stood beside her, Indeed, my fourth sister has groaned as he spoke. He unexpectedly reached out to caress her hair. Fourth sister, do you have someone special in your heart now? A slight shiver coursed through Lung Qingxia's body. She had not anticipated such an intimate gesture from him. His casual touch felt overwhelmingly close. Elder brother, she gasped. Without a hint of restraint, Lung Fengxian brought her hair to his nose, closing his eyes as he inhaled deeply. Unable to bear it any longer, Lung Qingxia quickly distanced herself from him, her hair slipping from his grasp. Lung Fengxian stepped closer once more, teasing, just now you claimed you have grown up and are no longer afraid of your elder brother. Why then can I still sense you trembling? Xiar does not. Lung Qingxia feigned a tremor in her body. Lung Fengxian smirked, returning to the topic at hand. The regent prince holds immense power and influence in the current court, with many noble ladies of Dongma country enamored by his striking appearance. He has saved your life. Could it be that you remain unperturbed by such a valiant figure? Maintaining her composed demeanor, Lung Qingxia replied, Elder brother, please do not jest. The regent prince's status is far beyond my reach. I am unworthy of such attention. You have certainly surprised me, fourth sister. Lung Fengxian remarked, I never imagined that you would possess such understanding, setting you apart from the typical young ladies, with a gentle wave of his sleeve. He sighed. Very well, since you are fine, I shall take my leave. Rest well, fourth sister. I shall not intrude further. Farewell, elder brother. Lung Qingxia offered a slight bow as she watched him depart. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Qian entered. Only to hear Lung Qingxia's firm command, bring me a basin of hot water. I wish to bathe anew. Xiao Qian was taken aback. What has come over the young lady? She has just bathed not long ago. Yes, miss, she hastily replied, not daring to delay as she rushed to prepare the hot water. After her second bath, Lung Qingxia reclined on her couch and soon fell into a deep slumber. 3 days later, a sudden visit from the subordinates of the Grand Prince Yin Lunglia took them by surprise. Consequently, grandmother, along with Chu Yingyan and the entire Shu Wangfu household, personally received their esteemed guest, fearful of any perceived slight towards such a prominent figure. Grandmother recognized the visitor as a trusted confidant of the Grand Prince and understood that his presence bore significant royal instructions. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed sir? We are honored by your presence. The old lady said. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my lady. Did I come on the orders of my master to meet with the fourth miss of your household? The confidant replied. Both grandmother and Chu Yingyan were taken aback by this revelation. What connection could the Grand Prince possibly have with Lung Qingxia, sending a trusted aide to visit her? Could it be that this troublesome girl had once again embroiled the Shu Wangfu in some mishap? Hadn't she caused enough trouble with the regent prince? The old lady's face turned pale with anger as she furrowed her brow. My fourth daughter has always lacked discipline if she has offended the Grand Prince. I will not forgive her. Madam, I fear you may have misunderstood. The fourth miss has not offended His Highness. I am here to invite her to a gathering at my master's behest that I hope you will inform her. The confidant clarified, leaving Chu Yingyan and the others astonished. When did Lung Qingxia manage to align herself with the Grand Prince? Chu Yingyan scoffed at it. Seems this troublesome girl has yet to learn the virtue of restraint and has instead sought to entangle herself with powerful figures. Please wait a moment, I shall summon the fourth miss, the old lady instructed, signaling Chu Yingyan to fetch Lung Qingxia. Understanding her grandmother's intent, Chu Yingyan quickly made her way to the bamboo grove where Lung Qingxia resided. Upon arrival, she found Lung Qingxia absorbed in her reading, unable to resist the urge to mock at. No wonder you've suddenly become so clever. It seems you've taken to reading. Lung Qingxia, upon noticing Chu Yingyan's unexpected presence, cast a disdainful glance before rising from her stone bench to greet her. Aunt, Chu Yingyan retorted coldly, do not forget, you are but the illegitimate child of a concubine. You are not the fourth miss of Shu Wangfu. No matter how hard you strive with your lineage, you shall never achieve greatness. Do not harbor such delusions. Her words implied a deeper meaning, suggesting that Lung Qingxia would forever remain an outsider, unworthy of high regard. Unfazed, Lung Qingxia replied, Aunt, I believe you have misinterpreted my words. I merely speak the truth. Chu Yingyan's face shifted between shades of anger and disbelief before she coldly declared, Fine, wait for your reckoning. I will have ample time to deal with you later. I shan't engage in a verbal spar here. To see me? The Grand Prince? Lung Qingxia inquired, perplexed. What business could his attendants possibly have with me? Could it be that they seek revenge for a previous encounter? Furrowing her brow, she realized she had unwittingly become entangled in a perilous situation. Chu Yingyan, repulsed by Lung Qingxia's facade, chastised her sharply. Do not feign ignorance. Perhaps you are reveling in the thought of soaring to new heights soon. You must understand, royal blood should not be sullied by those of lower status. You, a mere illegitimate child, do not belong in the household of a steward. Chewing, infuriated, was left speechless. She led Lung Qingxia to the grand hall, where Lung Qingxia promptly paid her respects to Xiaogreet's grandmother and the esteemed guest. "Fourth miss, my master invites you to a gathering at Fanghua Terrace. Please accompany me," the confidant requested. Though Lung Qingxia felt a strong aversion, she knew the Grand Prince's significance. Even knowing the potential dangers ahead, she could not afford to hesitate. "Thank you for your kind invitation. I shall accompany you." After agreeing, she turned to bid farewell to her grandmother. "Grandmother, I am departing." The old lady nodded slightly, then cautioned Xiao, "Remember to be mindful of your conduct at Fanghua Terrace and not act in a manner that would displease His Highness. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lung Qingxia affirmed. She followed the Grand Prince's confidant out of Shu Wangfu and into the carriage arranged for her. As she settled into the carriage, her heart raced with apprehension, sensing that this visit would not bode well. How could she prepare herself? Furrowing her brow, she felt utterly unprepared for the journey ahead. Closing her eyes, she reminded herself that no challenge was insurmountable, assuring herself that she would find a way to navigate through it all. Soon they arrived at the Grand Prince's residence outside the palace, known as Fanghua Terrace. "Fourth miss, please proceed." The attendant gestured as he lifted the carriage curtain, allowing her to disembark. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the imposing mansion before her, lifted her skirts and stepped inside. Guided by the attendant, she arrived at the location of Enchantress. Upon her arrival, the enchanting sound of a sun filled the air, captivating her senses. Frowning slightly, she soon caught sight of a man clad in azure robes, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of nobility and warmth that irresistibly drew her closer. As Lung Qingxia drew closer, she was taken aback to discover that the person before her was indeed Enchantress. She had never anticipated that someone as cunning as Enchantress would also possess a talent for playing musical instruments. Such versatility was truly remarkable. Lung Qingxia slightly bent forward, hastily greeting him. "This humble servant has met your highness. No need for formalities," Enchantress replied, moving to her side and personally offering his hand for support. Yet, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. Xian Yuanyi had encountered her a few times. Yet her heart did not bristle with the same intense aversion. There was no trace of disgust. She found herself perplexed. "Thank you, your highness." Lung Qingxia sat down, feeling quite constrained, determined to maintain a vigilant demeanor. Chapter 27. You cannot escape my grasp. Lung Qingxia understood that Enchantress was not a benign character. He surely had ulterior motives for inviting her over. Perhaps he was concealing something dreadful beneath the surface. After Lung Fengxian set down the sun he had been playing, he commanded, "Bring me the finest daughter red, so that the fourth miss may have a taste." "Thank you for your kindness, your highness. But this humble servant is somewhat frail and should not indulge in alcohol." Lung Qingxia quickly declined. "I was careless," Enchantress responded, immediately commanding, "Fetch the finest tea, so the fourth miss may sample it." "Your highness is too courteous." Lung Qingxia wished to refuse once more. However, having already stated her disinclination for wine, to now refuse tea would be excessively conspicuous. She could not decline again and could only watch as a maid brewed a pot of fine tea, placing a jade vessel before her, filled to the brim. "Please enjoy, Mississippi." Suddenly, Enchantress spoke. "Fourth miss, I heard that a few days ago you rode the horse I arranged, and it startled quite easily that I must take responsibility for my negligence. Fortunately, you suffered no serious mishap. Otherwise, I would be unable to absolve myself." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Enchantress's eyes. Lung Qingxia was indeed no ordinary woman, possessing a keen intellect that garnered his respect. "Come, fourth miss, let today be my courtesy to you. Please partake of the tea." Enchantress personally lifted the jade vessel and offered it to Lung Qingxia, urging her to drink. She accepted it, her peripheral vision scanning the tea within the jade vessel. She mused that the tea might harbor significant peril, but what could she do? The eldest prince was the legitimate son of the current emperor, the most esteemed figure in the court. She was merely a lowly servant. The weight of his favor was beyond her capacity to bear. Even if the jade vessel contained poison, she could not refuse. She had to drink obediently, without a shred of doubt. "Thank you, your highness." Lung Qingxia discreetly shielded her mouth with her sleeve and surreptitiously poured out half of the tea. She only drank half, as emptying it completely would cause too much liquid to spill onto the floor. Moreover, if she took too little time, rising to find water on the ground would surely arouse Enchantress's suspicion. By only pouring out half and sitting a while longer, the tea would dry up on the floor. Avoiding any undue scrutiny, Lung Qingxia lightly dabbed her lips with her sleeve, offering a gentle smile. "This tea is delightful. It is an honor for this humble servant to enjoy your highness's tea." "Fourth miss, you are too polite." Enchantress observed her drink and then lifted the jade vessel to savor the tea himself. "This tea is indeed exquisite. What do you think of its flavor? He suddenly inquired. Lung Qingsha nodded. It is excellent. Initially, it has a slight astringency, but it gradually mellows into a subtle sweetness, truly splendid. Fourth miss, why not have another cup? Yinlanglia encouraged her to drink again. As she was about to decline, offering her gratitude for his kindness, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, her brow furrowing as she murmured, however, I am feeling somewhat unwell. What is the matter? Fourth miss, if you are unwell, allow the servants to assist you to rest for a while. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Yinlanglia's eyes. He was determined to accomplish his objectives. Lung Qingsha was now ensnared in his grasp. And escape was no longer an option. Everything was under his control. The implications of consuming the tea were dire. However, could she manage to elude Yinlanglia's clutches even after ingesting only half of the potion? The hope of escape seemed exceedingly slim. What was she to do? If she surrendered today, it would likely mean the end of her chances for redemption. A sliver of reason still remained within her, warning her that Yinlanglia would not relent easily. For now, she could only acquiesce to his desires temporarily and await an opportunity to flee. Then I shall thank you, Your Highness. Not at all. Yinlanglia waved his hand dismissively and added, someone escort the fourth miss to her chamber to rest. With the assistance of the servants, Lung Qingsha was led to her quarters in the Fanghua Pavilion. Once inside, a maid curtsied slightly and said, Fourth miss, please rest for a moment. I will fetch you some water. The maid then turned and departed. Lung Qingsha's mind was in disarray. She shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to maintain her clarity and composure. She could not afford to concede so easily. She had already faced death once. What exactly was this substance he had given her? Just as she pondered this, the door to her chamber swung open, and a burly man entered. She immediately recognized the bluish marks at the corners of his eyes and recalled the assassin she had struck 3 days prior. This was indeed the same man. The scars on his face confirmed her suspicion. He was the very assassin who had tried to spy on her. It seemed that the individual's intent on harming her today included not only Yinlanglia but also Lung Fengxian. How bold! Who permitted you to enter? Though her voice was weak, it still conveyed an undeniable authority that brooked no disrespect. The hulking man leered at Lung Qingsha, unabashedly ogling her figured my beauty. Do you not wish for me to treat you gently? She felt a surge of revulsion toward this loathsome man. She would not allow him to lay a finger upon her. Chapter 28. An unexplainable feeling. Lung Shu Wang. As soon as the man heard her words, he erupted into mocking laughter. Ah, fourth miss. Why don't you shout until your throat is hoarse and see if your Wang father will come to your rescue? Stay away. Lung Qingsha gradually sensed an overwhelming discomfort within her body. An unsettling sensation that made her increasingly unable to control herself. She pinched her arm hard, striving to remain lucid. She could not afford to collapse. Lung Qingsha continued to retreat, doing her utmost to safeguard herself. The man lunged at her swiftly, seizing her waist and forcibly trapping her in his embrace, and no matter how fiercely Lung Qingsha struggled, she could not escape his grasp. My little beauty, let us have a good time. I assure you it will be delightful. He hoisted her effortlessly, heading toward the bed, intent on overpowering her. A chilling premonition surged through her heart. This man intended to violate her purity. She would rather die than be dishonored. As Lung Qingsha was pinned down on the couch, just as the man was about to tear at her garments, she bit down hard on his hand, releasing her pent-up rage and quickly tasting blood. With a sickening sound, it was as though a knife had pierced flesh. The man's words remained unspoken as he collapsed atop her. Rendered immobile with all her strength, she pushed him off and hastily descended from the couch. Desperate to flee this place, she had to escape quickly and silently. She could not allow anyone associated with Yinlanglia to discover her. Lung Qingsha was well aware that Yinlanglia's invitation had concealed some dark secret, and she had armed herself with a protective blade. She would rather perish together than accept her fate without resistance. The man lay motionless on the couch while Lung Qingsha fought to maintain her wavering sanity. Escaping from the chamber, she was unsure if she could successfully evade this place. Navigating through the Fanghua Pavilion without being detected by the patrolling guards, she reached a foam mountain and climbed atop it. Slowly making her way to the wall and successfully escaping after her swift departure, her mind was consumed with finding a medical facility to counteract the strange poison coursing through her veins. However, it was not long before she could no longer restrain herself. The toxin was too potent. Fearing the possibility of encountering Yinlanglia's men, she refrained from weaving through the crowd and instead opted for a secluded path. She gradually felt an intense warmth enveloping her entire being, an unfamiliar sensation she had never before experienced. What should she do? Lung Qingsha scanned her surroundings, finding herself utterly alone. She could only suppress the unsettling feelings within her. Striving to reach a place of safety, emerging from the thicket, she sprinted onto a main road, and just as she was on the verge of losing her sanity, she spotted a line of people and staggered toward them. "Help! Help me!" She blocked the path of that group, extending her hand to signal for rescue. Before she could utter her plea in full, she collapsed. Lung Qingxia had completely lost her sanity. What happened ahead? The carriage abruptly came to a halt, and the occupant inside furrowed their brow in confusion. "Go take a look," Xian Yuanyi commanded in a cool voice as Amachan tightened the reins, giving a sharp flick, and urged the horse to gallop towards the figure ahead. Upon arrival, he discovered that there was indeed a person. He dismounted and, using his sword, turned the crawling figure over, only to be astonished to find it was the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. How could she possibly be here? The fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu? There was a hint of surprise in Xian Yuanyie's voice as well. Upon hearing this, he unhesitatingly exited the carriage and approached Lung Qingxia. Truly taken aback by how different she appeared, Amachen's expression momentarily froze. Not daring to waste a single moment, he promptly obeyed the command to continue inside the carriage. Lung Qingxia was entirely under the influence of the drug. Her complexion increasingly flushed. Hot, so hot. Slowly, from her state of unconsciousness, Lung Qingxia began to writhe in Xian Yuanyie's embrace, her hands restlessly grasping at his body, her cherry-like red lips parted slightly, emitting one plaintive plea after another. In that moment, she appeared utterly enchanting. Xian Yuanyi had never experienced such intimacy with a woman before. His face began to flush a deep crimson. "Lung Qingxia, you once again provoked this prince." He hesitated to gaze directly at her beguiling form. Feeling an unfamiliar shyness wash over him, Lung Qingxia slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes exceedingly seductive, captivating in their allure. He had never known she could be so enticing. All this time, her interactions with him had been marked by a retreating demeanor, often conveying a sense of trepidation. He could not discern whether she was playing hard to get or genuinely repulsed by him. A sound of extreme anguish escaped Lung Qingxia's lips. Beads of sweat began to form densely on her forehead. She was truly enduring tremendous pain. Observing her current state, Xian Yuanyi felt an inexplicable discomfort rise in his chest. To his surprise, he stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Lung Qingxia, do you realize what you are committing an offense against your superior?" As he spoke, his sensual lips moved, yet his heart raced violently within his chest, an unprecedented sensation. Chapter 29. How will you repay this prince? When Lung Qingxia awoke once more, the poison had been entirely purged from her system. Aside from a throbbing headache and weakness in her limbs, she had returned to normal. Rubbing her temples, she suddenly recalled. "Wait, where am I?" She hurriedly lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. It appeared to be a place of exquisite opulence. What is this place? Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself here, while she was still in a state of bewilderment. She suddenly heard the sound of someone pushing open the door. She quickly raised her eyes to see a maid approaching with a bowl of medicinal soup. "This servant has come to attend to the young lady's medicine." The maid curtsied. Lung Qingxia glanced at the bowl in the maid's hands, her heart still guarded. She simply replied, "Just place it here." "Yes." After setting down the soup, the maid bowed again. "Young lady, I shall take my leave." As the maid departed, Lung Qingxia realized she had been so focused on her defenses that she forgot to inquire about the identity of the person who saved her. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the soup, and she began to scrutinize it carefully, contemplating whether it might contain another poison. Suddenly, a voice, rich and filled with arrogance, entered her ears. "This is the Qingmei black soup, specifically intended to cleanse the toxins from your body." Wangya? Startled by the voice, Lung Qingxia turned to see Xian Yuanyie's figure, her mouth agape in shock. She truly hadn't expected to encounter him after merely blocking the path of a group. How ironic, the one person she least wished to see was this regent. Lung Qingxia immediately rose from her couch and knelt before Xian Yuanyi. "This humble servant pays her respects to your highness. This servant deserves death for obstructing your highness's path." Xian Yuanyi flicked his sleeve and strode toward her, his brows slightly raised as he solemnly called out, "Lung Qingxia, you truly deserve death." "Yes, this servant indeed deserves death." Lung Qingxia lowered her head, furrowing her brow. Could it be that this regent was truly as capricious as rumored, willing to take her life over such a trivial matter? To her astonishment, she noticed Xian Yuanyie's face turning red. She froze in place, puzzled over what had transpired between them while she was poisoned. Had she truly done something to elicit such a reaction from a man? She distinctly remembered fainting. How could Xian Yuanyi, noticing her increasing panic, quickly interjected, "What? Can a mere woman like you truly have the audacity to take liberties with this prince? This servant would not dare." Upon hearing his words, Ling Qingxia felt a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. If something had happened, then Princess Yin would surely become her mortal enemy. To ensure absolute certainty, she quickly added. This servant was merely thinking that, being poisoned and in a daze, if there truly were any transgressions, it would be beyond my control. I beg your highness for forgiveness. Xian Yuanyi feigned a contemplative expression. That does seem somewhat reasonable, your highness is wise. Ling Qingxia still dared not relax, for Xian Yuanyi was known for his unpredictable temperament. One could never tell when he might become enraged. Suddenly, Xian Yuanyi mentioned Ling Qingxia. Do you still remember that several days ago you mentioned choosing a propitious day to repay this prince for his repeated acts of rescue? This servant certainly remembers. Ling Qingxia responded with a hint of shame. However, my status is humble, and your highness is of noble birth. There is little I can offer in return. I am willing to serve your highness as a mere beast of burden. A man of such high nobility, yet he sought gratitude from a mere commoner. Ling Qingxia could not help but feel disdain within. Is it perhaps fate that intertwines us, leading this prince to save you yet again? Xian Yuanyi twirled the 9-nether ring on his finger, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ling Qingxia hurriedly smiled in return. Your highness speaks truly. It is indeed a rare honor for this servant to encounter you multiple times. Perhaps it is destiny that binds us. She was at a loss as to whether her encounters with him were a blessing or a curse. After all, this man was far too mercurial. Making it difficult to fathom his intentions, one must maintain distance from a heart as unfathomable as his, lest they invite trouble, and Xian Yuanyi was precisely such a person, one not to be trifled with. Possessing both cunning and power, Xian Yuanyi then cut to the heart of the matter, asking, You are the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. Why do you appear alone on this desolate road? Poisoned, yet with no one to accompany you. The first thought that sprang to Ling Qingxia's mind was to conceal everything, including the attempted murder by Yin Langlia and the trap set for her today. Though Xian Yuanyi held the highest power in Dongma, he was still just a subject. His esteemed status could not compare to that of a potential prince of Dongma. Moreover, she had only met this regent a few times. He would not risk offending a future emperor of Dongma for her sake. On the contrary, if she exposed Yin Langlia's malicious deeds, it could very well lead to her own demise. Xian Yuanyi nodded slightly. It is rare for the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu to travel alone without attendants, yet you venture forth to pay respects to your late mother. Such filial piety is indeed uncommon. Your highness exaggerates. This is merely my duty. Ling Qingxia thought to herself that she had successfully deceived the cunning Xian Yuanyi. Your highness, that is absolutely out of the question. Only after the words left her mouth did she realize she had been too blunt. Showing him no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 30. An unappreciative woman. Xian Yuanyi's gaze turned icy, as he truly had never encountered such an ungrateful woman in his life, had it been any other lady of Dongma. Upon hearing his words, they would have been overwhelmed with excitement and joy, even moved to tears. He began to question whether she was truly a woman at all, whether she even had her wits about her. A normal woman would have no reason to remain indifferent towards him. Just a moment ago, he had felt as if his gaze could pierce through her, filled with a desire to eliminate her. Since it is a gift from this prince, you must bear the consequences, Xian Yuanyi declared. His words laced with dominance and authority, leaving no room for objection. Ling Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by Xian Yuanyi's cold demeanor. She dared not argue further and had no choice but to comply with his wishes. Then, this servant shall thank your highness. She found herself with no other option, having escaped once. She feared this time she might not be so fortunate. Once again, Ling Qingxia found herself seated in the same carriage as Xian Yuanyi. She felt as if the confines of the carriage had suddenly constricted around her, causing her considerable discomfort. She endeavored to calm herself, yet struggled to breathe freely. Having just recovered from poisoning, her body was already weakened, and with the added issue of her breathlessness and the jolting of the carriage, she began to experience dizziness. The wheels of the carriage seemed to roll over a stone, jolting violently. Caught off guard, Ling Qingxia lost her balance and unexpectedly fell into Xian Yuanyi's embrace. Her head, unfortunately, collided with his chest, prompting him to instinctively wrap his arms around her, resulting in an intimate moment between the two. Ling Qingxia felt her face flush with heat, her heart racing wildly, and although his hold did not loosen, she dared not push him away. Time appeared to stand still as they remained closely entwined. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, followed by the sound of hoofbeats announcing their arrival. Your Highness, we have reached the gates of the Shuwang mansion. In a flurry, Ling Qingxia extricated herself from Xian Yuanyi's embrace. Her cheeks aflame as she stammered, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It was an unintentional mistake. Xian Yuanyi merely cleared his throat, inquiring, will you not invite this prince to enter the mansion for a moment? I humbly invite your highness, she replied. Despite her reluctance, Leng Qingxia found herself compelled to comply. The sight of the esteemed regent bending low to enter the Shuwang mansion was a spectacle that drew the attention of all within the household. Save for the absent cold Shuwang, who was away at war. The matriarch led the entire household in greeting the regent, exclaiming, "We are honored to welcome your highness, the regent. Do not stand on ceremony." Xian Yuanyi waved his sleeve dismissively and took a seat on the high dais, exuding an air of nonchalance. Leng Qingxia could not help but wonder if he had come merely to flaunt his status and assert his presence. Cold Qingrong, though adept at concealing her jealousy, could not entirely suppress the dissatisfaction simmering within her heart. She had heard tales of the regent's unparalleled beauty, that he was the most handsome man in Dongma. And upon seeing him, she was not disappointed, save for the disheartening fact that it was said he kept his distance from women, cold and unattainable. Could it be that he had been captivated by that little vixen, Leng Qingxia? If so, she found it utterly unacceptable, bitterly resentful and enraged. And with such grandiosity, could it be intentional? What was his aim? The matriarch, too, was puzzled, pondering whom Leng Qingxia had been with today. Was it not said she had gone to the Fanghua terrace to share tea with the eldest prince? Likewise, cold Fengxian could hardly believe the regent had graced them with his presence solely because of Leng Qingxia, indicating their relationship might be extraordinary. Clearly, his earlier speculation with the eldest prince had been correct. Leng Qingxia was undoubtedly aligned with Xianyuanyi. Yet what remained baffling was why the eldest prince had not summoned Leng Qingxia to the Fanghua terrace, intending to drug her, only to find her in this situation? Had Xianyuanyi intervened to save her? Such a notion seemed implausible. Cold Fengxian scrutinized Xianyuanyi with hidden intent. Eager to make an impression, Cold Qingrong stepped forward and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I humbly greet you. It is thanks to your timely intervention that my sister Xiar has escaped peril. Did I express my deepest gratitude on her behalf?" She longed for Xianyuanyi's attention, believing her modest beauty, though not comparable to the legendary beauties, held its unique charm. Xianyuanyi cast a disdainful glance at Cold Qingrong, his voice laced with contempt. "And who might you be?" In a shocking turn, he coldly interrupted her, deriding, "This prince has heard of the legitimate daughter of the Shuwang mansion but has never heard mention of a third young lady. How dare a mere illegitimate daughter presume to flaunt before me? I acknowledge my error, your highness, I beg your pardon." Cold Qingrong's face drained of color, and she quickly fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Too terrified to utter another word, she feared the regent's wrath might be directed at her. Casting a desperate glance toward her grandmother, Chapter 31, the devious Xianyuanyi. Cold Qingrong was the matriarch's only beloved granddaughter, and in her heart she would not allow any harm to befall her. Yet, seeking mercy from the regent seemed a futile endeavor. The matriarch's gaze implored Leng Qingxia to plead with Xianyuanyi for Cold Qingrong's life. Although Leng Qingxia understood her grandmother's silent plea, she maintained an air of indifference, feigning ignorance of her grandmother's intentions. Then, in accordance with the master's wishes, the carriage driver announced, "The lowly illegitimate daughter, lacking respect for rank, deserves punishment. Take her away for 20 lashes as a minor concession to the matriarch. For this unruly girl." Hearing the sentence of 20 lashes, Cold Qingrong immediately burst into tears, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, grandmother. Save me." The regent's commands were absolute. None dared to voice dissent and complied without question. Soon, the anguished cries of Cold Qingrong echoed from outside the door. The matriarch's expression soured slightly, but she still maintained an air of utmost respect before Xianyuanyi. Approaching him with a bow, "Thank you, your highness, for teaching my granddaughter a lesson. This child has always been a favorite of mine. Perhaps I have spoiled her too much. In the future, I shall ensure she learns to understand her place." "There is no need for such formalities," Xianyuanyi waved dismissively, then turned his gaze upon Leng Qingxia, causing her to blush deeply, inwardly cursing, "What does this lecherous man want from me?" He seemed oblivious to the eyes of others, teasing her mercilessly. It was as if he could see through her thoughts, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "I find this legitimate fourth young lady to be quite a clever girl." Xianyuanyi's sudden, intriguing statement left the crowd momentarily nonplussed, especially Leng Qingxia, who could not fathom what game he was playing. She bent slightly, responding with poise, "Your Highness is mistaken. I merely adhere to my grandmother's teachings." Regardless of the motives behind Xianyuanyi's actions, she resolved to remain unperturbed. Chu Yin's expression turned dark with rage. Her daughter was being punished, while Leng Qingxia, the little bastard, was receiving Xianyuanyi's favor. It was indeed surprising, for Xianyuanyi was known for his aloofness. He had never shown interest in the proud and beautiful Princess Yin, so why would he bestow such attention upon Leng Qingxia? It was clear that this was merely a fleeting fancy. After all, it was well known that Princess Yin was infatuated with Xian Yuanyi, being the most favored princess of the current emperor. And her husband was undoubtedly Xian Yuanyi. Despite Xian Yuanyi's immense power, he must still tread carefully around the emperor, unwilling to defy imperial will. Leng Qingxia, this little bastard, would not last long, chewing and schemed in silence. Her eyes betraying a hint of scorn, Cold Fengxian pondered deeply, believing his suspicions were correct. It must have been Xian Yuanyi who came to Leng Qingxia's rescue. Yet, what baffled him was how Leng Qingxia possessed the ability to provoke Xian Yuanyi into defying the eldest prince. After a prolonged silence, Cold Fengxian stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. I am Cold Fengxian, Xiar's elder brother. Serving in the palace as an officer of the Weilin army. It is an honor to meet your highness. So you are the capable aide to the eldest prince, Xian Yuanyi remarked with a hint of significance. Cold Fengxian's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, responding, indeed, that is correct. He surmised that Xian Yuanyi's mention of his connection to the eldest prince carried weighty implications. Today your highness graces our humble abode. The household shall prepare a modest meal for you. With Cold Shuang absent, Cold Fengxian assumed the role of the head of the household. There is no need. Xian Yuanyi rose from his seat, casting a penetrating glance at Leng Qingxia, and with intrigue said, the legitimate fourth young lady should indeed have the proper standing. Were it not for the fortuitous encounter with this prince, it could have ended quite differently. Should there be a next time, what shall be done? The gathered entourage escorted Xian Yuanyi from the Shuang mansion. Truly, she is a carefree girl. Huh? What did you say? Master? From within the carriage, Ma Chan caught a faint echo of Xian Yuanyi's words and asked in confusion, mind your tongue. Xian Yuanyi's reprimand silenced him instantly as Ma Chan pondered what he had done wrong. A servant named Biao approached to report, Your Highness, today the legitimate fourth young lady was summoned by the eldest prince to the Fanghua Terrace. Is it the eldest prince Yin Lenglia? Xian Yuanyi mused, realizing that the interest in this girl extended beyond his own. He toyed with the ring on his finger, lost in contemplation. He had suspected that the enigmatic Leng Qingxia would never reveal the complete truth to him. I see. Xian Yuanyi's dark eyes glimmered with interest, and a smile graced his lips. Xian Yuanyi has turned the once tranquil Xu Wangfu upside down, leaving her to confront this chaotic situation alone after he nonchalantly departed. The old matriarch struck her cane fiercely against the ground, accompanied by a thunderous reprimand. Wretched child! Kneel before me this instant! Leng Qingxia maintained an expression of calmness as she knelt, displaying an air of composure. What wrong have I committed, grandmother? I humbly request your guidance. Shortly thereafter, Leng Qingrong was carried into the main hall by attendants, her face streaked with tears. Appearing on the brink of collapse, she lamented, Grandmother, please punish that venomous woman. Leng Qingxia, were it not for her, Ronger would not suffer such severe repercussions. Chapter 32. The discovery of Qiu Yu's corpse. Upon seeing Leng Qingrong's battered visage, the old matriarch felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Yet, alongside her grief, her disdain for Leng Qingxia intensified. Were it not for her, her most cherished granddaughter would not have faced such punishment. Furthermore, had she intervened to plead for Ronger, this calamity would have been averted. All blame fell squarely on Leng Qingxia, for this turmoil was entirely of her making. Thus, she must be punished. The old matriarch's fury erupted as she pointed an accusing finger at Leng Qingxia. Scolding, you remain unaware of your transgressions. Were it not for you, how could Ronger have faced such a fate? Is that a stretch? The old matriarch never anticipated that at this juncture, Leng Qingxia would remain so resolute. Her anger boiling over that if not for you, how could Xian Yuanyi have punished Ronger? Leng Qingxia feigned a look of utmost grievance, stating, the prince reprimanded my sister for her misconduct before the court. How could that be blamed on me? You? The old matriarch was taken aback by Leng Qingxia's eloquence, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Chu Yingyan interjected, Leng Qingxia, even if Ronger erred before the court, grandmother has clearly indicated you should plead for her. Why do you willfully ignore this? Such actions are a grave disrespect to your grandmother. Leng Qingxia had yet to witness her grandmother signal her to plead for mercy. And moreover, she recalled her grandmother's teachings. Anyone who breached family or national laws must face punishment without leniency. This principle had long been etched in her mind, for her grandmother was known for her unwavering integrity. How could she have expected Leng Qingxia to beg for clemency? Yu Chuingyan was rendered speechless, realizing that Leng Qingxia had become quite the orator. She and the old matriarch were no longer her match. The previously silent Leng Fengxian finally spoke, asserting today's event stems solely from Ronger's misdeeds. Why must others be dragged into this turmoil, causing discord among family members? Rise, Xiarat. He extended his hand to assist Lung Qingxia. Thank you, elder brother. Composed smile graced Lung Qingxia's lips. She was acutely aware that Lung Fengxian had undoubtedly played a role in today's incident at the Fenghua Terrace. He presented himself as mature and composed. Gently stating, Xiar, after enduring the poison incident, you must be utterly exhausted. Allow the maid to escort you to rest. I shall arrange for some nourishing soup to be prepared for you. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother. Lung Qingxia nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. As she turned to leave, she failed to notice the icy gaze that lingered behind Lung Fengxian. Xiao Qian hurried to pour water for her, after taking a sip to soothe her throat. She calmly instructed, Xiao Qian, keep a close watch on the people around elder brother these days. Should you notice anything suspicious, come and inform me immediately. Do you understand? Xiao Qian, somewhat perplexed, wondered about the intent behind her mistress's request but recognized that there must be a reason for such caution. You all may leave now, miss, something terrible has happened. Just as she lay down, she was startled by Xiao Qian's urgent voice from outside. What is it? Lung Qingxia rose from her couch, her brow slightly furrowed. Miss, it is A.S. Qiuyu. She has been murdered and her body discarded in the well. Xiao Qian's complexion was ashen, her entire being radiating panic. Miss, who could have done this? The thought of a murderer within our residence terrifies me. I fear I shall not sleep tonight. Lung Qingxia perceived Xiao Qian's fear and chaos. She reached out to gently pat her shoulder. If you have not committed any wrongdoing, what is there to fear? Qiuyu's death must have its reasons. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian felt somewhat relieved and nodded vigorously. I agree. Qiuyu always bullied you. Evil deeds will meet with retribution. Her demise is simply a just reward. From childhood, her mistress had never committed any heinous acts, yet had always been tormented by Qiuyu. Now retribution had finally arrived. Suddenly Xiao Qian added, but miss, I still feel frightened. What if Qiuyu cannot rest in peace and returns as a vengeful spirit? Xiao Qian, remember, the most terrifying thing in this world is not ghosts, but the wickedness of the human heart. Lung Qingxia interrupted her sharply. She herself was a demon risen from the depths of hell. The only thing she feared was repeating past mistakes. One by one, she would eliminate each of her adversaries. Just then, the wet nurse entered to report, Miss Madame Chu requests your presence. Xiao Qian began to panic, appearing as if she had something to hide, while Lung Qingxia held her head high, signaling that it was of no concern. That I shall go at once. Noticing Xiao Qian's instability, she instructed her to rest in the room and proceeded alone. Upon reaching the desolate well in the back courtyard, she found not only Qiuyin present but also numerous servants and attendants. Greetings, auntie. Even upon encountering Qiuyu's pale corpse, Lung Qingxia remained unfazed. Displaying no signs of distress, Qiuyin wasted no time directly inquiring, what is your opinion on Qiuyu's death? Lung Qingxia promptly replied, such a bloody matter, I am unaware of, nor do I wish to dwell upon it. Qiuyin scoffed, solemnly reminding her, a servant has reported witnessing you murder Qiuyu. How do you explain this? A servant's report. Lung Qingxia merely smiled. Aunt, do you truly believe such slander so easily? Once Qiuyin seized upon her vulnerability, she refused to let it slip away, sternly interrogating, with witnesses and evidence at hand, do you still intend to deny it? Unfazed, Lung Qingxia stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she met Qiuyin's eyes. A mere servant's words cannot tarnish my reputation. You claim to have witnesses and evidence, yet all I see is an attempt to judge me based on one person's word. Qiuyin, resolute in her intent, declared, you believe that without anyone to refute your claims, you can evade responsibility? Aunt may have misspoken. That I stand firm in my integrity. Whatever you choose to do, I have nothing to fear. Qiuyin glanced at Qiuyu's lifeless body and continued. The true cause of death was a blow to the head, followed by her body being cast into the well. Since a maid has testified that you were the one who committed the act, I shall send people to search your quarters. That if we find bloodied garments in your possession, then you shall undoubtedly be the murderer. How preposterous! Qiuyin, unwilling to waste any more words on Lung Qingxia, angrily ordered, bring Lung Qingxia to me. She is the murderer, daring to use clever words to deceive. I dare anyone to lay a hand on me. Lung Qingxia shouted defiantly, causing hesitation among the crowd. I am still the fourth young lady of Shu Wangfu, well known to all. If today, for the sake of a mere servant's death, you allow someone to come near me, it would surely disgrace the reputation of Shu Wangfu. You are nothing but a bastard. How dare you invoke the name of the fourth young lady to defend yourself? It is utterly laughable. Qiuyin dismissed her words, promptly ordering, seize her at once. With unruffled composure, Lung Qingxia replied, the prince visited today, and surely everyone present heard his words. Her statement finally intimidated the crowd. the matriarch's authority was rendered ineffective against Xian Yuanye's might. Chu Yinyan's face paled with rage, yet she found herself powerless. After all, Leng Qingxia had entangled herself with Xian Yuanyi, the most formidable figure in the court, someone not to be trifled with. At that moment, Leng Fengxian suddenly appeared, declaring it is merely a servant. Her death is inconsequential, whether or not the fourth sister is guilty. If she displeased the fourth young lady, it is fitting that she has met her end. Greetings, young master. Upon seeing him, everyone hurriedly bowed in respect. Leng Fengxian, displaying utter disdain, commanded, quickly remove this servant's corpse and dispose of it. Everyone retreat. Yes. The crowd obediently withdrew, taking Qiu Yu's body with them. Greetings, elder brother. Though Leng Qingxia was oblivious to Leng Fengshuan's true intentions, she was acutely aware of his thoughts. Her fourth sister had been wronged. Leng Fengxian approached Leng Qingxia, extending his hand to grasp hers tightly, his eyes brimming with heartfelt concern. I will protect you, Xiar, and ensure you no longer suffer harm. Leng Qingxia met his gaze, only to find it icy and devoid of warmth. No matter how well he masked it, she, having faced death once, could discern the true nature of one's heart with clarity. Thank you, elder brother. She took a few steps back, freeing her hand from his grasp. She disliked his proximity and abhorred his touch. Leng Fengxian nodded, watching her turn away until she vanished from sight. Chu Yinyan could no longer contain her simmering anger, exclaiming, Xianer, have you, like Juner, been ensnared by this vixen? Although Leng Qingjun was her son, it infuriated her that he wholeheartedly favored that little wretch, Leng Qingxia. Turning his back on his own kin, previously indifferent to Leng Qingxia, why had he now transformed so drastically? Mother, do not fret. A mere Leng Qingxia cannot ensnare me, Leng Fengxian reassured, then furrowed his brow, solemnly adding, Mother must understand, the current Leng Qingxia is vastly different from before. It seemed that after her near drowning, she had undergone a startling transformation, which was truly perplexing. Could it be that she had fallen under some malevolent influence? How could a living person suddenly become so astute? Indeed, it is different. Yet, could it be that she had long been feigning, and now her true self has been revealed? Leng Fengxian pondered deeply, convinced that the situation was far from simple. This Leng Qingxia posed a significant threat. We must devise an infallible plan to eliminate her. She cannot be allowed to remain, however, we must avoid alarming her before we have a complete strategy. Do you understand? Chu Yinyan found herself out of options, resigned to this course of action. Yes, I take my leave. The maid slightly bowed before retreating. Leng Qingxia cast a cold glance at the soup on the table. Her expression impassive as she commanded, dispose of it. Yes, Xiao Qian poured the soup onto a patch of flowers. Remember what I instructed you, she reminded as she lay down on the couch. Xiao Qian suddenly comprehended. The young lady had asked her to keep an eye on any suspicious individuals around the eldest young master in recent days. That I shall remember. Xiao Qian attended to Leng Qingxia as she reclined on the couch. Her eyes barely closed before exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep. Strangely, she dreamt of Yining Qi, who in one moment was gentle and affectionate, and in the next morphed into a demon tearing at her flesh. Chapter 34. Step by step approaching. At the waters of the Yaoqi, beneath a small pavilion, Yin Lengling and Leng Fengxian sat facing each other, attended by several maids who served tea and refreshments. With dancers performing alluringly nearby. On the surface, they appeared to be simply indulging in drink and merriment. Leng Qingxia was indeed a challenging adversary. Yin Lengling lifted a cup of tea, taking a sip. A cold, sharp smile gracing his lips, indicating he was a formidable opponent. With his hands clasped, Leng Fengxian spoke earnestly, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall swiftly eliminate Leng Qingxia, ensuring she does not obstruct Your Highness's path. Yin Lengling idly toyed with his teacup, his eyes chillingly cold, suddenly remarking, Leng Qingxia is quite different from your description. Leng Fengxian immediately grasped the implication. The prince was questioning her loyalty. He hurriedly replied, Your Highness, my loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon, and I would never dare speak falsely. As for Leng Qingxia, she has indeed transformed, resembling a completely different person. Yin Lengling's gaze drifted elsewhere. Lost in thought, Leng Fengxian felt an overwhelming dread. If the prince doubted him, his fate would be sealed. Just then, a servant approached to announce, Your Highness, Su Yingyue requests an audience. Let her come, Yin Lengling said. Setting down his teacup and turning his gaze towards her entrance soon, a figure clad in a pale yellow embroidered robe appeared, moving gracefully, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon her arrival, Su Yingyue inclined slightly. This subject greets Your Highness. Yue, come to my side, Yin Lengling beckoned, pulling Su Yingyue into his embrace, their closeness evident. Lung Fengxian offered a slight nod to Su Yingyue in respect. Su Yingyue smiled lightly at Lung Fengxian before turning her enchanting gaze to Yin Lenglang, softly saying, "Your Highness, Lung Zhongjun is correct. Lung Qingsha has indeed changed unexpectedly, a surprise even to me." "You think so too?" Yin Lenglang remained skeptical, questioning how someone could suddenly transform so drastically. "Your Highness, I speak the truth. Moreover, you have never interacted with Lung Qingsha, thus you cannot truly understand her. She has indeed become someone else entirely," Su Yingyue asserted with unwavering certainty. Yin Lenglang struggled to comprehend, exclaiming, "Is it possible that the current Lung Qingsha is not truly her?" Su Yingyue shook her head, stating gravely, "She is undoubtedly Lung Qingsha, yet she is vastly different, now a formidable foe." "Do you have any suggestions, Yue?" Yin Lenglang instinctively inquired, considering Su Yingyue had grown up alongside Lung Qingsha and might understand her tendencies. "If she has suddenly grown clever, then we shall turn the tables and utilize this to our advantage." Su Yingyue's sudden suggestion left everyone somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean, Yue?" Yin Lenglang frowned, tightening his embrace around her. "Yue has her own ingenious plans. You will soon see." Your Highness. Su Yingyue had already devised a flawless scheme in her mind, eagerly awaiting its execution in the following days, while Lung Qingsha outwardly appeared to be enjoying a tranquil existence. Inwardly she sensed an ominous storm brewing beneath the calm surface. During this time, Lung Fengxian, Chu Yingyan, and Lung Qingrong seemed to have received some directive, behaving with unusual restraint and refraining from causing any disturbances. Even the typically arrogant Lung Qingrong had ceased to create trouble, which was utterly astonishing. Lung Qingsha felt increasingly unsettled, as if something awaited her. She suddenly recalled her recent instructions to Xiao Qian and promptly inquired, "Xiao Qian, have you noticed any suspicious activities from the eldest young master these past few days?" Xiao Qian reported, "Miss, I have been keeping a close watch on the eldest young master. There has been a mysterious man frequently meeting with him." Plotting something clandestinely. A mysterious man frequently meeting with Lung Fengxian. The image of the man who had nearly assaulted her flashed through Lung Qingsha's mind, her eyes narrowing with determination. "I understand. I will personally investigate today to uncover what Lung Fengxian is up to." "Xiao Qian, prepare me a set of plain clothes." Xiao Qian was taken aback, unsure of her mistress's intent, but obediently replied, "I will prepare it at once without delay." She procured the attire. Once Lung Qingsha donned the clothing, she ventured alone to the back entrance of the Shuangfu. After a brief wait, she spotted a shadowy figure emerging from within. Silently, she followed him, and he soon halted in a desolate area. Lung Qingsha also paused, hiding in the grass, keenly observing the figure ahead, who cautiously glanced back. She instantly recognized the man. He was the one she had sought to confront these past few days, her fists clenched instinctively. The man glanced around before continuing on his way, with her trailing behind. He arrived at a small pavilion, where to her surprise, Su Yingyue appeared to have been waiting for some time, maintaining a distance. Lung Qingsha could not hear their conversation but clearly saw Su Yingyue hand the man a package of unknown contents. What purpose could it serve? After exchanging only a few words, Su Yingyue departed hastily. Her demeanor cautious. A premonition washed over Lung Qingsha. It seemed a crisis loomed on the horizon. After Su Yingyue left, the man followed suit. Lung Qingsha was determined to uncover what Su Yingyue had given him. She continued her pursuit. The man hummed a melody, seemingly in a state of blissful contentment. Lung Qingsha trailed behind him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. If looks could kill, the man before her would have been sliced to pieces. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, causing her to furrow her brow and quickly hide away. He turned to face her, gradually closing the distance with deliberate steps. Chapter 35. The masked man. Lung Qingsha watched as he approached, hastily drawing a dagger she always carried with her, her eyes transformed into icy slits, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Just then, a cacophony of galloping hooves broke the air, diverting the man's attention. He seemed to be a thief caught off guard, promptly fleeing the scene. Emerging from the underbrush, Lung Qingsha barely caught sight of the direction in which he had escaped before she too was startled by the sound of hooves. A group of oddly dressed individuals rode in, appearing distinctly non-Han and from an unknown land. They moved hastily, seemingly keen to avoid drawing attention, taking a secluded path. Yet, fate had it that they crossed paths with her. Surrounding her, they spoke in a language that Lung Qingsha could not comprehend, their eyes fixed on her as if deliberating her fate. Furrowing her brow, she recalled that in her past life, she had never encountered such a situation. Not even when Yining ascended the throne, there had been no sign of foreign presence. Who were these people, and what were their intentions? "Kill," one of them commanded firmly, prioritizing their secrecy, although Lung Qingsha understood not a word they uttered. The final command was laced with a menacing tone. a death sentence directed at her. The group tightened their grips on their long blades, leaping down from their horses, intent on unleashing their murderous intent upon her. The first attacker lunged, aiming to slice her throat with quick reflexes. She leaned back, hoping to evade the blow, but the man managed to cut her hair ribbon, releasing her cascading locks in a moment of surprise. Her silky hair danced in the air, settling gracefully on her shoulders, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, captivating all who beheld her. The onlookers momentarily gasped, enchanted by her beauty. One among them, regaining composure, charged forward, issuing another command. Kill! Armed only with a small dagger, Lung Qingsha found herself at a disadvantage, and soon her arm was slashed, blood staining her garments. Panic set in. Was she destined to perish at the hands of these foreigners? In no time she was battered and bruised. If this continued, she would not last much longer. Clutching her bleeding wound, she desperately strategized her escape. They advanced steadily, and she found herself with nowhere to retreat. Finish her quickly! Another command echoed, a phrase she could not comprehend but understood to be a final directive to eliminate her swiftly. As a long blade surged toward her, she felt utterly powerless. Her heart filled with both resentment and despair, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Unexpectedly, amidst the chaos, a swift horse appeared. Its reins pulled taut as it charged forward, snatching Lung Qingsha up onto its back. She found herself nestled in the arms of her savior as the horse galloped away. Skeptical of such fortuitous happenings, she was brought to a tranquil stream where the horse came to a halt. The man extended his hand, attempting to lift her down, but she refused, summoning her strength to dismount herself. Thank you, noble hero, she expressed her gratitude, scrutinizing the man before her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, clad in a black robe and adorned with a golden mask. He stood before her with an imposing presence, yet he remained silent. His deep, enigmatic eyes were achingly familiar, yet she could not recall his identity after a prolonged gaze. He communicated through gestures, revealing that he was mute. Incapable of speech, she regarded him with skepticism, only for him to take her hand and inscribe words into her palm, assuring her of his sincerity. Half convinced, she questioned, why the mask and why are you here alone? He explained in detail, I am of unsightly appearance, living by hunting in the mountains. By chance, I passed by and chose to intervene. It was but a trifling effort. Lung Qingsha studied the man's hands, then smiled, expressing her gratitude once more. Thank you, brave warrior, I have nothing to repay you with. After a moment's thought, she produced a precious jade pendant from her belongings, valuable enough to exchange for gold and silver. You need not hunt in the mountains any longer. I have urgent matters to attend to and shall not keep you. He accepted the pendant, tucking it away, then gestured towards her wounds, indicating that they continued to bleed, and that he would tend to them. Lung Qingsha frowned slightly, replying, I am fine. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She sensed something amiss with this man. He claimed to be a hunter, yet his hands, though calloused, were smooth and delicate, not at all resembling those of a rugged woodsman. Most importantly, his attire suggested nobility, solidifying her belief that he was no commoner. Who was he truly? He observed her expression closely, remaining silent as he swiftly pressed a pressure point, rendering her immobile and voiceless. Alarm surged within her, yet she was powerless to act, merely glaring at him with indignation. The masked man smirked, finding her anger reminiscent of a feisty little wildcat. Ignoring her furious countenance, he reached to undo her garments. As his hand approached, her eyes reddened, revealing a tumult of emotions. Defiance, shame, hatred, and helplessness. All her sentiments coalesced into tears, streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, he continued unfastening her clothing, revealing her wounds. To her astonishment, he produced a small black vial from his own belongings, filled with a pure white powder. She was uncertain of its nature. Chapter 36. Turmoil in the realm. The man sprinkled the powder onto her wounds. An initial wave of searing pain coursed through her, causing her to furrow her brow, yet she uttered not a sound, not even a wince. This astonished him. Truly, the fourth miss of the Shu Kingdom was increasingly intriguing. This healing powder, though remarkably effective, usually rendered even the stoutest men sweating in agony, yet she remained composed, merely frowning slightly. Was she naturally endowed with an extraordinary pain tolerance, or had she endured past tribulations that forged her into this resilient being? While she intrigued him, she also elicited a profound sense of empathy. She was merely a fragile woman, yet what burdens had she shouldered to emerge as such a formidable figure, after merely applying the medicine? He redressed her, and when Lung Qingsha finally opened her eyes, confusion clouded her gaze. Who was he? What were his intentions in saving her? It was not that she had lost faith in the existence of good people, but rather that she found it hard to believe someone would help her without ulterior motives. He unsealed her pressure point, then with a graceful leap, vanished from her sight. She stood, bewildered, contemplating his true intentions. Had she truly encountered a selfless savior? A good man? Unbeknownst to her, after leaving, the masked man arrived in a secluded valley. Your Highness, why? He began, addressing a figure before him. That group of foreign rogues sought to kill Lung Qingsha but were thwarted by your intervention. The man removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome yet devilishly charming face, with deep, captivating eyes that could intimidate anyone. He was Xinyuan. I require a reason to save someone. His words rendered the assembly speechless, compelling them to kneel. You were instructed to conceal your identities, not to slaughter the innocent. Xinyuan's dark eyes radiated a chilling authority, silencing any dissent. Understood, they replied, not daring to defy him. Xinyuan clutched the jade pendant Lung Qingsha had given him. Deep in thought, its meaning inscrutable to anyone else. That I am fine, Lung Qingsha insisted, shaking her head. Though her body bore numerous wounds, they felt merely like scratches compared to the harrowing torment of her past life. Today, she was aware of a meticulously crafted scheme, orchestrated by Lung Fengxian and Su Yingyue, yet remained oblivious to the full extent of their plans. She was troubled, pondering how they intended to harm her and how she could possibly counter their machinations. Miss, your complexion appears off. Allow me to fetch you a cup of tea, a servant offered. Xiao Qian, with a sense of urgency, poured a cup of tea for Lung Qingxia. Shaking her head, Lung Qingxia said, Xiao Qian, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Xiao Qian hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately complied and departed obediently. Lung Qingxia reclined on her bed, deep in thought, resolutely vowing that in this life, she would not allow herself to be at the mercy of others as she had in her past life. She would become the master of her own fate. As she closed her eyes, vivid memories of all the upheavals from her previous existence flashed through her mind. 2 days later, many servants in the manor began to suffer from inexplicable abdominal pain, their faces pale and devoid of color, lacking the strength to perform any tasks, as if they had suddenly contracted a grave illness. Initially, they merely experienced weakness and insufficient vitality, but after a few more days, they began to vomit blood, eventually expelling everything from their bodies, including their hearts. These gruesome scenes were horrifying and unprecedented. What began as an affliction affecting a few in the Shu Wangfu gradually spread, as if contagious, causing many villagers in Dongma to succumb to this mysterious ailment. Panic ensued, and the matter was swiftly reported to the court, yet even the court was powerless to intervene. The emperor issued a decree stating that whoever could cure this illness would be rewarded with cities, gold, and promotions. However, days passed without a single soul coming forth to claim the reward or to remedy the affliction. Dongma seemed engulfed in a profound crisis. The number of deaths due to this ailment was rising, and the situation appeared increasingly dire, with no one able to contain it. Your Majesty, we beg for forgiveness. We are terrified. The ministers collectively knelt, uncertain of how to resolve the issue. Enchantress's fury surged. Impossible to contain as he spat, useless, useless. What can this group of good-for-nothings do day after day, while the court supports you? We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The ministers could utter nothing more at that moment, lacking any solutions, too intimidated to speak further. Just as the emperor's wrath reached a boiling point, and the ministers dared not even breathe, the eldest prince, Enlanglia, stepped forward to offer counsel. Father, please calm your anger. I have something to report. Speak. The emperor, furrowing his brow, knew that if a solution did not manifest soon, the nation of Dongma would truly be doomed. Enlanglia continued unhurriedly, Father, I believe that the sudden emergence of this demonic plague within the span of merely 7 or 8 days, with no one able to control it, must indicate that we have offended the celestial deities, incurring their wrath upon our Dongma nation. Enchantress furrowed his brow deeply at the thought of offending the celestial deities. How can we ascertain whether we have indeed angered them? Enlanglia began to explain. During my travels among the common folk, I encountered a reclusive sage who possesses profound knowledge of the heavens and the earth. This individual is a master of the celestial arts, skilled in formidable abilities, and is aware of everything pertaining to the heavens, hell, and the mortal realm. I propose we invite him to investigate this matter. Enchantress contemplated this suggestion. Given that neither the court officials nor the palace physicians could offer any solutions, this was the only recourse available. Anyone capable of resolving this pressing dilemma would become the most esteemed individual in Dongma. Chapter 37. Here lies what you seek. In recent days, countless citizens of Dongma have perished, seemingly trapped in a terrifying hell on earth, each cursed by a malevolent force from which none could escape. A strong premonition gripped Lung Qingsha's heart. This dreadful occurrence was undoubtedly no coincidence. She pondered whether it was connected to the package that Su Yingyue had entrusted to Lin Biao that day. It was quite possible, moreover, this situation was certainly not limited to the common people. It was also aimed at her? No, Leng Fengxian and Yin Langlia likely had motives beyond simply targeting her. They must intend to use her as a pawn to implicate another. This was undoubtedly a cunning scheme, eliminating her while simultaneously disposing of a significantly important figure. But who was this vital person? She had only grown somewhat close to Xian Yuanyi. Could it be that Leng Fengxian and Yin Langlia sought to eliminate him? This seemed all too likely. Leng Qingxia had no desire to become embroiled in their royal struggle for power, yet she found herself irrevocably intertwined with it, leaving her with no choice but to navigate this treacherous situation. She refused to become a scapegoat this time. Thus, she must seize the opportunity to ensure her survival. She considered that the illness afflicting the populace must be the result of some poison, and she needed to investigate thoroughly in the coming days to identify the nature of this toxin, Xiaoqian. After much contemplation, an idea struck her, leading her to recall the Qianbai library within the palace. In her past life, she had stumbled upon a trove of ancient texts there. Surely, if she revisited those books, she would discover something of value. Her first priority was to ascertain the nature of the poison plaguing the people, and then to explore potential remedies. Miss, what troubles you? Quickly prepare some plain clothes for me. I must stealthily make my way to the palace. Xiaoqian appeared distressed, concerned for Leng Qingxia's safety. Miss, the outside world is perilous. There are corpses everywhere, blood running rampant, and I implore you, please reconsider venturing out. With a furrowed brow, Leng Qingxia replied solemnly, Xiaoqian, staying here amounts to waiting for death. If real danger looms, do you not understand? Miss Xiaoqian was perplexed by her mistress's intentions. What danger could possibly arise from remaining within the manor? There is no time to waste. Leng Qingxia's tone grew more insistent, prompting Xiaoqian to hastily assist in disguising her mistress. Stealthily, Leng Qingxia slipped out of the manor alone. Infiltrating the palace, she even subdued a eunuch, donning his attire to masquerade as a junior eunuch in search of the Qianbai library within the palace. There existed two major libraries. The first was the Emperor's study, filled with numerous volumes, though many were modern texts. The second was the Qianbai library, housing ancient and disordered tomes, many of which were neglected and left to decay. Typically overlooked by most, upon reaching the Qianbai library, she found it devoid of frequent visitors and lacking heavy security, allowing her to enter with relative ease. Leng Qingxia commenced her search for ancient texts. Perusing volume after volume in hopes of uncovering the nature of the poison afflicting the people, however, after sifting through over half an hour's worth of materials, she found nothing. Dejected, she pondered how long it would take to find anything of significance. What was she to do? Frustration clouded her mind, and in a moment of anger, she struck the bookshelf with her fist. Could it be that in living again, she was still destined to be at the mercy of others? Afterward, she took a deep breath, resolving to remain calm and consider how to address this situation. As she closed her eyes, memories from her past life suddenly surged forth. She recalled visiting this very place and discovering a book that detailed various poisons derived from plants and creatures, along with their antidotes. She had found it intriguing then, thinking that when her child was born, she would let them peruse it as well. Yes, that book. Where had she found it in her previous life? Abruptly, she opened her eyes, beginning to search again, recalling that it had been stored in a wooden box. Finally, on the lowest shelf of a particular bookcase, she located the wooden box, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips as she opened it to reveal the ancient tome within. Wasting no time, she began to flip through its pages, eager to discover anything relevant. Upon turning to the next page, she learned that in order to neutralize the poison, one would need to crush the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum from Shizhou into a pill. Kunlun snow chrysanthemum. Leng Qingxia furrowed her brow, for Shizhou was thousands of miles away. How could she possibly obtain it? What was she to do now? After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for any viable solutions. With no influence or connections, it seemed impossible to procure the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum in the shortest time possible. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Quickly, she began to tidy the books before attempting to sneak out of the Qianbai library. As she stepped outside, a figure suddenly appeared, covering her mouth and nose, rendering her unable to speak. She struggled against the man's embrace, bewildered. Why? The man, as before, began writing letters in her palm, spelling out the word calamity. A frown creased Leng Qingxia's brow. She surmised that this must be part of Yin Lenglia's scheme, directing suspicion towards her. Now that she lacked the antidote, she truly did not know what to do. Overwhelmed with despair, she involuntarily uttered, to neutralize the poison, we need the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum, but it can only be found in Shizhou, which is so far away. Unbeknownst to her, The man's gaze exuded an alluring charm as he grasped her hand tightly. Then with agility leapt away, taking her far from the Qianbai library and the palace. To Lengqingsha's surprise, the man brought her to a picturesque valley, where the scenery was enchanting and serene. She was perplexed as to why he had chosen to bring her here. Did he intend for her to seek refuge? Yet Lengqingsha was resolute. She would not cower in fear, even if it meant fighting to the bitter end. The man continued, "Here lies the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum you seek." Here? Lengqingsha responded, bewildered. How could that be possible? This was not the distant Shizhou. What exactly was this man up to? Chapter 38. Who are you really? In the following days, Lengqingsha spent her time in the valley. Uncertain of the man's true identity and how he had managed to acquire the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum, she did not bother to inquire. She was well aware that he would not divulge anything. Otherwise, he would not conceal himself behind a mask all day long. These past 2 days spent together felt as if they were entirely detached from the turmoil of the outside world. Enveloping her in a serene and blissful existence, she devoted herself to crafting the antidote, meticulously following the ancient texts to pulverize the Kunlun snow chrysanthemum, step by step transforming it into pill form. After 2 days of relentless effort, she finally concocted a small black vial of antidote. Although it could only cure a handful of individuals, possessing such a remedy was enough to ensure her survival. Holding the antidote in her hands, the burdens of the past few days gradually lifted. The masked man approached her, his piercing gaze hidden behind the mask fixated on her. He then grasped her hand once more. Inscribing the words in her palm, "You have succeeded." Lengqingsha did not immediately withdraw her hand from his grasp. Instead, she maintained a vigilant watch over him, despite the doubts swirling within her heart. She managed to utter a simple "thank you." The upheavals of her past life had rendered her wary of trusting anyone in this world again. Once, her most beloved man and closest sister betrayed her, leaving her unable to place her faith in anyone else. It was as if the masked man could read her thoughts, for he continued, "You need not doubt me. I pose no threat to you." Yet, his words did not soothe Lengqingsha's anxious heart. Rather, they heightened her sense of caution. This man was unerringly perceptive. Could he truly see through her heart? An instinct whispered to her that he was either wealthy or noble, likely uninterested in material possessions or power. They encountered a young boy afflicted by the same poison and administered a dose of the antidote to him, though he ceased to cough up blood. He fell into a deep unconsciousness, his face still ashen. Lengqingsha's current task was to wait for him to awaken, to ascertain whether the antidote truly worked. After a day and a night, the boy miraculously opened his eyes, revealing no traces of red veins. He was nearly restored. The poison expelled sister upon awakening. The first person he saw was Lengqingsha's sister. "Am I going to die?" upon her rebirth. The boy's plea melted the icy heart she had so carefully guarded. She realized she was still capable of feeling. She reached out to gently stroke his head, reassuring him, "You are fine. Just sleep a little longer, and you will be well again." The boy appeared utterly exhausted, having been ravaged by the poison. He closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber once more. Lengqingsha gazed at the boy, noting the myriad of bruises adorning his body. Not a single part unmarred, her attention shifted to his hands, which bore similar wounds, causing her brow to furrow in distress as she was reminded of her former self in her past life. Her constant submissiveness and timidity had emboldened the servants of the Shu Wangfu to bully her mercilessly. At that time, she too had been devoid of unblemished skin. A wave of tenderness washed over her as she personally tended to his wounds, dressing them and providing him with a clean set of garments. After more than 2 hours of slumber, the boy finally stirred from his exhaustion. "Sister, are you hungry?" She endeavored to keep her voice steady, not wanting to betray any unnecessary sympathy. It was merely that the boy had touched the softest corners of her heart. Lengqingsha allowed herself a rare, gentle smile, her first genuine smile since her rebirth. At that moment, the masked Xian Yuanyi beheld her smile, realizing her beauty and the fact that she was capable of true laughter, something that had been inaccessible to her until now. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her smile. Unable to tear his gaze away, Lengqingsha prepared a simple meal to nourish the boy. She turned to the masked man, inquiring, "Will you eat?" He nodded slightly, prompting her to serve him a portion of the food. The masked man accepted the bowl and chopsticks she offered, hesitating before the humble wild vegetables, finding it difficult to take a bite. He had tasted countless delicacies, yet these paltry greens were beneath him. Observing his prolonged hesitation, Lengqingsha shot him a glance and attempted to reclaim the bowl, declaring, "I did not prepare this for you." The masked man evaded her grasp and obediently took a bite of the food, chewing a few times before discovering it was indeed quite palatable, prompting him to eat heartily. How strange. This girl's wild vegetables were unexpectedly delightful. Cold Qingxia suppressed a chuckle, striving to maintain her composure and avoid glancing at him. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, illuminating the otherwise dreary and desolate atmosphere. Alone in the darkness, Cold Qingxia stared up at the heavens, her mind blank, devoid of any thoughts, solely focused on how to navigate the challenges of the following day. The masked man approached her side, placing a token in her hand and inscribing a message in her palm. Should danger arise tomorrow, seek Xinyuanyi. Upon seeing this, he will assist you, Xinyuanyi? Cold Qingxia questioned her own eyesight, astonished that he knew the name of the most powerful man in Dongma, a figure of such enigmatic charm and arrogance, one who regarded everyone with disdain. Whoever could call him a friend must be extraordinary. She had suspected this man was either wealthy or noble. Cold Qingxia regarded him with a gaze filled with doubt, as if silently questioning. Who exactly are you? Chapter 39. Eliminate the Enchantress. The following day, Cold Qingxia tightened her grip on the reins and urged her horse to gallop away. After she had moved ahead, Xinyuanyi finally removed his mask. His dark eyes fixed intently on her retreating figure. His hidden subordinates observed him in silence, unable to fathom the prince's intentions for personally rescuing that woman and providing her with valuable medicinal herbs. They were mere slaves, harboring countless questions in their hearts but daring not to voice them. Having learned to keep their mouths shut, Cold Qingrong was the first to appear, her tone icy and filled with contempt as she accused. You wretched enchantress! You have brought calamity upon the entire Dongma kingdom. Cold Qingxia sensed the underlying trap, responding with an air of calm indifference. Enchantress? Pray tell, dear sister, from where does this accusation arise? As soon as Cold Qingrong finished speaking, she signaled for the others to seize Cold Qingxia. You are possessed by a demon. Let the divine beings take you away. Cold Qingxia met Cold Qingrong's gaze with unwavering defiance, retorting, Sister, you were just recently reprimanded for this. Do not cast aside that lesson so soon. Every word carries a price. I certainly won't forget. I will remember it all too clearly. Cold Qingrong seethed, her teeth clenched, revealing her deep-seated hatred for Cold Qingxia. Wasting no time, Cold Qingrong decisively commanded, subdue her at once and hand her over to the Celestial Master. Do not allow her to continue wreaking havoc. Cold Qingxia was restrained and confined within an iron cage. Adorned with talismans, a contingent of guards escorted her to the palace. However, she did not immediately encounter the Celestial Master that Cold Qingrong had mentioned. Instead, she was taken to a shrine within the palace. Once the cage was opened, Cold Qingxia was brought forth, and a group of women clad in peculiar attire emerged, their long hair flowing and faces veiled, exuding an air of mystery. They escorted Cold Qingxia into the shrine. Removing the hairpin from her head, allowing her long tresses to cascade down her shoulders, she closed her eyes as her garments were unfastened. Cold Qingxia was bewildered by their intentions. They dressed her in a white robe interwoven with silver threads and bound half of her hair with a vine. Mere moments ago she had been imprisoned, now they treated her with such unusual care. What was their purpose? Moreover, a veil of azure fabric was placed over her face, distinct from the others. My lady, please, they addressed her with courtesy, inviting her to another place. Though her heart brimmed with confusion, Cold Qingxia maintained her composure, refusing to succumb to panic. She allowed them to guide her to her final destination. Under their guidance, Cold Qingxia arrived at a breathtaking sight, the star-collecting platform. My lady, please ascend. The mysterious figures only accompanied her to the steps, gesturing for her to ascend while they remained behind. Cold Qingxia surveyed her surroundings. The place was vast and tranquil, appearing deceptively serene. She understood that while these enigmatic figures feigned courtesy, should she dare to defy their will, their true nature would surely reveal itself. Since she had arrived, she was unafraid to ascend the platform alone. With her head held high and a commanding presence, Cold Qingxia stepped forward, ascending the stairs one by one, her flowing white robe trailing behind her as she reached the pinnacle of the platform and turned to gaze down. She realized it was the highest point within the palace. Beyond the city walls, she discerned a multitude of court officials who had been waiting for her arrival soon. The ministers knelt down one after another, fervently addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, the demoness wreaking havoc in the Eastern Dynasty must be dealt with swiftly. In stark contrast to the trembling courtiers, Emperor Enexion appeared remarkably composed. He pondered calmly how the Celestial Master would verify the claims. Questioning whether Lung Qingxia truly was the calamity-bringing enchantress as the sovereign, he would certainly not permit the spread of such baseless rumors. To condemn Lung Qingxia as a demoness solely based on hearsay would be far too simplistic. The emperor's gaze fell upon a man clad in a blue robe, who clasped his hands respectfully and reported, Your Majesty, I shall prove it to you. He then produced a black silk pouch, waved his hand lightly, and opened it to release a blue butterfly. He instructed, go forth and reveal the calamity-bringing enchantress. The butterfly seemed to understand his command, swiftly darting toward a certain location, spiraling in the sky for a considerable time before finally alighting atop Lung Qingxia's head. Beneath her veil, a mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. Did this trivial trick dare to grace such a grand occasion? Lung Qingxia remained silent, patiently awaiting the next move of this man. The attire she had donned, likely imbued with sense to attract attention, was a calculated ploy. One of the ministers gasped. It appears she truly is the calamity-bringing enchantress, Your Majesty. We beseech you to eliminate this demoness and restore peace to the Eastern Dynasty. The other ministers followed suit, kneeling in unison, pleading for the emperor to take decisive action. Lung Qingxia lowered her gaze, contemptuously surveying the prostrated officials, each one a mere wretch clinging to life. A light laugh escaped her lips as she spoke nonchalantly. To call me a calamity-bringing star, may I inquire, Celestial Master, if you truly intend to judge me based on a mere butterfly? Such a conclusion is rather rash. What is there to fear in death? Should I deceive Your Majesty, would it not tarnish your illustrious reputation? No one anticipated that even in the face of death, Lung Qingxia could maintain her composure and articulate such bold words. Chapter 40. Lung Qingxia's stratagems. This woman, possessed by the calamity-bringing enchantress, was indeed extraordinary, her reasoning far surpassing that of ordinary folk. The celestial master gestured to his attendant, instructing him to prepare vermilion powder, stating that today the malevolent energy must be eradicated, lest countless innocent lives suffer. To dispel this evil, the true fire of Jumai must be employed to eradicate it. Lung Qingxia quickly grasped their scheme, letting out a cold laugh as she remarked, the true fire of Jumai you speak of, will it demand the life of this humble maid? To sacrifice a mere mortal for the sake of the realm's populace is but the natural order of heaven and earth. The celestial master then took a yellow talisman, flicking his fingers to ignite it. He closed his eyes, chanting a spell, until the talisman turned to ash. He solemnly declared, they have all been harmed by the calamity emanating from you. I can only contain this affliction from spreading, but those who are doomed are subject to fate's decree, and cannot defy heavenly will. Heavenly will? Lung Qingxia scoffed. What is heavenly will? She then coldly interrogated. Is it truly the will of heaven, or is someone merely deceiving the emperor? The celestial master, seemingly struck by her words, lost control of his emotions and shouted, bold demoness, even facing death, you dare to speak such madness. Attempting to sway his majesty, Lung Qingxia shifted the conversation. Whether to sway or to speak the truth, she boldly asked, might I challenge you to a contest, celestial master? The master, filled with fervor and indignation, pointed his peachwood sword at her, declaring, you are but a demoness. How can I, a dignified celestial master, compete with a creature like you? Our paths diverge. I shall vanquish you this very moment. A light smile graced Lung Qingxia's lips as she reminded him. The celestial master does not even inquire what the contest entails, yet hastily seeks to extinguish me. It may lead one to suspect your capabilities. I would not stoop to contend with a mere demon. The celestial master waved his robe and commanded loudly, ignite the platform and eradicate the malevolent energy. Purge the foul and chaotic essence. As the celestial master's disciple prepared to ignite the platform, it became evident that Lung Qingxia would soon be engulfed in flames, her wooden surroundings igniting easily. Her eyes scanned the crowd for Xian Yuanyi, clutching the token given to her by the masked figure, who had promised that in her moment of peril, Xian Yuanyi would come to her aid. She only needed him to appear and grant her a chance to turn the tides. Yet, in the throng, she could not find him, and her brow furrowed slightly. It seemed she could no longer rely on Xian Yuanyi, and would have to devise her own means to deal with this sorcerer. At that fateful moment, Xian Yuanyi appeared as if descending from the heavens, his voice magnetic as he proposed, since she is merely a demon, why not engage in a contest to enlighten his majesty on how you, a celestial master, would subdue such a demoness? His sudden arrival captured everyone's attention, and they knelt, exclaiming, we pay our respects to the regent. Enlanglia, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his discontent at the disruption of his plans, adding, Your Highness speaks wisely. Master Songhai is indeed a celestial master. Why fear a demon? Let us see how the master contends with this enchantress today. His design was to undermine Xian Yuanyi, ensuring he could not escape the snare. Enlanglia knew that should he ascend to the throne, Xian Yuanyi would pose the greatest threat. Thus, to secure his reign, he must eliminate him. In recent days, it was well known that Lung Qingxia had grown close to Xian Yuanyi, having even visited the Shu Wangfu. This closeness to Xian Yuanyi, who was typically cold and distant, made her an exception. If Leng Qingxia were to perish in the flames today, the plague in the Eastern Dynasty would cease. And he could easily find a way to remove Xian Yuanyi from power, claiming that his proximity to Leng Qingxia had tainted him with a malevolent energy, necessitating his expulsion to restore peace to the people. Yin Lenglia's thoughts were filled with such calculations, convinced of his imminent success. The populace was deeply afflicted, the poison both colorless and odorless, with no cure in sight. Even if Leng Qingxia possessed extraordinary abilities, she could not alter this fate. Thus, he was certain of her inevitable defeat. Xian Yuanye's intervention, however, would only serve to further entangle him in this predicament, proving that he too was marked by the calamity. Yin Langlia secretly reveled in this revelation. Xian Yuanye's past support from Emperor Exine had never been opposed, a point of great suspicion. Yet, despite any doubts, none dared to voice them. The emperor merely stated, "I am indeed curious to witness how the Celestial Master handles this demon to be by your command." The Celestial Master complied, no longer daring to protest. Then, Leng Qingxia descended from the platform, facing the master in an open yet imposing space. Clad in his blue robe, his demeanor exuded treachery, mockingly calling himself a Celestial Master. It was utterly laughable. Leng Qingxia scrutinized the man before her, her eyes betraying disdain and hostility. How does the so-called demoness propose to compete? The Celestial Master, addressing her as such, boasted of his ability to heal those on the brink of death, restoring them to health within a day. "Tell me, do you possess such power, Master?" Her words elicited gasps from the gathered ministers. Could she truly heal the dying? Both Yin Langlia and the Celestial Master exchanged worried glances, their confidence shaken. If she could indeed revive the poisoned, would her title as a demoness not be stripped away? This lie would be unveiled, rendering all prior efforts futile. Chapter 41. The Endless Devouring. The Celestial Master Songhai's eyes widened with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Leng Qingxia, chastising bold demoness. "Even as you face death, you dare to incite the people. The lives lost are all due to you. Will you allow further suffering in the Eastern Dynasty? Whether I incite the people or not, let us compete. The results shall speak for themselves." Leng Qingxia maintained her composed demeanor, earning the admiration of all present. This demoness exhibited far more poise than the esteemed Celestial Master, leaving many perplexed. Songhai, aware of his limitations, hesitated to accept the challenge. If she were to win, would it not spell the end for him? "Well, today I shall observe how you intend to perform your tricks." Despite the turmoil and anxiety within him, he steadfastly adhered to the instructions given. Leng Qingxia's lips curled into a captivating smile as she posed a rhetorical question. "The Celestial Master has stated that they are afflicted because of me. Should I heal them, what then?" He too was at a loss. Upon hearing Leng Qingxia's words, the ministers began to murmur among themselves, uncertain of what course to take. They had declared her a calamity, claiming it was she who harmed the innocent populace. Yet now, she was on the verge of healing them. What should be done then? As confusion reigned, Leng Qingxia continued, "If I successfully heal the innocent, then the label of calamity would merely be baseless slander. The Celestial Master's words here are nothing but deceptive rhetoric, misleading the sovereign, and such treachery deserves punishment." Her declaration rang with conviction, striking a heavy blow to Songhai's heart. He nearly faltered, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. If that were the case, everything would be lost. The Celestial Master's gaze instinctively shifted towards Yin Langlia, and upon encountering the prince's warning look, he resigned himself to proceed. "A mere trickster, I shall see what sorcery you wield." Having come this far, he felt he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Should Leng Qingxia truly revive those people, his fate would be sealed. He could not defy destiny. Leng Qingxia regarded him with a disdainful glance, signaling that his defeat was inevitable. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." Kneeling before Emperor Exine, Leng Qingxia immediately requested, "Your humble servant implores your Majesty for just one day. And I shall surely cure them." "Cure them?" The emperor was perplexed by her words. Did this not imply some calamity at play? Yet, he refrained from probing further and simply acquiesced, "I grant you one day. Let us see how you aid my innocent subjects." Leng Qingxia bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. A wave of unease surged within Songhai, prompting him to speak urgently. "Your Majesty, you must not. This sorceress is full of cunning. I fear she may further endanger the commoners of Dongma." The emperor could no longer contain his irritation, retorting, "With you, a Celestial Master present, do you not have the ability to subdue a mere sorceress?" I doubt was he this moment. Songhai found himself at a loss for words, obediently silencing himself. The situation had reached an irretrievable point. Time seemed to slip away. Langley was equally engulfed in panic, fearing that if Lung Qingxia succeeded in healing the poisoned citizens and uncovered the source of the poison, all would be lost. Not only would he be unable to remove Xin Yuanyi from power, but he would also fail to eliminate the obstacle that was Lung Qingxia. Deep in thought, Langley pondered how to resolve this predicament. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanyi regarded Lung Qingxia with unwavering trust, confident that she could turn the tide as night descended. A plan was set in motion. In a pitch-black, concealed location stood a figure clad in a dark cloak. Opposite him stood Lung Fengxian, who spoke respectfully. He reported that everything was under the control of their master and believed that the following day would yield great success. Excellent, we shall reap the rewards. The man's cold voice echoed. Lung Fengxian immediately knelt, solemnly congratulating, Congratulations, my lord. Soon there shall be no one left in the realm who can claim the throne but you. He cautiously inquired, My lord, should this plan succeed, what shall be done with Lung Qingxia? She is no ordinary foe. I suggest she should not be spared. No ordinary foe? The man's dark eyes flickered with intrigue. He had yet to encounter a woman who piqued his interest. This Lung Qingxia had truly caught his attention. Although the label of calamity was merely a facade, she was indeed different from before. Previously, while he had not been close to Lung Qingxia, he had heard of her through Yue, who described her as foolish, a useful pawn, easily manipulated should the opportunity arise. He would personally meet this Lung Qingxia. He was confident that such an opportunity would present itself the next day. A sinister smile graced the man's lips as he remarked, This Lung Qingxia possesses a measure of intelligence. If she could be of service to me. Understood. Lung Fengxian affirmed with certainty, then respectfully saw the mysterious man off, and no one knew who this man truly was. His identity and appearance remained shrouded in mystery as the man's figure vanished into the night. It was as if nothing had transpired. Everything seemed to be swallowed by the endless darkness. Chapter 42. From whence it came? The night passed seemingly calm, with Lung Qingxia having treated a poisoned eunuch, administering the antidote and awaiting his recovery. She had not closed her eyes all night, having anticipated that Langley and Lung Fengxian would surely send someone to thwart her efforts. Yet to her surprise, no one had come to disrupt her. Was it truly this tranquil? No. There must be some grand conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. She could not afford to let her guard down so easily. As Lung Qingxia pondered, the person on the bed suddenly convulsed, followed by violent vomiting of blood. Frowning, she quickly rose to investigate, only to be met with a shocking sight. His face was contorted in terror, resembling one on the brink of death. How strange, when she saved that little boy in the valley, such a situation had not occurred. Why now? What had gone wrong? She had not closed her eyes all night. There should have been no mistakes. Lung Qingxia shut her eyes, striving to calm herself, attempting to reflect on where she had erred last night. Suddenly, she recalled that at the witching hour, a fierce wind had blown open the doors and windows, prompting her to rise and close them. Could it have been at that moment? As she contemplated that instant, she quickly turned to check the eunuch for any injuries. To her astonishment, she discovered a minuscule puncture on his neck, one that could easily go unnoticed. Furrowing her brows, Lung Qingxia realized that he had been poisoned by another lethal toxin. It seemed that Langley was indeed wary of her and had sent someone to execute such a vile scheme. Her mind raced as she deliberated on what to do next. Lung Qingxia found herself at an impasse. Although she had some knowledge of herbs, she was not well versed in medicine to swiftly expel the poison. She needed to find a highly skilled physician. A skilled physician, she began to consider who among the palace doctors was the most accomplished and whom she could persuade to assist her. Ouyang Mingxiu. Yet, he was the imperial physician of Xianyuanyi, not easily swayed by ordinary people, and how could she possibly summon him? In her moment of desperation, she recalled the token the masked man had given her. He had said that with this token she could command Xianyuanyi. Could it truly be so effective? Gripping the token tightly in her hand, her heart raced with uncertainty. Did she truly have the means to command someone so proud and arrogant? This thought left her feeling insecure. Yet, she had no choice but to gamble on this desperate hope. Regardless of the outcome, she had to try. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at the person on the bed, whose life now hung by a thread alongside hers. That if he perished, she would have no chance of redemption. She had to give it her all. Someone. Lung Qingxia called out, and immediately a maid entered. Responding, I am here. Deliver this to the regent lord at once. It is urgent and must be reported swiftly. Lung Qingxia could not leave. If she did, the person on the bed would likely not survive. She needed to stay by his side. The maids hesitated, reluctant to accept the token from Lung Qingxia. Sensing their reluctance, she admonished them sternly. This is something the Regent Lord requires. If you delay even a moment, can you bear the consequences? Yes. Now the maids dared not hesitate, promptly accepting the item from Lung Qingxia. Wait. Just as they were about to depart, Lung Qingxia called out again, warning them, this token is the Regent Lord's secret insignia. Should anything go awry, you must watch your heads. Her meaning was clear. If they let anyone else see it, there would be no need for further explanation. The maids took her words to heart. The warning instilled fear in them, and they hurriedly concealed the token, ensuring no one would see it. Go. Lung Qingxia realized that the only ally she had was the token given to her by the masked man. Though its reliability was uncertain, she needed to devise another foolproof plan. Lung Qingxia was no longer one to sit idly by. Lung Qingxia's attention ultimately fell upon the eunuch lying on the couch. She pondered whether she could alleviate the poison coursing through his veins, allowing him to endure just a little longer while awaiting Xianyuan Ye's arrival. Drawing forth her silver needles, her knowledge of martial arts endowed her with awareness of the 8 major meridians within the human body. She could first seal his acupoints to prevent the toxins from spreading within him. Just as Lung Qingxia managed to obstruct his blood flow, an unexpected voice called out, capturing her attention, "Fourth Miss." She turned to find Ouyang Mingxiu, and her astonishment was profound. How had the divine physician arrived? She had not yet disclosed anything to Xianyuan Yi. How had he summoned the divine physician? Could it be that this man possessed the ability to read minds? Without delay, Lung Qingxia addressed the matter at hand, pleading for Ouyang's assistance. There is no need for further words. Fourth Mississippi, I know what must be done, Ouyang Mingxiu replied succinctly, immediately setting down his wooden box and proceeding to treat the dying man on the couch. The divine physician bent down to draw blood and administer needles, and in a brief span, the pallor on the patient's face returned to normal, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped death. Seeing this, Lung Qingxia felt a flicker of relief. Thank you, divine physician Ouyang. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Ouyang Mingxiu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with respect and a hint of admiration. There is no need for such courtesy. Fourth Mississippi, however, I do have a query I wish to present to you. Lung Qingxia, feeling grateful, insisted that Ouyang should not be so modest. Today, consider it a favor owed to you, and whatever you require, do not hesitate to speak, that I shall share all that I know. Ouyang Mingxiu gently inquired. I am aware that the common people have been poisoned, yet I have struggled to find a suitable antidote. May I ask where Fourth Miss acquired this treatment method? Chapter 43. Unworthy of being a monarch. The time for the wager had arrived, and Lung Qingxia stood alongside the numerous ministers from the various dynasties at the designated place. Awaiting the emperor's presence to witness the unfolding events, the supervising official called out, the emperor has arrived. All the ministers knelt down, as did Yuan Qing and the celestial master, proclaiming, we pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Supported by his ministers, the emperor strode with imposing grandeur to his seat, where he sat, waving his long sleeves with authority, commanding all ministers, rise. We thank your majesty. The crowd responded, rising respectfully after their bow. Lung Qingxia, today I wish to see how you will treat those on the brink of death. Enchantress arrived with genuine curiosity, for Lung Qingxia was indeed a figure of intrigue. Lung Qingxia declared, Your Majesty, I request permission for the eunuch to be summoned before the court. He is now able to rise and walk freely. Enchantress raised an eyebrow in evident confusion, utterly astonished that a mere young lady could possess such resolve to heal a bizarre ailment that had baffled the royal physicians. Quickly summon him. His curiosity about Lung Qingxia's capabilities intensified. Upon hearing her assertive words, the celestial master could scarcely conceal his alarm, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Could it be that Lung Qingxia had truly cured the poison? If she had, what would become of him? He was surely doomed. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded as the eunuch, who had been unconscious and near death just days prior, now moved about as freely as any ordinary person. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The eunuch knelt, clasping his hands in reverence. How do you fare now? Enchantress scrutinized the eunuch's demeanor, seeking any indication of irregularity. An antidote? Enchantress's brow furrowed at this revelation. Was there truly an antidote? The common people had not merely been afflicted by celestial misfortune. The emperor's expression grew cold and fierce as he turned his gaze upon Lung Qingxia. Lung Qingxia, I grant you the opportunity to explain. Speak the truth at once. Understanding that her moment had come, Lung Qingxia began, Your Majesty, I wish to report that the people of Dongma are not suffering from any medicinal affliction, but rather they have been poisoned by a malevolent force orchestrating this calamity. She astutely refrained from naming the true mastermind, instead directing blame towards the already trembling celestial master, Songhai, still attempting to maintain his facade. Feigned calmness as he interjected, "Your Majesty, please disregard the sorceress's flattering words. This woman can manipulate and control hearts. Do not be easily swayed by her." "Flattering words?" the emperor retorted, his voice rising in anger. "She has revived the dying, and now those who were on the verge of death have hope for recovery. You dare to tell me what is flattery, what is manipulation? Do you expect me to stand by and watch my subjects perish one by one, and still claim that I am not susceptible to manipulation and control?" His words struck fear into Songhai, who collapsed to his knees, his face drained of color, overwhelmed by panic. "Your Majesty, this was not my intention." Songhai stammered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, Leng Qingsha had indeed healed those on the brink of death. Even if she were a sorceress, her skills were undeniable. He had contributed nothing and had lost the emperor's trust along with that of the Dongma court. The emperor's voice thundered, "Speak! Who is the sorcerer, and who is the traitor?" Boldly. Exion's fury ignited. "You, a mere charlatan, dare to sow discord among us, as if I were a foolish monarch susceptible to your deception?" The emperor then commanded, "Seize this charlatan and throw him into the sky prison. Such audacity to disrupt the court is unforgivable. He must be punished." Songhai, unable to contain his fear any longer, cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I had no choice. It was the crown prince who ordered me to act. I did nothing but falsely accuse the fourth miss of being a sorceress. I knew nothing of the poisoning. Spare me, Your Majesty." The emperor, unyielding, kicked him aside, his fury intensifying. "Bring this man to me at once. Execute him without delay, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Songhai's voice trembled with terror, realizing that he had reached a point of no return. He no longer cared for the crown prince's favor, pleading for leniency. Kneeling on the ground, he clutched the emperor's robes, crying, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. I was coerced into this. It was all the crown prince's doing. I did nothing but malign the fourth miss as a sorceress. I knew nothing of the poisoning. Spare me, Your Majesty. Have mercy." The emperor, without a hint of compassion, ordered the imperial guard once more, "Drag him away. Execute him without hesitation, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Songhai was dragged away by the imperial guard, who did not allow him the chance to plead for mercy. Once he was gone, a profound silence enveloped the court. All the ministers understood the connection to the crown prince, yet the emperor's face darkened, his fury palpable. He had suffered a grave betrayal. Enlanglia, his most cherished son among the princes, had committed such an atrocity. For his own gain, he had cast his subjects into peril, subjecting them to untold suffering. Such a person was unworthy to be a ruler of Dongma, unworthy to be a prince of Dongma. Chapter 44. Enlanglia exposed. The principle that a prince is subject to the same laws as commoners is a fundamental tenet of the realm that cannot be altered. Exion had initially intended to discreetly resolve this matter. Yet Enlanglia's poor judgment had led him to associate with such a foolish individual. In front of the entire court, he had implicated himself with the situation reaching such a critical juncture. Even if he wished to grant him a chance, it was beyond his capacity. His most valued son had brought him profound disappointment. The ministers lowered their heads, fearful of drawing attention to themselves and suffering a dire fate. Exion's anger flared, refusing to subside, his dark eyes reddening with fury, a clear indication of his wrath. Finally, he spoke with a roar, "Where are the imperial guards? Quickly bring this ungrateful son, Enlanglia, to me." Yes, the imperial guards rushed to the crown prince's quarters to apprehend Enlanglia. Simultaneously, Exion coldly directed Leng Qingsha, "I give you 3 days to heal all poisoned individuals in Dongma." "This subject obeys," Leng Qingsha replied, kneeling in submission. She understood well the emperor's ire at that moment. Everyone in Dongma knew there were 3 princes, with the eldest being valiant, wise, and possessing exceptional martial prowess, deemed the pillar of the nation and the most capable to inherit the throne. The second prince, Jinbai, is a man of indulgence and a lover of freedom, showing little regard for the empire's affairs, obsessively enamored with beautiful concubines, and languishing daily in a pool of wine and sumptuous feasts. As for the third prince, Eningqi, though he hails from humble origins, he is excessively weak and refined. Possessing no semblance of presence within the court, he is hardly a suitable candidate for succession. Observing that the fate of the empire rests solely in the hands of Enlanglia, one could hardly anticipate the audacity of his actions, which amount to treachery against his own future, rendering everything utterly ruined. The emperor had harbored high hopes for Enlanglia, yet he has squandered them with such reckless deeds. the emperor's anger is palpable. But it is accompanied by profound sorrow and immense disappointment. Soon after Enchantress was brought forth by the imperial guards, he knelt, clasping his hands in reverence, and humbly addressed the emperor. Your son pays his respects to the father emperor. Upon seeing Enchantress, the emperor's fury flared even more intensely, and he sternly rebuked, Wretched son! Did you not instruct Songhai to fabricate accusations, poisoning the people of Dongma with some vile substance, with a facade of righteousness? Enchantress calmly defended himself. Father emperor, I have been wronged. Songhai has implicated you, claiming you conspired against Leng Qingsha. How do you account for this? Enchantress maintained his composure, articulating meticulously, Father Emperor, during my travels among the people, I heard of Songhai's remarkable skills in exorcising demons and safeguarding the populace, that I had no prior acquaintance with him. Inviting him to the palace was indeed a hasty decision on my part. And I regret that the fourth miss of the Shuwang manor has been wronged because of my oversight. I shall personally visit her to apologize. His clever words deftly evaded the matter of the poison, implying that the affliction of the populace bore no relation to him. He merely sought to resolve the issue. The emperor commanded, send someone to search the first prince's estate. If any suspicious items are found, bring them immediately to the court. Yes, I shall obey. The imperial guards wasted no time and promptly headed to the first prince's residence, conducting a thorough search inside and out. Enchantress had initially believed he was utterly secure. Yet to his astonishment, the imperial guards uncovered the source of the poison within his estate. The emperor had once nurtured a flicker of hope that Enchantress might indeed be innocent. But that hope was now completely shattered. Unexpectedly, everything had transpired so suddenly. He cast a cold glance at the bag held by the imperial guards and then inquired of the imperial physician. Quickly examine this peculiar substance and determine if there is any connection to the poisoning of the people. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the emperor remained heartbroken, tightening his grip on his dragon robe. After closing his eyes momentarily, he slowly reopened them, his countenance radiating fury as he bellowed, How do you explain this? Only then did Enchantress begin to panic. He had never witnessed his father so incensed. Anxiously, he called out, Father Emperor, please allow me to explain. The emperor's wrath surged within him, his voice tinged with sorrow. As a scion of the Dongmo royal family, you are my most trusted child. Is this how you repay my affection? Father Emperor, please hear my explanation. Enchantress's heart was in turmoil. He had never anticipated events would escalate to this extent. Initially, he had merely considered that if his plans faltered, he would be deemed ineffective in judgment and perhaps confined for a few days. Yet, he never expected matters would spiral out of control to such a degree. He hurriedly attempted to justify himself. Father Emperor, I have no motive to harm the people of Dongma. Would it truly be worth it to commit such a heinous act merely to frame a Leng Qingsha? Furthermore, even if I were culpable, I would never leave incriminating evidence within my residence. I would never engage in such foolishness. Are you suggesting that someone has framed you? To the emperor, it appeared that Enchantress was merely grasping at straws. Enchantress fervently declared, Father Emperor, this is clearly a fabrication. I would never commit such a treasonous act. The emperor solemnly ordered, since this substance is extraordinarily rare, there must be a source. Follow this lead and continue investigating, providing an explanation to the people of Dongma. Suddenly, a voice rang out from beyond the hall, announcing the report from the leader of the imperial guards. Announce it, with a command from Enchantress. Enchantress's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He felt that something terrible was about to unfold. Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty. The leader of the imperial guards, Li Biao, bowed deeply, hands clasped, and reported earnestly, Your Majesty, while on patrol, I discovered a group of suspicious individuals. Upon capturing and questioning them, we found that they hail from the western borders and have come here to. Chapter 45. His wound. It is precisely at this point, Li Biao cautiously glanced at Enchantress beside him, ultimately choosing silence. His actions were clear, implying that this group from the western borders had colluded with the first prince to acquire this peculiar poison. Fulfilling their ulterior motives, the emperor's expression darkened further as he commanded, Bring that group from the western borders before me. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingsha's heart skipped a beat. She felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Everything seemed too coincidental. It felt as though waves of attacks were relentlessly aimed at Enchantress. Such a basic error was not something he would easily commit. It seemed that a larger conspiracy lurked behind this plot. Who could be orchestrating all of this? Could it be Xianyuan? Surely, few could possess such capability, and likely none other than Xianyuan could achieve it. Leng Qingsha was utterly bewildered, and all she could do was observe the unfolding events. Eager to see how this situation would develop, shortly after, the imperial guards brought the captured individuals before the court. When they entered, Ling Qingsha keenly observed Yinlanglia's expression, noting a flash of surprise on his face. It was evident he had not anticipated these individuals would be brought forward. In her estimation, Yinlanglia had indeed obtained the poison from these individuals, believing he had handled the matter discreetly, leaving no trace. Yet now they stood in the court, ready to incriminate him. Your humble servants pay their respects to your majesty. The group from the western borders knelt reverently, bowing deeply. Exine coldly interrogated. From whence did this poison come, and to whom did you deliver it? Do you not realize the devastation you have wrought upon the people? This is an unforgivable crime. The leader of the imperial guards, Li Biao, vehemently exclaimed, selling such poison in our dongma is a violation of our laws and warrants severe punishment. Quickly reveal who purchased your wares. Without hesitation, the Westerners implicated Yinlanglia, responding truthfully, it was this young master beside me. Yinlanglia immediately puffed out his chest, retorting fiercely, nonsense. Who has instructed you to slander me? He then sought to appeal to Exine's emotions, a tragic expression on his face. Father Emperor, there is a significant possibility that this individual has been bribed to falsely accuse me. This is entirely plausible. You must not misjudge me based on the words of these lowly people. The Westerners then produced evidence stating, Your Majesty, I have witnesses. This young master's attendant, Wang, personally took the poison from me. He even accidentally came into contact with a Tianqiao bug, and although I administered an antidote, he bears a red mark on his hand that cannot be removed. If I were lying, there would be no trace on the attendant's hand. The wound from the Tianqiao bug is one of a kind. Bring Wang to the court. Exine was beset by a headache. He understood that today's events, regardless of the twists and turns, were inextricably linked to Yinlanglia. Subsequently, Wang, Yinlanglia's attendant, was brought forth, revealing a unique wound on his hand, exhibiting an unusual shape, indeed a rarity. Yinlanglia's heart bled in despair, yet he was unwilling to accept this fate. Desperately, he sought to defend himself once more. Father, this individual is framing me. Perhaps this Wang is also a spy sent to deceive me. Father, do not jump to conclusions. I would never be so foolish. Wang hastily bowed deeply, pleading fervently, Your Highness, I am wronged. I would never dare betray you. I have always served you loyally. I am willing to devote my life to you. Just as chaos erupted in the court, a eunuch's voice rang out, His Highness the Regent has arrived. Moments later, Xin Yuanyi strode in with an imposing presence. Aside from the Emperor and Yinlanglia, everyone else hurriedly bowed to Xin Yuanyi. We pay our respects to His Highness the Regent. No need for formalities. Xin Yuanyi waved his hand dismissively, allowing the ministers to rise as the poised and graceful Ling Qingsha slowly rose from her bowed position. Her eyes cast a fleeting glance of gratitude towards Xin Yuanyi, only to find his gaze fixated upon Yinlanglia, who knelt on the ground before Xin Yuanyi could utter a word. The courtier Wang, who had been kneeling, unexpectedly sprang to his feet and brandished a concealed dagger, aiming to plunge it into Xin Yuanyi's heart with malevolent intent. Fortunately, Xin Yuanyi's reflexes were swift enough to deflect the blade, leaving a deep gash on his arm from which blood gushed forth. Rapidly soaking his garments, the most agitated reaction came from the Emperor, who, alarmed and enraged, bellowed orders to seize the assailant and summon the imperial physician to tend to the injuries of the regent. Yes, the imperial guard immediately apprehended Wang, forcing him down to the ground, rendering him immobile. In a surprising turn of events, Wang bit down on the poison hidden in his mouth, and soon the effects took hold. Black blood spilling from his lips with great effort, he managed to utter a final statement. Your Highness, that I failed to aid you in eliminating Xin Yuanyi, allowing him to continue to threaten your future position. Although your plan has faltered, I shall forever remain by your side. Wang's words served as evidence of the entire scheme being orchestrated by Yinlanglia. Yinlanglia felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He understood that his fate was sealed. Everything had unraveled, destroyed by a horde of minions. At this moment, nothing he said would bear any weight. In his final moments, he implored, Father, do you believe me? This was not orchestrated by your son. The Emperor, however, was consumed with concern for Xin Yuanyi's wound. Chapter 46. Entering the mortal realm, Xin Yuanyi, due to his injury, was immediately attended to by the imperial physician. Yet, within a short span, the wound on the regent's arm had darkened ominously, indicating the potency of the poison. The physician exclaimed urgently, This is dire. The blade is poisoned. We must expel the toxin from the regent's body at once, or his life is in jeopardy. The Emperor, now fraught with anxiety, commanded urgently, quickly, take the regent for treatment. The assembled physicians, in unison with the imperial guard, swiftly assisted Xianyuanyi away for immediate care. Father, I am wronged? Inlanglia protested, unwilling to accept defeat without a fight. He knelt, crying out for a shred of his father's compassion and belief, desperate to convey that he had been ensnared by a plot. The emperor's fury had yet to subside, as he rebuked his subordinates. Why are you not swiftly removing this man? Yes, the imperial guard acted without delay, escorting the crown prince Inlanglia away from the court, the clamor fading into the distance until the hall was enveloped in silence. Everyone depart. The emperor, now troubled and weary, rubbed his temples, yearning for solitude amidst the chaos. He had no desire to witness such tumultuous events unfold. As the situation escalated, Ling Qingsha was equally taken aback, inhaling sharply as her meticulously laid plans were thrown into disarray. She had believed that the true mastermind was Inlanglia, only to discover that he was merely a scapegoat. Had the assassin successfully struck Xianyuanyi, the real puppet master would have triumphed. As Ling Qingsha withdrew from the court, her mind began to calculate the implications of Inlanglia's downfall and Xianyuanyi's perilous condition. Who stood to gain the most from this turmoil? Yiningqi. At last, he had shown himself, hadn't he? A surge of intense hatred welled up within her eyes, and her fists clenched tightly. Even her grandmother was taken aback, recognizing that Ling Qingsha had undergone a significant transformation. The emperor decreed that Ling Qingsha would tend to the poisoned citizens of the capital, ensuring that no one from the Shu Wangfu would disturb her. This decree granted her a measure of tranquility, for even the most obstreperous could not defy the emperor's will. Xiao Qian could hardly contain her excitement for her mistress, exclaiming, "Mistress, you have truly achieved a resounding victory. No one in the estate dares to disrespect you now. I am genuinely pleased for you." Ling Qingsha smiled lightly. "Ah, you sweet-tongued girl. The road ahead is long, and each step must be taken with utmost caution." She focused intently on concocting the antidote, for now that she had received the emperor's command, it was imperative to resolve the matter of the poison swiftly. At that moment, her nurse interjected, "Indeed, Xiao Qian, do not presume this issue will resolve itself so easily. Do you believe that the Madam and Third Miss will simply relent? They may come at you with even greater ferocity than before." "Yes, I had been somewhat complacent," Xiao Qian acknowledged, promptly tempering her demeanor. Ling Qingsha had resolved that since the day of her rebirth, she had never envisioned a life free of strife. She had lived with a heart full of vengeance, treading a path fraught with peril and trepidation. However, a thought of Xianyuanyi crossed her mind. It was by his timely intervention that she had narrowly escaped this ordeal. Had it not been for him, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Her gaze fell, a shadow of sorrow clouding her features. Now that she had been reborn, she vowed not to suffer any further indignities, nor did she wish to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Therefore, she contemplated repaying Xianyuanyi's kindness sooner rather than later. How was his condition, she wondered. As night fell, Ling Qingsha found herself restless, unable to find slumber. Ultimately, she rose from her bed and ventured alone into the courtyard. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the pitch-black sky adorned with a solitary bright moon. Entranced by its luminescence, she suddenly perceived a flicker of purple mist darting across the moonlight, startling her. Thinking she had imagined it, she rubbed her eyes and refocused, only to find nothing amiss. It seemed she had indeed been mistaken. With a soft sigh she pondered, is the day of vengeance still far off? Who are you? The sudden appearance in the dead of night heightened her wariness. The man drew closer, scrutinizing her before commenting with a bemused expression. "So you are the little golden crow. You appear to be a delicate girl, yet you speak of annihilating the world's powers. It seems those celestial elders are nothing but cowardly, despicable creatures, even harassing a fledgling spirit like you." Ling Qingsha could not comprehend his words and frowned, warning him sternly, "Who are you? Do you not know that trespassing upon the Shu Wangfu is a capital offense?" The man chuckled suddenly, realization dawning upon him. Ah, the little golden crow is but a mere mortal now, unaware of the celestial realms or magical powers. He then composed himself, introducing, "I am Yao Han, a wanderer of the Jianghu, and I see potential in you. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart my teachings." Chapter 47. Yiningqi's Machinations. The following day, in a secluded forest, amidst picturesque landscapes, stood a small pavilion. Lung Fengxian respectfully stood with cupped fists, congratulating a mysterious figure. "Congratulations, master. This contest has ended in resounding victory, and soon you shall ascend to the throne of the crown prince." In contrast, the mysterious figure's tone remained measured. "What joy is there? Xianyuanyi is still alive. As long as he draws breath, the outcome is uncertain." Lung Fengxian countered, Eliminating the bothersome crown prince Enlanglia is already a victory for you, master. And as for Xin Yuanyi, he is not the emperor's biological son. A mere regent poses no threat. Besides, is he not gravely injured? The man shook his head, taking a leisurely sip of tea. You are unaware of many things. The cold fortress of the palace harbors countless secrets. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, revealing depths of darkness and intrigue. Master. Lung Fengxian pondered what thoughts occupied his master's mind, having followed him for years without uncovering a hint of his deeper intentions. The man set down his teacup and gazed intently at him, stating, regardless, Fengxian, your years of dedication beside Enlanglia have not gone unnoticed. You have rendered a great service to this prince, and I shall reward you accordingly. Thank you for your recognition, master. I seek only to follow you faithfully. I desire nothing more. Lung Fengxian's face betrayed his uncontainable joy. This prince, starting from this day forth, can no longer indulge in idleness and leisure. He must step forth and ensure that the emperor does not forget that he has a son like me. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the teacup, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. And a faint smile played upon his lips. He is none other than Enlanglia. After years of meticulous planning, his singular ambition was to topple Enlanglia, and he has finally succeeded, although his initial plan to achieve two objectives with one action did not come to fruition. It cannot be deemed a failure, for he has successfully eliminated an eyesore. His subordinate preemptively congratulated him, and Lung Fengxian shared in the joy of the third prince. However, a crucial thought suddenly crossed Lung Fengxian's mind, leaving him uncertain about whether to broach the subject with his master. I know what you wish to say. Fear not. How could this prince forget such matters? I shall ensure he meets a fitting end, posing no further threat to me. Even without Lung Fengxian voicing his concerns, Enlanglia had already devised a plan for the situation. Understood, my lord. Though Lung Fengxian was somewhat taken aback, he ultimately recognized that his master had thoroughly considered the matter, ensuring that everything was arranged meticulously. In the ensuing days, Enlanglia was stripped of his princely status and relegated to the status of a commoner. Being escorted to the frontier, he was in a daze. Although he was spared his life, he felt that he was living a fate worse than death. Having been raised in luxury, he could hardly endure such suffering. He would rather die, yet found himself devoid of the courage to do so. Passing by a tea house, the guards escorting him felt thirsty and decided to stop for a cup of tea, unaware that, at that very moment, assassins had set their sights on Enlanglia. He fought desperately for his life, but found himself at the end of his rope. Ultimately, cornered to the last moment, he resigned himself to fate. Today, my life has reached its end, but before I die, I wish to know who has sought my life. He pondered deeply, unable to fathom the true mastermind behind the plot. His second brother had always been a womanizer, never coveting power. It could not be him. As for the third brother, Enlanglia, he hailed from humble beginnings and wielded no power, remaining inconspicuous. Very well, since your fate is sealed, I shall make it clear to you, allowing you to die with knowledge. Do not seek me out as a ghost thereafter. The one who has truly led to your downfall is the third prince. After the assassin spoke, he swiftly ended Enlanglia's life. He could never have imagined that the culprit was indeed Enlanglia, whom he had underestimated all along. The one harboring ambition was he. All along, when the guards returned from their tea break, they found that Lung Fengxian had vanished without a trace. They searched high and low, ultimately reporting to the court. Upon learning that Lung Fengxian had fled in fear of punishment, the emperor's wrath surged in a fit of anger. The emperor's health deteriorated severely, and he coughed up blood. Losing half his vitality from that moment on, he remained in poor health, unable to recover. With matters of state left unattended, the regency was temporarily entrusted to the regent, whose own poison had yet to be purged, thus shaking the very foundations of the nation. The fate of the Eastern Mo kingdom soon became the talk of the realm. Meanwhile, in the Shu Wangfu, Ling Qingxia became aware of these events and furrowed her brow. According to her memories from her previous life, the next step would be Enlangjia's aggressive consolidation of power within the court, seeking to strengthen his position and secure the title of crown prince. In her past life, she had been a naive, unsuspecting rabbit, ultimately falling prey to the ravenous wolf that was Enlangji, who left her with nothing but bones. Now she finally understood that Enlangji had orchestrated the downfall of Enlanglia, the only one worthy of the crown prince title. The regent was merely a court official, while the second prince was a hedonist, uninterested in power. Hence, the only remaining contender for the title was Enlangji. However, as Enlangji was not born of the principal consort and hailed from humble origins, it would be a challenge to garner support from the court. Consequently, he would likely turn his attention towards Lung Qingxia. First orchestrating a chance encounter, entering her world under the guise of stars and moonlight, personally assisting her in clearing her mother's name, and ultimately winning her affection. He would not disdain her disfigurement, treating her with utmost tenderness, only to later exploit her to ascend to the throne and, in the end, torment and humiliate her until he extinguished her very essence. The haunting memories of her past life pierced her heart like daggers, leaving her breathless with pain. Alone, Ling Qingxia sought refuge in solitude, tears streaming down her face as she longed to devour Yiningqi's flesh and blood to exact her revenge. Chapter 48. The rapid intensification of emotions. The wound on Xian Yuanye's arm was festering with poison, spreading relentlessly. Despite the medication's efforts to control it, the toxin continued to proliferate, threatening to break free and engulf his entire body. The potency of this poison was formidable. Thankfully, only his arm was affected, for if it had struck his chest, the consequences would have been dire. Ouyang Mingxiu tended to Xian Yuanye's wound while narrating the situation. Xian Yuanye's thoughts were consumed by the memory of Ling Qingxia. How ruthless she was. He had stepped in to assist her, yet it seemed she had completely forgotten his kindness just as she emerged from her perilous ordeal. Now poisoned, she hadn't even come to check on him. Truly, that woman deserved a reckoning. My lord, please bear with it a little longer. You will be well soon. Ouyang Mingxiu exerted himself to purge the toxin from Xian Yuanye's body, enduring the excruciating pain himself as he did so. Meanwhile, Yin Lianjing had long been waiting outside the grand hall. Upon hearing that Brother Yi was gravely poisoned, she rushed over, determined to ensure that nothing would happen to him. It was indeed her elder brother's ambition that had led to this predicament. Had he not harbored treachery, Brother Yi would not have been harmed. A whole day passed in a blur, and finally, after great effort, the poison within Xian Yuanyi was expelled. Brother Yi. Upon seeing the divine physician exit, Yin Lianjing hurried into the hall. Xian Yuanye's face was pale, a testament to his weakened state, and he would likely need several days of rest. The sight of him caused her heart to ache deeply. How are you, Brother Yi? She approached Xian Yuanyi, her gaze filled with concern. Little princess. I am fine. Xian Yuanyi offered her a faint smile, assuring her of his well-being. Yet seeing him feign nonchalance only deepened her worry. Brother Yi, you don't hate me, do you? Hate you? Why would I hate you? Xian Yuanyi was momentarily bewildered. After all, my brother has harmed you, Yin Lianjing said, her voice trailing off with a hint of sorrow. Enough, silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? It was but a trivial matter. How could I possibly harbor hatred towards you? Despite his gentle words, a glint of coldness lurked in Xian Yuanye's eyes. As long as Brother Yi does not hate me, nothing else matters. Suddenly, Yin Lianjing beamed, her smile radiant as she fixed her gaze on him. She pouted slightly, wishing to linger a while longer by his side. However, just then, Ma Chan interjected, Princess Lianjing, my lord requires rest, so I must ask you to. Yin Lianjing understood the implication and reluctantly rose to leave. Take care of yourself, Brother Yi. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned to depart. Xian Yuanyi watched her leave with gentle eyes, but once she had vanished into the distance, his expression turned cold. That he immediately commanded Ma Chan, if she attempts to come again, find every excuse to turn her away. Do not let her disturb me. Understood. Ma Chan acknowledged the order, and then Xian Yuanyi inquired, recently, have any others come to request an audience with me? Ma Chan secretly smirked. His lord dismissed all women yet seemed particularly interested in the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. Enough, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Xian Yuanyi felt a surge of frustration at the thought of that ungrateful girl, rubbing his temples, his expression tinged with bitterness. 2 days later, Ling Qingxia finally completed her treatment of the poisoned citizens of the capital, and seized the opportunity to visit the residence of Xian Yuan to avoid suspicion. She had concealed her identity from everyone in the Shu Wangfu and ventured here alone. In the capital, who did not know that Xian Yuanyi was the beloved of Princess Lianjing? Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards the regent would surely face her wrath. She had yet to avenge her grievances and did not wish to provoke another formidable enemy. Thus, caution was paramount. Dressed in a long robe that concealed her features, she only removed it upon reaching the gates of the lord's residence, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Esteemed guard, I am an old friend of the regent. I have brought some medicinal remedies for the lord's injuries. Please, could you kindly deliver them on my behalf? She spoke as she handed the items to the chief guard, then donned her robe once more before turning to leave. It could be considered a gesture of goodwill towards that man. Just as Ling Qingxia turned to depart, the guard immediately delivered the items to the prince's trusted aide, Ma Chan. After a brief inquiry, Ma Chan surmised that it must be the fourth miss of the Shuwang mansion, and promptly informed the prince. Without further ado, they rushed over, intent on silencing her. unbeknownst to Leng Qingxia, who had no inkling of who had sent them. She found herself in a perilous situation where she could only muster her strength to escape. However, she was at a disadvantage, utterly powerless. A blade had even grazed her arm, inflicting wounds in various places. Gritting her teeth, she racked her brain for a means of escape. In that moment, she beheld a lethal strike aimed at her, and she felt utterly defenseless, just as life and death hung in the balance. A sharp sword appeared, intercepting the blow on her behalf. Turning around, Leng Qingxia was astonished to see the figure of Xian Yuanyi, who had timely arrived to save her life once more. "Mount up," he urged, extending his hand to signal her to climb onto the horse swiftly. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and mounted the horse beside him, as he urged the steed into a gallop. He held the reins tightly, and as she sat before him, his actions inadvertently brought him to embrace her waist, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Chapter 49. The bashful regent, Xian Yuanyi, still not fully recovered from his injuries, could not confront the assassins head-on. Once Leng Qingxia was securely seated, he quickly led her away on horseback, gripping the reins tightly and urging the horse to hasten their escape. Yet the assassins pursued relentlessly, drawing bows to target the fleeing pair. With a fierce pull of their fingers, arrows were loosed, striking Xian Yuanyi, who sat behind Leng Qingxia. The blade pierced through his body from behind, causing his pupils to constrict as his grip on the reins slackened slightly. Xian Yuanyi, Leng Qingxia, seated in front, turned to find him impaled by the sword, his hand slowly releasing its hold. "Are you all right?" she cried, knowing they could not afford to stop. Otherwise, both their lives would be forfeit. Xian Yuanyi collapsed against her back, slipping into unconsciousness, as a glimmer of golden light emanated from the wound on his chest. Dispersing into the sky, Leng Qingxia tightened her grip on the reins and urged the horse to flee with urgency. At last, they escaped the assassin's pursuit, prompting her to bring the horse to a halt. Whoa! If they continued running, Xian Yuanyi would surely bleed to death. "Xian Yuanyi, wake up! Please wake up!" She gently lowered him from the horse and anxiously called his name, but he remained unconscious. His eyes firmly shut, fearful of the assassins catching up. She struck the horse's flanks, urging it onward, and guided Xian Yuanyi to a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain. There was a stream nearby, and she laid him down, her gaze fixating on the sword that had pierced his chest, furrowing her brow as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Xian Yuanyi, please wake up. Please wake up." Once more, she felt utterly helpless, reminiscent of a past life she despised. Scanning her surroundings, she realized the desolation offered no hope of finding a healer to save him. Moreover, the sword had struck perilously close to his heart. Watching the blood flow incessantly from Xian Yuanyi, she felt lost, unsure of what to do. "Xian Yuanyi, please don't die. I don't know what to do." As she witnessed his blood loss and the pallor of his face, her heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Rather than helplessly watching him perish, she ought to exert every effort to find a solution. Rising urgently, she declared, "Xian Yuanyi, wait for me." After uttering those words, she turned and ascended the mountain. Although she lacked medical knowledge, she possessed a degree of skill in identifying medicinal herbs. As she ventured forth, Xian Yuanyi lay alone by the riverbank, motionless, his life hanging by a thread. At that moment, a dark mist began to coalesce upon the placid water, slowly creeping towards the shore, transforming into a demonic form intent on obliterating the unconscious Xian Yuanyi. Just then, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, instantly annihilating the malevolent entity. The blue light took on a human shape, still shimmering with an ethereal glow. As it approached Xian Yuanyi, frowning slightly at his state. Ye ran. "Why do you subject yourself to this? After enduring heavenly tribulations, you forcibly descended into the mortal realm. Yet even now, in this corporeal form, you cannot escape the tormenting curse that clings to her." As the figure spoke, they traced a finger over Xian Yuanyi's wound, channeling a stream of blue light into him, prompting a slight change in his demeanor. "Now that the divine seal upon you has dissipated, life in the mortal realm will become increasingly arduous. Those demons will surely devise every conceivable scheme to destroy your essence." The figure personally removed the sword from Xian Yuanyi's chest, pain etched upon their face as he remained unconscious. "Ye ran, having entered the mortal world, you must adhere to its fated course. The divine cannot interfere with mortal affairs. The bond between you and her now rests solely upon your destiny before departing." The figure used celestial magic to maintain the seal upon his chest, for should the demons catch a whiff of his divine aura, they would undoubtedly return to obliterate his essence. Yet, with the seal dispersed, his powers could not be sustained indefinitely. A day would come when it would all unravel. Helpless, he could only allow the cycles of fate to unfold. Rising, he transformed into a wisp of blue light. Vanishing into the horizon, upon descending the mountain, Leng Qingxia was taken aback to find the sword missing from Xian Yuanye's chest. Had it simply fallen away? However, she had little time to ponder. Xian Yuanyi, are you all right? She raised her hand without hesitation, tearing away his clothing, only to discover there was no wound. Confusion washed over her. How could the grievous injury have vanished so suddenly? She furrowed her brow, continuing to tug at his clothing, even contemplating stripping him entirely to uncover the mystery of his injury. Just as she prepared to act, Xian Yuanyi unexpectedly stirred, blinking awake in a daze, only to find Leng Qingxia shamefully attempting to remove his garments. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. You, how bold! Release me at once, Your Highness! Leng Qingxia had not anticipated his sudden awakening. I truly never imagined you to be so shameless. Xian Yuanyi was experiencing this for the first time. Despite the admiration he garnered from many women in the vast Dongma kingdom, none had dared to approach him so audaciously, whether it was shyness or something else. Heat surged to his ears, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Chapter 50. A moment of solitude for two. Leng Qingxia immediately knelt, acknowledging her fault. Your Highness, I am deserving of punishment. I should not have disrespected you. However, I acted in haste, wishing to ascertain your injuries. Seeing her bow her head, he hurriedly turned to adjust his clothing, hastily donning his garments. Stealing a glance at him, Leng Qingxia found herself surprised by this unexpected side of the usually frosty regent. Could it be that this powerful figure had never indulged in the company of a woman? Unthinkable. Was it possible he lacked prowess in that regard? A mischievous smile crept upon her lips at the absurdity of the notion. Xian Yuanyi turned to face her, immediately noticing the playful smirk at her lips. What is it that amuses you? Oh no. She had been caught. Instantly composed, she replied, now that Your Highness is unharmed, I can finally breathe easy. Indeed, he had saved her, risking his life in the process. Yet, she could not fathom why this regent had repeatedly come to her aid in her past life. Yining had gone to great lengths to win her heart. Using her to climb the ranks, was Xian Yuanyi employing a similar strategy? She was unsure, reluctant to trust anyone. I have no means to repay you. I am at your service, Your Highness. So you are at my disposal? Pray tell, what does that entail? As Xian Yuanyi inched closer, Leng Qingxia felt her face heat up and her heart race, unable to meet his gaze. Observing her blush, he chuckled, so you do experience shyness. I had thought you were devoid of modesty. Upon hearing Xian Yuanyi's humiliating remarks, Leng Qingxia pouted in displeasure. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be insulted. Angrily, she rose to her feet, only to inadvertently step on her skirt, causing her to stumble and fall, landing atop Xian Yuanyi. Their gazes locked, their lips mere inches apart. They remained in this intimate tableau for a quarter of an hour, during which her presence sent his heart racing. Realizing the closeness, she quickly scrambled to her feet, eager to create some distance between them. The fleeting moment of proximity had felt unexpectedly enchanting, and her abrupt withdrawal left him feeling unsatisfied. He grasped her hand with urgency. With a firm tug, Xian Yuanyi pulled her down once more, her head landing against his chest, where she distinctly heard the rapid thumping of his heart. Stunned, she found herself at a loss for words. Leng Qingxia, are you so impatient? Xian Yuanyi's words jolted her back to reality. She was a woman bent on vengeance and could not afford such entanglements with him. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I assure you it was unintentional. Breaking free from his grasp, Leng Qingxia hastily rose, maintaining a respectful distance. Xian Yuanyi, having caught the faint fragrance lingering on her, realized that women possessed a subtle allure. That he had never been in close proximity to a woman before. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, where could a lady procure sustenance for him? After a brief search, she found no wild fruits to eat. Before you lies a river. Dive in and catch some fish for me, he commanded, gesturing towards the water. Leng Qingxia turned, bewildered, at the thought of a frail woman catching fish. What else? Xian Yuanyi raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of superiority. With a resigned sigh, she rolled up her sleeves and waded into the river, clumsily attempting to catch fish, getting herself covered in mud, yet failing to catch even one. When she glanced over at Xian Yuanyi, she found him laughing at her plight. Determined, she gritted her teeth and, after much effort, finally caught a fish. Elated, she hurriedly presented it to him. Your Highness, look! I caught a fish. She scrambled ashore, but Xian Yuanyi coldly ordered, Why are you dawdling? Quickly roast it for me. Roast it? This was beyond Leng Qingxia's expectations. She had no choice but to comply, and once the fish was cooked to perfection, the sun began to set. Without needing to ask, she understood the fish was likely not for her, promptly handing the entire catch to Xian Yuanyi. Rising, she went to the riverbank to wash her dirty face and wring out her soaked skirt. What are you waiting for? Eat. Xin Yuany's next words took her by surprise. Starved, she accepted the fish and took a bite. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness." Xin Yuanyi, observing her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but smile faintly as she continued eating. She suddenly felt a fishbone lodged in her throat, panic flashing across her face. Simultaneously, Xin Yuanyi grew anxious. Hastily checking her jaw, "How is it? Better now? Open your mouth, let me see." Obediently she parted her lips, and he examined her closely, just a small bone. Embarrassed and indignant, she closed her mouth, swallowing hard, and miraculously the bone was gone. "Your Highness, I'm fine now." Xin Yuanyi was taken aback but relieved. Leng Qingxia gazed up at the starry night sky, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, you may scold me, but be cautious with your words. If you offend someone you shouldn't, it may implicate the entire Shuangfu," she warned Leng Qingrong sternly. Leng Qingrong was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Ignoring her, Leng Qingxia shot her a cold glance and strode away. Leng Qingrong remained frozen, unable to comprehend, while her maid urged, "Miss, Leng Qingxia is not the same as before. If she is close to the regent, your words might be unwise." Realization dawned on her. If Leng Qingxia had spent the night with the regent, she would be in grave danger. Her expression shifted dramatically, panic setting in as she hurriedly departed. "Elder brother," Leng Qingxia greeted Leng Fengxian with a calm demeanor. "Xiar, where have you been? Your absence has caused me much worry," he said, approaching with feigned concern. "Indeed," she replied, stepping away. "Xiao Qian, quickly prepare hot water for me." Upon seeing Xiao Qian, Leng Qingxia relaxed, feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing. She had sustained numerous injuries from an assassin, and the cold night air had exacerbated her condition. Biting her lip, she endured, having held on since yesterday. Today, Xin Yuany's subordinates had found him, prompting her hasty departure. "Miss?" Xiao Qian quickly supported Leng Qingxia to a couch. Noticing the bloodstains on her garments, she realized the severity of her injuries. "Miss?" Xiao Qian, "Hurry to fetch medicine. I will tend to her," the wet nurse said, rushing to support Leng Qingxia. Xiao Qian wasted no time, hastily following her instructions. After a bath and applying ointment, Leng Qingxia lay down, her eyes fluttering shut. Succumbing to exhaustion, Xiao Qian and the wet nurse chose not to disturb her, leaving her to rest. Soon, Leng Qingxia fell into a deep slumber, and at that moment, a swirling purple mist coalesced into a humanoid figure. It was Yao Hun, who had previously offered to take Leng Qingxia as his disciple. His violet eyes softened to a normal black as he approached her. "When your wings are fully formed, who would dare harm you?" he mused, weaving his hands in a mystical gesture, sending a stream of purple light to heal her wounds. Gradually, her complexion returned to normal. Leng Qingxia furrowed her brow, slowly opening her eyes to find a stranger in her room. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, expecting pain but feeling none. "You healed me?" she asked incredulously, astonished by the sudden recovery of her injuries. "How did you accomplish this? You were quite haughty the other day when I offered to take you as my disciple," he remarked casually, playing with a violet serpent ring. "You're the one who claimed to be from the martial world," she realized, recalling his earlier boast. "You've forgotten me? If you forget again, you truly are a heartless little girl," Yao Hun replied with mock grievance. Leng Qingxia remained cautious, wary of his intentions. "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching me?" Her expression hardened as she questioned him. In response, Yao Hun waved his hand, enveloping her in a mist of purple smoke. Instantly, she felt herself spinning and lifting off the ground. Chapter 52. Encounter with Yining. Leng Qingxia was stunned and disbelieving as she found herself in a different realm, one devoid of grass, flowers or trees, an emptiness where no living creature existed. Looking down, she saw a pool of clear water reflecting the azure sky above. Yao Hun gazed at Leng Qingxia, who appeared utterly astonished, with a mere wave of his hand. Her body slowly descended, and in a moment of panic, she wished to express her inability to swim. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself standing upon the water's surface, as if it were a reflective mirror. At that very moment, Leng Qingxia's eyes were open to a new world. She was utterly speechless, her gaze fixed upon the man before her. Could it be that she was dreaming? Such a phenomenon would surely not occur in reality. This was an entirely different realm. Yao Hun candidly informed her of this. "So you are?" Leng Qingxia inquired, scrutinizing the man before her. His attire was resplendent and noble, certainly not that of an ordinary individual, and he emanated a faint aura of purple energy. She quickly deduced, "Are you perhaps a deity from the celestial realm?" Reflecting upon her own resurrection, Leng Qingxia conjectured that heaven had taken notice of her tragic demise, and in a show of compassion had sent a divine being to aid her rebirth, to seek vengeance and settle her grievances. Otherwise, how could she have been reborn? I, the humble Lung Qingxia, have met the Divine Lord, she declared, coming to her senses and immediately bowing to Yao Hun. Though he had yet to speak, she had already defined him, and he felt a tinge of helplessness before breaking into a light chuckle. Might you be willing to take me as your master? Me? Lung Qingxia was taken aback. Was she truly worthy of being a disciple of a divine lord? However, she had no interest in achieving immortality. Her sole desire was to exact revenge, nothing more. She dared not be overly ambitious. Being granted a second chance at life was already more than enough. What? Are you unwilling? Yao Hun raised an eyebrow at her silence. No, I merely pondered that I am but a mortal, unworthy of such lofty aspirations. It is a great fortune that the Divine Lord has granted me rebirth. How could I dare to seek more? Her words were heartfelt. For after her past life, she had seen through much of the world's illusions. Once her vengeance was fulfilled, she yearned only for a tranquil place to live out her days like flowing clouds and water. Since you acknowledge me as a divine lord, how could my intentions be easily dismissed? From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I shall patiently teach you the ways of immortality, guiding you to transcendence. With that proclamation, Yao Hun transformed into a swirl of purple mist, vanishing before Lung Qingxia's eyes. She searched for his figure, but upon turning, she found herself awakening from what felt like a dream. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated whether everything that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Miss, at that moment, Xiao Qian's voice echoed from outside the door. She responded, and Xiao Qian entered, carrying a basin of warm water along with some herbs. Miss, I have fetched some medicinal herbs for you. I shall prepare them shortly, and after you consume them, your injuries will heal swiftly. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's words, Lung Qingxia recalled her injuries, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Hastily, she loosened her clothing to investigate. Where have your wounds gone? Xiao Qian exclaimed, astonished to see Lung Qingxia's skin smooth and flawless, devoid of the bloody wounds from the previous day. Could it be that what she experienced was not a dream? Miss, what do you mean it wasn't a dream? Xiao Qian asked, confused. Xiao Qian, I am fine now. You needn't worry about me any longer. Please leave me be for a moment. That I wish to be alone. Lung Qingxia dismissed Xiao Qian, eager to see if the Divine Lord from her dream would reappear. Xiao Qian, still perplexed, exited Lung Qingxia's chamber, mulling over how her mistress's wounds could have healed overnight. Had she discovered some miraculous remedy? Yet, in all her years, she had never encountered a medicine capable of healing a person's wounds so completely in such a short span of time, leaving no trace behind. Inside her room, Lung Qingxia pondered deeply but could not arrive at any conclusions. Finally, she resolved to leave it to fate. As night fell, having just finished her evening meal, an important thought struck her. If she continued to follow the trajectory of her past life, then soon Su Yingyue would arrive, inviting her to the bustling market to release lanterns. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, she heard Xiao Qian announce, Miss Yingyue has arrived. A chill swept through Lung Qingxia's eyes, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. Let her in, she said gently. In walked Su Yingyue, clad in a delicate yellow gown, exuding an air of purity. Her hair cascaded in waves, adorned only with a single magnolia bloom, giving her a fresh and elegant appearance. As she spoke, her voice was as sweet as a nightingale just emerged from the valley. Softly calling, Sister Yingyue, you finally came. I have missed you dearly these past few days, Lung Qingxia replied warmly, already plotting her course of action in her mind. I have missed you too, sister, but as you know, I am merely a secondary daughter in the household. I cannot come and go as I please, for I must seek my father's and mother's permission. Su Yingyue lamented, tears welling in her eyes, evoking sympathy. You need not say more. I understand your plight, Lung Qingxia reassured her, grasping Su Yingyue's hand, her gaze clear and sincere. Chapter 53. The Machinations of Yiningqi. Lung Qingxia and Su Yingyue had arranged to head to the market together the following day to make wishes and release lanterns. Both harbored ulterior motives. Su Yingyue had received instructions from Yiningqi simply to escort Lung Qingxia to the market, leaving the rest to him. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxia, armed with the memories of her past life, recognized that this journey to the market was a trap set by Yiningqi, intending for her to fall into his schemes, to be used as a mere pawn. This time, however, things would be different. She would not allow herself to be deceived as she had in her previous life. She would turn the tables on him, ensuring he paid for his treachery, making him experience the torment she had endured. In her past life, she had suffered at the hands of Su Yingyue, losing her beauty, and had been humiliated in public due to Su Yingyue's cunning schemes. Once, she had believed everything to be beautiful, only to find herself the object of ridicule. A pawn in his meticulously crafted game, she had given him her heart, only for him to shatter it and revel in her suffering until he was satisfied. Yiningqi, for the pain inflicted upon her body paled in comparison to the indelible wounds etched upon her heart. In this life, she was determined to see how Yiningqi would attempt to win her affection now that she bore no scars. Leng Qingxia chuckled coldly, already formulating her plan. This time, she would ensure that Yiningqi fell genuinely in love with her, and when he bared his heart, she would betray him, making him experience the depths of anguish she had once felt. As these thoughts consumed her, she slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to the torment within, her fists clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the stillness. Earlier that day, Su Yingyue had arrived at the Shu Wangfu. Waiting for Leng Qingxia to accompany her to the market, she remained adorned in her pure attire, with a few delicate floral accessories in her hair, projecting an air of innocence that masked her many flaws. Though Su Yingyue's features were rather ordinary, her fresh and refined demeanor gave her an ethereal beauty, akin to a delicate flower untouched by the world. Xiao Qian, please check if your mistress is ready, Su Yingyue urged, her impatience growing as she awaited Leng Qingxia's delayed appearance. All right, I will go this instant, Xiao Qian replied, bemused by her mistress's unusual behavior. Unlike her usual self, who would simply apply a touch of powder before heading out. Today Leng Qingxia seemed to have taken great care with her appearance. As Xiao Qian approached the door to knock, she was surprised to see Leng Qingxia open it herself as she stepped out. Her figure instantly captivated all eyes, clad in crimson, with the plum blossom makeup accentuating her features. Her elegantly arched brows added a touch of allure. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and charm, while a flowing veil of golden purple silk obscured her face, allowing glimpses of her finely sculpted nose and alluring red lips, shrouded in an air of mystery that rendered her both enchanting and commanding. Her appearance this time was indeed worlds apart from Su Yingyue's. While Su Yingyue embodied a delicate and pitiful charm, she exuded an allure that could captivate all living beings, rendering any man utterly spellbound. Upon witnessing the stunning transformation of Leng Qingxia, Su Yingyue could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Which woman in the world did not wish to enchant the masses? It merely depended on whether one possessed the requisite qualities standing before her. Leng Qingxia truly had such qualities, intensifying Su Yingyue's envy to the point of irritation. The moment Xiao Qian laid eyes on Leng Qingxia, she was genuinely taken aback by her beauty, never having anticipated that when the young lady chose to dress up seriously, she could indeed bewitch the world. The wet nurse, meanwhile, wore a look of satisfaction, realizing that the little girl she had once cared for had finally grown up. Sister, why are you wearing a veil? Su Yingyue asked, rushing forward as she came to her senses. For some inexplicable reason, her face had felt unbearably itchy and painful the night before, and upon waking up early that morning, it was flushed crimson. Fearing she might not be presentable, she had no choice but to don the veil. With a faint smile, Leng Qingxia calmly explained the situation. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Qian was bewildered. The young lady's face appeared perfectly fine, so why claim it was flushed? Truly, she could not comprehend Miss Bai's intentions. Time is of the essence, sister. We must set off, Su Yingyue declared, dismissing her concerns for Leng Qingxia. She was eager to fulfill the third prince's orders and escort Leng Qingxia over, fearing she would meet an unfortunate fate. Especially since the prince himself had intervened, surely Leng Qingxia was doomed. Very well. Leng Qingxia followed Su Yingyue out the door, and the two beauties, reminiscent of celestial maidens, quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Su Yingyue felt a surge of satisfaction. Her ethereal demeanor was precisely what endeared her to men. Yet soon, she realized that most men's gazes were fixated on Leng Qingxia, who, despite her veil, still captivated many. Inwardly, Su Yingyue was extremely uncomfortable. Could it be that Leng Qingxia was a reincarnation of a seductive fox spirit? How could these wretched men be so enthralled by someone they could not see? It was infuriating. As she fumed, an idea struck her. She would deliberately trip Leng Qingxia, causing her veil to fall and reveal her flushed face. Let us see if these lecherous men still remained captivated. As they walked, Su Yingyue hesitated in her steps, positioning herself slightly behind Leng Qingxia. She raised her foot and cautiously stepped on the hem of Leng Qingxia's skirt, hoping to send her sprawling to the ground. If that were to happen, all eyes would be drawn to her instead. However, unexpectedly, Leng Qingxia had already seen through her intentions and secretly derided her for employing such a despicable and underhanded tactic. She held no desire to stoop to Su Yingyue's level. Yingyue, look! Leng Qingxia suddenly leapt forward, catching Su Yingyue off guard and sending her tumbling to the ground. Su Yingyue's fall was witnessed by the crowd, and a group of unsavory men rushed forward to assist her, taking the opportunity to be rather familiar. Despite her disgust, she forced a smile and said, "Thank you, brave gentleman. It's nothing. Sister Su Ingyue managed a strained smile. Suppressing her inner fury, she was determined to see just how long Leng Qingxia could maintain her composure. Once they reached Ruyuan Bridge, she would relish the sight of the third prince dealing with her. She would surely meet a gruesome end. Sister, we should continue on our way. We are almost there. Su Ingyue was impatient, wishing for Leng Qingxia's demise so that she could rid herself of this grievance. Very well, coldness flickered in Leng Qingxia's eyes. She would ensure that Su Ingyue would not enjoy any sweet fruits of victory. She would torment her slowly, allowing her to experience true suffering. Finally, they arrived at Ruyuan Bridge, where each took a Kongming lantern, lit it, and gently released it into the sky with hands clasped together. They made wishes. Leng Qingxia silently wished for a life devoid of desires, solely seeking for Yining Qi to pay a heavy price, allowing her to avenge her grievances. If this wish were fulfilled, her heart would be at peace. Meanwhile, Su Ingyue wished merely to spend her life alongside the third prince, feeling utterly content. Sister, are you well? Su Ingyue called out after finishing her wish, as Leng Qingxia slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards her. She unexpectedly spotted Yining Qi standing not far behind her at the bridgehead. Her eyes trembled momentarily, glistening with tears. He appeared just as he had in her past life, dressed in pale blue adorned with bamboo leaf motifs, exuding an aura of refinement and uniqueness. Although she was at a distance, she could still clearly make out his strikingly cold features, leaving a profound impression. Once, she had gazed at him with unbridled affection, sweetly calling him Qilang or Achi. Was she now to relive the beauty of their past life? Leng Qingxia scoffed inwardly. Now all she felt was an overwhelming hatred, wishing only to flay him alive and dismember him to assuage her wrath. Sister. Seeing Leng Qingxia momentarily lost in thought, Su Ingyue called out, anxiously pondering what the third prince's plan could possibly be. At that moment, a surge of malevolent figures emerged, brandishing large knives and scattering the surrounding crowd, encircling only Leng Qingxia and Su Ingyue. Nearby vendors selling small birds and rabbits were also driven away, their cages overturned, causing the rabbits to escape. One burly man with a shaved head stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Leng Qingxia as he menaced. Where did this little beauty come from? Such a graceful figure. Remove that veil so I can have a good look. Leng Qingxia realized Yining Qi's scheme was merely to enlist the notorious bullies of the capital to create chaos, harass respectable women, and then have him swoop in as the hero. How kitsch! Did he think her a foolish little girl? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Ingyue stepping back in fear of being harmed again. Across from Ruyuan Bridge, a lavish pavilion housed a man of immense status. Observing the scene unfold, his guards, witnessing the commotion on the bridge, immediately turned to their master, asking, Your Highness, shall we? The man remained unfazed, a glimmer of shrewdness crossing his dark eyes as he arrogantly replied, Not yet. That girl possesses remarkable skills. Let us observe further. Yes. The subordinate fell silent, obediently following his master's orders and focusing on the unfolding drama at Ruyuan Bridge. Leng Qingxia felt no fear. She knew Yining Qi was waiting for the opportune moment to play the gallant savior. Would she grant him that opportunity? Certainly not. She intended to concoct something new. Do you know where you are? This is the capital, and such behavior is punishable. Punishable? The thugs erupted into laughter upon hearing her words. My dear lady, why don't you enlighten us on what punishment entails? Their laughter echoed, and beneath her veil, Leng Qingxia smirked, an enchanting and seductive smile gracing her lips as she replied, Very well. With that, she stomped her foot and leapt into the air, showcasing her lightness of foot. Leaving everyone momentarily stunned before they could react, she delivered a powerful kick to the bald man, sending him crashing to the ground. Up, everyone! They finally snapped back to reality, charging at her in unison with punches and kicks. Leng Qingxia ruthlessly dispatched them one by one. Meanwhile, not far away, Yining Qi, who had been ready to execute his plan, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Leng Qingxia's remarkable prowess. He had always heard from Leng Fengxian that she was merely a naive girl. Yet today she opened his eyes to her true capabilities. He stood rooted in place, captivated by her valiant stance, his gaze fixated on her. Su Ingyue was equally stunned. While Leng Qingxia hailed from a martial background, she had always appeared delicate and frail. When had she suddenly become so formidable, effortlessly dispatching those bullies? In no time, Leng Qingxia had dealt with them, landing gracefully on the edge of the bridge. She was setting the stage for what was to come. As one thug fell, about to crush a little white rabbit, she swiftly kicked him away and then crouched down to gently scoop up the frightened creature. Little one, are you all right? In this instance, Leng Qingxia deliberately allows Yining Qi to see her true self, a capable yet playful, kind-hearted young woman. This is the foundation upon which a man can successfully fall in love with her. The next pivotal moment unfolds as she cradles the small rabbit, seemingly heading towards Su Yingyue. But feigning a careless stumble, she tilts and plunges into the river. Leng Qingsha intends to give Yi Ningqi an opportunity to catch her. At the same time, Yi Ningqi seizes this chance and deftly employs his lightness skill, soaring towards her direction. That it is only at this moment that Su Yingyue comprehends the third prince's intentions. He does not wish to eliminate Leng Qingsha, but rather to orchestrate an encounter with her. Her heart aches fiercely, for the third prince is hers, and how can he entangle himself with Leng Qingsha? Meanwhile, the figure at the highest point of the tower perceives Leng Qingsha's intentions at a glance. He understands that she has intentionally fallen from the bridge to invite another man to catch her. Ma Chan. At the moment Xianyuan leaps down, he commands, and Ma Chan immediately grasps his master's meaning. Ma Chan follows suit, jumping down to obstruct Yi Ningqi from reaching Leng Qingsha, ensuring that his own prince successfully catches her. Xianyuan Yi wraps his arms around Leng Qingsha's waist, and at that moment, her veil falls away, revealing her breathtakingly ethereal visage, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazes at him. At such a critical juncture. How has this man suddenly appeared? He always seems to thwart her plans, which is utterly infuriating. Xianyuan Yi holds her tightly, rendering her immobile in his embrace, and then he lightly steps on the water's surface, carrying her away to another location. Yi Ningqi watches helplessly as the person he was about to capture is whisked away by another. His frustration is beyond measure, turning to see the person who obstructed him. He finds them already vanished. However, upon reflection, that figure bore a striking resemblance to Ma Chan, who is often by the regent's side. Yi Ningqi turns to see Su Yingyue not far off, her eyes already reddened with jealousy. Feeling a pang in her heart that the prince would risk everything to save that Leng Qingsha, he casts a glance at Su Yingyue, signaling her to follow him to a secluded spot to discuss matters. Yi Ningqi departs while Su Yingyue suppresses her heartache and trails closely behind him, following his steps to another locale. Finally, they arrive at a tranquil place where Su Yingyue suddenly throws herself into Yi Ningqi's embrace. Before he can speak, she bursts into tears. Your Highness, Yingyue. Yi Ningqi gently calls her name as he holds her close. Su Yingyue's sobs intensify. Your Highness, why do you treat me this way? Do you not know how important you are to me? Yingyue, I am well aware of your feelings for me, but I currently lack the ability to provide you with happiness. I must grow stronger step by step. Once I secure my position in the court, I shall fear nothing. As he speaks, Yi Ningqi softly kisses Su Yingyue's forehead, tenderly caressing her dark locks. Your Highness, I have devoted so much to you. I only ask that you remember it all, that you do not forget a single moment. I truly love you and fear losing you. Su Yingyue's hands tighten around his waist, tears streaming down her cheeks, presenting a pitiable sight that evokes deep compassion from him. Yingyue, I will never forget. I shall always remember your kindness. Yi Ningqi embraces her tightly. Yet today Su Yingyue witnessed her beloved prince disregard everything to catch that Leng Qingsha. Has he not been captivated by her beauty? The thought pierces her heart and she feels an overwhelming sorrow. Yingyue, how can you say such things? In my eyes, you are the only one who occupies my thoughts. That Leng Qingsha cannot possibly capture my attention. Yi Ningqi asserts with unwavering certainty, adding moreover, my mind is currently fixated on my grand ambitions. As for romantic entanglements, I do not have the luxury to dwell on them now. My approach towards Leng Qingsha is purely strategic. After all, she is the sole legitimate daughter of the Shu Wangfu and will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Upon hearing this from Yi Ningqi, Su Yingyue begins to comprehend some of his motives. The third prince's interest in Leng Qingsha is merely utilitarian, yet she cannot shake the discomfort in her heart, fearing that he might genuinely develop feelings for her. Is that really so? She asks once more, her voice tinged with anxiety. Absolutely. Yi Ningqi grips her hand, his gaze resolute. But what if you were to develop feelings for her while acting? Su Yingyue's greatest concern lies here. She loves Yi Ningqi profoundly and fears losing him. That will not happen. In my heart, there is only room for you. No one else can penetrate my affections. Yingyue. As he speaks, Yi Ningqi lifts her chin, gently pressing his lips to hers, and she instinctively wraps her arms around his neck. The two lost in a passionate embrace. Chapter 56. The identity of Xianyuan. Xianyuan Yi forcefully brings Leng Qingsha to a secluded area, devoid of any presence, surrounded by flowers and grass, with a river flowing nearby, nothing else to be seen. Your Highness, I do not understand your intentions, she retorts, her frustration evident. What? Are you still in disbelief? I saved you from falling into the water. You should be grateful, yet here you are, appearing quite oblivious to my purpose. Xianyuan Yi maintains an air of superiority, leisurely articulating his words. leaving Lung Qingsha momentarily speechless. Truly, I must have saved a foolish little rabbit, he adds with a hint of amusement. Your Highness, I am aware that you saved me. But I am uncertain why you have brought me here, Lung Qingsha replies, her expression one of confusion, suddenly realizing that this regent prince is quite the actor as he strides closer to her. She finds herself at a loss for words, pondering how she has entangled herself with this persistent prince. Your Highness seems to have misunderstood. I assume a person of your esteemed status would not seek anything from me. She averts her gaze, unable to meet Shen Yuanye's eyes. Today I indeed seek something from you. What Lung Qingsha does not expect is that Shen Yuanye would state such a thing. Her brow furrows as she contemplates his request, prompting him to ask, why do you look as if you cannot provide what I seek before I have even stated it? What is it that you desire, Your Highness? She inquires, still with her head bowed. Shen Yuanye turns away, pondering for a moment, then slowly faces her again. I have yet to decide. But you must agree to 3 conditions. This unexpected demand leaves Lung Qingsha feeling somewhat incredulous. Rest assured, I would never request anything that goes against your principles. After his words, Lung Qingsha finds herself without any retort, ultimately resigned to accept his terms. I shall comply with your wishes, Your Highness. Lung Qingsha truly wishes to avoid entanglements with the regent prince. But after already owing him a favor, solitude seems preferable. I suddenly feel like having some tea. I know a delightful tea house. You shall accompany me. Shen Yuanye's voice is unwavering, leaving no room for her refusal. Very well, she reluctantly bows her head and follows Shen Yuanye. Having never ventured to this place before, Lung Qingsha finds it rather astonishing that Shen Yuanye, as the regent prince, would indulge in such simple pleasures. Yet today she cannot help but view him with newfound respect. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please take a seat. What would you like to drink? Upon entering, they are greeted by an eager attendant who leads them to a private room on the 2nd floor. As Shen Yuanye settles down, the attendant inquires, Sir, shall it be as usual today? Just as Lung Qingsha intends to ask about the available teas, she hears Shen Yuanye declare, just like me. She can only roll her eyes inwardly at the prince's domineering nature, who does not even bother to ask her preference. Very well. As Lung Qingsha surveys the table laden with pastries and tea, she hesitates to reach for anything, fearing to act without his cue. Do try some. Shen Yuanye lifts his teacup, savoring a sip with practiced ease. The way he swallows the tea is strikingly seductive. Lung Qingsha feels a rush of warmth to her ears, hastily lowering her gaze. She then takes a sip herself. The initial bitterness gives way to sweetness, only to conclude with a hint of lingering astringency. She had never before tasted a tea that evoked such a trifecta of sensations. It was indeed peculiar. May I inquire, Your Highness, what kind of tea is this? Lung Qingsha could not help but ask. This is bittersweet tea, Shen Yuanye replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingsha felt even more perplexed, as she had never encountered such a tea in the Eastern Mo kingdom. This tea has been imported from the western states. It is found here exclusively in the capital, Lung Qingsha immediately retorted. I assent this all the more a product of the western states. Does Your Highness have a particular fondness for their cuisine? Shen Yuanye suddenly fell silent, uttering not a word. Lung Qingsha was left in a state of confusion. Did this regent harbor some hidden secret? However, matters unrelated to her quest for vengeance piqued little of her interest. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuanye broke the silence, stating, I spent my childhood in the western states, thus I hold a certain fondness for their delicacies. Lung Qingsha was taken aback. She had never known that Shen Yuanye had grown up in the western states. Yet, the origins of the regent were always shrouded in mystery, unknown to anyone in the capital. Meanwhile, she fortuitously stumbled upon the sight of Lung Qingsha entering a tea house with a man. Bia, you must keep your eyes wide open. Make sure to observe that barbarian clearly. We cannot allow her to escape this time. Lung Qingsha firmly commanded her personal maid, resolute in her intent to seize the opportunity. Yes, miss, rest assured. I will keep a vigilant watch and ensure that the vile Lung Qingsha does not slip away. Bua replied through gritted teeth, having long desired to punish that wretched woman. The two of them swiftly followed inside the tea house, and upon their inquiries, discovered that Lung Qingsha had entered a private room with a man. Lung Qingsha's mind immediately conjured up unsavory thoughts. Perhaps that wretched Lung Qingsha was engaged in some scandalous act with a man inside. With a character like hers, what good could possibly come from being alone with a man? It must be something disgraceful, otherwise, why would a solitary man and woman retreat to such a secluded place for merely having tea? It was utterly disgusting. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a wave of nausea rise within her. Bua, we must hurry and take a look, she urged. They proceeded to the designated private room, stealthily eavesdropping, hoping to catch a glimpse of something. Alas, they heard nothing. Ling Qingsha stared in astonishment, pondering whether it was all over so soon. She poked a small hole in the window and eagerly peered inside, catching a glimpse of Ling Qingsha, seated across from a tall man. However, she could not clearly discern his features and was desperate to see more clearly. Finally, she managed to get a good look. "Miss, what do you see?" Biyue inquired, noticing Ling Qingsha's face suddenly pale with urgency and confusion. "We must go." Ling Qingsha turned and hurriedly left, fearing discovery. She could not afford to offend the regent again after having already incurred his wrath. "Miss," Biyue dared not speak further, hastily following Ling Qingsha's lead. Upon reaching her quarters, she commanded, "Quickly, pour me a glass of water." At that moment, Biyue was also panting heavily, hurriedly filling a glass for Ling Qingsha. "What?" Biyue exclaimed, taken aback. This Ling Qingsha had truly mastered the art of seduction. The regent, known to shun the company of women, had evidently fallen under her spell. "Miss, that Ling Qingsha is remarkably audacious. The regent is well known throughout the Eastern Mo kingdom as the beloved of Princess Yin. That Ling Qingsha must possess the courage of a bear and the gall of a leopard to openly covet the affections of Princess Yin. She must be tired of living." Biyue's words ignited a flame of jealousy within her, and she wished to see Ling Qingsha meet a dismal fate. Indeed, Ling Qingsha is courting disaster. Ling Qingsha recalled the lesson the regent had imparted to her. Even now, the memory sent shivers of fear and panic through her. Having been raised in privilege, she had never before endured such punishment. "Miss, I have devised a plan. Perhaps we can teach that Ling Qingsha a lesson and see how long she can remain so arrogant." Biyue suddenly proposed, eager to share her scheme with Ling Qingsha. Ling Qingsha was equally eager to discipline that wretched Ling Qingsha, yet she was acutely aware that with the regent's support, she had little chance of contending with her. Even their grandmother had been unable to manage the wretched girl. "Let us inform Princess Yin that Ling Qingsha has been attempting to seduce the regent. I am certain Princess Yin would take it upon herself to deliver a fitting punishment to that Ling Qingsha." As Biyue spoke, a fierce expression crossed her face. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? We need not lift a finger. We simply need Princess Yin to intervene, and the matter will be resolved effortlessly." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingsha's face lit up with delight. "Ling Qingsha, I look forward to seeing how you contend with Princess Yin." A triumphant smile spread across her face as she relished the thought. Princess Yin was the most esteemed princess in the Eastern Mo kingdom. No matter how beguiling Ling Qingsha might be, she could not compete with the princess. "Let us not delay. We shall immediately proceed to the palace to inform Princess Yin." "What do you mean by immediately informing Princess Yin?" At that moment, Lung Fengxian suddenly appeared, interrupting Ling Qingsha's laughter with a cold tone. "Elder brother?" Ling Qingsha looked up, astonished to see Lung Fengxian before her, and then coldly remarked, "You are not here to protect Ling Qingsha, are you? Do enlighten me as to what this is about. I will protect that wild child." Lung Fengxian approached her, and Ling Qingsha felt a twinge of anxiety as she swallowed hard. She understood that with her elder brother's keen intellect, she could not conceal anything from him, so she could only confess the truth. "Elder brother, you are my blood relative. That Ling Qingsha is merely a bastard child. You need not shield her. We are the true kin." Chapter 58. A grim fate awaits. Upon learning of Ling Qingsha's intentions, Ling Fengxian suddenly burst into laughter. "When have I ever protected that bastard? If you wish to expose her, I certainly will not hinder you. Do you think I am as foolish as your second brother, easily deceived by that lowlife?" Upon hearing Ling Fengxian's support, Ling Qingsha felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, revealing a jubilant smile. "Elder brother, you truly are my dear brother." Watching them hastily retreat, a cold smile crept across Ling Fengxian's lips. His eyes glinting with determination, he needed to report this matter to the third prince immediately to ascertain how best to handle it. He turned and left the residence, hastening to the location where he frequently met the third prince. "Third prince." Disembarking from his horse, Ling Fengxian spotted Yiningji and hurried to his side, kneeling to pay his respects. "What is it?" Yiningji had been troubled by thoughts of Ling Qingsha, pondering how he might win her favor. Otherwise, how could he utilize her? "Master, Ronger has seen Ling Qingsha with the regent and intends to inform Princess Yin of this matter." Ling Fengxian recounted the events in detail, eager to hear his master's thoughts. "Xinyuanyi?" Upon hearing the regent's name, Yiningji's eyes narrowed dangerously. It was he who had thwarted his plans. No wonder the man seemed so familiar. He was indeed a companion of the regent. This situation had just become far more intriguing, hadn't it? While a weight settled upon his heart, a smile played upon his lips, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. "Master, how shall we proceed with this matter?" Lung Fengxian awaited the third prince's decision, that if he chose to remain passive, then Lung Fengxian would take no further action. Then I shall take my leave. Uncertain of his master's intentions, Lung Fengxian departed. Once he was gone, a fierce coldness overtook Yiningji's gaze, his fists clenching tightly. Xianyuanyi, our grand confrontation is finally upon us. A murderous glint began to emerge in Yiningji's dark eyes as he violently shattered a teacup. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsha had finished her tea and light refreshment with Xianyuanyi. Your Highness, does this count as fulfilling the first condition you requested of me? Lung Qingsha suddenly pondered that if this indeed counted as a condition, then she had truly gained something from this excursion. She found herself bewildered. Xianyuanyi was exceedingly difficult to engage with. Wasn't having tea also his request of her? In a moment of distraction, she suddenly heard a command from Xianyuanyi. Lifting her gaze, she saw that he was already mounted on his horse, extending his hand towards her. Awaiting her assent, Cold Qingsha instinctively obeyed the man's directive. Reaching out her hand with his firm grip, she successfully mounted the horse, finding herself nestled in Xianyuanyi's embrace. It was only upon settling into this position that the reality dawned on her. In the bustling street, this proximity between them might not be entirely appropriate. Your Highness. Cold Qingsha felt an acute surge of anxiety, instantly exclaiming to convey her concern about their closeness. Steady yourself. Xianyuanyi tightened his hold on the reins while simultaneously enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. With a decisive flick of the reins, he commanded, "Giddy up!" The horse surged forward at a rapid pace, leaving her no chance to voice her apprehensions, and she could only sit there, tense and constrained in his arms. Her cheeks flushing with a deep crimson as she found herself on the verge of emotional upheaval. Behind her, Xianyuanyi cast a lingering glance at her, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a captivating charm that Cold Qingsha remained blissfully unaware of. Last, as Cold Qingsha had hoped, Xianyuanyi's steed reached the entrance of the Shuwang mansion. Your Highness, I have arrived, she uttered, her voice trembling slightly as she hurriedly dismounted. In her haste, she stumbled into Xianyuanyi's embrace, her lips brushing against his jaw, her head colliding with his chest. Xianyuanyi was momentarily taken aback. Had her lips just grazed him? The sensation left him with an unprecedented tingling, coupled with an inexplicable sense of delight. At that moment, Cold Qingsha wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Flustered as she stammered, Your Highness, I am terribly sorry. It was my momentary lapse that led to this. She quickly regained her composure and stepped away. Entering the Shuwang mansion, Xianyuanyi mounted his horse once more, firmly grasping the reins, and rode away. It was only today that Cold Qingsha truly understood how that wretched woman had ensnared the regent prince. Her clumsy misstep had proven to be remarkably cunning. What man could withstand such intimate contact? Especially a man as spirited as the regent prince, who must have long since succumbed to that woman's allure. Miss, we have already informed Princess Yin of this matter. Let us see how long that Cold Qingsha can revel in her triumph. Tomorrow Princess Yin shall teach this wild child a lesson. As thoughts of this crossed Cold Qingrong's mind, a triumphant smile emerged on her lips. What sort of person was Princess Yin? Her bottom line was none other than the regent prince himself. To entice him was surely to invite disaster. Chapter 59. The memories hidden deep within Yin Lianin. In a moment of desperation, she splashed the water in the tub with her hands, scolding herself furiously. Cold Qingsha, have you not suffered enough from the pain of love in your past life to learn your lesson? Why do you still entertain thoughts of another man? Cold Qingsha truly wished to escape from this torment. Her sole focus now was on revenge, and everything else had become inconsequential. She was a person who had already faced death once. What right did she have to speak of love? She was a soul deceived by affection, left in anguish. Tears welled in her eyes as she pounded her chest, striving to calm herself. Cold Qingsha, you have no right to pursue love. She closed her eyes, and after a considerable time, she eventually regained her composure. Then she thought of Yiningqi. Since Xianyuanyi had disrupted her plans, she needed to devise another strategy. While soaking in the tub, she kept her eyes shut, diligently contemplating her next move. In the depths of her thoughts, she inadvertently drifted off to sleep, only to be plagued by a terrifying nightmare in which she saw Su Yingyue and Yiningqi. They were deeply in love before her, and she desperately tried to intervene but was powerless to stop them. Cold Qingsha felt as though she could not breathe, struggling fiercely until, just as she believed she would drown, her nurse rushed in, promptly pulling her from the water. Xiar, wake up! The nurse repeatedly called out Cold Qingsha's name until she finally opened her eyes. Nurse. Cold Qingsha's eyes were swollen with tears, having almost faced death once more. This time at the hands of Su Yingyue. Xiar, it's all right. The nurse enveloped Cold Qingsha in her arms, gently patting her back with an incredibly soothing voice. "It's all right, Xiar, I will always be by your side." Seeing cold Qingxia in such distress, the nurse's heart ached for her, continuously reassuring her. After a while, cold Qingxia finally calmed down, nodding firmly. "This time, I will not let you leave me. No, the nurse will never leave you." The nurse tenderly combed cold Qingxia's hair, speaking softly. As night fell, cold Qingxia finally found peace in sleep. The following morning, as she rose from her couch, Xiao Qian assisted her in donning a simple garment. A pale blue skirt that exuded an air of purity and grace. "This is much more comfortable." Cold Qingxia smiled at her reflection in the bronze mirror, satisfied with her appearance. Just then, she heard a commotion outside. And before she could react, a loud proclamation rang out. "The fourth miss of the Shuwang mansion, please heed. Princess Yin summons the fourth miss to the Imperial Garden for a chat." The eunuch cast a lofty glance at cold Qingxia before turning to leave. Cold Qingxia, however, found herself lost in thought. She had no acquaintance with Princess Yin. The sudden invitation to the Imperial Garden surely bore hidden motives. "Miss, Princess Yin has invited you to the Imperial Garden. Shouldn't you hurry and prepare?" Xiao Qian exclaimed excitedly, as she had never been to the Imperial Garden and wondered if it was magnificent. "What?" Xiao Qian's excitement turned to shock. "Why would the miss say such a thing?" Cold Qingxia tightly grasped Xiao Qian's hand, reassuring her with certainty. "What is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. I wonder if I can escape this calamity this time." Cold Qingxia said little else. Turning decisively to leave, her demeanor resolute as one who had faced death before. Was there still fear of it? She made her way outside, climbed into the carriage, and proceeded toward the palace. Upon reaching the royal grounds, she disembarked the carriage and, under the guidance of a eunuch, advanced step by step toward Princess Yin's quarters. Each step was fraught with trepidation, for she had no idea how Princess Yin would choose to punish her. I have seen the princess. Upon reaching the pavilion in the Imperial Garden, she was surrounded by blooming flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, accompanied by the occasional song of a thrush. Yet, amidst this serene scene, danger lurked. I, Cold Qingxia, pay my respects to the princess. Cold Qingxia knelt upon the uneven stone path, bowing respectfully, her expression calm. To the elevated seat, a woman dressed in exquisite icy blue attire adorned with pearl tassels turned slowly to face her. Her regal beauty radiating an air of cold elegance. Upon hearing Cold Qingxia's prostration, she glanced disdainfully down at the kneeling figure. Beside Yin Lianin stood Cold Qingrong and her maid, Bai Yu, both reveling in the sight of Cold Qingxia's submission, unable to hide their smug smiles. Yin Lianin did not allow Cold Qingxia to rise but instead coldly commanded, "Lift your head." Cold Qingxia obediently complied, slowly raising her head to reveal a transcendent and stunning visage, unreservedly exposed to Yin Lianin's gaze. The princess's eyes fixated on Cold Qingxia's delicate features, and a whirlwind of fragmented memories flashed through her mind, painful cries and wails. Yi Ran no, Chapter 60. He remains the same as before. Although she could not recall the specifics, she felt an intense aversion toward Cold Qingxia deep within her heart, and an instinctual warning echoed in her mind. This Cold Qingxia must not be allowed to remain. She was a usurper of the one she loved. Yin Lianin slowly rose, stepping closer to Cold Qingxia, exuding an air of superiority as she looked down upon the kneeling figure. She reached out, gripping Cold Qingxia's chin, marveling at her exquisite beauty. How many men must have longed for such a face? Suddenly, Yin Lianin's eyes turned icy as she questioned Cold Qingxia. "How many men have you ensnared in your web?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You are indeed the most beautiful woman in the Eastern End Kingdom." Cold Qingxia could sense the intense hostility emanating from Princess Yin. "Tell me, do you even dare to seduce the most powerful man in the realm? The Regent Prince?" Yin Lianin's grip tightened as she coldly interrogated Cold Qingxia. Leng Qingxia calmly revealed, "I am in a state of trepidation, for I dare not engage in any form of seduction towards His Highness. The Regent. It is widely known throughout the Eastern End Kingdom, from the nobility to the common folk, that His Highness and Princess Yin have been childhood sweethearts, a pair seemingly destined by heaven itself. I possess no standing to intertwine my fate with that of the Regent." Upon hearing this, Yin Lianing suddenly laughed. "Is that so? Yet, I have received word that you are intent on enticing His Highness. What further defenses can you offer?" At this, Yin Lianing raised her head, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Pray, Princess, consider that my third sister and I have always been at odds. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that she seeks to tarnish my reputation." Leng Qingxia desperately attempted to explain. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Princess Yin harbored a disdain for her beguiling demeanor. "What do you propose to do about it?" Yin Lianing's subsequent remarks plunged Leng Qingxia into despair. Leaving her with no recourse, she fell silent, recalling the adage that a sovereign may demand the death of a subject, and a subject must comply. If Princess Yin wished for her demise, what chance did she have to escape? Resignation to fate seemed her only option. Without hesitation, Yin Lianying commanded, "Bring Lung Qingxia to me. First, mar her beautiful face, then execute her with a rod." Upon hearing such orders from Princess Yin, Lung Qingrong was momentarily taken aback. The princess, who appeared so poised and regal, was indeed merciless in her judgments. It was no wonder that the entire Eastern End Kingdom knew of the regent's unparalleled charm and perfection. Yet no woman dared to approach him. Princess Yin was simply too ruthless. As Lung Qingxia was dragged away, she pondered whether this was the end of her existence. Yet, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. She had yet to avenge her grievances. Wait! A sudden command halted the guards, causing Lung Qingxia's heart to race. She lifted her gaze, wondering if it could be His Highness. The regent. Hope flickered within her. To her surprise, it was Yi Ningqi who approached, clad in a black robe adorned with golden floral patterns, exuding an air of cold grandeur, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Third brother? Yin Lianying's tone dripped with disdain. It was worth noting that Yi Ningqi was but a bastard son, and although she feigned respect by addressing him as third brother, she had never truly regarded him with any esteem. After all, she was the most exalted little princess. How could this Yi Ningqi presume to intimidate her? Why such fury, dear sister? She is merely a young girl. Do you truly wish to execute her? Moreover, her father, the Cold Shoe King, has defended our borders valiantly, slaying countless foes for the Eastern India. Do you not fear that taking the life of his only legitimate daughter might undermine the very foundation of our kingdom? Each of Yi Ningqi's words resonated with reason, leaving Yin Lianying speechless. Could it be that third brother harbors some hidden affection for her? Yin Lianying retorted, her sarcasm evident. Such an assertion is but a jest. I harbor no clandestine feelings, however. I must confess that I have indeed taken a liking to the fourth miss of the Shu Wangfu. It was I who rode alongside her yesterday, not the regent. Yi Ningqi replied, lifting Lung Qingxia from the ground. He gently inquired, Xiar, are you well? I nearly arrived too late and allowed you to suffer. Lung Qingxia gazed at him, bewildered, never anticipating that Yi Ningqi would risk Princess Yin's ire to rescue her. The price for this intervention seemed exorbitant. Sister, you would not deny third brother this one favor, would you? I shall take Xiar away. Yi Ningqi firmly grasped Lung Qingxia's hand, leading her away. Princess Yin permitted this, allowing him to escort Lung Qingxia from the scene. Princess Cold Qingrong expressed her confusion, questioning whether they would truly let Lung Qingxia go after being so close to achieving her goal. She hastily distanced herself, fearing that the ire of Princess Yin would soon be directed at her. Meanwhile, Yi Ningqi led Lung Qingxia to a secluded area, where they were alone. Lung Qingxia hurriedly expressed her gratitude. I am ever so thankful for the third prince's timely intervention. It was merely a trifling matter, yet I must apologize for touching your hand. After all, propriety dictates that men and women maintain distance. That I cannot accept the title of savior so lightly, Yi Ningqi replied, still exhibiting the same refined demeanor as before. Chapter 61. The day of gathering spirits. Yi Ningqi retained his customary elegance, radiating an aura of nobility and purity. He bore none of the flaws often associated with royalty. Rather, he stood apart, evoking admiration and a longing to draw near. Had Lung Qingxia not seen through the facade of that man in her past life, she might have been deceived by his impeccably crafted persona in this life as well. After all, the events of this life mirrored the intensity of the previous one. Forever etched in her memory, I am grateful for the third prince's assistance and would never hold you accountable for tarnishing my reputation. Lung Qingxia said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she displayed her warmest expression. Unbeknownst to him, he was unwittingly employing his most duplicitous charm to ensnare her, just as she too was playing her own game. It was a matter of who would falter first, for whoever fell in love first would be the true loser. Lung Qingxia had long seen through Yi Ningqi. She would not love him again in this lifetime, and he was destined to be the one who lost. Merely a question of time. That as she departed, she deliberately let slip a handkerchief she had embroidered with a poem, employing a strategy of allure and retreat. Ensuring that Yi Ningqi would remain haunted by her memory, after she had walked away, he noticed the fallen handkerchief. For a fleeting moment, he was entranced by her departing figure, then snapped back to reality. Retrieving the handkerchief to read its inscription, fate gathers and disperses like water, longing for you, yearning for our encounter. What a poignant sentiment regarding their encounter, he mused, grasping the handkerchief tightly, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. He would make Lung Qingxia fall for him, and he would use her to his advantage. Lung Qingxia cast a cold glance back at him and haughtily remarked, Sister, I have always known that as long as one remains kind-hearted and harbors no malice towards others, fortune shall favor them. Those who court their own demise shall find no favorable outcome. Having issued her warning, she strode past Kol Chingrong with unhurried grace, inciting her ire to the point where she nearly spat blood in fury. Wretched girl, baseborn, Kol Chingrong cursed, consumed by rage. At that moment, Su Yingyue arrived, having overheard Kol Chingrong's outburst. The fact that the third prince had personally intervened to save Lung Qingxia troubled her deeply. She feared that should her third prince develop feelings for this wretched girl, she would lose everything. A tear slipped from Su Yingyue's eye, her emotions spiraling out of control. Yet, she took a deep breath, steeling herself. No, I will not allow this to happen. She hastily wiped away her tears, composed herself and strode boldly into the Shu Wangfu. Meanwhile, Lung Qingxia had barely settled down on a couch when Xiao Qian entered to report, Miss Yingyue has arrived. Lung Qingxia smirked. Her early arrival indicated her concern for Yining Qi. Let her in, she instructed, tidying herself before Su Yingyue entered. Sister, I heard that Princess Yin summoned you to the palace. Is everything well? Su Yingyue rushed to Lung Qingxia's side, her expression one of feigned concern. All is well, Lung Qingxia replied, feigning a blush. In fact, I suppose it could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Did you encounter a gallant savior? Su Yingyue inquired eagerly, her heart racing with jealousy. Indeed, Lung Qingxia replied, biting her lip in a display of softness. It was the third prince. I had not previously heard of him, but upon meeting him today, he truly is a paragon among men, noble and distinct. Devoid of the typical arrogance of royalty, she intentionally provoked Su Yingyue with her words, relishing in the discomfort it caused her sister. Do you find the third prince appealing? Su Yingyue asked earnestly, her eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. I cannot say for certain. He simply came to my aid today and held my hand with such warmth and tenderness. Perhaps he harbors some affection for me, Lung Qingxia mused, observing as Su Yingyue fell silent. Yet she could see the twinge of envy flickering in her eyes. And so what? The sensation of Su Yingyue's resentment was precisely what Lung Qingxia relished, for she knew that while Su Yingyue could not harm her, the tension between them would only heighten. Do you think I am a suitable match for the third prince? Kol Qingxia approached Su Yingyue with an intent to provoke. Naturally, they were a perfect match. Her elder sister was the fourth miss of the Shuwang mansion, and the Shuwang, with his firm grip on power, made the prospect of her sister marrying the third prince a significant boon. Su Yingyue's implication was clear. The third prince was merely interested in her status, while his true affections lay elsewhere. Kol Qingxia smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, this had been her downfall in her past life. Yet circumstances were no longer the same. By the way, sister, in 2 days, it will be the day of the spirit gathering. As the legitimate fourth miss of the Shuwang mansion, you are naturally on the guest list. Have you considered how to secure the top position? Su Yingyue's words suddenly reminded Kol Qingxia of her past life, where she had never attended such events. After all, she had been deemed an unattractive girl. And even as a legitimate daughter, she had not made the guest list. Chapter 62. Kol Qingxia's resolution. Each year, the one who secured the top position would receive a condensing spirit pearl from Dongma. Reputed to cure any ailment in her previous life, Yining Qi had received one as a betrothal gift, bringing her immense joy, for it meant the end of her long-standing cold poison affliction. She had believed that Yining Qi truly loved her for gifting her such a precious pearl, only to later realize it was all part of his cunning scheme to gain her and her father's trust. Kol Qingxia slowly closed her eyes. She would welcome the arrival of the spirit gathering. For this time she must secure the condensing spirit pearl for herself. Relying solely on oneself was the best approach. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived. Kol Qingxia was fully prepared, clad in a striking outfit that diverged greatly from her usual flowing skirts. Miss, the carriage is ready. Allow me to assist you. Xiao Qian hurriedly helped Kol Qingxia into the carriage, and she extended her hand, being assisted into the vehicle. Kol Qingrong had also wished to attend. Yet as a mere branch daughter, she had no qualifications to enter such a sacred place. Left only to watch Kol Qingxia depart, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why should Kol Qingxia reap all the benefits? As Kol Qingxia traveled in the carriage towards Ling Mountain upon her arrival, she was greeted by a cacophony of sounds and laughter, indicating that many noble relatives had already arrived, just as she alighted from the carriage. Familiar chattering caught her attention and she suddenly recalled, was it Sister Qingga? Upon stepping down, she lifted her gaze only to hear an excited shout, Little Qingqing's sister. Kol Qingxia finally met Lin Qingga, her face alight with excitement as they embraced tightly. My little Qingqing, it has been far too long since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. Lin Qingge cradled cold Qingxia's face in her hands, speaking with utmost sincerity. Sister, Xiara has missed you too. But I have been wondering where you have been these past few days. Cold Qingxia's eyes turned red upon seeing Lin Qingge. Memories of her past life flooded back, and guilt washed over her for the pain she had caused her sister, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. It was mother. She insisted I learn the court etiquette and forbade me from going out, keeping me confined at home for several months. Lin Qingge expressed her grievances. But upon seeing cold Qingxia cry, her heart ached. I say, you little girl, how can you still be crying at your age? Haven't you been close to Su Yingyue? Leaving your sister for a few months shouldn't be such a tragedy. Lin Qingge expressed her displeasure regarding Su Yingyue, believing her to be a poor influence, yet cold Qingxia, steadfast in her loyalty, would not heed her sister's warnings and would quarrel at the slightest mention of Su Yingyue's faults. Naturally, Xiara is closest to sister. Cold Qingxia wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Qingge. Why are you acting so strangely today? Were you not always against me speaking ill of Su Yingyue? Lin Qingge, surprised by cold Qingxia's sudden clarity, hesitated to accept this change. Sister? Cold Qingxia pouted, feeling aggrieved. It was only with Sister Qingge that she could let her guard down. All right, my little girl has finally grown up. Let's go greet the Empress and His Majesty together. Lin Qingge playfully pinched cold Qingxia's nose, affectionately urging her forward toward the royal audience. Subject, cold Qingxia. Subject, Lin Qingge. Both cold Qingxia and Lin Qingge knelt in unison, proclaiming, we pay our respects to His Majesty and the Empress. Rise, rise. The Emperor in exile and the Empress waved their hands, bidding the two to stand. The Emperor's gaze lingered on cold Qingxia and Lin Qingge, and he could not help but exclaim, this year, there are indeed several clever young ladies among us. It seems this spirit gathering will be quite entertaining. Cold Qingxia and Lin Qingge exchanged smiles, their sisterly bond evident. Indeed, this year, even the little princess who has never participated in the spirit gathering will join the fray. The Empress remarked, casting a fond glance at Yin Lianying, who donned a regal azure robe, exuding the same noble elegance as always. It was said that when Princess Yin was born, the waters of the Tianhe River in Dongma surged tumultuously, leading many to believe she was the reincarnation of a water deity. Hence the river's turbulence. Thus, she became the most cherished little princess of Dongma, lavished with affection. Mother, I shall certainly secure the top position today. Princess Yin tightened her grip on her bow and arrow, clearly uninterested in the exotic flora but intent on capturing the finest spiritual beast. Very well, our little princess will undoubtedly secure the top position. The Empress beamed with pride for her daughter. The gathered nobility gasped, for if Princess Yin aimed for the top position, who would dare to challenge her? Even before the competition commenced, victory seemed predetermined. Yet cold Qingxia had a different resolve. She would give her all this time, determined to win the condensing spirit pearl and rid herself of the cold poison within. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, heralding the arrival of other noble sons. Yin Lianying spotted Xian Yuanyi from afar, her face lighting up with excitement as she waved. Brother Xian Yuanyi was the first to arrive, pulling the reins with a firm grip, causing his steed to halt abruptly. Following closely were the third Prince Yin Ningqi and the second Prince Yin Muyong, the three most esteemed figures of Dongma. This moment, Xian Yuanyi's gaze immediately found cold Qingxia, her striking red attire catching his eye, making her the sole figure capable of capturing attention in the crowd. Brother Yi. Yin Lianying noticed that Xian Yuanyi's gaze was not on her, but rather on cold Qingxia, and she felt a surge of anger. She had known all along that cold Qingxia was no ordinary girl, and she should have dealt with her sooner. Allowing her to remain would surely jeopardize her plans. Filled with murderous intent, Yin Lianying's gaze fixed on cold Qingxia, a sight Lin Qingge witnessed. Xiao'er. Lin Qingge instinctively called out to cold Qingxia, concern etching her features. Had Xiao'er somehow offended this dangerous person? Sister? Cold Qingxia, puzzled by her sister's sudden exclamation, had been focused on Yin Ningqi. Did you cross paths with Princess Yin? It seems she has her sights set on you. Lin Qingge whispered urgently in her ear. Cold Qingxia immediately turned her gaze towards Yin Lianying, locking eyes with her fierce glare. Just as she was pondering the situation, she suddenly noticed the regent prince, who was watching her intently. Cold Qingxia inwardly cursed the damned regent. Why did he choose to fixate on her among so many people? It was utterly exasperating. Quickly averting her gaze, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. It seemed she had indeed incurred Yin Lianying's wrath. However, she was determined to strengthen her ties with Yin Ningqi, who would surely protect her from Yin Lianying's schemes, if only out of self-interest. For now, her reliance lay with Yin Ningqi. The eunuch announced, the auspicious time has arrived. Young lords and ladies, please proceed to select your steeds. Cole Qingxia and Lin Qingge made their way to the stables together. Upon arrival, Lin Qingge quickly selected a horse. Xia sister will mount first. Go ahead. Sister, I will follow right after. Cole Qingxia gestured, and Lin Qingge nodded in agreement. All right, I shall go first. Xia hurry and keep up with that. Lin Qingge tightened her grip on the reins, giving them a vigorous flick, urging her horse to gallop away. Watching Lin Qingge ride off, Cole Qingxia smiled. Knowing her sister had likely been cooped up for far too long and was eager to gallop freely, she would not lag behind, as Lin Qingxia was about to focus on selecting a horse. She turned around and was met by the imposing figure of the regent, Xianyuan. This humble servant pays her respects to your highness, she said, slightly bowing. Xianyuan, suppressing a smile, was about to say something when Leng Qingrong suddenly turned her head, excitedly calling out, "Third prince!" Leng Qingxia knew she must maintain her distance from Xianyuan. It was imperative not to grow too close to this man, for Princess Yin had already deemed her an enemy. Should she further entangle herself with Xianyuan, it would likely intensify the princess's wrath, potentially costing her life. She had no desire to jeopardize all her plans for an inconsequential man. Yining Qi was somewhat taken aback. Not expecting Leng Qingxia to suddenly call out to him, he turned with an expression of tenderness, addressing her as Fourth Mississippi Third Prince, and I share a bond of life and death. Calling me Fourth Miss feels rather distant. Henceforth, you may call me Xiar, Leng Qingxia replied, appearing quite familiar with Yining Qi. This scene stirred discomfort within the regent's heart. Xiar? He thought, realizing his relationship with Leng Qingxia was far closer than that with Yining Qi. Yet, she had never suggested he call her that. Xianyuan's expression darkened with anger as, just then, Yin Lianying rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Yi, let us go gather spirit herbs together. While Yin Lianying conversed with Xianyuan, Leng Qingxia had already chosen her horse and rode off alongside Yining Qi. Observing this, Xianyuan swiftly mounted his steed, hurriedly instructing Yin Lianying, Lianying, treat this as mere play, no need to take it seriously. I must take my leave. Just be cautious. Before Yin Lianying could respond, he had already galloped away. Her eyes turned icy, and she shouted fiercely, Leng Qingxia. Following that, she mounted her horse, gripping the reins tightly, and urged her steed to pursue. Meanwhile, Leng Qingxia and Yining Qi had ventured deep into the forest, their horses coming to a halt. As Leng Qingxia turned to face Yining Qi, preparing to speak, she suddenly felt a jolt at her horse's rear. Startled, the horse let out a long whinny and began to bolt. Leng Qingxia cried out, desperately tugging at the reins, but to no avail. Xiar Yining Qi was equally startled, ready to spur his horse forward. But at that crucial moment, another horse galloped by, and its rider struck his horse's leg with a spear. Yining's steed neighed in alarm, stumbling and collapsing, had it not been for Yining's quick reflexes. He too would have been injured. As he landed softly, he saw his horse's leg had been broken, rendering him unable to pursue Leng Qingxia. Enraged, he shouted, Xianyuan, once again you've thwarted my plans. Meanwhile, Xianyuan hastened his horse. Chasing after Leng Qingxia, he had personally thrown a stone to startle her horse, causing it to bolt, and had intentionally broken Yining Qi's horse's leg as a lesson. When he finally matched pace with Leng Qingxia's horse, he leaped gracefully onto her mount. Just then Leng Qingxia shouted, look out for the tree ahead. Xianyuan tightened his grip around her waist, and together they leaped into the air, ultimately landing on the ground. Their bodies entangled as they rolled several times before coming to a stop. When they finally halted, Leng Qingxia found herself in Xianyuan's embrace, his weight pressing down upon her. Their eyes locked, neither blinking, as if time had frozen, leaving only the two of them in existence. Xianyuan's gaze shifted to Leng Qingxia's luscious, rosy lips, his eyes fixated upon her, and he found himself involuntarily leaning down. Your Highness! Leng Qingxia suddenly snapped back to reality, using all her strength to push him away, narrowly avoiding his advance. Confusion engulfed her. Did the regent truly wish to kiss her? No, it couldn't be. She insisted to herself that she must have misinterpreted his intent. How could the regent ever consider her worthy of such affection? In the midst of this awkward moment, the sound of a horse's neigh startled them. As Leng Qingxia hastily lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Yin Lianying on a black steed, her eyes filled with arrogance and hatred as they bore down on Leng Qingxia. Frozen in shock, Leng Qingxia realized that the princess must have witnessed the previous scene. Yet, she had pushed Xianyuan away. But could the unyielding Yin Lianying ever let it go? Unlikely. Rising to her feet, Leng Qingxia slightly bowed. This humble servant pays her respects to the princess. She then turned to Xianyuan. Bowing again, Your Highness, Princess, I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned and departed. Neither of these esteemed individuals could be offended, and she had no intention of entangling herself in their affairs. After some consideration, Leng Qingsha decided it was best to keep her distance, not wanting to draw unnecessary trouble upon herself. Once Leng Qingsha had left, Yin Lianying's cold demeanor shifted dramatically. She dismounted and rushed to assist Xin Yuanyi, calling out sweetly, "Brother Yi." "Lianying, what brings you here?" Xin Yuanyi responded blandly, devoid of any complex emotions. "I wanted to join you, Brother Yi," Yin Lianying replied, lowering her gaze before adding, "Lianying wishes to be with Brother Yi." At the start of the competition, hadn't she claimed she aimed to be the best? How could they succeed together if they were joined? Xin Yuanyi attempted to dissuade the princess, but she pressed on. "Did Brother Yi prefer to be with someone else rather than with me?" Yin Lianying gazed at Xin Yuanyi, her expression one of wounded innocence, seeking an explanation. Did it mean he had feelings for that Leng Qingsha? Taking a deep breath, she pressed further. "Do you harbor special feelings for Leng Qingsha?" Thus, Xin Yuanyi's figure faded from Yin Lianying's sight. She stood there, fists clenched, her eyes icy as if frozen in time. Her demeanor akin to a raging demon. And the next moment, she mounted her horse and cried, "Go!" Her steed galloped forth, but she was not in pursuit of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Leng Qingsha was diligently searching for rare flowers and herbs. Determined that this time the spirit-gathering pearl would be hers, without her horse, startled by the detestable Xin Yuanyi, she had to travel on foot. Lost in thought, she stumbled upon a place that seemed to belong to another world, where every flower and spirit beast radiated an aura of ethereal energy, each blossom shimmering with vitality. In her excitement, she immersed herself amidst the spiritual flora, unaware that not far away, a long sword was hurtling toward her with deadly intent. In an instant, it pierced her body without mercy, leaving her reeling in pain. Leng Qingsha gasped, her chest ablaze with agony, and she caught sight of the sword embedded in a tree nearby. The pain in her chest spread like wildfire. Rendering her breathless with trembling hands, she touched her chest, her gaze falling to the bloody wound that marred her skin. The sword had penetrated her body, driven deep into the tree ahead, a testament to the malice of her assailant. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. She opened her mouth but could utter no words. Ultimately, she collapsed, unable to speak another syllable. She yearned to see the face of the one responsible for her demise, the one who had brought about her downfall. Her gaze fell upon the sword that still dripped blood, each drop staining the flowers below. Exhausted, she could summon no more strength, and she slowly closed her eyes. Succumbing to unconsciousness was she. To die. The last flicker of her will fought against the darkness, but it was a losing battle. As her final consciousness dissipated, a crimson mist began to emanate from her chest. Simultaneously, the extraordinary flora around her wilted and died, the once vibrant landscape succumbing to decay. In this perilous moment, a swirl of purple mist descended from above, transforming into a humanoid figure before her. "In this world, all that you are owed will one day be returned to you," it spoke gently. With that, the figure began to weave a spell, its hands radiating a violet glow as it lifted Leng Qingsha's lifeless body into the air. He was tending to her wounds. At that very moment, Xin Yuanyi felt an inexplicable pain in his chest that had begun the instant Leng Qingsha had perished. This suffocating ache rendered him breathless, pushing him to the brink of despair. His eyes were tightly shut, his brows furrowed in anguish, as he pressed his hand firmly against her chest. A flurry of chaotic images flashed through his mind. The heavenly clan had unleashed the thunderstorm extermination array, shattering the innocent and fragile girl's spirit, leaving behind but a single tear of despair in the vastness of the world. Xin Yuanyi suddenly fell from his horse, yet miraculously did not touch the ground. Instead, his body gradually floated upright into the air. Chapter 65. The lecherous second prince. For reasons unknown, he remained suspended in this state for quite some time, as though absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his entire demeanor transforming as if he were a different person. To honor, he called gently, and with a swift turn, he transformed into a burst of golden light, vanishing within the forest. The scene shifted to Yao Han, who was in the midst of healing Leng Qingsha, only a final step away from completion. At that moment, Yi Ran had arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, his fury surged. "How dare you, Yao Han! Today, I shall shatter your spirit." As he spoke, he gestured with both hands, summoning a powerful golden light that surged towards Yao Han. Meanwhile, Yao Han completed the final step of healing for Leng Qingsha with one hand, while simultaneously preparing to confront Yi Ran with the other, disdainfully declaring, "Yi Ran, have you forgotten how your mortal shell stands no chance against me?" With a flick of his wrist, violet mist emanated from his hand, coalescing into a dark energy that lunged towards Yi Ran, who struggled to defend himself, despite the limitations of his corporeal form. Thus, they engaged in a fierce battle, yet Yao Hun, occupied with healing Lung Qingxia, could not sustain the fight for long. Ultimately, he completed her restoration, but at the cost of enduring a blow from Yi and as Lung Qingxia gently descended to the ground, Yao Hun cast a contemptuous glance at his adversary, saying, Yi Ran, do you believe that a mere mortal life can erase the pain of the extermination of spirit and absolute love? How foolish you are! In the heavenly realm, you lack the power to protect her. Now in the mortal world, do not think to defy fate. Yao Huan's words struck Yi Ran like a devastating blow, weakening his resolve, and the next moment, Yao Hun counterattacked, landing a decisive hit on Yi Ran, transforming into smoke. Yao Hun retreated, leaving Yi Ran gravely injured. His heart ached as he gazed upon the still unconscious Lung Qingxia on the ground, yearning to articulate his thoughts, but his consciousness began to fade. Gradually, his body too succumbed, and he fell into unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Lung Qingxia slowly awakened, opening her eyes to a profound fatigue that enveloped her. She propped herself up, pondering for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Hastily, Lung Qingxia reached to touch her chest, only to find no sensation at all. In a panic, she examined her wounds, but there were none. The moment she had been struck by the sword felt like a mere dream, just as confusion washed over her. She turned and was startled to see His Highness the Regent lying beside her. Your Highness! She rushed to assist Xianyuanyi, calling out to him repeatedly. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, gripping her hand tightly. As he opened his mouth to speak, his frail body could not support the effort, and he fainted once more. Xianyuanyi, what has happened to you? Xianyuanyi. Lung Qingxia was frantic, wondering how he could be so weak after she had fainted and awakened. What had transpired in between? Just then, Yin Lianying arrived with a group of people, frantically searching for her brother, only to find him unconscious at this location. Get away! Yin Lianying was consumed with worry for her brother. Rendering everyone else insignificant in her eyes, she stood frozen for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, noting that the once vibrant flowers and plants had withered. How could such spirited flora suddenly? This sword, could it be that her injury was not a figment of imagination but a harsh reality? Yet why was there no wound upon her chest? Suddenly, Lung Qingxia recalled the divine figure who had repeatedly appeared by her side. Could it be that this deity had healed her? She felt an overwhelming gratitude towards him, for not only had he granted her a second chance for revenge, but he had also saved her life. Slowly, Lung Qingxia rose to her feet, only to learn that due to the regent's sudden fainting, the spiritual mountain competition had been cancelled. Her hopes of obtaining the Lingzhu were dashed, and she would have to wait another year for the next opportunity to participate in the competition, where she might finally claim the coveted Lingzhu, a treasure rarely bestowed upon anyone. With a resigned sigh, she departed the spirit mountain alongside the main army. As she stepped outside, she spotted Lin Qingge rushing towards her. Xiao Qingqing, did you obtain anything? Disappointment washed over Lung Qingxia as she shook her head, feeling as though she had merely wasted her efforts, having offended princessing, not to mention nearly losing her life in the process. Before she could voice her thoughts, a voice interrupted. Hey, who is this little beauty emerging from here? Such charm and grace, I have never encountered anyone like you. Pray tell, which household do you hail from? I shall visit to propose marriage without delay. Lung Qingxia and Lin Qingge turned to find the lecherous second prince, Yin Muyong. They hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to the second prince. Yet Yin Muyong's gaze remained fixated on Lung Qingxia, his expression one of infatuation as he reached out to caress her smooth, delicate face. She recoiled in alarm, and Lin Qingge swiftly stepped in front of her, saying, Second prince, my younger sister has just come of age and is rather shy. I hope you will excuse her. Just as Yin Muyong was about to express his displeasure, he was cut off by the voice of Yin Ningji from a distance. Second brother. This interruption thwarted Yin Muyong's intentions. Upon seeing yet another party spoil his moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting, recently, third brother has been quite idle. Third brother also wishes to invite second brother for a chat. Might you have time these days? Yin Ningji's intervention was a timely rescue for Lung Qingxia and Lin Qingge. Soon their carriage arrived, and they hurriedly bowed. Second prince, third prince, we take our leave. As Lung Qingxia prepared to depart, Yin Muyong hastily reached out to stop her, eager to discover the identity of this ethereal beauty. Chapter 66. The second prince comes knocking. Yin Muyong found himself without the chance to speak. While Lung Qingxia and Lin Qingge climbed into their carriage, urging the driver to hasten away, leaving the second prince filled with regret. As the carriage slowly rolled away, Yin Muyong's gaze remained locked on it. Unwilling to turn away, Yin Ningji, feeling somewhat helpless, was about to leave when he noticed Lung Qingxia suddenly lift the curtain and flash him a radiant smile, as if to express her gratitude for his timely intervention. Meanwhile, Yin Muyong was overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "Third brother, did you see? That little beauty smiled at me. I knew it. Even the most exquisite beauties must harbor feelings for me. Look at her flawless skin and delicate figure. If I were to indulge her, would she not surpass even the celestial beings?" Yin Muyong succumbed to fantasies, his mind marred with lewd thoughts of ravishing Lung Qingxia. Suddenly, Yin Yingji felt an unexplainable anger arise within him. "Second brother, you are a prince, a son of the emperor. How can you spend your days lost in such trivial matters, dreaming of romance? If father were to find out, he would surely reprimand you for neglecting your duties." He scolded Yin Muyong before storming off, contemplating that Lung Qingxia was destined to be his, and he could not allow this fool to taint her. Lung Qingxia, however, was being deliberate, flashing a smile at Yin Yingji to lure him in. "Xiar, tell me, how did you offend Princess Ying? Do you not realize how perilous your situation is?" Lin Qingge suddenly recalled the events prior to their departure. "I am fine, sister," Lung Qingxia reassured her with a shake of her head, insisting that she was unscathed. "Did she do anything to you in the Spirit Mountain?" Lin Qingge recalled Princess Ying's demeanor and felt certain she was not to be trifled with, still worried for Xiar. Yet, she need not ponder further, for she knew the culprit was most likely Yin Lianying. No one else had contemplated harming her during the competition. Lung Qingxia slowly closed her eyes, deciding to handle her own matters without burdening Lin Qingge with the knowledge of the threat posed by Yin Lianying. She did not wish for her sister to worry, knowing that with Yin Lianying's noble status, it was unlikely that anyone could truly endanger her position. "Sister, you are overthinking. I am merely the daughter of a minister. How could a lofty princess bear malice towards me? I have no capital to provoke her," Lung Qingxia asserted with unwavering conviction. Lin Qingge felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lung Qingxia's words. As long as her little Xiar was safe, that was all that mattered. She drifted into a deep slumber, only to awaken as dusk approached. Lung Qingxia understood that her most cherished caregiver was her wet nurse. She eagerly accepted the dishes offered by her wet nurse, smiling with satisfaction. "Were these prepared by you? They are truly delicious. Xiar, as long as you enjoy your meal, that is what matters. You see, you've lost quite a bit of weight recently. You ought to eat more," the wet nurse said indulgently, affectionately ruffling Lung Qingxia's hair. Her expression warm and gentle. "Speaking of which, isn't my elder brother usually idle, just lingering around the estate?" Lung Qingxia added. Trying to engage in conversation upon hearing this, the wet nurse immediately cast her a warning glance, then anxiously surveyed their surroundings to ensure no one was listening. Only then did she whisper to Lung Qingxia, "Xiar, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Just because things have been quiet for a couple of days doesn't mean you can forget how you were bullied before. I do not wish for you to repeat the same mistakes. It has only been 2 days of peace." Seeing the wet nurse's concern, Lung Qingxia felt a pang of guilt. She took a deep breath and nodded in agreement, silently vowing to her wet nurse that from the moment she was reborn, she would never allow anyone to bully them again. The wet nurse, pleased by Lung Qingxia's obedient demeanor, smiled fondly. "Xiar, I raised you myself. It pains me to see you suffer. Do you understand?" Lung Qingxia forced a bitter smile and nodded earnestly. "Nurse, we will not be bullied again. I will strive to become stronger. I believe in you," the wet nurse replied, her face filled with pride. Her little girl had grown up and would no longer be subject to the same injustices as before. 2 days later, Lung Qingxia had fully recovered, but she unexpectedly overheard a discussion in the estate regarding a distinguished guest arriving, allegedly the second prince. Yin Muyong. It was said that the second prince had come to seek an audience with the fourth miss of the Shu Wang Fu. Having longed for her ever since their parting at Lingshan, unable to eat or drink for days, until he finally discovered her whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxia's expression grew increasingly serious. Chapter 67, Until She Submits. The second prince, Yin Muyong, arrived at the estate requesting to meet Lung Qingxia, which alarmed the matriarch, prompting her to personally intervene. "Please, there is no need for formalities. The old lady is of considerable age, and such courtesies may be waived." Yin Muyong was not interested in anyone else. He only wished to see that enchanting beauty who had occupied his thoughts for several days. However, as he looked around, he could not find her silhouette, and his patience began to wane. If she did not appear soon, he would truly be vexed. "This is unacceptable. The second prince is, after all, a figure of great esteem. Despite my advanced age, such formalities cannot be overlooked," the matriarch stated with solemn authority. "Madam, I have come specifically to meet the fourth Miss. Is she present in the estate?" Yin Muyong inquired, his patience wearing thin. Contemplating climbing walls or overturning furniture to find the beauty, Are you referring to Xiar? The matriarch replied with certainty, indeed, that is her. Her beauty is as captivating as her name, and I have longed for her dearly. Eastern Mo expressed, his infatuation evident. Please forgive me, but my Xiar has only just reached adulthood and is an unmarried young lady. I fear it would be inappropriate for her to meet the second prince today. The matriarch directly refused his intentions. Are you concerned that I might tarnish the fourth Mrs. reputation? Eastern Mo's expression shifted to one of displeasure, impatience written all over his face. He was determined to see the woman he longed for. Regardless of any obstacles, that is not my intention. I only wish to protect her, as she is yet unmarried. Meeting with a man under these circumstances may not be proper, the matriarch firmly insisted. Do you believe you can obstruct me, prince? Let me assure you, since I have come, I will not leave empty-handed. The matriarch was taken aback by Eastern Mo's audacity. His lack of decorum within the Shu Wangfu was shocking. If he were to compromise the virtue of any maiden, the consequences would be dire. Just then, as Eastern Mo pushed open a door, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a young woman bathing. He froze. Taken aback by the unexpected sight, it was Lung Qingrong, and her startled scream drew everyone's attention. Chuangyin was the first to react, swiftly covering Lung Qingrong and leading her away from the scene. Second prince, is this not rather excessive? The matriarch scolded, her body trembling with indignation. That was my third miss, an unmarried young lady. How could you so recklessly endanger her virtue? How will she ever face the world again? Once Eastern Mo departed, Lung Qingrong was left to weep bitterly, clutching her body and sobbing uncontrollably. Grandmother, mother, how will I ever show my face again? I might as well die. I have no dignity left to survive in this world. Enough, Ronger. It has come to this. What can we do? After all, he is the second prince. Chuangyin joined in the tears, her face a picture of grievance. Our Ronger is so unfortunate. Her virtue has been compromised because of that illegitimate child. Oh heavens, what have we done to deserve this? Bring me that illegitimate child, Lung Qingsha. The matriarch erupted, her eyes blazing with fury as she issued her command. Yes, a servant acknowledged before hastily heading to summon Lung Qingsha from her quarters. When Lung Qingsha arrived, she greeted her grandmother, aunt, and sister with a slight bow. Noticing Lung Qingrong weeping on the couch, her face filled with sorrow, Lung Qingsha felt perplexed. Unsure of what had transpired, however, she instinctively sensed it was not a good matter. Otherwise, they would not have called for her. Kneel before me at once. The matriarch shouted, striking the ground with her cane in a fit of rage. Lung Qingsha immediately knelt, still oblivious to the situation that had provoked such ire. You wretched child, this is all your fault. You went out and entangled yourself with that shameless man, Eastern Mo, and ruined my daughter's virtue. I shall end your life. Chuangyin, seething with rage, stood and stormed toward Lung Qingsha, raising her hand to strike her. Yet Lung Qingsha, believing she had done nothing wrong, refused to be struck without a reason. Aunt, if you must strike me, please provide a clear justification. You seek justification? The matriarch interjected. Advancing toward Lung Qingsha, very well, I shall give you a reason. She then commanded, bring me a whip. Unmoved, Lung Qingsha fixed her gaze, filled with hatred, upon the matriarch. Just because she was not her biological granddaughter. She was subjected to such mistreatment without distinction. Madam, the whip is ready. A servant respectfully presented it to the matriarch, who then seized it, wielding it with all her strength as she struck Lung Qingsha, exclaiming, you, a mere illegitimate child raised by the Shu Wangfu, owe your life to us. Here you are nothing but a lowly servant. If your master commands your death, no reason is required. This is the duty of a lowly servant. Do you understand? Lung Qingsha's eyes brimmed with hatred as she fixated on the matriarch. Strike her mercilessly, until she submits. Chapter 68. A joyous union. What followed was Lung Qingsha kneeling on the ground, enduring the relentless blows of the whip as it struck her time and again. Yet, she never once yielded, her eyes still ablaze with hatred. She truly despised this treatment. Why must she endure such cruelty? The wet nurse and Xiao Qian, having heard of Lung Qingsha's brutal punishment, rushed over, but other servants blocked their way. Outside, they cried out, Madam, please spare the fourth miss. She is but a frail girl, she cannot withstand this. Lung Qingsha clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bloodshot, consumed by rage and indignation. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the ground, her body drenched in blood, the earth beneath her also stained with her essence. Cease at once. Cold Qingjuan's furious reprimand commanded the assailants to halt immediately. Upon recognizing his beloved son, Chuangyin swiftly admonished, Junior, what on earth are you doing? Do not defy your grandmother. Quickly apologize. Grandmother, what wrong has Xiar committed? Why must you treat her thus? She is merely a young girl. Does your conscience not ache for the harm you inflict upon her? Cold Qingjuan's eyes reddened as he vehemently questioned his esteemed grandmother. You have always spoken of compassion, yet what are you doing now? Even if Xiara is not of my father's blood, she is still but a girl. What has she done wrong? Is it she who has brought disgrace upon the family? Your treatment of her is utterly unjust. Cold Qingjun cast a cold glance at his grandmother before kneeling before Cold Qingxia, gently stating, Xiar, I shall take you away. He carefully lifted Cold Qingxia, who had already fainted. Fearing to cause her further pain, Chuingen scolded Cold Qingjun in a rage. Juner, you are my son. Do you not heed your mother's words? Cast aside that illegitimate child at once. It is because of her that your dear sister has lost her innocence. I have no such mother with a heart as venomous as yours. Cold Qingjun spat these words fiercely at Chuingen before turning on his heel to leave. Upon hearing such words from her own flesh and blood, Chuingen felt as if her heart were being sliced by knives. She staggered, rendered speechless. After a considerable time, she finally came to her senses, bursting into tears. Who has wrought this calamity? My son, whom I carried for 10 long months, dares to speak to me thus. As she lamented, she suddenly felt the world spinning around her and fainted away. Mother! Cold Qingrong, witnessing his mother's collapse, urgently called out, Mother! Oh no! The old matriarch, tears streaming down her face, commanded her servants, Go prepare a carriage for me. I must immediately go to the palace and demand an explanation from that second prince for my wronger. The old matriarch hurried to the palace, and after more than an hour, she personally approached the emperor. I am Cold Sure, paying my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live the empress. Upon seeing the emperor and the empress, the old matriarch knelt in reverence. Why has the esteemed matriarch come to the palace today, looking so weary? What matters trouble you? Emperor Exan understood that the king of Shu had always been loyal, and now he was diligently guarding the frontier. Thus, he ought to care for his family. I dare to petition your majesty regarding the second prince, Yin Mu Yong. He audaciously came to my Shu Wangfu today, demanding to see the 4th Mississippi. Considering my granddaughter is an unmarried young lady, I politely refused his request. To my shock, he recklessly barged in, searching room after room, ultimately laying eyes upon my third miss in a state of undress. My heart is in anguish, and I implore your majesty for justice for my granddaughter. The old matriarch's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Yin Xian was immediately consumed by rage. This Yin Mu Yong is truly outrageous. He disappoints me further. As a dignified second prince, he indulges in debauchery day after day, achieving nothing of merit. I should have. Alas, he had already resigned himself to the notion of his son, allowing him to drift into a life of mediocrity. The emperor then inquired, What sort of resolution does the esteemed matriarch wish for my third miss? The old matriarch hesitated, unsure how to respond, before finally saying, I leave it to your majesty's wisdom. While the emperor pondered, the empress suddenly interjected, I actually have a suggestion. If the emperor would allow me to speak, pray do share. The emperor replied, uncertain how to resolve the matter. The empress articulated her proposal with clarity. The Shu Wangfu's legitimate daughter must be the 4th miss, Cold Qingxia's. For the 3rd miss mentioned by the matriarch, she is of illegitimate birth regardless, since the second prince has sullied a young lady's honor. He ought to be held accountable. Why not bestow a favor upon them and allow the 4th miss to marry the second prince as a concubine? Upon hearing this, the emperor deemed the suggestion quite fair. After all, she was merely a secondary daughter, and it would not be inappropriate for her to become a concubine, thus providing a semblance of justice for the 3rd Mississippi. He then asked the old matriarch, What say you? I defer to your majesty's decision, and I thank you on behalf of Wronger. The old matriarch replied, bowing deeply in gratitude. The emperor chuckled heartily. In doing so, I bestow a fortunate union. The empress rose gracefully, smiling radiantly as she bent forward to say, Then I extend my congratulations to your majesty. Chapter 69. A reunion with Cold Qingxia. The news of Cold Qingrong's betrothal to the second prince spread throughout the Eastern End Kingdom. Known by all and sundry, the second prince, Yin Mu Yong, had numerous wives and concubines. The addition of one more was neither significant nor detrimental. Naturally, he remained neutral, neither opposed nor elated, as he had not married the one he truly desired, leaving him with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Meanwhile, within the Shu Wangfu, Cold Qingrong prepared to joyfully assume the role of the second prince's concubine. Though this position was not that of the principal wife, it still held a certain prestige, and she was satisfied with it. Mother, Cold Qingrong felt less than pleased upon seeing Chuingen. She signaled to her maid Yaya to close the door, ensuring their privacy before speaking. Mother, this truly is a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only have I successfully become a concubine, But grandmother has also had cold Qingxia beaten nearly to death. It is positively exhilarating. However, if I suffer any indignities from the second prince, Chu Yingyan felt a bitter pang at the thought. Marrying a man of high status brought both advantages and disadvantages. Cold Qingrong resolutely shook her head, assuring her mother, "Do not worry, mother. I have never been one to suffer losses. You raised me well. Do you not know my temperament? But your husband is the second prince, and you are of illegitimate birth. I truly fear for you." Chu Yingyan's heart ached at the thought of her daughter marrying. Cold Qingrong pouted, "Well, do you not want me to marry happily? After all, this was your idea. If it were not for your encouragement, I would not have. Ronger, this matter cannot be broached again, that if others were to overhear, it would cause a scandal." Chu Yingyan hastily urged Cold Qingrong to silence, emphasizing the need for discretion. "Mother, what do we have to fear? Cold Qingxia was beaten so badly, she is unlikely to survive for long. She is merely an illegitimate child. What right does she have to contend with me?" A smile of indifference graced Cold Qingrong's lips as she spoke. "Ronger, I only hope for your well-being." Chu Yingyan embraced Cold Qingrong, their bond evident at that moment. She thought of Cold Qingjun lamenting, "For this, I have also lost a biological son." "Mother." Cold Qingrong felt a pang of sadness. "Elder brother is merely momentarily entranced by that illegitimate child. He will return to being your flesh and blood. Even if he disowns you, you still have me and elder brother, do you not?" Chu Yingyan nodded heavily at Cold Qingrong's words. "Mother understands." Meanwhile, Cold Qingxia lay in her chamber, unable to rest, her body racked with pain. She had yet to utter a single word. The wet nurse, witnessing her condition, was heartbroken. Unable to cry before Cold Qingxia for fear of causing her further distress, she could only weep in solitude. One day, Cold Qingxia slowly opened her eyes, utterly weakened, her complexion ashen. "Nanny," her voice was faint, barely audible. "I am here, Xiar. Your nanny is right beside you," the wet nurse exclaimed, gripping Cold Qingxia's hand tightly, her emotions overwhelming. "Why are your eyes so red?" Cold Qingxia's blurred vision caught sight of the wet nurse's swollen eyes, and she frowned in concern. "I am well, just a bit fatigued from lack of rest." "How do you feel, Xiar? Does it still hurt?" As the wet nurse asked, she felt on the verge of tears. Knowing the pain was unbearable, with wounds that were raw and festering. "In a few days, you will recover," she reassured Cold Qingxia, maintaining a calm and gentle demeanor, though her heart was in agony. Cold Qingxia responded weakly before succumbing to another fainting spell. She simply could not endure it any longer, oscillating between consciousness and oblivion. Seeing Cold Qingxia faint once more, the wet nurse could no longer contain her sorrow, crying out, "Xiar, you will recover soon. If only I could bear this for you." Her tears cascaded down onto the visage of Lung Qingxia, and ultimately, she collapsed upon the couch, weeping inconsolably. As night gradually descended, the world around her fell into slumber, leaving her alone in Lung Qingrong's chamber. Suddenly, a swirl of purple light materialized, transforming into a humanoid figure before her. Observing her feeble state, he lamented, "I have been away for but a few days, and yet you find yourself in such a plight. Humph. Ultimately, it is the heavens that have orchestrated your fate." "You have awakened," Yao Han remarked, his eyes glimmering with a subtle delight. As Lung Qingxia rose, she examined her wounds, astonished to find them healed as if they had never existed. A smile graced her lips as she realized, "It must be the Divine Lord who saved me." "What else could it be?" Yao Han responded. Settling himself nearby, he extended a finger, performing a spell that caused the water jug on the table to pour itself, gently floating towards Lung Qingxia. "Catch it." "Why are you dawdling?" Reacting swiftly, Lung Qingxia grasped the water and drank deeply. "Thank you, Divine Lord," she expressed gratefully. Upon hearing her words, Yao Han chuckled lightly, feeling a sense of contentment at her repeated invocation of his title. Seeing the Divine Lord's joy, Lung Qingxia felt a wave of satisfaction. After all, it was the Divine Lord who had saved her from death on numerous occasions. "I have always harbored a disdain for celestial beings," Yao Han continued, "but hearing you call me Divine Lord is quite pleasing." Lung Qingxia was taken aback. Did he not embody a celestial being himself? She stammered, her heart racing with the fear that perhaps he was truly a monster. "Are you frightened?" Yao Han observed her expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. "You, my dear, truly lack gratitude. When I am called Divine Lord, you are all smiles, yet the moment I am labeled a monster, you become so tense. Do you think that if I were a monster, my saving you would count for nothing?" No, no. How could that be?" Lung Qingxia quickly denied, affirming, "In this world, there are indeed monsters cloaked in human guise. Just as there are good and evil among humans, so too are there benevolent and malevolent monsters. My dear girl," he replied, "I see you are constantly bullied. I wish to teach you some spells." Would you be willing to learn me? Is that truly possible? Ling Qingsha was taken aback. She was but a mortal. How could she possibly learn the divine arts? Seeing her incredulity, Yao Han demonstrated his powers, causing Ling Qingsha to levitate slowly into the air. She found herself suspended, unable to move, her heart racing with panic as she questioned, "Divine Lord, I am imparting the spells to you." Yao Han assured her she was bewildered. Could one truly learn the ways of immortality through another's transmission? Was it truly that simple? Yao Han unleashed a surge of purple energy, gradually infusing it into her being. At that moment, the skies darkened ominously, and a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck down. Fortunately, Yao Han acted swiftly, shielding her from the impending strike. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the heavens for sealing her memories and forbidding her any magical abilities. He explained that any infusion of power into her would instantly attract divine wrath. Ultimately, the transfer of magic failed, and Ling Qingsha descended gently back to the ground. What happened? She inquired eagerly, wondering if she was now filled with magic, able to wield powers akin to his, or perhaps even soar through the skies. Her excitement was palpable. Alas, it was not successful. Yao Han responded truthfully. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she managed a bittersweet smile. That it matters not. I am but a mortal. After all, becoming a celestial being is no easy feat. Yao Han then extended his hand, a layer of purple light enveloping his palm, transforming into a dark purple bloodstone. Whenever you find yourself in peril, simply call my name and I shall appear at once. Taking the stone, Ling Qingsha examined it closely, a smile blossoming on her lips. Thank you. With this, I feel exceedingly content. Oh, you still remember my name? Yao Han asked. To his surprise, Ling Qingsha fell silent, momentarily unable to recall. Simply utter Yahuan towards it, and I shall come forth, he patiently instructed her. She nodded earnestly, committing it to memory. As soon as his words left his lips, he transformed into a swirl of purple light and vanished. Ling Qingsha gazed at the bloodstone in her palm, her excitement growing, and she held it tightly, cherishing it. Several hours later, dawn broke gently, and Ling Qingsha rose from her couch. The wet nurse entered and, upon seeing her awake, hurried to her side. Xiar, your injuries were so severe. How could you possibly get up so soon? Please lie back down and allow me to tend to your wounds. Nanny, I am fine now. Ling Qingsha reassured her, wishing to alleviate her worries. How can you be fine? You were gravely injured just days ago. How could you possibly be healed so quickly? The wet nurse furrowed her brow, deeply concerned for the girl. Nanny, truly, I am well. Despite her insistence, the wet nurse was adamant about helping her, believing that treatment was necessary for her swift recovery. Reluctantly, Ling Qingsha complied, allowing the wet nurse to remove her garments. As she prepared to apply the ointment, she was astonished to find that the wounds, once gaping and raw, had completely vanished, leaving her skin smooth and unblemished. The wet nurse gasped in shock. Where have the wounds gone? Is this truly still my Xiar? Nanny, I have a friend who brought me the most potent herbs from the Spirit Mountain, and that is why I have recovered. You need not worry, my injuries are healed. Are you not happy for me? Ling Qingsha explained calmly. Of course, I am delighted. The wet nurse nodded eagerly. But what kind of herbs were they? Their effects are astonishing. Not even a scar remains. Nanny, have you not heard of the wonders of Spirit Mountain? The flora there is suffused with the essence of the heavens and earth, and the waters are from the celestial river. Thus, the herbs must be extraordinary, Ling Qingsha elaborated. The wet nurse, unbothered, replied, I care not for the essence of heaven and earth. I only wish for my dear Xiar to be well. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingsha was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced the wet nurse. Nanny. All right, Xiar, you must be starving. I know you haven't eaten in several days. The wet nurse said, rising to prepare a meal for her. Thank you, Nanny. Ling Qingsha beamed as she observed the scene. A thought struck her. Something must have transpired with her elder brother, or else the wet nurse would not bear such an anxious expression. Panic surged within her. Nanny, please tell me what has happened to my brother. Chapter 71. Yining steps forward to rescue. The wet nurse, knowing that Ling Qingsha had just recovered, initially wished to shield her from the troubling news. However, under the relentless questioning of Ling Qingsha, she relented. Xiar, it is best if you do not involve yourself. What can you do? In this Shu Wangfu you wield no power or influence. How could you possibly confront them? Rest assured, your brother is the biological son of Lady Chu. They would never dare to kill him. After hearing this, Ling Qingsha understood. Nanny, my brother is being punished because of me, isn't he? Her eyes filled with tears as she could not permit anyone to suffer because of her. Especially not her brother. She resolved to take action. I cannot stand idly by, she declared, rising swiftly to leave. Yet, the wet nurse seized her arm. Xiar, do not go. You cannot possibly stop them. That I must go, do not worry. I will be fine, she insisted, brushing aside the wet nurse's grasp as she pushed through the door and strode out. As she exited, she hurried towards her brother's courtyard. The servants she encountered were taken aback, whispering among themselves, wondering how the fourth young lady, once so weak, could now walk about so freely after such a short time. Moreover, her complexion appeared remarkably radiant, as if she had not suffered any injuries at all. This was utterly baffling. However, they merely speculated in silence, none daring to voice their thoughts aloud. Lung Qingxia hastened to her second brother's courtyard, and from a distance she beheld Lung Qingjun kneeling on the small bridge over the lotus pond. Exposed to the scorching sun, beside him stood Lung Fengxian, firmly gripping a long whip, which he wielded mercilessly against Lung Qingjuan's back. As a son, how can you utter such words to your mother? You ungrateful wretch! Today I shall teach you a harsh lesson on behalf of your mother. With each strike, Lung Fengxian showed no signs of leniency, continuing until Lung Qingjun was left trembling in fear. Ready to confess, yet Lung Qingjun remained silent, enduring the brutal lashes of the whip without uttering a single cry. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, even as blood stained his garments. He forced himself to appear strong. Witnessing this scene, Lung Qingxia felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Her second brother's suffering was a direct consequence of her actions. Had it not been for her, he would not have faced such punishment. Elder brother, she cried out in desperation, rushing forward to halt Lung Fengshuan's cruelty. It's the fourth sister. What is it? Am I not allowed to discipline my younger brother because you're here? Lung Fengxian retorted, preparing to strike Lung Qingjun again. Elder brother. Lung Qingxia urgently grasped his arm, determined to stop him from continuing the punishment. Fourth sister, I see you have recovered a bit, but have you forgotten your own pain? The suffering that Qingjun endures today is a result of your actions. If you truly care for your second brother, do not let him act foolishly on your behalf in the future. Lung Fengshuan's words dripped with venom as he attempted to shake off Lung Qingxia's grip. Elder brother, this is all my fault. If you must punish someone, then let it be me, Lung Qingxia declared solemnly. Releasing his arm, she had bloodstones. If she were to be injured, she could summon Yaohan for healing, but her second brother could not endure such torment very well. You have spoken. Then today, I shall unleash the remainder of the whip upon you. Lung Fengxian sneered, tightening his grip on the whip, ready to strike Lung Qingxia. She knelt motionless, eyes shut tight, quietly awaiting the whip's descent. Meanwhile, Lung Qingjun shook his head vigorously, shouting no. Just as Lung Fengxian was about to bring the whip down, Lung Qingjun summoned his last ounce of strength to shield Lung Qingxia in his embrace, resulting in the whip landing once more upon him. Second brother. Lung Qingxia cried out in anguish as she watched him collapse under the blow. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her heart aching deeply as she cradled Lung Qingjun in her arms, sobbing, Please, second brother. Wake up, don't scare me. There are still 10 lashes left. Will you take them for him? Lung Fengxian coldly announced. Lung Qingxia lifted her tear-streaked eyes to meet his gaze and resolutely replied, I will take them for my second brother. Well, it seems that your second brother truly dotes on you. Fourth sister, Lung Fengxian remarked, preparing to strike again. Lung Qingxia's gaze lingered on the unconscious form of Lung Qingjun, fresh tears of sorrow cascading down her cheeks as she braced herself for the impending lash. A sudden voice called out, Stop! Startled, Lung Fengxian looked up to see the figure of Yiningqi, and he quickly knelt, proclaiming, Your humble servant greets the third prince. Lung Qingxia, wiping her tears, also bowed respectfully, I have seen the third prince. Clad in a luxurious white robe with silver embroidery, Yiningqi radiated an ethereal grace that was accentuated by his gentle visage, reminiscent of a celestial being descending in that moment. He spoke with icy authority. What transgressions has the fourth miss committed to warrant such treatment from young Master Lung? Is this still about the purity of the third miss of the Shu Wangfu? His Majesty has already betrothed the second prince to her. Are you questioning the Emperor's judgment? Lung Fengxian, now flustered, quickly defended himself. I would never dare, Your Highness. Please see it clearly. I merely sought to discipline my younger brother for his disobedience to our mother's commands. Nothing more. Yiningqi cast a penetrating gaze at Lung Qingxia before continuing. As the elder brother, do you truly intend to impose such family discipline upon your frail fourth sister while your second brother lies unconscious? Chapter 72. A calculated move. Upon hearing Yiningqi's admonition, Lung Fengxian dared not strike again. He lowered his head, acknowledging, Your Highness speaks true. It is the fault of this elder brother for not fulfilling his duties. I beg for your understanding. Such words should be directed at your fourth sister, Yiningqi replied, turning his attention to Lung Qingxia. Realizing the implication, Lung Fengxian immediately apologized. Fourth sister, it is my fault. Please forgive me and do not hold it against me. You may go, Yiningqi permitted, and Lung Qingxia took the opportunity to help the fainted Lung Qingjun to his feet. Slowly departing the scene as their figures faded from view, Yiningqi's expression darkened. A cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, Lung Qingxia, this prince shall inevitably claim you for myself. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Your servant is in awe. Lung Fengxian quickly flattered, bowing respectfully. Yet Yiningqi paid him no further heed. His demeanor betraying an icy ruthlessness, with the servants dispatched to fetch the physician, only Lung Qingjun and Lung Qingxia remained. Second brother, promise me you will hold on. You will be fine, Lung Qingxia implored. Her eyes reddening as tears continued to fall. She even contemplated summoning Yaohan for healing. Surely he could mend her second brother's wounds. Xiar, I am fine, Lung Qingjun said. Shaking his head, he could not bear to see her worried. Her tears were what pained him most. Did she not realize? His heart cherished her, and he knew she was not his biological sister. How joyous he felt that they were not siblings. It meant he could love her openly. Second brother, Lung Qingxia grasped his hand, placing it against her cheek, rubbing against it tenderly. You must not do this again. Do you not feel my heartache when you are hurt? Be good, do not cry. If you keep weeping, my heart will truly ache, Lung Qingjun said, his brow furrowing at her continued tears. I will not cry anymore. I will not cry anymore, she insisted, yet the tears kept falling. Second brother, please rest. I will stay by your side and take care of you. I will not leave you. She wished for him to fall asleep so she could summon Yaohan to heal his injuries. All right, he replied softly, slowly closing his eyes, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. He was far too weak. It took mere moments for him to succumb to sleep. Junior, my dear Junior, chewing and burst in, her heart shattering at the sight of her beloved son in such a state. Instantly, she wept uncontrollably, and upon seeing Lung Qingxia, she unleashed her fury upon her. You vixen! What are you doing here? Look at what you've done to my Junior. You vixen, get out! Lung Qingxia, upon noticing Chu Yin's presence, slowly rose, slightly bowing. Xiar pays respects to aunt. Get out! Chu Yin pointed toward the door, angrily commanding Lung Qingxia to leave. Coldly, Lung Qingxia regarded Chu Yin, then turned her gentle gaze toward her already weak and unconscious second brother. Taking a deep breath, she spoke calmly, Aunt, the only reason I still address you as such is because you are my second brother's biological mother. Yet, as his mother, you were absent when he was beaten. And now that he has just fallen asleep, you cause a ruckus before me. You truly do not deserve to be called his mother. Please take good care of him. Having said that, Lung Qingxia turned and departed. Only Chu Yin and Lung Qingjun remained, he still unconscious, while she shed tears lamenting, Junior, why can't you see? You always side with that Lung Qingxia, and it benefits you not at all. Look at what has become of you because of her. Mother cannot bear to see you so stubbornly blind. Nanny, I am fine. I am well. Lung Qingxia feigned nonchalance, not wishing to cause her nanny any worry. As long as you're fine, that is all that matters. The nanny sighed in relief. Nanny, I am tired. Could you bring me a few buckets of hot water? I wish to bathe. Lung Qingxia truly felt utterly exhausted. Upon hearing her words, the wet nurse immediately responded. All right, I shall fetch some warm water for you right away. After sending the wet nurse away, Lung Qingxia found herself alone in the room. As she began to loosen her garments, she sensed that someone was peering at her from the left. The light from outside cast a shadow, revealing a figure clad in garments adorned with silver threads, reflecting a glimmer of silver light. In an instant, she recognized who it was, Yiningqi, to think it was he. Surely, he had stealthily arrived here as well. Since he was present, why not turn the tables on him? Lung Qingxia feigned ignorance, slowly shedding her outer robe, leaving only a water-blue bodice. Chapter 73. A stroll nearby. With only a thin veil obstructing the view, her enchanting figure was laid bare before Yiningqi's gaze. He had not come specifically to spy. He merely inquired about Lung Fengxian and Lung Qingxia's whereabouts. Hoping for a chance encounter, however, upon finding her secluded, he was compelled to see what she was doing indoors. To his surprise, she was bathing in broad daylight, an undeniably captivating scene. He initially intended to turn away. Yet when he beheld her cascading hair, he found himself unable to restrain his desire. Indeed, men are inherently lustful. He could no longer suppress the yearning that surged within him. Yiningqi stared intently at the beautiful sight, his throat constricting with an involuntary swallow, though he had never harbored any deep desire for women. Regarding Lung Qingxia merely as a means to an end, witnessing her in this state ignited something within him. As Lung Qingxia sat in the tub, her exquisite back fully exposed to Yiningqi's gaze, the veil did little to shield her from his sight. merely adding an air of mystery and allure. Internally, she recoiled at the notion of using such a method to entice Yiningji. However, reflecting on their past entanglements, she thought to herself, having endured so much in her previous life, what harm could it bring to grant him a feast for the eyes in this life? Moreover, she had suffered disfigurement in her past life, appearing grotesque. Yet, for the sake of his grand ambitions, he had endured revulsion to share a bed with her for revenge. She too could sacrifice herself while soaking in the tub. She occasionally splashed water onto her neck and shoulders, feigning gentleness, an undeniable temptation for Yiningji. Watching outside as the fire of desire gradually blazed within him, he resolved he could no longer continue observing. If he did, he might lose control and burst through the door, ruining everything. He turned abruptly and strode away. Realizing he had departed, Leng Qingxia suddenly smiled, her laughter icy. After Yiningji left, not far behind him stood Su Yingyue, who had witnessed his secretive peeping at Leng Qingxia. Leaving with an expression of longing. Su Yingyue's eyes reddened slightly. She said nothing but clenched her fists tightly, her gaze filled with malice directed at Leng Qingxia's room. She vowed to devise a way to ensure Leng Qingxia would face a fate without burial. She would not allow her to seduce her man, for the third prince belonged solely to her from the beginning. After bathing, Leng Qingxia donned a dress, and at that moment, Xiao Qian reported at the door. Miss Yingyue has come to see you." "Very well." Leng Qingxia quickly tidied herself and stepped outside, encountering Su Yingyue standing at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Su Yingyue immediately displayed a radiant smile. "Sister Yingyue." Leng Qingxia approached, mirroring her joy. "Sister, look what I've brought you, your favorite pastries," Su Yingyue exclaimed, presenting a box filled with osmanthus cakes. "Quickly, let us find a place to enjoy them," Su Yingyue said, taking Leng Qingxia's hand and leading her to a small pavilion in her garden. All right. They settled in the pavilion, where Su Yingyue personally opened the food box and revealed the pastries. "Sister, these are handmade just for you, let me try." Leng Qingxia took a piece, savoring its sweet, glutinous flavor. "Yingyue, your skills are improving. I'm glad you like it. I heard you were punished a few days ago?" Su Yingyue's eyes glistened with concern as she spoke, her expression betraying worry. "That I'm fine," Leng Qingxia replied, shaking her head and grasping Su Yingyue's hand. "You needn't worry about me as long as you are well," Su Yingyue replied, revealing a feigned smile. Leng Qingxia thought to herself how remarkable this woman's acting was. This pitiful demeanor could easily deceive many. At that moment, a robust voice called out, "Xiar," recognizing it as Sister Qingge. Leng Qingxia quickly stood and turned around, indeed spotting Lin Qingge, who wore an excited smile. "I heard you were injured a few days ago. I came to check on you. Why mother doesn't he know I'm out?" "How is your health?" Lin Qingge asked, pulling Leng Qingxia's arm to inspect her well-being. "Sister, I'm perfectly fine," Leng Qingxia replied lightly. "Oh, I seem like someone with issues. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. You had me worried," Lin Qingge sighed in relief. Upon noticing Su Yingyue, Lin Qingge's smile faded as she recognized the scheming woman before her. "Oh, it's Miss Su. Greetings, Sister Qingge," Su Yingyue said hurriedly, bowing slightly. "Humph, I can hardly bear such pleasantries." Lin Qingge offered no friendly demeanor towards Su Yingyue. The latter felt somewhat uncomfortable, while Leng Qingxia feigned grievance, saying, "Sister Qingge, Yingyue is my good friend. I won't allow you to bully her." All right, you little brat, always siding with her. You'll regret it later," Lin Qingge retorted, exasperated by Leng Qingxia's loyalty. "You're both my dearest friends. Don't make it hard for me." Leng Qingxia pouted, grasping Lin Qingge's arm. Lin Qingge reluctantly nodded, choosing to remain silent. Today, the Shu Wangfu was indeed bustling with activity. Just then, Yiningji and Leng Fengxian arrived together. "We pay our respects to the third prince." Su Yingyue, Leng Qingxia, and Lin Qingge hurriedly bowed. "No need for formalities," Yiningji said, his gaze swiftly flickering past Su Yingyue before settling on Leng Qingxia. Su Yingyue secretly smiled, feeling pleased that the third prince's focus remained on her. Even if he was merely masking it in public. Chapter 74. The proud Xian Yuan. Lin Qingge, upon hearing this, was more than willing. Such a statement would justify her absence should her mother inquire. She could simply claim she was accompanying the third prince to explore the capital, avoiding confinement within the estate. "Very well, I shall gladly accompany you," Lin Qingge replied without hesitation, seeing her sister agree. Leng Qingxia was about to speak when Lin Qingge eagerly pulled her in. "My dear Xiar, it would be wonderful for us to go together." "All right, I too am willing to join," Leng Qingxia conceded, unable to resist Lin Qingge's enthusiasm. Su Yingyue too wished to join, hastily adding, "I am also willing to go." "But you cannot ride a horse. How will you accompany us?" Lin Qingge retorted, displeased that Su Yingyue intended to join. Suddenly, Leng Qingxia interjected, "It's all right. My brother is skilled at riding and can share a horse with Yingyue." This, Lung Fengxian immediately panicked. Su Yingyue was his master's woman, and he dared not commit such a grave transgression of sharing a horse with her. Duxiar, Lin Qingge called out in dissatisfaction, intentionally stating this to prevent Su Yingyue from joining. Lin Qingxia responded, Yingyue is here. We cannot leave her behind. If she doesn't go, then I won't go either. She was undoubtedly aware of Su Yingyue's entanglements with Yiningqi from her past life. Given her long acquaintance with Yiningqi, she knew well of his possessiveness. The women he had bedded could not be touched by other men. She intended to create an uncomfortable situation for Lung Fengxian, Su Yingyue, and Yiningqi alike. Very well, let Commander Lung take Miss Su along. Yiningqi ultimately agreed through gritted teeth. No matter what, nothing could obstruct his grand plans. His ambitions were far more significant than anything else. Meanwhile, Lung Fengxian felt anxious and uneasy. Even though his master had consented, he was still hesitant. Lung Qingxia relished the sight of their discomfort, her heart swelling with triumph. To her astonishment, Lung Fengxian, in a moment of ingenuity, proposed, Third Prince, I happen to have a solution after all. I maintain a respectful distance with Miss Su. It would be rather inappropriate for me to ride alongside her. I have a female servant well versed in horsemanship. Let her accompany Miss Su instead. This arrangement would be most suitable. A smile finally graced Yiningqi's face upon hearing this. Su Yingyue too revealed a satisfied smile, clearly not wishing to ride with Lung Fengxian. After settling on this plan, save for Su Yingyue, each of them mounted a horse, and they departed from the Shuwang residence. Yiningqi, wearing a gentle smile, inquired, Is that so? Then shall we head to that place? What do you all think? The trio of women expressed no dissent. Very well, let us set off immediately. Yiningqi tightened her grip on the reins, preparing to urge her steed into a gallop. Only to be interrupted by the sound of approaching hooves. Startled, they turned to find the figure of Regent Xianyuanyi. They froze in shock. What could Xianyuanyi possibly want at this moment? Third Prince, Xianyuanyi reined in his horse, maintaining his lofty demeanor, adorned in black garments embellished with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility. Your Highness, we pay our respects to the Regent. The group, regaining their composure, dismounted, kneeling in reverence. With the exception of Yiningqi, no need for formalities. Xianyuanyi cast a cursory glance at them before turning his gaze toward Yiningqi on horseback. What brings you here? Your Highness? Yiningqi retained his gentle facade, although inwardly, he simmered with fury. Xianyuanyi always seemed to disrupt his plans. What mischief was he up to this time? Calmly surveying the group, Xianyuanyi continued. I find myself rather idle of late with such a large entourage. Where are you all headed? If it is merely to admire the scenery, would you mind if I joined? The regent, known for his multitude of affairs, was hardly one to indulge in leisure excursions. Yiningqi subtly declined. Your Highness, it would be inappropriate for you to accompany us on such an outing. Naturally, he wished to prevent Xianyuanyi from ruining his carefully laid plans. What's this? The third prince is unwilling for me to join. Xianyuanyi unflinchingly pierced through Yiningqi's veiled refusal. How could that be? If your Highness insists on accompanying us, we would, of course, welcome you. Yiningqi gritted his teeth as he spoke, filled with deep-seated resentment. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed together. At that moment, Xianyuanyi assumed the role of leader, exuding an air of superiority. Cold Qingxia found herself perplexed by Xianyuanyi's intentions. What exactly was he trying to achieve? This man, who consistently opposed her, was utterly detestable. Go with frustration mounting, Yiningqi tightened his grip on the reins and urged his horse forward. The others followed suit, spurring their steeds into a gallop. Xianyuanyi intentionally guided his horse closer to Cold Qingxia's, running side by side, making it impossible for her to shake him off, rendering her somewhat helpless. At last, they arrived at the scenic spot Lung Fengxian had mentioned, a place indeed replete with picturesque landscapes. As the group, weary from their journey, finally reached their destination, they prepared their water flasks. Cold Qingxia, Yiningqi, Su Yingyue, Lin Qingge, and Lung Fengxian each had their own flasks, eagerly taking a sip. Xianyuanyi, equally parched, found himself without a flask, his throat dry as if set ablaze. Noticing Xianyuanyi's plight, Yiningqi reluctantly offered. Your Highness, there are no tea houses nearby. Would you care for a sip of my water? Xianyuanyi's face twisted in disdain as he curtly replied, I do not drink water that others have touched. Chapter 75. The entanglement between them. The others fell silent, hesitant to speak after witnessing the regent's disdain for the third prince's offering. If even the regal water of a prince was met with such contempt, what chance did theirs have? Cold Qingxia mused silently, if he refuses my water, let him remain thirsty. She contentedly took another sip from her flask, reveling in the refreshing sensation. Upon turning, Xianyuanyi caught sight of Cold Qingxia. comfortably drinking water, her lips glistening enticingly. He felt an urge to seize them. Cold Qingxia, come here, he commanded abruptly, his impatience palpable. Cold Qingxia, bewildered, questioned, what has the regent in such a foul mood? I have not provoked him. Slowly, she approached. This humble servant greets your highness. Hand over your flask, Xian Yuanyi ordered with an air of entitlement. Cold Qingxia was taken aback, as were the others. Wasn't the regent one to shun water touched by others? Why was he requesting her flask? Your highness, I have already drunk from this water, she protested. You do not wish to. Just hand it over. Cease your prattling. Xian Yuanyi's reprimand silenced her, leaving Cold Qingxia no choice but to comply. Feeling wronged as she passed her flask to him, he took it, gulped down several swigs, and returned it to her while he showed no aversion to her. She felt some distaste for this man who had consumed her water. Lin Qingge chuckled quietly. It was obvious to anyone that the regent had taken a liking to the 4th Mississippi. Meanwhile, Yi Ningqi was filled with indignation, as Xian Yuanyi had once again thwarted his plans. He instructed the group to disperse and search for food. He had intended to team up with Cold Qingxia, but Xian Yuanyi, ever domineering, took her flask and moved forward, clearly wishing for her company. Thus Yi Ningqi ended up searching for food with Su Yingyue instead. As they ventured further apart, Su Yingyue suddenly embraced Yi Ningqi from behind. Su Yingyue, release me. Have you lost your mind? Yi Ningqi quickly pried her arms away, pushing her back forcefully, reprimanding her sternly. If they see us, all our plans will be ruined. Third prince, no one will see us. That I truly miss you. So much does Su Yingyue said, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at him. Come here, Yi Ningqi commanded, moving ahead with her following closely. They arrived at a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain. Third prince, I really miss you. Su Yingyue, sensing the privacy, quickly threw herself into his embrace. Yi Ningqi reciprocated. Yingyue, I am currently devising a plan to ascend to the throne. Once I secure my position as crown prince, I will fear nothing. Do you understand? We can be together openly, and you will be my only empress. No. Yi Ningqi suddenly turned serious, pushing Su Yingyue away, solemnly declaring, no matter what, I must ascend the throne. Only then will I have the right to protect the one I love most. Yingyue, I need your unwavering support. Will you help me? Su Yingyue gazed deeply into his eyes and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will assist you wholeheartedly and help you ascend to the throne. Yingyue, trust me. In this lifetime you alone will be my empress. Yi Ningqi cupped Su Yingyue's face in his hands, looking intently at her. She closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss, and soon, she was satisfied as their lips met, the two entwined in a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, Cold Qingxia and Xian Yuanyi scoured the area for animals, preparing for a night of roasting for their dinner. Cold Qingxia, you truly are heartless. Cold Qingxia was diligently searching, while Xian Yuanyi wore an expression of displeasure. His dark eyes fixed on her. Confused by his sudden shift in mood, Cold Qingxia wondered what had provoked him this time. What had she done to offend him? Your Highness, what do you mean by that? She asked, bewildered as Xian Yuanyi remained silent, merely watching her. Cold Qingxia grew increasingly anxious, sensing an impending storm. After a few tense moments of silence, she suddenly realized, it must be due to his abrupt fainting at Ling Mountain a few days ago. And her indifference towards him since then? In a flurry of panic, Cold Qingxia felt at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a patch of reeds nearby, and she turned and ran, perhaps upon encountering Sister Qingge. As long as Xian Yuanyi is not allowed to be alone with her, he should not pose any threat to her, right? Ling Qingxia hastily fled. While Xian Yuanyi remained still, quietly watching her escape, she dashed into a thicket of reeds, which towered over her, her sole focus on evading Xian Yuanyi, unaware that she had become lost within the dense foliage. Just as despair began to envelop her, a gust of wind rustled the reeds, creating a soft, swaying sound that echoed around her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Ling Qingxia suddenly took 2 steps back, colliding with a solid figure, leaving her frozen in place. Too afraid to turn around, she dreaded the thought of facing Xian Yuanyi's imposing silhouette, but she was even more terrified if it were not him. She could distinctly feel her heart racing within her chest. Chapter 76. Successfully spreading sweetness. Ultimately, Ling Qingxia slowly turned around, her gaze falling upon Xian Yuanyi. Indeed, it was him. As she silently sighed in relief. Another wave of panic surged within her. The regent was still burning with unquenched desire. She had to tread carefully. Your Highness. After careful consideration, Ling Qingxia knelt before him, lowering her head upon witnessing her desperate plea for survival. Xian Yuanyi found it hard to unleash his anger upon her. However, he could not help but feel a flicker of indignation. After all, she had shown him no concern, even during his days of unconsciousness. When she had never once visited him, Your Highness, I only wish to live peacefully and do not wish to be dragged into an unwarranted turmoil. I implore you to grant me a chance to survive. Summoning her courage, Leng Qingxia finally expressed her thoughts. She felt it was imperative to clarify her stance with the regent, for their entanglement might only provoke Princess Yin and jeopardize her life. She had returned to seek revenge, not to pursue love or fame, which had become insignificant to her. Her sole desire was to achieve her vengeance. Unwarranted turmoil? Xin Yuanyi expressed surprise. What did Leng Qingxia mean by that? Gritting her teeth, Leng Qingxia thought, if death is my fate, so be it. She could no longer afford to remain entangled with the regent. Did he not realize? Princess Yin held a special affection for him. Anyone who dared to approach him would swiftly face the princess's wrath. All she wanted was to live in peace and nothing more. Realization dawned upon Xin Yuanyi as he comprehended Leng Qingxia's intentions. I understand. After a brief pause, Leng Qingxia raised her eyes cautiously. Glancing at the regent, she believed she had made her point clear. She simply wished for Xin Yuanyi to cease all entanglements with her. Yearning for a peaceful existence, that I am deeply grateful for Your Highness's life-saving grace. She bowed deeply, hoping that from that moment onward, the regent would no longer pursue her. After bidding farewell, she slowly rose and turned to leave, only to hear Xin Yuanyi's voice, filled with certainty, asking her, I shall only inquire of you, do you fear the threats of Princess Yin, or have you never held any interest in me from the start? Stunned, Leng Qingxia pondered the implications of his words. What did he mean by no interest? Was he referring to her feelings towards him? Frowning slightly, she found herself engulfed in confusion, questioning whether she truly lacked interest. Closing her eyes, her mind flooded with memories of Yin Ying's betrayal in her past life, filling her with dread. The regent was of exalted status, and she dared not harbor any thoughts of overstepping her bounds. Overstepping? Xin Yuanyi suddenly chuckled coldly, taking deliberate steps closer to her. She panicked. Your Highness, what are you doing? Today I shall show you what constitutes the crime of overstepping. Before Leng Qingxia could react, Xin Yuanyi's arm encircled her, capturing her head and forcefully claiming her lips. Leng Qingxia trembled, realizing what was happening. She immediately began to struggle, pushing desperately against him, determined to thwart his advances. A flurry of chaotic images invaded her mind, preventing her from maintaining her composure. The kiss lingered, as if they were the only two souls in existence. Unable to resist Xin Yuanyi's dominance, she ultimately succumbed to the depths of the kiss. Xin Yuanyi fervently claimed the sweetness of her lips, recognizing a familiar taste, as if he had savored it long ago. Suddenly, a fierce thumping surged within his chest, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation that flooded his mind. Vaguely, he envisioned himself conjuring a droplet of water, despite having coughed up blood and feeling as though his body might explode. He was unwilling to relent. Just then, a frantic voice echoed in his mind. Yi Ran, have you lost your mind? If you continue like this, you will perish. The image of himself persisted, resolutely declaring, even if my essence shatters, I will ensure her rebirth. Overwhelmed by this chaotic memory, Xin Yuanyi's heart ached sharply, prompting him to release her. Collapsing to one knee, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, after escaping Xin Yuanyi's grasp, Leng Qingxia disregarded everything else and turned to flee. How could he behave that way? He had no right to kiss her. As she fled, she pressed her hand firmly against her lips, struggling to comprehend that Xin Yuanyi had indeed kissed her. How could this happen? They had clearly expressed their disinterest in such a relationship. She had made her feelings abundantly clear. She did not harbor affection for him. Why did he treat her thus? Tears brimmed in her eyes as her heart raced violently in her chest. Why was this happening? Was this what it meant to feel moved? As the thought crossed her mind, she vigorously shook her head. She could not allow this. She had returned to seek vengeance. She could not afford to repeat past mistakes and could not allow herself to feel any emotions. With newfound resolve, she suppressed her feelings. Taking a deep breath, Leng Qingxia finally emerged from the thicket of reeds, only to find herself in a desolate expanse. After walking a short distance, she heard the urgent rush of a river. How was this place different from before? Was she lost once again? As she pondered her situation, a clap of thunder echoed from the sky. She looked up to see dark clouds gathering, signaling an impending downpour. Anxious to find shelter, her gaze fell upon a hillside. Perhaps she could find refuge there. She hurried towards it, but before she could reach her destination, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The rain fell heavier and heavier, and to her shock, the hillside began to slide. Chapter 77. Justice served. By the time Leng Qingxia realized what was happening, it was too late to escape. In that fleeting moment between life and death, A desperate thought of her lifeline, Yao Hun, crossed her mind. She hastily retrieved the bloodstone that Yao Hun had given her, calling out, Yao Hun, just as the mountain was about to bury Lung Qingxia. A burst of purple light spiraled towards her, swiftly lifting her into the air. The radiant glow coiled around her like a serpent, whisking her away from the brink of death, overwhelmed with relief. Lung Qingxia thought she was moments away from death, feeling truly terrified. Turning around, she saw the purple light transform into a corporeal figure, cradling her gently. The man with purple eyes gazed at her. And she felt a surge of gratitude. Just as he had promised, he had come to her aid when she called. Little golden bird, are you all right? Yao Hun inquired, a warm smile gracing his features. Lung Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by the nickname. Little golden bird? Embracing her, Yao Hun carried her to a safe location before saying, did you not know? Anyone with wings is considered a bird. Even a phoenix. Lung Qingxia fell silent, reflecting on her past life as a queen, a phoenix by fate, only to have fallen from grace and become a wrong spirit. Her gaze shifted to the hillside, which had cascaded down, directly crashing into the reeds. Panic surged within her. Yao Hun, there is someone else in the reeds. You must save him. Wait for me, Yao Hun replied, transforming into a wisp of smoke and soaring towards the thicket. Upon arrival, he discovered that the person Lung Qingxia wished to save was none other than Yi Ran. What a twist of fate! Gritting his teeth, Yao Hun smirked. Today, I shall allow you to experience the fragility of life and death. With that, he enveloped himself in purple smoke once more, launching himself towards Xian Yuanyi amidst the reeds. Xian Yuanyi sensed an ominous presence approaching him from the side, but he swiftly dodged and turned, only to find himself confronted by a swirling mass of purple mist. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this strange entity. Could it be that a monster lurked within the reeds? Who are you? He inquired, maintaining his composure, enveloped by the mist in midair. He found himself struggling to breathe, racked with pain, utterly at a loss as to how to escape. How much longer could he endure this torment? Ultimately, Xian Yuanyi succumbed to unconsciousness, the mist continuing to ensnare him, as if it would not relent until it had claimed his life. At that moment, Xian Yuanyi's brows furrowed, and he abruptly opened his eyes. A flash of silver light gleaming within, he then calmly spoke, Yao Hun, how bold of you. Following this, he began to cast a spell, drawing half circles with his hands before his chest, a tremendous silver light coalescing within his palms. He enunciated clearly, the law of heaven and earth. The Yao Hun instantly dissipated into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Once free from that place, his consciousness faded away once more. Upon her arrival, she discovered him lying unconscious beneath a tree. Xian Yuanyi, Xian Yuanyi? Lung Qingxia called out desperately, but he showed no signs of awakening, leaving her in a state of frantic anxiety. It doesn't matter. I've already kissed him. That I cannot bear to watch him die. Ultimately, Lung Qingxia leaned down, cradling his head in her hands, pressing her lips to his to share her breath, hoping to rouse him from his slumber. She repeatedly attempted to blow air into him, fervently wishing for him to awaken sooner. In his unconscious state, Xian Yuanyi's fingers twitched slightly, and soon after, he felt a flicker of awareness. However, he did not open his eyes. Instead, relishing the sensation as Lung Qingxia continued to breathe life into him, he wished to prolong this moment. As she grew breathless from her efforts, she finally exclaimed, Your Highness, I shall fetch someone else to assist you. Just as she attempted to rise, Xian Yuanyi suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Lung Qingxia's heart raced with excitement. Xian Yuanyi, you have finally awakened. But then it dawned on her. Could he have been feigning unconsciousness all along to take advantage of her? Feeling indignant, she pushed against him, chastising him without regard for her status. Shameless, despicable, base. Xian Yuanyi grasped her chin firmly, issuing a cold warning. Lung Qingxia, it seems you are truly eager for death. Not only have you committed a capital offense, but you also dare to act so recklessly. In response, Lung Qingxia adopted a defiant stance, exclaiming, Then let your Highness execute me here and now. That I am but a woman of pure reputation, ruined by you. That I have no face to continue living in this world. Yet Xian Yuanyi suddenly laughed, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Very well, I shall execute you. As he spoke, he raised his hand, gently tracing the back of his fingers across her cheek, then moving to her waist as if to untie her garments. Lung Qingxia's pupils widened in terror. Your Highness, what are you doing? Panic flooded her as she feared he might truly be as heartless as he seemed. Did you not say that I ruined your purity? If that is so, why not ruin it completely? Just as he prepared to take another step, Lung Qingxia seized his hand, reminding him, Your Highness nearly lost his life. Had I not arrived in time, you would not be in a position to humiliate me now. Xian Yuanyi gazed deeply into her eyes, a playful smile spreading across his face, filled with affection. Lung Qingxia, confronted with such an expression, felt trapped. Wasn't it agreed that they should maintain their distance? Yet, in this brief moment, their relationship had grown significantly closer. How had this situation turned against her? Since you are no longer in danger. Your Highness, I shall. Lung Qingxia stammered, attempting to withdraw it if she continued to engage with Xian Yuanyi. She knew she would only sink deeper into his web. She could hardly resist him, this man of cunning intellect. Lung Qingxia, why can I not see through you? Xian Yuanyi pulled her closer, refusing to let her escape. Are you attempting to feign innocence after everything that has transpired between us? As he spoke, a frown creased his brow, his expression turning melancholic. What should have been done has been done. What do you mean by that? What exactly has transpired between us? Frantic, Lung Qingxia felt entangled in a web of confusion. Your Highness, what must I do for you to allow me a peaceful life? She earnestly inquired. Very well, I shall ask you now. Do you truly harbor no feelings for me, or are you merely afraid of Princess Yin's influence? If it is the latter, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Xian Yuanye's gaze was filled with sincerity. If it is the former, I will stop at nothing to make you fall in love with me. He grasped her hands tightly, making his intentions unmistakably clear. But what if I have someone else in my heart? Must you force me against my will? Lung Qingxia uttered this painful truth, seeking to persuade Xian Yuanyi to let her go. This was the crux of the matter. Xian Yuanye's eyes darkened, his expression turning icy. I believe that in all of Dongmo, and indeed in the entire world, no one can claim your heart as firmly as I can. His conviction was palpable as he emphasized the word firmly. Not certainly. Lung Qingxia, gazing into his eyes, felt a tremor of emotion stirring within her. For a fleeting moment, her heart swayed, yet she reminded herself that she would never trust in love again. Although she could not refuse Xian Yuanye's advances, she had not accepted him either. Instead, they found themselves in a state of ambiguous tension. She loathed this feeling, fearing it would become an obstacle in her quest for vengeance. Just then she slipped on the muddy ground. Having just rained and felt its yar, Xian Yuanyi rushed to her side, concern etched across his face. What happened? Lung Qingxia's face contorted in pain. Oh, it hurts? My foot, it hurts so much. I think I might have twisted my ankle. I can't tell how serious it is. Let me see. Xian Yuanyi took hold of her foot, preparing to remove her shoe to assess her injury. No, she instinctively protested. Propriety dictated that a young lady's foot should not be exposed to a man. Do not worry. It won't hurt. He gently reassured her. Slowly removing her shoe, she furrowed her brow, fearful he might worsen her injury. Once he had removed her shoe and sock, he discovered it was merely a mild sprain. Slightly swollen but nothing serious. A bit of rest would suffice. He smiled with satisfaction. It's nothing that is unacceptable. Without a moment's thought, Lung Qingxia firmly rejected his offer. She did not wish to be seen like this. It would be scandalous if others found out that I can walk on my own. Yet, could she truly outmatch Xian Yuanye's determination? In the end, he simply lifted her effortlessly. Frustrated, she bit down on his shoulder in a futile attempt to make him stop. As Yining Qi observed Xian Yuanyi and Lung Qingxia in such an intimate embrace, his pupils constricted in hatred. It was clear that Xian Yuanyi had chosen to oppose him. Xian Yuanyi, without missing a beat, hoisted Lung Qingxia onto his horse, seating himself behind her. Wrapping his arms around her waist as he seized the reins with a fierce flick, he commanded, "Giddy up." Chapter 79. The Cunning of Lung Qingrong. Yining Qi clenched his fists tightly, his rage boiling over. Xian Yuanyi would not escape unscathed. He vowed to kill him, to end him. Does Yuing Yu, witnessing Yining Qi's fury at Lung Qingxia being taken away by Xian Yuanyi, felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, she recalled her intimate encounter with the third prince in a secluded spot, where she had distinctly heard him call out Lung Qingxia's name. She had thought she misheard, but now, seeing the third prince's intense reaction, she realized it was indeed true. Yuing Yu clenched her fists in determination. She could not allow Lung Qingxia to steal her man. Your Highness, this cannot happen. Lung Qingxia panicked, knowing this action would surely lead to dire consequences. She wished to resist but found herself unable to do so. Ultimately resigning to her fate, someone send a message to the Duke of Shu's residence, informing the matriarch that the fourth miss of the Shu family will be lodging at my residence for a few days. There is no need for them to worry. Xian Yuanyi promptly issued a command, to which his subordinates responded dutifully. Emma Chan was able to make the necessary arrangements without delay. Xian Yuanyi then carried Lung Qingxia directly to his master bedroom. Laying her upon his couch, summon Ouyang Ming Xiu, he instructed. Ouyang Ming Xiu arrived swiftly, Examining Lung Qingxia's ankle as Xian Yuanyi had surmised, there was no serious injury. A poultice of herbs would suffice. And with a couple of days' rest, she would be restored. Xian Yuanyi inquired of Ouyang Mingxiu, would you agree? Indeed, your highness speaks with great wisdom. It would be best for the fourth miss to rest here for a few days. Ouyang Mingxiu naturally aligned his words with those of the regent, for he was indeed his master. Lung Qingxia understood that now that she had arrived, departing would be a formidable challenge. She could only obediently recline. All was as it should be. If Princess Yin wished to end her life, so be it. With a mere call of Yao Hun, aid would surely come. Having run through the forest all day, it was far better for her to indulge in a good sleep. Xian Yuanyi gazed upon her serene sleeping visage, a tender smile gracing his lips. Soon after, he recalled matters requiring his attention and turned to leave. At this moment, within the Shuwang mansion, messengers from the regent's estate had arrived. They respectfully sent off the representatives of the regent's household before falling into a state of astonishment. This Lung Qingxia dared to claim she had no connection with the regent. She had taken residence in his household. Such brazen audacity warranted an early resolution, lest the Shuwang mansion lose face. Upon hearing this news, Lung Qingrong was naturally infuriated, her jealousy intensifying her rage. The old matriarch, however, remained remarkably composed, contemplating whether the regent was genuinely infatuated with this Lung Qingxia or merely indulging in a fleeting whim. Lung Qingrong eagerly chimed in, "Grandmother, surely the regent is merely seeking novelty. Who in the Eastern Mo kingdom is unaware that Princess Yin and the regent are a match made in heaven? Who else could be deemed worthy of the regent? Other women are simply a passing fancy for him. Furthermore, considering that Princess Yin has been cherished since childhood, do you believe she could tolerate such an affront?" Lung Qingrong emphasized repeatedly. The old matriarch, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow. "What, my dear Ronger, do you propose we do about this?" "Grandmother, as I see it, we should report this matter to Princess Yin. She will surely spare us the wrath of the Shuwang mansion, considering we have provided her with this intelligence." Lung Qingrong was eager for Lung Qingxia to reap no rewards, resolutely refusing to allow her to stand above her. If Lung Qingxia were to smoothly align herself with the regent, then she, as the second prince's consort, might find herself overshadowed by Lung Qingxia. The regent's wife, the very thought clenched her fists tightly, a glimmer of hatred flashing in her eyes. "Allow me to ponder this," the old matriarch replied, knowing she could not hastily make a decision without careful consideration. "What is there to ponder, grandmother? Are you truly considering protecting that illegitimate child at this moment?" Lung Qingrong's tone grew anxious as she observed her grandmother's hesitation. "Ronger, this matter is of great consequence. While we may wish to curry favor with Princess Yin, have you considered the potential repercussions should we offend the regent? The Shuwang mansion could face dire consequences." The old matriarch's solemn reprimand silenced Lung Qingrong. "Do you realize that this regent is renowned for his cold and unyielding nature? He is not one to be trifled with. Should we provoke him, the entire Shuwang mansion would suffer the consequences." The old matriarch had heard rumors regarding Xian Yuanyi, a figure of great mystery and favor in the emperor's eyes, holding a significant portion of power within the Eastern Mo kingdom. "So your intention is to turn a blind eye and allow Lung Qingxia to act with impunity?" Lung Qingrong was unwilling to concede to Lung Qingxia's triumph. "What else can we do?" Ultimately, the old matriarch chose to maintain peace. Ronger, your priority now is not to devise ways to eliminate Lung Qingxia but to prepare for the upcoming wedding in 2 days. You should consult Lung Qingxia on how to win a man's affection. If you earn the second prince's favor, it would bring honor to our Shuwang mansion. The old matriarch's admonishment left Lung Qingrong feeling utterly humiliated, suggesting she seek advice from that wretched Lung Qingxia on how to win a man's heart. She had no desire to associate with someone so lowly and despicable. Clenching her fists, she resolved to devise a plan, for if her grandmother was unwilling to intervene, she would take matters into her own hands. Chapter 80. The arrival of Princess Yin within the Xian Yuan mansion. Lung Qingxia awoke refreshed from her slumber. The twilight had gradually descended, and she was surprised to find that she had slept so soundly until this hour. Rising from the couch, she realized this was her first visit to the regent's residence. Having come all this way, she ought to explore her surroundings. As she lifted her gaze, she began to survey the room. To her astonishment, Xian Yuanye's chamber was filled with numerous scrolls, revealing that this seemingly fiery regent had a penchant for literature. Could it be that he harbored a gentle and refined disposition within? Randomly opening a scroll, she found it rather dull, but just as she was about to leave, a particularly captivating title caught her eye. Record of 100 Demons. Curious, Lung Qingxia opened the book, pondering whether creatures of the supernatural truly existed in this world. Suddenly, the thought of Yao Hun crossed her mind. If deities were real, then surely demons must exist as well. The scroll detailed the first demon of legend. The half-demon king. What is a half-demon? Neither human nor demon, one becomes a half-demon after consuming demon poison, requiring the devouring of 99 souls to control the poison within and attain freedom. Devouring souls? Does that mean consuming human souls? Upon reading this, Leng Qingxia dropped the scroll in fright. How terrifying! This world truly held all manners of beings, and thank goodness for the presence of deities. Or else humanity would be left vulnerable to the whims of demons. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and hurriedly picked up the scroll, placing it away just as Xian Yuanyi entered. She quickly bowed. This humble servant greets your highness. Can you walk? Xian Yuanyi lowered his gaze to her ankle, pleased to see her steady on her feet. Leng Qingxia smiled. Thanks to your highness's divine physician. This humble servant is well. Here, it is just the two of us. There is no need for such formality. Hearing Leng Qingxia refer to him as your highness made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. At his remark, Leng Qingxia found herself at a loss for how to interact with him. Your highness, I doubt I am a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? She stammered, suddenly feeling shy in his presence. The two of them had yet to achieve such intimacy, yet he handled her as if they were longtime spouses, and she was uncertain how to respond. I have prepared a meal for you. He assured her, I came specifically to invite you. Xian Yuanyi, understanding her hesitance, was determined to help her acclimate gradually. Thank you, your highness. Leng Qingxia mused, wondering if all men were like this, once they had crossed a certain boundary. They considered the woman theirs, but when had she ever consented to such a thing? They made their way to the table, where servants soon presented an array of exquisite dishes, filling the table with a feast. Leng Qingxia had never experienced such lavish treatment in the Shuang mansion, where she often had to make do with meager rations. You are too thin, Xian Yuanyi remarked, serving her some food. You must eat more. Obediently, Leng Qingxia opened her mouth to eat, realizing that it wasn't that she was thin, but rather that Xian Yuanyi was so robust and towering, making her appear somewhat delicate in comparison. Eat more. I wouldn't dare hold you tightly for fear of breaking your waist. Xian Yuanyi became increasingly familiar in his speech, causing Leng Qingxia's face to flush crimson. What had gotten into him? Previously, he had blushed at even the slightest contact, yet now he seemed so brazen. Cough, cough, cough. She suddenly choked, and Xian Yuanyi rushed to pat her back, concern evident in his voice as he handed her a glass of water. Are you all right? Is it better? She shook her head. I am fine, your highness. This humble servant is full with so many attendants present. Could Xian Yuanyi truly speak so unabashedly? Criticizing her for being too thin and claiming he would crush her waist, had they ever embraced? It felt as if he were speaking as if they had shared such moments countless times. Was he plotting to tarnish her purity, thinking that if he succeeded in courting her, she would have no choice but to marry him? How despicable and shameless. No wonder you are so thin. You eat like a bird. Your highness, I truly cannot eat anymore. Leng Qingxia wore a troubled expression. Could it be that Xian Yuanyi was truly this domineering? She had to monitor everything she consumed. What if this king were to feed you? Xian Yuanyi remarked as he lifted the bowl of soup, personally taking the spoon to bring it to her lips. Faced with Xian Yuanyi's obstinacy, Leng Qingxia felt utterly helpless. Alas, one must lower their head when under the eaves. She obediently opened her mouth and drank. Only after Xian Yuanyi had fed her the last drop did he leisurely utter. It seems you enjoy being fed by me. Therefore, as long as you are not eating on your own, this king shall personally feed you. In an instant, Leng Qingxia's face flushed crimson, while the servants present exchanged knowing smiles. With a spark of inspiration she retorted, then this humble servant would prefer his highness to prepare meals for me. Stunned, Leng Qingxia thought, could Xian Yuanyi be deceiving her? How could he possibly cook? Before she could voice her thoughts, an announcement rang out, the arrival of Princess Yinlian. Yinlian arrived, stunning Leng Qingxia into silence, feeling as though she had been caught red-handed. She despised this sensation immensely. Uncertain of how to proceed, she feared that Princess Yinlian would strike her down with a single arrow. Such a noble and aloof princess would never allow someone of her lowly status to possess what she could not obtain. Chapter 81. The Fate of Yinlian. Without a moment's hesitation, Yinlian's figure appeared before her and Xian Yuanyi. Locking eyes with Leng Qingxia from Yinlian's gaze, it was evident that she harbored a fierce desire to see her suffer. I heard that Brother Yi received a friend, so I came to pay a visit. Although Yinlian's heart was filled with pain and intense hatred, she maintained her elegant facade. Iner, I had intended to inform you in a couple of days. But since you are here today, I shall tell you in advance. She is not an ordinary friend, but the one your brother Yi holds dear. Xian Yuanyi boldly revealed his feelings to Yin Lian. Leng Qingxia was genuinely taken aback by Xian Yuanye's words. She had never agreed to his sentiments, and yet he had openly declared his intentions. Who in the Eastern Mo kingdom would dare to marry her? Leng Qingxia? How could it be that in such a brief span, Brother Yi had fallen for her? They had grown up together, and yet she had never captured his affection. Yin Lian felt as though her heart was being sliced open. She suppressed the pain. Heart's desire? A thin veil of tears clouded her eyes, but she resolutely told herself not to cry at this moment. Yin Lian sought confirmation, questioning whether Brother Yi was jesting or if she had misheard. Indeed, I am the fourth miss of the Shu Wang mansion. This king is smitten at first sight. As Xian Yuanyi spoke, his gaze remained deeply fixed on Leng Qingxia. His tender and affectionate look was unbearable for her, prompting her to attempt to evade it. The fourth miss of the Shu Wang mansion. Yin Lian turned, her eyes locking onto Leng Qingxia. Without uttering a word, she clenched her fists and turned to leave. Only Xian Yuanyi and Leng Qingxia remained, standing in silence for a prolonged moment, uncertain of what to say. Xian Yuanyi had laid bare what should have remained unsaid. Everything had already become a fait accompli. Beyond alteration, Your Highness should not have spoken thus. It has wounded Princess Yin Lian's heart. Leng Qingxia lowered her gaze, her expression slightly troubled. Better to end the pain quickly, since I have no affection for her. It would be best to sever her hopes early. Xian Yuanyi believed this to be entirely appropriate, that matters should be handled in such a manner. With that, Leng Qingxia found herself at a loss for words. This predicament left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was unsure how to continue interacting with Xian Yuanyi. Her intentions were not rooted in romance. She sought only vengeance. Yet Xian Yuanyi gazed at her deeply, uttering not a single word, neither permitting her departure nor rejecting it. Go. Ignoring the many servants calling after her, she resolutely mounted her horse and rode away. Consumed by fury and heartbreak, Yin Lian swiftly shed her entourage of attendants and guards, galloping forward alone, desperate for the wind to calm her turbulent heart. She took a deep breath, her mind engulfed in pain as fragmented memories of her time with Xian Yuanyi flashed before her. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew, ultimately leading her to accidentally tumble from her horse. Her body rolled far, and with a resounding thud, her head struck the ground, resulting in a grievous injury that rendered her unconscious. By nightfall, the palace had yet to receive any news regarding Yin Lian's whereabouts. What a useless bunch! The concubine's anxiety was palpable. Without news of Yin Lian, she could find no peace and a fit of rage. She demanded to know why the princess had run off alone. What had transpired? The concubine was furious. If no one provided her with an explanation, she feared she might execute these incompetent servants without mercy. My lady, we are unaware, the servants admitted, explaining that Princess Yin Lian had fled the regent's estate in tears before mounting her horse, and they could not keep up with her. One servant kneeling before the concubine recounted the events as they had unfolded. What? This matter is related to the regent. Upon hearing this, the concubine narrowed her eyes, realizing that only the regent could cause such distress to Yin Lian. Immediately, she commanded, summon the regent to the palace at once. I wish to question Xian Yuanyi personally about why he allowed Princess Yin Lian to leave the estate in tears. Yes. The servants hurriedly retreated to convey the concubine's orders to the regent's estate. Upon receiving the summons, Xian Yuanyi promptly entered the palace and arrived at the concubine's courtyard. I pay my respects to the concubine, he said with a slight bow. Seeing Xian Yuanyi, the concubine suppressed her fury and spoke to him with feigned gentleness. Upon learning of the situation, Xian Yuanyi readily agreed and turned to leave. Where could Yin Heir have gone? Where could a young lady run off to? Chapter 82. Dragging Leng Qingrong down. Upon learning of Yin Lian's disappearance, Leng Qingxia also discovered that Xian Yuanyi had personally gone to search for her. Realizing that remaining at the regent's estate might lead to further trouble, she understood that nothing good would come of it. Closing her eyes, she accepted her fate, then lifted her foot to follow the servant's pace. One step at a time, she steadied herself before her grandmother. Slightly bowing, Xiar pays her respects to grandmother, to my aunt, and to my sister. Humph! Upon hearing Leng Qingxia's words, Leng Qingrong became even more incensed, ruthlessly chastising her. Who would wish to grow up with you? You wild child from who knows where. You should have perished in your mother's womb. Instead, you were born to bring calamity to the Shu Wang mansion, and now you dare to harm the regent. Do you really think someone like you could ever become the regent's consort? Do you think you are worthy? As Leng Qingxia listened, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Although her expression remained unchanged, she truly loathed Leng Qingrong, whose venomous words pierced her heart deeply. Leng Qingxia, do you know your crimes? Finally, the old lady spoke, and Leng Qingxia replied unhurriedly, Grandmother, Xiar truly does not know what crime she has committed. In her heart she thought, what a baseless accusation. Since the three of them had banded together to bully her, what could she do, being isolated and defenseless in the Shu Wang mansion? Leng Qingxia, stop pretending. Do you not know that Princess Yin Lian is missing? If not for you, how could she have disappeared? If the concubine lays blame, can you bear the consequences? Don't let it bring disgrace to our Shu Wang mansion. Before the old lady could speak, the loathed Leng Qingrong continued her tirade. Maintaining an unyielding demeanor, Leng Qingxia replied, what concern is Princess Yin Lian's disappearance to me? Moreover, if the concubine truly blames me, I shall bear it alone. Why must my sister fret over it? Continuing with cold disdain, she added, my father is a general guarding the borders. The concubine would not dare to act against the Shu Wang mansion. If blame is to be assigned, I reside in the regent's estate. Surely only those within the Shu Wang mansion know the truth. How else could this matter have escalated to such proportions? Her words shocked the old lady. Could there truly be a traitor within the Shu Wang mansion? The only ones who knew should be Chuing and she, and Ronger. As the old lady recalled Leng Qingrong's possible involvement, her fierce gaze turned towards her grandmother. Leng Qingrong suddenly felt a chill, unsure whether the old lady would blame her. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Chuing Yin was quick to lay the blame on her daughter. Ronger, in a fluster, she interjected, dear matriarch, please calm your temper. Hasn't the regent already set out in search of the matter? I believe this situation shall not yield any further ill consequences. Leng Qingxia took a certain delight in observing Leng Qingrong's predicament. Akin to a fowl that had failed to secure its meal with a cold glance, she noted the malice lurking within him. Fearing that he would not escape and scathed himself. Xiar, you may withdraw for now. The matriarch sighed, gesturing for Leng Qingxia to leave. She complied, offering a slight bow before retreating. Now, only Leng Qingrong, Chuing Yin, and the matriarch remained. Overcome with fear of retribution from her grandmother, Leng Qingrong hastily knelt, exclaiming, grandmother, Ronger truly does not understand how things have escalated to this point. Her eyes, filled with trepidation, began to glisten with tears as she pleaded for mercy, terrified of the pain that awaited her. Are you truly unaware? It was you who clandestinely informed Princess Yin. Did you not foresee the ramifications of your actions? The matriarch's demeanor turned icy, and she reprimanded, Leng Qingrong, you possess an audacious spirit. Grandmother, please spare Ronger. I have recognized my errors. I implore you. She sobbed, descending further into despair. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Chuing Yin hastily interceded on behalf of her daughter. Matriarch, Ronger is but a young girl. How could she comprehend the consequences? She acted out of concern for our Shu Wangfu, fearing that Princess Yin might direct her ire towards us. Her intentions were noble. Leng Qingrong, encouraged by her mother's defense, chimed in, indeed, grandmother, I had only the best interests of our Shu Wangfu at heart. Please, forgive me this once, and I shall not repeat my mistake. Unaware of the consequences, are we? Then let today serve as your lesson. The matriarch declared, clearly agitated and unwilling to let Leng Qingrong off lightly. Realizing the inevitability of punishment, Leng Qingrong shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks. Grandmother, please do not cast blame upon me. I truly fear the pain and desperation. She cast imploring glances at Chuing. Mother, please plead with grandmother on my behalf. I cannot bear the thought of punishment. Seeing her daughter in such a pitiable state, Chuing Yin's heart ached and she urged, matriarch, grant Ronger clemency this time. If she errs again, she shall face the consequences without leniency. Would that be acceptable, dear matriarch? The matriarch, however, paid no heed to Chuing Yin's entreaties. With a sharp command, she ordered someone take Leng Qingrong away and administer 20 lashes to instill a lasting memory of her misdeeds. The very mention of 20 lashes sent a chill through Leng Qingrong. How could she possibly endure such punishment? Realizing the gravity of her situation, she crawled desperately to the matriarch's feet, clutching her garment in a torrent of tears. Grandmother, I beg you, do not punish me. With no sign of mercy, the matriarch remained resolute, for the fate of Princess Yin hung in the balance. Should any harm befall her, no amount of remorse could rectify the situation. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Chuing Yin knelt as well, fervently pleading, matriarch, spare Ronger this once. 20 lashes are too much for a girl to withstand. Do you not understand? Cannot endure 20 lashes? The matriarch shot back with a frigid stare. Do not forget that Leng Qingxia endured 50. If she can withstand such punishment, so can you. Her fury unabated, the matriarch emphasized the severity of the situation, knowing that failing to teach Leng Qingrong a lesson would only lead to further recklessness. As she was dragged away, Leng Qingrong's cries echoed through the halls, no, grandmother. Mother, save me. Chu-Ying, in deep despair, sought a way to temper the matriarch's wrath, pondering desperately how to intervene. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Matriarch Ronger is soon to wed the second prince. If she bears scars from the lashes, it would be catastrophic. The matriarch, seeing through Chu-Ying's intentions, cast a cold gaze upon her. "Yingyan, your daughter's actions have brought disgrace to our Shu Wangfu." Feeling the weight of the matriarch's words, Chu-Ying fell silent, her head bowed in defeat. "Do you truly believe I am senile? You think I am unaware of your schemes behind the scenes? I caution you, know when to stop." With a firm rap of her cane, the matriarch turned and departed, leaving Chu-Ying trembling, uncertain of what the matriarch truly knew. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Leng Qingrong's sobs of anguish filled the air as the lashes continued to fall upon her. Leng Qingxia, emotionless, neither rejoiced nor mourned, seemingly detached from the spectacle. Xiaoqian, however, took delight in the moment, whispering to Leng Qingxia, "Miss, since Leng Qingrong has always bullied you, it is only fitting that she now experiences the sting of the whip. The day she laughed at your punishment has come full circle." Yet Leng Qingxia had no interest in engaging in petty rivalries. Her true adversaries were Yiningqi and Su Yingyue. They were the ones she needed to contend with. While Leng Qingrong was but a trifling nuisance in her eyes, she needed to devise a strategy to ensure that Su Yingyue and Yiningqi faced the consequences of their actions. As she pondered, she stepped outside and encountered Leng Fengxian, clad in battle armor, seemingly preparing for an outing. "Elder brother," she inquired, eager to glean information. "Oh, it's you, fourth sister. What brings you here?" Leng Fengxian replied, surveying her with curiosity. "Where are you headed, elder brother?" Leng Qingxia asked directly. After a moment's contemplation, he explained, "Are you not aware of Princess Yin's disappearance? I've been tasked by the third prince to assist in her search." "Brother, may I accompany you?" Leng Qingxia implored, seizing the opportunity to meet Yiningqi. "Why would you want to come with me on such a perilous night?" he questioned, intrigued by her motives. Feigning innocence, Leng Qingxia explained, "Due to my sprained ankle, I was taken by the regent, and Princess Yin left in anger. Did I fear for my safety alone in the manor?" After contemplating her request, Leng Fengxian recognized that bringing her along could serve as an opportunity to foster a connection with her. Thus he finally consented. "Very well, regardless, since the master has this intention, he might as well take Leng Qingxia along the way, which does not hinder anything," so he readily agreed. "However, you must be cautious. After all, you are but a young lady. Should anything untoward occur, it would be difficult for your elder brother to absolve himself of responsibility." "Do not worry, elder brother." Leng Qingxia nodded slightly and stepped out of the door alongside Leng Fengxian. Upon reaching the entrance, Leng Fengxian scanned his troops with a keen eye before commanding, "Lin Biao, are the troops ready?" "Young master, everything is prepared," replied a slightly plump and not very tall man who emerged from the crowd with utmost respect. The moment he appeared, Leng Qingxia immediately recognized him. Truly, it is a case of enemies crossing paths. She had searched high and low for him, and now she had finally found him. This night, she would ensure that he met his demise at her hands. This was the consequence of offending her. Leng Qingxia. Although her eyes appeared calm on the surface, a tempest raged within their depths. "Sister 4, mount your horse." Leng Fengxian then turned to signal. Leng Qingxia smiled faintly, then promptly mounted her horse. Below, Lin Biao covertly eyed Leng Qingxia. His heart filled with desire. This fourth miss had nearly fallen into his grasp that day, that if another opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly ravage her mercilessly. Dying beneath the peony would still be a romantic end. Lin Biao secretly desecrated Leng Qingxia in his heart while maintaining an outwardly serene demeanor. Leng Fengxian commanded, then fiercely flicked the reins. "Let us depart. Go." Following suit, Leng Qingxia also sharply flicked her reins, urging her horse to gallop. Upon reaching the city gates, they coincidentally met with Yiningqi's troops. Leng Fengxian dismounted first and approached Yiningqi, immediately clenching his fist in a respectful salute. "Your humble servant pays respects to the third prince, and no need for formalities." As Yiningqi waved his hand, he soon spotted Leng Qingxia accompanying Leng Fengxian. His surprise was tinged with a hint of joy. Was this not an opportunity delivered to his doorstep? "Fourth miss, what brings you here?" He eagerly approached Leng Qingxia. She immediately bowed. "This humble servant greets the third prince." Quickly, no need for formalities. At this moment, Yiningqi was naturally pleased to see Leng Qingxia. He had been troubled over the past few days, pondering how to cultivate her affections. "Third prince, have you found Princess Yin?" Leng Qingxia inquired about Princess Yin's whereabouts. "Not yet. His Royal Highness the Regent has personally gone searching. We must prepare to set off soon," Yiningqi replied with a shake of his head. Recounting the truth, Leng Qingxia frowned slightly, displaying a hint of concern. "What brings you here?" Yiningqi began to probe into Leng Qingxia's intentions. Was she out this late to seek the regent or for some other reason? Third prince, we are ready to mount, Lung Fengxian reported from the side. Very well. Subsequently, Yiningqi and Lung Qingxia mounted their horses together. He instructed her, stay by my side. Should any danger arise, I will protect you. Thank you, third prince. Lung Qingxia smiled sweetly. Her gaze lowered. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flashed through Yiningqi's mind as he struggled to find a way to inquire about Lung Qingxia's relationship with Shen Yuanyi. Eager to note if Lung Qingxia had indeed developed feelings for Shen Yuanyi, how would his plans proceed? Third prince, the woods ahead are quite dense. You must be cautious, Lung Fengxian cautioned. Yiningqi turned his gaze to Lung Qingxia. Finally finding a topic to discuss, be careful. Thank you, third prince. Lung Qingxia similarly cast a gentle glance at Yiningqi. Just as her words fell, something suddenly flew down from the sky, threatening to strike her head. Her face twisted in terror as she raised her hands to protect herself. Xiar! Seeing this, Yiningqi leapt gracefully onto Lung Qingxia's horse, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist, warding off the unknown bird that had appeared. It's all right, he softly reassured her, his voice soothing. In truth, Lung Qingxia was not afraid of such a trivial bird. She merely seized the opportunity to draw closer to Yiningqi, pretending to be alarmed. She clutched his arm. I'm scared, don't leave. I want to leave. I will ride with you, he replied, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he held the reins and drew her closer into his embrace. He could smell her fragrant hair and the alluring scent of her body, her soft voice stirring something deep within his heart. Third prince, the mist ahead is growing thicker. Shall we continue forward? Lung Fengxian sensed something amiss and immediately commanded the troops to halt. Send someone to scout the surroundings for any sign of Shen Yuanyi's troops. After issuing the orders, Yiningqi followed suit. While only Lung Qingxia and Yiningqi, along with a small contingent of soldiers, remained for their protection. Third prince, my legs are numb, Lung Qingxia lamented softly. Yiningqi dismounted, extending his hand. Come, I'll carry you down. As he lifted her from the horse, he felt her body was incredibly soft, prompting a desire to hold her gently, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. In his mind, he even imagined that if they were lying together, her softness would be intoxicating. What's wrong? Lung Qingxia had dismounted, her weight still resting against him as she felt like a fluffy cloud supported by his strength. I can't stand, she said pitifully, causing Yiningqi's heart to melt. It's all right. I'll support you. He was more than willing to assist, hoping she would lean in closer, even wishing to hold her tightly. I'm particularly afraid of the dark, Lung Qingxia suddenly confessed. Yiningqi paused for a moment before slowly inquiring, afraid of the dark? Yes, when I was young my sister was quite mischievous. She locked me in a dark room for a day and night. Ever since then, I've become especially afraid of the dark, she added. I don't dare to stay alone in the darkness. As she spoke, she inched closer into his embrace. Lung Qingxia's words were not entirely true. In her past life, she had indeed been locked in a dark room by Lung Qingrong, which had instilled a fear of darkness in her. However, now that she had been reborn, she no longer feared it. Having endured the pain of betrayal and the agony of losing her eyes, what was mere darkness to her? The true horror lay within the human heart. It's all right. I'm here with you. Yiningqi gently raised his hand and enfolded her in his embrace. Lung Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by his words. Did she have feelings for the regent? No, she did not. Yet, why did the mere thought of that evoke such an uncomfortable sensation within her? What was happening to her? Lung Qingxia despised this feeling intensely, her brow furrowing as she bit her lip. You have feelings for the regent, don't you? Observing her expression, Yiningqi slowly released her, no longer holding her. Lung Qingxia had finally managed to draw him in a little, and she could not allow this opportunity to slip away. She hastily composed herself and began, Third prince, please do not jest about me. I am fully aware of my standing. The regent is a man of immense power, second only to the emperor. How could I possibly be worthy? Yiningqi confidently retorted, you are the legitimate fourth miss of the Shuang manor. Your father is the most loyal minister in Dongma, wielding substantial power. How could you claim unworthiness? Third prince, are you not aware of Princess Highness' deep affection for the regent? Lung Qingxia countered. Compared to her, what am I, a mere fourth miss of the Shuang manor? Moreover, I am not interested in things or people that belong to others. I do not wish to covet what is not mine. Her words were clear and deliberate, earning her a newfound appreciation from Yiningqi, who had initially thought her a naive girl. However, he now perceived her as quite insightful. At that moment, an urgent report arrived from his subordinates. Third prince, we have located the regent's troops. Upon hearing this, Yiningqi quickly strode forward, eager to rendezvous with the regent. Watching him leave, Lung Qingxia couldn't help but smile coldly, her mind racing with an important matter that required her attention. She slowly searched the crowd for the silhouette of that person at this very moment. Lin Biao was feeling quite uncomfortable, desperately seeking a place to relieve himself. Eventually, he found a secluded spot beneath a large tree, where he hastily undid his trousers and began to urinate. Once Lin Biao finished, he was about to depart when he caught sight of what appeared to be a woman not far off. Confusion washed over him. What could a woman be doing in these remote woods? Driven by curiosity, he boldly approached, calling out, "Miss?" After calling a couple of times without response, he drew closer, daring to stand behind the figure. "Miss, what are you?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, a knife plunged into his abdomen. Before he could react, he clutched his stomach, his gaze fixated on his assailant, unable to discern her face in the darkness. "Only a flowing gown from the moment of rebirth. I vowed to myself that in this life, I would never suffer any injustices." She coldly uttered these words before turning to leave. Leng Qingxia showed little reaction. Merely bowing and addressing the regent prince, he did not engage in further conversation with her, instead turning to mount his horse, cradling Yin Lianqing. Following this, Leng Qingxia and Yi Ningqi mounted a horse together. Riding at a distance from Xianyuan as he turned, he caught sight of the scene between Leng Qingxia and Yi Ningqi. It seemed as though Yi Ningqi was proclaiming something, casting a deliberately meaningful glance at Xianyuan. Clutching the reins tightly, he protectively held Leng Qingxia close to him and departed first. While Leng Qingxia remained in Yi Ningqi's embrace, showing no resistance, she appeared quite willing to be held in such a manner. Her expression reflecting her acquiescence, Xianyuan gripped the reins tightly, his eyes and demeanor radiating anger and disdain. That very night, he delivered Yin Lianqing to the palace. Upon seeing her injured head, the favored consort was overwhelmed with pain and anxiety. "Quick, summon the imperial physician to treat my Lianqing. My Lianqing, don't worry." After entrusting her to the favored consort, Xianyuan turned and left. He rode furiously, shaking the reins, his mind consumed with thoughts of Leng Qingxia and Yi Ningqi riding together. His fury surging, Xianyuan had made up his mind. He would head directly to the Cold Shoe Prince's residence to demand an explanation from Leng Qingxia. Why was she riding with Yi Ningqi? The more he pondered, the more his anger escalated. Chapter 86. I will share my heart with you. Upon arrival, Yi Ningqi gazed at the entrance of the Cold Shoe Prince's residence, expressing his reluctance. Leng Qingxia offered a slight smile and nodded. Subsequently, Yi Ningqi dismounted and gently lifted Leng Qingxia from the horse. "How are your legs?" He had already brought her down, yet he was reluctant to release her so soon. "Thank you for your concern, third prince. I am fine," Leng Qingxia replied, shaking her head and revealing a smile. "All right." Yi Ningqi was hesitant to bid her farewell so soon. He remained in place, his gaze deeply fixed upon her. Leng Qingxia slightly bent forward, then turned to enter the Cold Shoe Prince's residence. As she stepped inside, she heard Yi Ningqi call after her softly, "Xiar." She turned, offering a faint smile before striding away. Her figure gradually disappearing from his sight. Watching her leave, he clenched his fists tightly, resolved that he would use this woman to his advantage. Meanwhile, as Leng Qingxia entered the residence, the warmth on her face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor, her eyes brimming with resentment. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the look in his eyes and felt a pang of distress in her heart. Clenching her fists, she began to pound on her chest. At that moment, Xiao Qian entered, immediately inquiring about her well-being. "I am fine, Xiao Qian. Please prepare hot water for me. I wish to bathe and rest," Leng Qingxia said, her voice hollow. Xiao Qian sensed her mistress's troubled expression and refrained from asking further, obediently preparing for her bath. Once Xiao Qian left, Leng Qingxia remained alone, her spirit dazed and devoid of energy. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Just then, a noise at the door startled her. She opened her eyes to find Xianyuan standing there, frozen in place. As their eyes met, Xianyuan had come. She recalled how the fourth prince had sought her out last time but had searched much of the Cold Shoe Prince's residence without finding her. How was it that he had managed to find her courtyard so swiftly this time? She gazed at him, speechless and enveloped in silence. Xianyuan approached her, his eyes ablaze with fury. She lowered her gaze, coldly stating, "Regent Prince, it is rather inappropriate to visit a lady's chamber at such a late hour. Do you have nothing to say to me?" Xianyuan's towering figure loomed over her, creating a sense of urgency and pressure that made it difficult for her to breathe. Though her heart ached, she remained composed, responding, "What could I possibly have to discuss with the Regent Prince?" Leng Qingxia. Xianyuan, in a fit of agitation, seized her arm. "Did I demand an explanation from you?" To his words, Leng Qingxia slowly raised her gaze, meeting his intense stare. "If I have offended you, I beg for your forgiveness, Regent Prince," she replied, her words deliberate and measured. "You are indeed deserving of punishment." Xianyuan's heart ached. particularly at the sight of her unwavering demeanor. It was as if she were conveying that she had never cared for him. All this time, he had merely been deluding himself. I have never agreed to anything with you. Regent Prince, her declaration was cold and unyielding, clearly indicating that it was he who had been self-deluded all along. Lung Qingxia, are you truly so indifferent? Xin Yuanye's expression revealed a hint of sorrow. Yes, I have never believed in the concept of true sincerity, she affirmed resolutely. In her past life, she had been severely harmed by the notion of sincerity. In this life she would not be deceived again. Even if you are indifferent, I will share half of my heart with you, Xin Yuanyi declared. Leaving Lung Qingxia momentarily stunned, she gazed at him, her heart inexplicably warmed by his words, causing a flicker of trepidation within her. Furrowing her brow, she remained locked in his gaze. Xin Yuanyi grasped her chin firmly, leaning down, his eyes fixated on her lips, and kissed her tenderly, a delicate caress between their mouths. Lung Qingxia felt her heart racing. She had thought her heart had died along with her past life, yet here it was beating once more. Realizing this, she struggled to resist his kiss, but her heart, treacherously, seemed to crave this long-lost warmth. Lung Qingxia could not fend him off, though she silently protested. Xin Yuanye's other arm tightened around her waist, holding her chin firmly as he kissed her with fervor. She could not escape, enduring the extraordinary sensation of his kiss. Just then Xiao Qian entered, startled to see a strange man forcibly kissing her mistress. Miss, she exclaimed, instinctively throwing a bucket of water at Xin Yuanye's back. With a splash, water drenched him from head to toe. Causing him to release her finally, Lung Qingxia seized the opportunity to escape his domineering kiss. Her lips swollen from his assault, she quickly stepped back, covering her mouth in fear of his further advances. At that moment Xin Yuanyi turned around and Xiao Qian, recognizing the disheveled man before her, gasped in shock. How could it be, Xin Yuanyi, the Regent Prince? How could this be possible? The esteemed Regent Prince had brazenly invaded the Cold Shoe Prince's residence and forcefully kissed the fourth miss. It was utterly absurd. This servant greets the Regent Prince. I am truly sorry. I did not know it was you. I have committed a grave offense. Xiao Qian trembled, terrified that this bucket of water could cost her life. Fearing the Regent Prince's wrath would seal her fate, Xiao Qian lay on the ground, frozen in fear, her eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. She awaited the arrival of death. Yet, in the end, Xin Yuanyi did not utter a word to condemn her to such a fate. Xin Yuanyi appeared disheveled, droplets of water cascading from his hair, perhaps a remnant of recent drenching. His gaze tinged with a hint of crimson, he cast a lingering look at Lung Qingxia, said nothing, and then turned away, leaving neither Lung Qingxia nor Xiao Qian anticipated that Xin Yuanyi would depart in such a manner. Yet, he truly did just that. Mississippi Xiao Qian, still engulfed in dread and panic, cautiously lifted her eyes and called out softly. Lung Qingxia, her lips still tightly sealed, remained in a state of shock before shaking her head and instructing. You may leave. Her body curled up, hands still pressed to her mouth, and suddenly, she broke into heart-wrenching sobs. She loathed herself for her helplessness, recalling the agonies of her past life, and now to endure such torment once more. Damn Xin Yuanyi. Her heart was consumed with rage, and ultimately, that night, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Thus, the night passed. The next day, within the Cold Shoe Wangfu in the chamber of Lung Qingrong, she lay on her bed, her body in pain, unable to turn. Anguish surged within her. Lung Qingxia, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price for this. Just then Chu Yingyan approached with a bowl of medicinal soup. Worry etched on her features as she said, All right, Ronger, look at what you have become. The most important thing now is for you to take care of yourself. As for Lung Qingxia, it would be wise not to provoke that wretched girl for now. Mother, do you wish for me to swallow this indignation? I cannot accept it. All this suffering is because of that Lung Qingxia, and I will not let her off easily. Lung Qingrong clenched her fists tightly, her anger boiling as she pounded on her bedding. Quickly drink the soup. It will help you recover, Chu Yingyan urged, sitting beside her daughter's bed, holding the bowl. Come, let me feed you. All right, Ronger, your health is what matters most now. Once you recover, whatever you wish to do, your mother will support you. Chu Yingyan's sole focus was on her daughter's recovery. Everything else was secondary. Indeed, my mother cares for me the most, Lung Qingrong thought, her heart swelling with gratitude as she nodded vigorously. She was aware of her injuries and knew she could do little in her current state. Understood, she replied reluctantly, rest well with that. Chu Yingyan felt a weight lift from her heart. Tucking the bedding around Lung Qingrong before turning to leave, however, Lung Qingrong's expression soon darkened again. She was utterly bored. Bua? She shifted slightly, only to be met with pain coursing through her body, her brows knitting together. Shortly after, Bua appeared. It hurt so much. Miss, I shall fetch you some more medicine, Bus said, alarmed by Lung Qingrong's distress, but she was swiftly stopped at no. Mississippi Bua was at a loss, unable to simply watch her mistress suffer in silence. Bua, tell me, after receiving 20 lashes I am in such agony, how did that wretched Lung Qingxia endure 50? What? Lung Qingrong was taken aback. 2 days. How is that possible? She glanced down at her own battered body. If she was in such a state after merely 20 lashes, there was no way Lung Qingxia could have walked after enduring 50. It was simply unbelievable, that I assure you. It is true, not only did I see it, but others in the Shu Wangfu witnessed it as well, Bua affirmed. Lung Qingrong's disbelief lingered. She could not fathom how Lung Qingxia could recover so quickly. Could it be she is not human? Miss, I have another piece of news for you, Bua suddenly recalled. Last night the regent prince visited, and I heard he even shared a kiss with that wretched Lung Qingxia. What? Lung Qingrong was stunned. The regent Prince Xinyuanyi was the object of desire for all women in Dongma country. While others could only gaze at him from afar, Lung Qingxia had the audacity to engage in intimacy with him. I heard it with my own ears. It is undoubtedly true, Bua insisted, her expression resolute. Lung Qingrong's anger flared as she recalled the time the regent prince intervened on Lung Qingxia's behalf, punishing her severely. Lung Qingxia's allure was certainly noteworthy, yet to recover from 50 lashes in just 2 days was indeed suspicious. Could it be that she truly was Chapter 88, innocent and pure? Lung Qingrong pondered deeply, wondering if Lung Qingxia could genuinely be something other than human. Yet that seemed improbable. They had grown up together. If she were a monster, surely her true form would have been revealed by now. Was it possible she was merely adept at concealing her true nature? Was that half-immortal reliable, in her current state? Lung Qingrong dared not provoke any further trouble. As she could not withstand more punishment, however, she was unwilling to let Lung Qingxia off so easily. That was not her style throughout her life. She had always held the upper hand over Lung Qingxia. How could she allow her to turn the tables so effortlessly? Bua's fervent certainty instilled a semblance of trust within Lung Qingrong. If Lung Qingxia were indeed a monster, the Shu Wangfu would be in peril. Lung Qingrong began to entertain doubts. No ordinary person could recover so swiftly, and something must be amiss. Miss, let us await further news, Bua said. A cunning glint in her eyes. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. Lung Qingxia was deeply concerned about Lung Qingjuan's injuries, yet her stepmother constantly assigned people to keep an eye on her, forbidding her from visiting her second brother. Overwhelmed with worry, she seized an opportunity to sneak over. Second brother? She softly called from outside the window. Inside. Lung Qingjun recognized her voice immediately but found it difficult to move. Struggling, he made his way to the door and hurriedly opened it. Xiar, you finally came. Second brother, upon seeing him, tears welled up in Lung Qingxia's eyes. It was all because of her that he had come to this state, and guilt washed over her. I am fine. As long as elder brother is safe. That is enough. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, causing Lung Qingjun to feel a pang of heartache as he reached out to caress her face. Silly girl, I am perfectly fine as a man. How could I not endure such pain? Hearing his words, Lung Qingxia threw herself into his embrace, closing her eyes as tears cascaded down her cheeks. If it weren't for me, you would not have to suffer this pain. I have brought you trouble from the moment of her rebirth. She had vowed never to let those she loved endure any suffering, yet now she had failed to uphold that promise. Heartbroken, she lamented her inability to protect her dear brother. Lung Qingjun held her tightly, saying, Silly girl, what are you talking about? In my heart, I will always protect my fourth sister. That is my duty as an elder brother. If anyone is truly useless, it is me for only being able to protect you once. Resulting in this situation, he sighed. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxia grew anxious. No, my second brother is not useless. In my heart, you will always be the best brother. All right, silly girl, do not speak such words, understand? Lung Qingjun said affectionately, ruffling her hair. The fragrance of her hair wafted to him, and his eyes glazed over with a dreamy expression. His feelings for his fourth sister transcended mere sibling affection, however. For Lung Qingxia, her feelings for Lung Qingjun remained purely familial. Their intimate embrace was witnessed clearly by Lung Fengxian, who scoffed at the sight. Entangled with the regent prince, flirting with her master, and now embracing Lung Qingjun. How scandalous! Second brother. Lung Fengshuan's cold voice startled them, causing them to release each other immediately. He wore a look of disdain. That if you wish to embrace, at least be mindful of propriety. Do close the door first. Lung Qingjun felt a twinge of embarrassment but was at a loss for words. For he indeed harbored feelings beyond mere brotherly affection for Lung Qingxia. Cold Qingxia spoke slowly. How can you say that, elder brother? Second brother was injured because of me, and for several days I have been unable to see him. Now that I finally have the chance to meet him, why should I not embrace my second brother? Your thoughts are unnecessarily convoluted. Convoluted? Cold Fengxian scoffed at Cold Qingshia's eloquent words. Who in the Wang family of Shu is unaware that you share no blood ties with us? How dare you speak of sibling affection so grandly? Where is this so-called bond of brotherhood? Elder brother, you worry too much. In my heart, I have grown up alongside second brother, and the bond one feel with him surpasses mere blood relations. Cold Qingxia articulated her sentiments with remarkable conviction. Cold Fengxian, weary of arguing, dismissed her with a cold glance and muttered, "Ridiculous," before striding away. Cold Qingxia paid him no heed and turned to her second brother. "We are innocent. A clear conscience fears no shadows. Do not take it to heart." Cold Qingjun observed Cold Qingxia's bold demeanor and managed a bitter smile. He nodded, confirming that in her heart, their relationship was indeed one of siblings. As she had stated, pure and untainted, he even found himself wishing to engage in something less than innocent with her, regardless of what others might say. If only he could whisk her away to a serene place, away from the chaos where they could enjoy a simple life together. Xiar, Cold Qingjun began. But Cold Qingxia suddenly recalled that Cold Fengxian must have pressing matters to attend to, and she should secretly follow him to see what he was up to. Surely, he was plotting something again. "Second brother, I have some matters to attend to. I will come to see you again in a few days," Cold Qingxia hurriedly declared, leaving no time to hear Cold Qingjun's unfinished words. As she rushed off, anxious not to lose sight of Cold Fengxian and his plans, Cold Qingxia's figure quickly vanished from Cold Qingjun's view, prompting a low sigh of desolation. Xiar, when will you understand my feelings? He lamented. Meanwhile, Cold Qingxia stealthily trailed Cold Fengxian, hiding in a concealed spot to observe his actions. She witnessed him issuing commands to another. Where has Lin Biao been these past 2 days? Why have I not seen him? Upon hearing Lin Biao's name, Cold Qingxia suddenly recalled how she had dealt with him personally on that fateful day. Cold Fengshuan's anger flared as he commanded, "That useless wretch must be off enjoying himself somewhere. Send word to search all the brothels in the capital, particularly Chunhua Tower. Lin Biao must be hiding among them. Have him brought to me." Understood, the subordinate acknowledged before hastily departing to fulfill the order. Cold Fengxian, with a cold smile, lifted a cup of tea, contemplating as he sipped. Cold Qingxia turned to leave, still lacking valuable information. What could Cold Fengxian possibly want with Lin Biao? "What is it?" Cold Qingxia's attention was drawn to Xiao Qian's inquiry. "Just now, the third prince sent someone to invite you for a boat ride on the Moon Lake," Xiao Qian reported earnestly. Cold Qingxia's lips curled into a faint smile. "I see." She changed into a simple dress, adorned only with a single water orchid in her hair, her long hair cascading down, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. She then proceeded to the designated meeting spot with Yining Qi, her bait set to reel him in. Upon arrival, she found Yining Qi had been waiting for her. Cold Qingxia stood at a distance, scrutinizing him carefully, aware that this man was cunning and likely held ulterior motives in their interactions. Never truly sincere. Xiar, you finally arrived. Just then Yining Qi turned, spotting her. He flashed a captivating smile, his eyes deeply fixed on hers, momentarily entranced. Yet it was merely a fleeting moment. As Cold Qingxia approached, Yining Qi stepped forward to meet her. "This humble servant pays her respects." She began to bow, but Yining Qi unexpectedly reached out to support her, saying, "There is no need for such formalities between us." "Thank you, third prince," Cold Qingxia replied. Yining Qi continued, "I have told you there is no need for formality. Simply call me Achi." "Achi?" Cold Qingxia tentatively echoed, and upon hearing her, Yining Qi beamed with delight. Observing his expression, she felt a wave of mockery deep within her eyes, though she expertly concealed it from him. "Achi, what a splendid day for enjoying the lake," Cold Qingxia remarked, her tone slightly awkward as she gazed at the moon lake. She vividly recalled how, in her past life, she had been utterly infatuated with Yining Qi, going to great lengths to uncover his preferences. She had cared for everything he liked, even despising what he disliked, only to end up as a mere joke. With a self-deprecating smile, she glanced at the lotus flowers and remarked, "The lotus flowers are stunning. I truly adore them." "You too like lotus flowers?" Yining Qi exclaimed, visibly stirred by her words, a reaction he had not anticipated. How surprising that the third prince also enjoys lotus flowers. Cold Qingxia feigned astonishment, fully aware of his fondness for them from her past life. However, in this life she despised them the most. "Yes, I appreciate the cleanliness and purity of the lotus. Though it emerges from the mud, it remains noble and elegant, never tainted by the filth," Yining Qi expressed. A hint of sadness creeping into his eyes, he grew serious, stating, "I aspire to be like the lotus." Despite humble beginnings, I wish to lead a life of distinction. Embodying its pride and grace, cold Qingxia, taken aback, turned her gaze toward him. She had only ever learned of his fondness for lotus flowers and had never understood the reason behind it, until now. In her past life, she had desperately sought a connection with him, yearning to be his confidant, yet had failed to achieve that bond. Now, she comprehended that while she wished to move eastward, he steadfastly headed west. Their paths forever diverging, and no matter her efforts, they were in vain. Leaving her heartbroken, lowering her gaze, she suddenly smiled, causing Yiningqi to regard her with confusion. Do you believe in past lives? She inquired. What one is given by the heavens is unimportant. What truly matters is how you utilize what you possess and what kind of person you will become in the future. For everyone lacks the right to choose their origins, yet they can choose the kind of person they become in the days to come. Cold Qingxia spoke with unwavering conviction before playfully asking, I wonder, does the third prince understand? In that moment, Yiningqi found himself captivated. Never having anticipated that Cold Qingxia possessed such depth, he had initially perceived her as naive and lacking in thought. But now, his appreciation for her grew. He had never shared his humble origins with anyone before. Throughout his life, he had known that no one would pity him. To earn respect and dignity, he had to grow stronger. To avoid being bullied from a young age, he had been aware that though he was a prince, his mother was merely a lowly maid. His mother had always taught him to endure humiliation. Believing that doing so would allow them to live in peace, however, everything changed on the day she was brutally killed. He had desperately sought help for her, but no one heeded his cries. In her last moments, she had urged him to continue enduring, assuring him that it was the path to safety. The mother has departed, leaving him forever. In that moment, he realized that if one does not bully others, then one may become the target of bullying instead, and if he wishes to intimidate others, he must grow stronger. Piece by piece, he would no longer endure, even if it meant death. He refused to die quietly like his mother. At that moment, Leng Qingxia picked a lotus flower for him. Look how resilient it is. Each one that successfully escapes the mud must possess extraordinary strength. Yiningqi gazed deeply into Leng Qingxia's eyes, for she was the first person in many years to touch the edges of his heart. His affection for Su Yingyue stemmed from their similarities. She too was born into humble beginnings and had endured much humiliation. Thus he wished to lend her a helping hand. Yet, in front of him now, Leng Qingxia evoked an entirely different feeling, something unique, something wondrous. Here, this is for you. Leng Qingxia beamed with a radiant smile as she offered him the lotus flower. Such a bright, pure smile etched itself deeply into Yiningqi's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to catch the flower in time. Be careful. At that instant, Leng Qingxia instinctively pulled him back, causing him to collide unceremoniously into her embrace. Leaving her flustered, she appeared to instinctively shield Yiningqi from the assassin's attack. Regaining his composure, Yiningqi coldly demanded, Who are you? Someone has paid for your life. The assassin, clad in a grim mask, coldly spat his words before lunging forward with a blade. Yet Yiningqi showed no fear, charging straight at him to engage in combat. Leng Qingxia watched the unfolding chaos, her mind racing with questions. Who sent this assassin? Why attempt to kill Yiningqi? As far as she knew, apart from herself, only the deceased crown prince Yinlanglia had been aware of Yiningqi's ambitions. Could there be others? Was the regent also vying for the crown? Sending an assassin to eliminate Yiningqi, however, based on her recent interactions with Xian Yuanyi, he did not strike her as someone who would engage in such underhanded schemes. Who else could wish for Yiningqi's demise? The crown prince had perished, and the second prince was a mere fool, lacking the cunning or ruthlessness to pose a threat to Yiningqi. While Leng Qingxia pondered this, the assassin, unable to match Yiningqi's prowess, shifted his focus to her, lunging forward with his blade aimed directly at her heart. She reacted too late, stumbling backward in an attempt to evade the strike, only to trip over a stone and fall. The assassin pressed his advantage, ready to plunge his blade into Leng Qingxia's heart. Just in time, Yiningqi kicked the assassin away, and they resumed their fierce struggle as Leng Qingxia rose from the ground. She realized that to deepen her bond with Yiningqi, she must stand alongside him against their foes, and so she charged forward to join him. Together, they fought the assassin, who was quickly gaining the upper hand, and Yiningqi was about to subdue him when he demanded, Speak? Who sent you? Yet, unexpectedly, the assassin had one last trick up his sleeve. He sidestepped and threw a dart at Yining. Leng Qingxia noticed it immediately. Third prince, be careful. Without a second thought, she dashed in front of him, deflecting 2 darts but receiving one in her shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin fled. Slowly, Leng Qingxia collapsed, and Yiningqi rushed to catch her. Cradling her in his arms. Xiar. Her face turned pale and she weakly asked, Is the third prince unharmed? I am fine, but why must you act so bravely, a lady? Yiningqi was taken aback by Leng Qingxia's willingness to shield him from the darts. Feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude, as long as you're safe, I'm fine. With those words, Leng Qingxia succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Yiningqi in a state of alarm as he realized the dart was poisoned. Xiar, he carried her to a peach blossom grove where a small, clean pavilion awaited, surrounded by mountains, with fresh air and sweet water flowing gently. Yiningqi summoned a physician to treat her, and after more than half an hour, the poison was neutralized, yet she remained in a deep slumber. How long until she awakens? It depends on her constitution. Yiningqi gazed intently at the unconscious Leng Qingxia, lost in thought, his heart swelling with emotions he could not articulate. Chapter 91. Leng Qingxia deserves it. Time passed, and slowly, Leng Qingxia opened her eyes, feeling an intense pain in her shoulder. She furrowed her brow and let out a soft hiss, looking down at her wound. Her eyes reflected a cold fury as she pondered whether it was worth it to shield such a ruthless man from harm. The answer was a resounding yes. It was absolutely worth it. In her past life, she had suffered betrayal at the hands of the man she loved most, who had even taken the life of their unborn child. How could she allow him to simply perish? Worse than death was the shattering of her heart. Therefore, in this life, she would not let Yiningqi die so easily. She would ensure he experienced a suffering thousandfold worse than death. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile crept onto her pale face. She coughed softly, her eyes bloodshot, then closed them again to recuperate. More thrilling events awaited her. She clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them, feeling drained of strength. Once more, she shut her eyes, breathing weakly, when suddenly Yiningqi entered the room. Xiar, it's time to take your medicine. He approached, holding a bowl of herbal soup, and sat beside her. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, attempting to rise, but he hurriedly supported her. What's wrong? I'm cough cough. Leng Qingxia feigned strength, but her frailty betrayed her. Seeing her struggle, Yiningqi felt a pang of sympathy. He frowned slightly. Enough talking, drink your medicine. He personally fed her spoonfuls of the soup until she had consumed it all, then looked deeply into her eyes. He gently brushed his fingers across her lips, his gaze filled with warmth. Leng Qingxia, I need you to tell me seriously, why did you shield me from the darts? Leng Qingxia understood his intent. He merely sought to solidify their bond. She would not be as foolish as in her past life, easily yielding to his affections. She would not declare that she loved him more than he loved her. Her righteous demeanor left Yiningqi uncertain of her true feelings. He yearned to break through the barrier between them. Yet the current situation made it seem as elusive as flowers in the mist. The more he felt this way, the more he desired to draw closer to her, to conquer her heart. Yiningqi took her hands in his eyes filled with profound emotion. Xiar, look into my eyes and tell me once more, is your regard for me merely that of a subject to a ruler? Leng Qingxia blushed, then replied, well, third prince, what more do you wish for me to feel? Yiningqi could no longer contain his emotions, pulling her into a tight embrace. Xiar, this is my feeling for you. What is yours for me? Third prince, you mustn't. Leng Qingxia struggled against him, but he loosened his grip, maintaining his gentle gaze. Does Xiar feel nothing for me? Their eyes locked, and she, filled with both joy and caution, replied softly, my father said that if one has a beloved, one must seek his approval before making lifelong commitments. Upon hearing her words, Yiningqi was overwhelmed with excitement. So, does this mean that as long as I gain the consent of the Leng Shuwang household, I can take you as my wife? I doubt I haven't. Leng Qingxia feigned shyness, wanting to resist yet feeling drawn in. Yiningqi understood her implication and enveloped her in his arms once more. I know. My Xiar is too bashful to admit many things, even matters of love. Leng Qingxia, hidden from his sight, wore a cold expression, revealing nothing but the absence of love, only the remnants of hatred. Yiningqi found himself engulfed in the elation of success. Pondering the fact that he had finally ensnared Leng Qingxia with this, he believed that half of his endeavor was already accomplished. Leng Qingxia would serve as a sharp blade for him, and soon the entire Shu Wangfu would become a stepping stone, allowing him to ascend to the position of crown prince with ease. Unbeknownst to him, Leng Qingxia harbored a similar ambition, and her next move was already in the making. 2 days later, Leng Qingxia's health had gradually improved. During this time her relationship with Yiningqi had deepened significantly. He was filled with joy, never having anticipated that Leng Qingxia shared his passions, and that they were remarkably alike in many aspects. Truly a destined pair. On this particular day, she climbed a peach tree alone, surveying the robust trees around her, each seemingly aged for decades. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the image of a certain individual from her mind. But in her distraction, she accidentally slipped from the towering tree, At that very moment, Ningqi arrived just in time with a graceful leap. He soared over and caught her in his arms, the two of them swirling gently as they descended to the ground. As Lung Qingxia fell, the tree swayed, showering them with countless petals, creating a romantic scene for the pair. Chapter 92. Will you fall in love with her? Lung Qingxia and Ningqi locked eyes. His gaze filled with tender emotion as she gazed back, captivated as they touched down. The peach blossoms continued to drift around them. Ningqi reached out, brushing the petals from her dark hair, his focus shifting from her tresses to her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with allure, occasionally blinking in a way that tugged at his heartstrings. Gradually, his gaze descended to her lips, involuntarily. His throat tightened as he beheld her full, lustrous lips, glistening like dewdrops, irresistibly inviting, unable to contain himself. He encircled her waist with one arm, their bodies drawing closer. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, the moment his lips touched hers. A shiver coursed through her body, though she did not resist, merely closing her eyes. Her mind was filled with thoughts of another, as if it were he who was kissing her at that moment. What troubles you? Ningqi inquired softly. Noticing her unusual expression, she shook her head, her eyes downcast, and soon they glistened with unshed tears. Upon seeing her cry, he hurriedly embraced her, concern lacing his voice. What is it? Do you blame me for kissing you without your consent? With a nod of satisfaction, she finally smiled. Though she had initially rejected his advances, within Ningqi's heart blossomed an inexplicable fondness for her. He even contemplated that once he had used her, he would not cast her aside but would continue to cherish her. Will you bring me back to this paradise again? Lung Qingxia asked. Glancing at the picturesque scenery, feeling a twinge of regret that this beauty was claimed by him, that as long as you wish to come, I shall bring you here, Ningqi replied, taking her hand as they mounted a horse together, swiftly galloping away. This moment was witnessed clearly from a distance by Su Yingyue, who upon seeing the scene, dug her long nails into her flesh, feeling no pain despite the blood that oozed. Her gaze remained fixated on the couple. Her eyes suffused with a crimson hue, betraying the depths of her hatred. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to dismantle Lung Qingxia piece by piece. She watched as Ningqi personally escorted Lung Qingxia into the cold Shu Wangfu. Remaining rooted in place, a single tear fell from her bloodshot eyes, her hand still tightly clenched. As dusk fell, Su Yingyue returned to the place she and Ningqi often met, signaling her presence. Waiting to see when the third prince would arrive. In the past, he had always come when she called, but these past 2 days, he had not shown up even once. Anxious, she ventured to the cold Shu Wangfu to gather intelligence, only to stumble upon that very scene. Determined to try once more, she hoped to catch a glimpse of Ningqi. Just as she was lost in her disappointment, she heard someone speaking behind her. Why have you summoned me? Her heart, once heavy as ash, suddenly ignited with hope. She turned swiftly, and there he was, the one she had longed for. Breaking into a smile, she rushed into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Ningqi did not push her away nor reciprocate the embrace, remaining still as she clung to him. What troubles you? He asked, brow furrowed slightly. I thought you had forsaken me, Su Yingyue replied, refusing to loosen her grip. Nuzzling against him. Don't speak such foolishness, he said, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulders. You know my plans are nearing fruition. Lung Qingxia has fallen into my trap, and the next phase will soon commence. I merely need to ask for your patience. You intend to marry her, don't you? Su Yingyue, already aware of his scheme, raised her tear-filled eyes to him. I refuse, she protested, tightening her hold on him in a playful yet earnest manner. Ningqi gently pushed her away, speaking with deliberate clarity. I have endured humiliation for a decade, all in pursuit of securing my place as crown prince. You know that no one can disrupt my plans. I am afraid. Su Yingyue's tears fell freely from her eyes. What do you fear? He inquired softly. I fear that you will truly fall for her, Su Yingyue confessed, burying her face in his chest once more, her words stemming from the depths of her heart, filled with genuine dread. Her declaration left Ningqi in silence, and feeling a sense of turmoil within her, she asked earnestly, tell me, will you truly fall in love with her? Ningqi averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes, caught in a moment of hesitation. Chapter 93. Lung Qingxia's Nightmare. Seeing his indecision, Su Yingyue was heartbroken and turned to leave, but Ningqi swiftly grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. You err, he declared with unwavering conviction. You know that my only desire is the throne. Without power, I have no right to speak of love. Rest assured, I only intend to use Lung Qingxia. I will not fall for her. I will not become sentimental. Upon hearing his words, Su Yingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. a smile of happiness gracing her lips, with your assurance. I am content that I in his embrace. She slowly closed her eyes, finding warmth and security only in his presence that I could lose everything. But I cannot lose you, she professed, rising on her tiptoes to kiss his lips. He reciprocated, tightening his hold around her waist, deepening the kiss as their lips melded together. Ingchi, I love you, Su Ingyue confessed, her affection for him overwhelming. Ingchi kissed her again, their bodies pressed closely, as if seeking to tear through each other's garments. The mere thought of his gentle brush against her lips made Lung Qingshia's stomach churn with revulsion that in this lifetime, she had grown to detest all forms of intimacy from him. Even the lightest touch filled her with loathing. Lung Qingxia remained in the bathing tub for hours, unable to emerge outside. Xiao Qian grew increasingly anxious, wondering what could be taking the young lady so long that as night fell. The water had grown cold by the time she finally stepped out. Despite the chill in the air, sleep eluded her. Eventually, she rose from her couch, donned a thin garment and stepped outside. Gazing up at the full moon hanging over the sky city, she fell into deep contemplation. When suddenly she noticed a wisp of purple smoke emanating from the moon. Yao Hun, is that you? She called out, her voice tinged with hope. In response, the smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing Yao Hun. Clad in dark purple garments, his hair adorned with a crown of coiled black serpents, lending him an air of enchanting mystique. Little golden bird, have you missed me during my absence? Yao Hun flashed a wicked smile. Before Lung Qingxia could finish her words, Yao Hun caught sight of a scar on her shoulder, and furrowed his brows, exclaiming, how did you get hurt again? Did I not instruct you to call my name if you encountered danger? It's nothing serious, just a minor injury, Lung Qingxia replied, shaking her head slightly with a bitter smile. Minor injury? Look at that large scar. Does it not look unsightly? As Yao Hun spoke, he cast a spell. And in an instant, the scar on Lung Qingxia's shoulder vanished, restoring her skin to its smooth and delicate state. Lung Qingxia gazed at her shoulder, and a smile suddenly broke across her face. It feels wonderful to have you here. That if only Yao Hun had accompanied me in my past life, would my fate have been altered? Perhaps I would have never suffered any grievances. The past her had perished. This life was a new beginning, and she would cherish the opportunity to live anew. Taking a deep breath, she felt the night breeze was indeed chilling to the bone. Are you unable to sleep? Then allow me to take you for a stroll, Yao Hun offered, transforming once more into a swirl of purple mist, coiling around Lung Qingxia like a serpent, and together they soared into the sky. Would you like to get closer to the bright moon? Yao Hun inquired, as he whisked her to the moon's vicinity, where the brilliant moonlight illuminated Lung Qingxia's face. Wow! Lung Qingxia was truly captivated. Realizing how beautiful the sky was with a hint of envy, she remarked, I truly envy those who can fly. If only I could soar as well. You once possessed a pair of golden wings. With a mere flick, you could have caused a stir across the heavens. Flying in the sky is but a triviality, Yao Hun suddenly interjected, and Lung Qingxia found his words amusing, chuckling softly. Even celestial beings could be so charmingly playful. When Xiao Qian pushed open the door, she found Lung Qingxia peacefully asleep on the couch. Not daring to disturb her rest, she cautiously closed the door behind her. Lung Qingxia remained in a deep slumber until midday. During this time, she seemed to have experienced an exceedingly long dream in which she was ensnared by countless chains. No matter how she struggled, it was in vain, and she cried out in anguish. What have I done wrong? Even as she uttered these words, the silver-clad figures did not relent. They unleashed a blinding light that pierced through her being, and she screamed in pain. Ultimately, her entire form vanished, leaving behind but a solitary tear of despair. Startled awake from this nightmare, Lung Qingxia was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Though she had escaped the clutches of her nightmare, pain still throbbed in her chest. She pressed her hand against her heart, frowning deeply. Xiao Qian, what is wrong? At that moment, Xiao Qian entered, witnessing the anguish on Lung Qingxia's face, and hurried to her side to assess the situation. I am fine. She replied, shaking her head and striving to calm herself, waiting for the pain to subside. Closing her eyes, she felt the ache in her chest gradually dissipate, and upon reopening her eyes, she returned to her normal state. Miss, I have something to tell you. Xiao Qian hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate to share her news at this moment, concerned that it might further distress her mistress. What is it? Noticing Xiao Qian's grave expression, Lung Qingxia furrowed her brows in concern. Chapter 94. A terrible fright. Xiao Qian then cautiously reported, the third young lady's health has just stabilized, yet she summoned a maid to invite a so-called semi-immortal who is currently performing rituals in the manner to expel the malevolent spirits. What does that have to do with me? Lung Qingxia replied nonchalantly, dismissing their antics as mere folly. She harbored no fear. What could a mere fortune-teller do to her? After all, Enlanglia had tried everything and still met a tragic end. Do not worry, it is merely a trivial matter, not worth my concern. Leng Qingsha regarded the situation with indifference. Understood, Xiao Qian acquiesced, seeing that her mistress was unconcerned. Meanwhile, Leng Qingsha's rival, Leng Qingsong, was employing every tactic at her disposal to expose her true nature. Master, please examine closely whether there are any malevolent spirits in our manor, she urged, her anxiety palpable beside her. Baiyu echoed her sentiment, worried that the master had yet to reveal anything after a considerable time of performing the rituals. The master, adorned in robes depicting celestial dragons and the 8 trigrams, had his eyes tightly shut, clearly in a state of deep concentration. Finally, he spoke seriously, I am not responsible for capturing demons, merely for dispelling some malevolent energies. I can inform you whether malevolent entities exist, but as for their identities, that is all. Biu interjected, but master, do we have any malevolent spirits? Please identify them so we may guard ourselves, Leng Qingsong observed intently. Her expression cold and penetrating as she scrutinized the master. Allow me to use talismans to locate the demons, the master declared, brandishing a peachwood sword to pierce a yellow paper talisman inscribed with red characters. He then ignited it, watching as the talisman turned to ash, which he subsequently consumed with water. Leng Qingsong watched in disgust and disdain, questioning whether this master was truly capable or merely a fool summoned by Baiyu. Leng Qingsha furrowed her brows, casting an intense glare at Baiyu upon receiving her mistress's look. Baiyu became frightened and quickly bowed her head. Remaining silent, Baiyu too was anxious. Why was the master not revealing anything for her mistress to see? Hadn't the villagers claimed he was quite capable? Could he truly be a charlatan? Just as Baiyu was losing patience, the master finally manifested something. He expelled the ashes from his mouth onto another talisman, which began to float in midair. With this talisman, we can locate the malevolent spirit, the master proclaimed, following the floating talisman closely, accompanied by Baiyu and Leng Qingsong. They observed that the talisman's trajectory seemed to lead towards Leng Qingsha's residence, and they felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this master truly had some merit. If they were to enter Leng Qingsha's courtyard, it would confirm everything. She would indeed be a malevolent entity. However, just then, the talisman abruptly halted, and the expressions of the 3 grew grave. They were unsure of its meaning. Biu gasped in shock, fearing that their mistress was the demon in question. Smack! Leng Qingsong, exasperated, chastised Baiyu for being such a foolish servant, slapping her sharply before scolding, You are utterly foolish today, I shall make you pay. The talisman then floated above Baiu's head, moving erratically. In that moment, Leng Qingsong recognized the so-called master as a fraud. The next instant, she clearly saw the talisman hovering above her head, and it felt as though an invisible hand was choking her neck. Lifting her body off the ground, she struggled in vain, unable to utter a single word, and within moments, she was reduced to mere ash. Leng Qingsong was truly frightened, witnessing the master turn to ash before her eyes. It was utterly terrifying indeed. There were malevolent spirits. This Shu Wang manor was haunted. Baiyu fainted at the sight of the master's demise, while Leng Qingsong collapsed in fear, paralyzed with terror. She yearned to flee, but her legs would not obey, leaving her with no escape. If the malevolent spirit sought to punish her, her demise was inevitable. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she watched in horror as a swirl of purple mist approached her, mouth agape in terror, yet unable to utter a sound. Leng Qingsong was gripped by the deepest fear, wishing for salvation, but she remained voiceless, tears streaming down her face. As the ominous entity drew near, she felt utterly desolate, preparing to embrace her fate. Yet in that moment, a figure emerged. The purple mist slowly dissipated into nothingness. Leng Qingsong lifted her gaze, recognizing Leng Qingsha, and in that instant she found her voice crying out, Would I will never dare to bully you again. Please spare me, I beg you. What mischief are you up to now? Leng Qingsong? Did grandmother's 20 lashes not suffice for you? Leng Qingsha admonished, unable to contain her frustration. With great difficulty, Leng Qingrong finally managed to move in a flurry. She crawled on her knees to the feet of Leng Qingxia. Clutching her dress tightly with both hands, she wept incessantly, pleading for mercy. Wu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me, fourth sister. I am your elder sister. Just grant me this one chance, and I shall never dare to bully you again. Wu. Upon witnessing Leng Qingrong's sheer terror, Leng Qingxia was taken aback, wondering what had transpired to leave her in such a state. Her gaze then fell upon the unconscious Baiyu not far from Leng Qingrong. Something must have occurred here to render them both in such disarray. The pitiable sight of Leng Qingrong suggested she had been subjected to immense fright. Chapter 95. Leng Qingxia suddenly found it odd Spare me, spare me, spare me. Lung Qingrong continued her desperate pleas. Finally, Lung Qingxia coldly remarked, as long as you behave yourself from now on, your life is of no concern to me. Lung Qingxia understood that Lung Qingrong's actions stemmed purely from jealousy and were not of significant wrongdoing. Out of consideration for her second brother, she had no intention of killing her, for she was indeed his biological sister. Thank you, fourth sister, thank you. Lung Qingrong even went so far as to bow repeatedly. Ultimately scrambling away from the scene as she left in confusion, a swirling purple mist suddenly coalesced at her feet, transforming into a human form. It was Yao Han, appearing behind Lung Qingxia. Sensing someone behind her, Lung Qingxia swiftly turned and confronted Yao Hu. Upon seeing him, she instantly comprehended the situation. It must have been Yao Han who had dealt with Lung Qingrong. How dare such a lowly creature cause trouble here? Truly unworthy of existence. Yao Han with an air of arrogance replied, had you not appeared, I would have ensured that Lung Qingrong met her demise as well. You are not permitted to harm anyone with your powers henceforth, Lung Qingxia admonished Yao Han firmly, but they are the ones who seek to bully you. Yao Han could not fathom why Lung Qingxia forbade him from taking action. Did she not wish to relieve her heart's resentment? They are not the ones I truly loathe. Lung Qingxia countered earnestly, then continued, moreover, the ones I genuinely despise, I wish to deal with personally to quell the hatred within me. Yao Han with unwavering conviction declared, who is it that you hate? I shall bring them to you at once, allowing you to exact your revenge. I will extract their souls for your continued torment until your hatred is extinguished. No. The greatest agony in this world is not merely physical suffering. The pain I endure runs far deeper. That I want their hearts and bodies to endure torment alongside me. No one could imagine the torment she had faced in her past life, betrayed simultaneously by her most trusted friend and beloved man. What kind of anguish and torture could that be? In this life, she wished for Su Yingyue and Yi Ningqi to meet a swift end. Yet that would not alleviate her resentment. Slowly, Lung Qingxia closed her eyes, enveloped in profound hatred. Yao Han, unable to grasp the complexities of human emotion, found her words bewildering and beyond his comprehension. Very well. Regardless of what you choose to do, I will remain by your side, protecting you from any injustice. Should you face danger, simply call for Yao Han. With that, Yao Han spun and transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing without a trace. When Lung Qingxia turned back, his figure had completely disappeared. Thank you. Gratitude filled Lung Qingxia's heart. She felt content with Yao Han's presence in her life and the following 2 days. Life was extraordinarily peaceful as Lung Qingrong dared not disturb her further. Lung Qingxia prepared to execute her subsequent plans, for she knew from her past life that Yi Ningqi was about to orchestrate a significant conspiracy. However, the specifics eluded her. By the time she became aware of it, he had already succeeded in his schemes, firmly securing the position of crown prince. That in her previous life, Enchantress had met an untimely death, plunging the entire Dongma kingdom into chaos. It was Yi Ningqi who, with the support of the military and her own Lung Shuwang's influence, ascended to the throne, becoming emperor a fortnight later. He promptly proclaimed her empress, yet within 3 months, her household was annihilated, and she met a gruesome end. How absurd! Reflecting on the past, Lung Qingxia scoffed at her foolish love that had led to her father's demise, the destruction of all in the Shu Wang household, and the deaths of the 10 generals who had stood by her father's side. Yi Ningqi was utterly despicable, fearing her father's immense power threatened his throne, thus murdering him and sparing none of the 10 generals by his side. Fists clenched, hatred filled her eyes as she pondered whether this conspiracy was linked to Enchantress's sudden death. In the coming days, she resolved to draw closer to Yi Ningqi and uncover any irregularities surrounding him. Suddenly, she recalled that in her previous life, Yi Ningqi had no allies in the court. Only the Lung Shu Wang's faction supported him. Yet, when he quelled the chaos in the Dongma kingdom, he had led another force, clad in terrifying masks, their stature towering over others, instilling fear in all who beheld them. It was said that in battle, they were even more formidable, possessing strength many times that of ordinary men. Realizing this, Lung Qingxia concluded that Yi Ningqi was certainly concealing something sinister. She decided she must find an opportunity to observe him closely, ideally visiting his residence to discern the nature of his clandestine dealings. At that moment, Xiao Qian entered, pouring tea for her mistress when she suddenly interjected, "Miss, the eldest master is in a fit of rage outside." Eldest master? Cold Fengxian is furious? Lung Qingxia furrowed her brow slightly. What could have incited his inexplicable anger? Do you know the reason? She inquired casually. Xiao Qian pondered for a moment before reporting, "It seems I heard that a subordinate named Lin Biao has been missing for days." and his body was recently discovered in the wilderness. The eldest master appears to be upset about this. Lung Qingxia's brow furrowed deeper. Lin Biao's corpse had been found rather swiftly, however, she began to feel that something was amiss. Chapter 96. Yi Ningqi's initial display of power. Lin Biao was merely a minor subordinate. His death should not warrant such anger. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant subordinate bore a more significant identity? Upon reflection, she recalled that during her time at Yin Langlia's residence, Lin Biao had behaved quite audaciously, suggesting he was not an ordinary subordinate. She contemplated this. A sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Frowning, she wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Fourth sister. Upon hearing the voice, she was startled to realize it was cold Fengxian who had come to see her. A sense of alarm washed over her. Had he begun to suspect her? Mississippi Xiaoqian hesitated, glancing at her mistress to seek permission to open the door. She worried that Lung Qingrong might have come seeking trouble again. Open the door. Lung Qingxia replied calmly, curious about what inquiries cold Fengxian might have. Yes. Though reluctant, Xiaoqian opened the door, bowing as she greeted, eldest master, greetings, you may leave. I wish to speak with fourth sister privately. Cold Fengxian strode inside, commanding Xiaoqian to withdraw. Although she cast a worried glance at Lung Qingxia, upon receiving a reassuring look from her mistress, she departed. Now only Lung Qingxia and cold Fengxian remained. Brother, let me pour you some tea. Lung Qingxia smiled, lifting the teapot to serve him a cup. Cold Fengxian accepted it, bringing it to his nose to inhale its faint aroma. Lung Qingxia chuckled. What? Are you afraid fourth sister might have poisoned your tea? Unfazed, she continued, no worries, eldest brother. Fourth sister is still too naive for such tricks. Very well. Then let eldest brother speak in a manner that fourth sister can comprehend. Cold Fengxian toyed with the tea. Yet he did not take a sip. Fourth sister, do you recall the day we ventured into the deep forest to seek Princess Yin? I remember, brother. What is it? Lung Qingxia feigned innocence. That I had a subordinate with me. Do you recall him? Cold Fengxian's gaze bore into Lung Qingxia. As if he wished to see through her entirely, he paused, observing her reaction before continuing with his inquiry. Cold Fengxian finally revealed the truth one by one. What? Is this really the case? Cold Qingxia appeared utterly astonished, yet maintained her composure, betraying not a hint of guilt. Her demeanor shifted to one of cold detachment as she calmly remarked, elder brother. Your visit today must not solely pertain to informing fourth sister of this matter. Surely, you must have an object of suspicion in mind, so why dance around the topic? Fourth sister misconstrued his intentions. For elder brother merely wished to convey that no matter how deeply the culprit conceals herself, I will eventually uncover her secret and ensure her demise. Cold Fengxian seethed with rage as he threatened Cold Qingxia through gritted teeth, while she responded with a serene smile, slightly bowing, then allow fourth sister to congratulate elder brother in advance, and may you swiftly apprehend the true culprit. Humph! Cold Fengxian slammed the teacup onto the table and stormed out in a fit of fury. With fourth sister seeing him off, Cold Qingxia's words dripped with disdain. He was consumed by a profound rage, for it was evident that Lin Biao's death was orchestrated by Cold Qingxia. Especially considering Lin Biao's previous 2 attempts at coveting that illegitimate child. She naturally sought vengeance. Cold Fengxian clenched his fists tightly. No matter the circumstances, he was resolute in avenging this grievance. However, with Cold Qingxia's cunning demeanor, he felt compelled to report this matter to the master. If the master were to be deceived by Cold Qingxia's facade, the situation would escalate into a significant predicament. Bring me a horse, Cold Fengxian commanded, swiftly mounting his steed and urging it forward towards the third prince's residence. Giddy up! Cold Fengxian's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and with swift urgency. He finally arrived at the third prince's estate. Dismounting, he strode boldly into the courtyard, where he encountered the heavily guarded sleeping quarters of the third prince. He promptly announced, I have urgent matters to report to the third prince. Please inform me of his whereabouts. The guards remained steadfast, coldly warning him, the third prince is currently preoccupied with important affairs. No one is permitted to intrude. You must wait here. However, Cold Fengxian was taken aback. What urgent matters could the third prince possibly be attending to? Was he concealing something from him? Little did he know at that moment Yi Ningqi was in his sleeping quarters, deep within a hidden chamber, conversing with an otherworldly master. The master, adorned in dark robes with a long beard, held a whisk in hand. Chapter 97. How to control him, master? How much longer until we achieve our goal? Yi Ningqi asked, barely able to contain his impatience. If this demon soldier could be successfully cultivated, everything would proceed smoothly. That depends on how much demonic essence this demon king possesses, the so-called master assured him. The scene shifted to reveal several thick iron chains binding a figure's neck, arms and legs, who stood with closed eyes, seemingly in a deep slumber. "Let us test it," Ening-chi said, signaling to a subordinate. The subordinate turned and walked down a long corridor to another location. On either side, there was a massive iron cage filled with impoverished commoners, their tattered clothing revealing their destitution. Among them were robust young men. "No! Please no!" The cage swung open and several guards rushed in, seizing one of the strong men. The captured man pleaded desperately, while those who escaped capture breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they had survived another day. Yet, the fear of being next haunted them, and they lacked the courage to intervene, for no one knew what awaited them after being taken. Death was not the only terror, something far more horrifying loomed. "No, please!" The man struggled fiercely, exerting every ounce of strength to break free, yet he was utterly trapped. He was dragged before Ening-chi and the master, where he immediately fell to his knees, begging, "I implore you, have mercy. I have an elderly mother at home, an ailing wife who needs my care, and a 3-year-old daughter. Please spare me. I will bow before you." He sobbed and pleaded, striking his head against the hard floor until blood began to flow. Meanwhile, in another corner, the bound figure, deeply asleep, seemed to sense the scent of blood, which stirred him from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of darkness devoid of whites, and his mouth gaped open to reveal long, sharp fangs. His teeth, stained from prolonged blood consumption, were no longer white but a sickly yellow. The scent of blood drove him into a frenzy, and he struggled against his chains, desperate to break free and drink. No matter how hard he tried, he remained ensnared, a terrifying sight. Ening-chi and the master observed the figure's madness, curious about the extent of the Demon King's power. After a prolonged lack of blood, the Demon King's essence surged, and with a powerful yank, he snapped one of the chains, freeing one hand. "Not good." The master's expression changed dramatically as he kicked the trembling strong man toward the Demon King. The man collided with the Demon King before he could comprehend the situation, and the Demon King's long claws sank into his flesh, eliciting a horrific scream as he bit into his neck. "Ah!" the man shrieked in agony, yet ultimately succumbed as the Demon King drained half his blood. The robust man collapsed, unable to move. Suddenly, Ening-chi erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Demon King is formidable. I am thoroughly satisfied." Two subordinates rushed to the fallen strong man's body, one lifting his upper body while the other prepared to raise his legs. Suddenly, the Demon King seized one of the subordinates, claws piercing his flesh, rendering him helpless. The subordinate reached out to Ening-chi, pleading, "Third Prince, save me, please." The Demon King bit down again, draining half the subordinate's blood, and his lifeless body was cast aside. The Demon King then slowly closed his eyes and fell back into slumber. The remaining subordinate's legs went weak, paralyzed with fear, too terrified to move. In that moment, Ening-chi merely expressed a flicker of surprise. Noting that the Demon King's appetite had grown significantly, "Hurry and remove the bodies," Ening-chi commanded once more. Yet this time, no one dared approach, fearing they would be the next to perish. Seeing no one obeying his command, Ening-chi turned, drew a sword from a subordinate, and swiftly executed several others, declaring, "See, the Demon King is sated. Even if more blood is offered, he shall not awaken." At that instant, as Ening-chi had predicted, the Demon King indeed appeared satiated, allowing the bodies to be taken away. Nevertheless, Ening-chi found himself engulfed in confusion, turning to the master and asking, "Master, given the Demon King's formidable strength, how can I ensure his obedience for my purposes?" Chapter 98. Descending into the abyss. The master, having heard Ening-chi's concerns, replied earnestly, "Fear not, Third Prince. This Demon King is but flesh and blood. Once we cultivate him into a true Demon King, his human form will inevitably be limited in its capacity for blood, that he must consume the blood of 999 individuals, after which he shall cease his thirst and become a genuine Demon King." He then turned his gaze to the Demon King and continued, "The blood he consumes will transform into subordinates under his command. And if you wish to control these subordinates, you need only control the Demon King himself. But how can I possibly control a king of thousands?" This was the crux of Ening-chi's concern. The master responded, "The Demon King is still human, and humans possess emotions. Determine what this individual valued most in life, be it a person or an object, and use it to manipulate him. I understand." Ening-chi replied. Ening-chi nodded in satisfaction, then commanded his subordinates to investigate the origins of this enigmatic figure known as Wang, inquiring about his residence and the individuals residing with him. "Identify those he values most," he declared. "Once I firmly secure my position as the supreme ruler, I shall reward you handsomely. Your contribution shall not go unnoticed." Yiningqi turned to the Taoist beside him and spoke. I must express my gratitude in advance, Prince, the Taoist replied, hastily bowing. Yiningqi sneered coldly before striding away. Emerging from the secret chamber, he arrived at the palace, where a subordinate approached to report, Greetings, Third Prince. What is it? Yiningqi nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, feigning indifference. Cold Fengxian has arrived, claiming to have important matters to report to the Third Prince. The subordinate relayed the message truthfully. What brings him here at this moment? Yiningqi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Cold Fengxian's name. Let him in, he ordered with a hint of annoyance. Yes, the subordinate replied, departing to convey the message. After a prolonged wait at the door, Cold Fengxian was allowed entry, hastily bowing upon seeing Yiningqi. What brings you here at this hour, my prince? Yiningqi sipped tea leisurely, a cold smile playing on his lips. I have urgent news for you, Third Prince, Cold Fengxian persisted, remaining kneeling in trepidation, careful not to offend the prince. Speak. Yiningqi set down his cup, fixing his gaze on Cold Fengxian. Cold Fengxian reported, I wonder if the Third Prince remembers my attendant. Lin Biao? He accompanied us into the forest, but after that day, he vanished. It was only in the past 2 days that my men discovered his body, stabbed to death. That I suspect the perpetrator to be none other than Lung Qingxia. How can you be so certain it was Lung Qingxia? Yiningqi found the suggestion amusing. Lin Biao could only have met his end at her hands, no one else could have done it. Cold Fengxian continued, What I wish to convey to the Third Prince is that Lung Qingxia is cunning. I urge you to remain vigilant. Yiningqi chuckled derisively, Why must it be her? She's merely an 18-year-old girl. What formidable powers could she possibly possess? Cold Fengxian insisted, the Third Prince should be wary of Lung Qingxia. Very well, I take my leave, Cold Fengxian said, unsure if his words had resonated with the prince. He exited, leaving Yiningqi deep in thought. Suddenly, he recalled Lung Qingxia's image. It had indeed been 2 days since he last saw her, and a sense of emptiness washed over him, as if something was amiss. Yiningqi fell into contemplation, remembering their gentle kiss amidst the peach blossom grove, a smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with sweetness. Come in, he commanded, and a subordinate promptly appeared. Your Highness, what are your orders? Prepare the carriage, I must go out, he instructed, intending to visit the renowned jewelry shop in the capital. Known for its exquisite adornments, he would personally select a piece for Lung Qingxia. Yes, the subordinate complied, hastily preparing the carriage. Once seated, Yiningqi soon arrived at the jewelry pavilion. The carriage came to a stop, and the subordinate assisted him down. Upon entering, a welcoming attendant exclaimed, Sir, we have everything you could wish for. Please feel free to browse. You are sure to find something your beloved will adore. Yiningqi stepped inside, instantly captivated by the dazzling array of jewelry. Rest assured, whatever you select will surely please your lady. The eager shop assistant chattered as Yiningqi perused the offerings. Suddenly, a particular hairpin caught his eye. He hurried over to inspect it. The hairpin, shaped like a delicate pink lotus with green tassels, was strikingly beautiful. He imagined how lovely it would look adorned in Lung Qingxia's hair, a sweet smile blossoming on his lips as he envisioned placing it upon her. I'll take this one, he declared, purchasing the hairpin before instructing his subordinate to hasten to the cold Shu Wangfu. Throughout the journey, he clutched the hairpin tightly, a charming smile frequently gracing his lips as thoughts of Lung Qingxia filled him with a giddy sweetness. Oblivious to the depths of his own infatuation, he had unwittingly fallen into an abyss of emotions. Chapter 99. Her heart ached. Yiningqi finally arrived at the gates of cold Shu Wangfu. Eagerly dismounting meanwhile, Lung Qingxia sought solace by the riverside, hoping the gentle breeze and blooming flowers would ease her heart. Spotting a flower, she approached, but as she crouched to touch it, the sound of hooves caught her attention. To her surprise, she spotted Xian Yuanyi approaching. Why was he here? Lung Qingxia intended to retreat, wishing to avoid entanglements with him. However, as she stepped back, he rode closer, commanding, Give me your hand. Flustered, she questioned why she should comply. Not wishing to engage further yet, in the next moment, he seized her arm, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace, placing her upon the horse with a swift flick of the reins. He whisked her away. Where are you taking me? She protested, disliking his domineering nature. Yet, nestled in his arms, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety and warmth. You'll find out soon enough, he replied, casting a deep, tender look her way, a soft smile gracing his lips. Lung Qingxia raised her gaze to retort, but upon meeting his captivating eyes, her heart raced. Momentarily forgetting her rebuttal, she loathed herself for feeling this way, pressing a hand to her chest, grappling with her emotions. Curse you, Xian Yuanyi! How dare you entice me? Taking a deep breath, she struggled to regain her composure. Finally, Xian Yuanyi brought her to a secluded hillside, a serene expanse of verdant grass swaying in the gentle breeze. Dismounting, he helped her down, and they stood facing one another, gazing into each other's eyes. Lung Qingsha's heart raced uncontrollably. She despised this part of herself and quickly averted her gaze. Xian Yuanyi chuckled softly. Producing a bracelet woven with red thread adorned with lustrous beads and 2 red beans, he raised his gaze, looking at her with deep affection, then gently took her hand before she could protest. The bracelet was fastened around her wrist, as she watched him earnestly tie it on, a tremor coursed through her, and her heart fluttered with an unfamiliar thrill. Biting her lip, she sought to restore her rationality through the pain. Lung Qingxia averted her gaze. Unable to face him, she remained silent, shaking her head vehemently, insisting she had no thoughts of him. Yet, a strange sense of familiarity washed over her whenever she encountered Xian Yuanyi. As if they had known each other long before. It felt as if their acquaintance predated her connection with Yining. Surely, I must be losing my mind, she mused, for she had never met Xian Yuanyi in her past life. Not even once, so how could they have known each other for so long? Is that so? Xian Yuanyi spoke softly, his tone gentle, yet there was an undeniable intensity in his gaze. But I see something in your eyes. Lung Qingxia, feeling exposed, retorted defiantly, you're talking nonsense. I don't. No sooner had she spoken than he pulled her into his embrace, his arms encircling her waist, drawing her close. Flushing crimson, she exclaimed, Xian Yuanyi. Only you dare to call me by name, he replied, a playful glint in his eyes. As Xian Yuanyi's words escaped his lips, he lowered his head and swiftly, decisively captured her mouth. Lung Qingxia instinctively grasped Xian Yuanyi's arm. And this kiss unleashed a torrent of chaotic memories within both of them, indistinct and painful, flooding their hearts with an unbearable ache. Lung Qingxia struggled fiercely, yet Xian Yuanyi offered her no opportunity to escape. Even deepening the kiss, she was bewildered by her own reaction. Each encounter with Xian Yuanyi rendered her as pliable as cotton, devoid of any capability to resist him. Tears streamed from the corners of Lung Qingxia's eyes. And upon sensing her sorrow, he reluctantly released her lips, his gaze piercing into hers, observing her tear-streaked visage, his heart tightening with concern. Subsequently, his lips brushed gently against her cheek, wiping away her tears, imbued with sorrow as he slowly inquired, Do you despise my kiss? Lung Qingxia did not loathe his kisses. Rather, she detested her inability to control herself, to be so utterly lost in his tenderness. She feared repeating the mistakes of her past life. Suffering betrayal anew, haunted by shadows that rendered her incapable of loving another. In a moment of desperation, she forcefully pushed Xian Yuanyi away, even deluding herself with the words, in this lifetime, I will never fall for you. Xian Yuanyi, give up. Do not continue to entangle me. Heavens, as those words left her lips, she was struck by a pang of heartache. Shouldn't the pain belong solely to him, the one who dared to hope? Chapter 100. Yi Ningqi's thoughts. At this moment, Lung Qingxia was thoroughly confused. Whom was she truly addressing with her words? Xian Yuanyi, or the self she concealed deep within? It was as though she was reminding her inner self, urging Xian Yuanyi to relinquish any hope, fearing that should he persist, she would indeed succumb. Resolute in her decision, she turned to leave, only to have her hand grasped once more by Xian Yuanyi. Silently, she mounted the horse beside him. Xian Yuanyi tightened his grip on the reins and gave a gentle flick, prompting the steed to gallop, albeit at a leisurely pace. The breeze caressed Lung Qingxia's hair, scattering it across his face. Xian Yuanyi closed his eyes, resting his head on her shoulder, utterly still. Lung Qingxia felt a surge of panic. Was this Xian Yuanyi truly the regent? She had so clearly rejected him. Why then did he cling to her like an unyielding adhesive? Did he have no other women? To her knowledge, countless ladies in Dongma admired him. She mustn't forget the noble and aloof Princess Yin in the imperial palace, who harbored deep affections for him. The thought stirred a sour pang within her heart, prompting her to exclaim, Your Highness the Regent. Moments later, she distinctly heard Xian Yuanyi's steady breathing behind her, realizing he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Choosing not to speak further, she cast a sidelong glance at his face, catching a glimpse of his profile, his high nose creating an enchanting sight that momentarily captivated her. She pondered, had he not rested well? How could he drift into such a deep sleep upon horseback? Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to dwell on it any longer, allowing her thoughts to be carried away by the gentle breeze. Eventually, the horse ambled into the heart of the capital, and Xian Yuanyi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lung Qingxia nestled in his embrace, a sensation he cherished profoundly, a smile gracing his lips. With a firm grip on the reins, he yanked them sharply, prompting the horse to gallop. Startling Lung Qingxia, he awakened suddenly, offering her no warning. Upon reaching the Cold Shoe Prince's residence, Leng Qingxia dismounted and turned to gaze at Xian Yuanyi. He remained silent, his eyes deeply studying her for a moment before tightening his grip on the reins and steering the horse away. Xian Yuanyi's silhouette vanished from her view, and for a fleeting moment, she experienced a twinge of loss. Now that he had departed, was she truly content? He would no longer pursue her. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Leng Qingxia as she pursed her lips and stepped into the Cold Shoe Prince's residence. What was amiss? She lifted a cup of tea to her lips, taking a small sip as she listened, her eyes gradually closed, her heart enveloped in an icy chill. That I understand. Her reaction was muted, her demeanor cold. Surprising Xiao Qian, however, recalling the intimate encounter between the regent and the young lady, she speculated, could it be that the young lady's heart belonged to the regent? If she were in her position, she too would choose the regent, for his talents and striking appearance far surpassed those of the illegitimate third prince. Xiao Qian smiled secretly before quietly retreating. A surge of hatred filled Leng Qingxia's mind at the mere thought of Yining Qi. It was he who had rendered her incapable of loving again in this lifetime. She clenched her fists tightly, and when she opened her eyes, they glimmered with hatred. Meanwhile, Yining Qi in his residence retrieved the jeweled hairpin he intended for Leng Qingxia. Scrutinizing it for some time to prevent it from becoming damaged or soiled, he carefully wrapped it in a handkerchief, cherishing it dearly. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Su Yingyue happened upon him, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of the hairpin in his hand. Wondering if it was indeed a gift from the third prince, with a blush adorning her cheeks, Su Yingyue lowered her gaze and entered his chamber. Third prince. Upon hearing her voice, Yining Qi hastily concealed the hairpin. He turned to her. What brings you here? Is it wrong for Yingyue to come find you because she misses you? Su Yingyue replied, settling into Yining Qi's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck. Upon hearing this, Su Yingyue's brow furrowed, and a look of grievance washed over her as she nestled against him. But I truly miss you. You must understand what I am currently engaged in. Yining Qi firmly grasped Su Yingyue's hand, earnestly assuring her, I do not care what you are doing. I just cannot help but miss you. My heart is beyond my control, Su Yingyue declared boldly, leaning in to capture Yining Qi's lips, yearning for intimacy, pouring all her effort into the kiss as her hands roamed across his chest, hoping to entice him to take charge, to embrace her, and share a passionate union upon the bed. Yet, as Yining Qi's mind wandered, it was the image of Leng Qingxia that came to him, the fleeting kiss that felt far more profound than Su Yingyue's current fervor. The stark contrast provoked an inexplicable aversion within him. In that instant, he abruptly seized Su Yingyue's hand, chastising her furiously. Have you had your fill of this nonsense? Her eyes brimmed with tears, and suddenly, she recalled the jeweled hairpin concealed by Yining Qi, questioning if the third prince had genuinely fallen for Leng Qingxia. You love her, do you not? Su Yingyue pressed, her voice laced with accusation. However, this time, Yining Qi did not refute her words as he had before. Instead, he affirmed with unwavering conviction, in the future, this prince shall ascend to the throne, and with thousands of beauties in the harem, there will certainly be room for a Leng Qingxia. Su Yingyue's heart sank with clarity. He had indeed fallen for Leng Qingxia. She fell silent, tears cascading down her cheeks, one after another. Unlike before, Yining Qi did not console her. His demeanor now tinged with indifference. That moment, Su Yingyue realized that Leng Qingxia had captured the entirety of the third prince's heart, and she felt an intense unwillingness swell within her. Clenching her fists, a plan began to take shape in her mind. If Yining Qi had fallen for Leng Qingxia, then she would not hesitate to scheme against him. I was wrong, Su Yingyue promptly admitted. Wrapping her arms around Yining Qi, I understand that you have faced many grievances in your youth, yearning for the throne. As your woman, I should have prioritized your interests, but I failed to see the bigger picture. Only focusing on jealousy. As she spoke, her head nestled against his chest, her eyes reflecting a growing melancholy. For the sake of my unwavering love for you, please forgive me. You must understand that even if you are the one I love, as emperor, I must ensure the continuation of the Dongma lineage, and I cannot have you as my sole concubine. Do you not agree? You must be understanding, and recognize my responsibilities that I have promised you. And I will not forget. Yining Qi's tone softened as he reassured her. Although a chill lingered in her heart, Su Yingyue maintained a compliant smile. Third prince, in a few days it will be my birthday. You must promise me that regardless of how busy you are, you will come to celebrate with me, alright? Very well, I promise you. Yining Qi hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. I am aware that there exists a grand vessel upon the Moon Lake, which, under the cloak of night, radiates with brilliant lights, rendering it a sight to behold. I wish to share a delightful evening with you aboard that ship. Just the two of us, what do you think? Su Yinghue's plan has commenced. As long as Yiningqi acquiesces to her desires, she shall orchestrate the downfall of Lung Qingxia, for her love shall not be shared with anyone, especially not with Lung Qingxia. Very well, Yiningqi tenderly assented, prompting a satisfied smile from Su Yinghue, who once more kissed him passionately. I in the residence of the Shu Wang, Lung Qingrong, having witnessed the sudden demise of the master, appeared to be shrouded in shadows. She confined herself within her chamber daily, reluctant to encounter anyone, trembling even at the sight of the servants delivering her meals, her fears spiraling into madness. Chu Yingyan, deeply concerned for her daughter, paid a visit, yet Lung Qingrong seemed oblivious to all, crying out in terror, "Do not approach! Do not kill me! Wu. Ronger, it is I, your mother." Chu Yingyan gazed upon her beloved daughter, now in such a state, her heart twisted and anguished. "Oh, not come near. Oh, I do not wish to die." Lung Qingrong had truly descended into madness. Upon seeing anyone, she would weep uncontrollably, and when alone, she would cower beneath her covers, trembling with fear. Ronger, Wu, do you not recognize me, your mother? Witnessing her daughter in such despair, Chu Yingyan could no longer contain her emotions and broke down in tears alongside her. Heartbroken and sleepless, she could not bring herself to visit her daughter, fearing that her own health would falter under the strain. Yet no one could dissuade her. Lung Fengxian and Lung Qingjun soon learned of their mother's profound sorrow and hastened to visit her. "Mother," Lung Fengxian remarked, noticing Chu Yingyan's distress, his brow furrowing in concern. Lung Qingjun felt equally pained, hastily offering comfort. "Mother, why do you look so unwell? What troubles you? Allow me to fetch a doctor for you." Chu Yingyan, in a state of lethargy, uttered not a word, her gaze vacant. Lung Qingjun's heart ached at the sight of his mother's condition. Filled with resentment, Lung Fengxian exclaimed, "Why has our mother been reduced to this? It is all due to that wretched Lung Qingxia. Were it not for her, Ronger would not have lost her sanity, and mother would not be in this state." Lung Qingjun, equally indignant, retorted, "Elder brother, is this truly the time to assign blame? Shouldn't we focus on restoring Ronger and mother to their former selves rather than playing the blame game? Throughout our lives, you have always sheltered that illegitimate child. Now look at the havoc she has wrought upon Ronger and mother. I shall not hesitate to strike you if you continue to defend her." With gritted teeth, Lung Fengxian retaliated, and soon they were embroiled in a fierce altercation, each blow exchanged fueled by their mutual animosity. Their grandmother, upon learning of the fracas, rushed over in a fury. "Cease this instant. How can you two, as the only male heirs of the Shu Wang residence, engage in such disgraceful behavior?" The old matriarch, infuriated, struck her cane upon the floor, compelling them to halt. "Grandmother, grandmother!" Both Lung Fengxian and Lung Qingjun cried, their faces bruised and battered from their earlier confrontation. Disappointment washed over the matriarch as she beheld the state of her family. With Ronger and Chu Yingyan in such a plight, her male descendants should not be squabbling amongst themselves. "Grandmother, I acknowledge my wrongs," they both proclaimed, kneeling before her, desperately seeking forgiveness, upon hearing of the violent clash between her second brother and Lung Fengxian. Leaving both gravely injured, Lung Qingxia hurried to her brother's quarters, bringing with her healing salves. "Second brother, Xiar," Cold Qingjun, reflecting upon his misdeeds while facing the wall, felt a surge of excitement at her voice. Rushing to open the door, his eyes sparkled with affection as he beheld her, calling out once more "Xiar." Upon entering, Lung Qingxia shut the door firmly behind her. She noticed the numerous bruises marring his face and the signs of his recent battle. Her heart aching at the sight, tears welling in her eyes. Her second brother was a radiant beacon of warmth in the cold confines of the Shu Wang residence, illuminating her darkness and thawing her frozen heart. In a previous life, his demise had been a consequence of her actions. She vowed never to let harm befall him again. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she retrieved the salve she had brought. Sorrow engulfing her. "Do not cry. You know how much I despise seeing you in tears." Cold Qingjun gently wiped her tear-streaked face, a tender smile gracing his lips, with a faint smile breaking through her tears. Lung Qingxia applied the salve to his wounds. "Second brother, I will not permit you to neglect your well-being again. Should I witness you injured once more, I shall be quite upset." As she spoke, she produced a small embroidered pouch in the shape of a tiger, a charm she had crafted for him, a token to protect him. "Wherever you go, let this little tiger serve as a reminder that I am always by your side. You must promise to keep yourself safe, for I would be heartbroken otherwise." As she tied the pouch around his waist, Cold Qingjun gazed at the little tiger, his heart swelling with gratitude and joy. "Does it hurt?" As she tenderly applied the salve to the corner of his mouth, she inquired softly. Their eyes met, and he shook his head gently. "It does not hurt. Even if it did, it would be worth it." He mused that as long as Xiar was there to tend to his wounds, he would gladly endure any pain. A bittersweet smile graced Leng Qingxia's lips. Xiar, I am truly distressed. Cold Qingjun lamented the plight of their mother, hanging between life and death, and his sister lost to madness. His heart felt as though it might shatter, and in a moment of vulnerability, he embraced Leng Qingxia, seeking solace in her presence. Xiar, as my elder brother suggested, Ronger's madness stems from my actions, and Mother's condition is also a consequence of my presence. Will you blame me for this? Leng Qingxia bit her lip, closing her eyes as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Clenching her fists, she resolved to shield her brother from sorrow, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness for the past. Suddenly, the familiar purple mist enveloped the room, coalescing into a figure upon seeing Leng Qingxia. Yao Han gleefully exclaimed, Little golden bird, what brings you here? Have you missed me? Yet, to his surprise, Leng Qingxia coldly demanded, What did you do to Leng Qingrong? Why has she suddenly become so unhinged? She does not recognize anyone and trembles constantly. Yao Han, feigning innocence, explained, I did nothing to her. She merely frightened easily. I inadvertently scared away a fragment of her soul, causing her to lose her senses. What? Leng Qingxia was taken aback, and no wonder countless physicians had been summoned to aid Leng Qingrong. To no avail. It was all due to the loss of a fragment of her soul. Yao Han protested, feeling unjustly accused. I was merely trying to help. Then what are you waiting for? Go quickly. Leng Qingxia urged anxiously. Chapter 103. Leng Qingxia enters the misty realm. Yao Han's expression turned sorrowful. However, I cannot enter the Yao Min realm, due to his past misdeeds in the heavenly court. He bore the mark of dragon scales left by Yi Ran, making him a target for capture by the celestial beings. Should he trespass into the Yao Min realm, it would surely awaken the wrath of the heavens. Why not? Leng Qingxia exclaimed in desperation. If Yao Han could not go, what was to be done? Would she merely stand by and watch as Leng Qingrong remained in her mad state for eternity? Upon contemplating the sorrowful visage of her elder brother, she felt an immense pang in her heart. She wished for nothing more than for him to be free of anguish. However, you may proceed. In that moment, Yao Han swiftly added a statement that left Leng Qingxia utterly astonished. Me. How is that even possible? He is a divine lord from the celestial realm, unable to traverse such realms. And I, a mere mortal, how could I possibly go there? You are indeed a mortal, thus you are capable of venturing forth. The realm of Yu Min is a destination every soul must visit after death. Therefore, you can certainly go. Yao Han nearly revealed Leng Qingxia's true identity in his excitement, for she was indeed a Na'vi girl, and this vast universe, was there truly anywhere she could not reach? Then let us hasten to that place. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Leng Qingxia spoke hurriedly, and immediately, Yao Han transformed into a wisp of violet mist, whisking her away. As the scene shifted, Leng Qingxia and Yao Han found themselves in a different realm. The surroundings were predominantly a somber shade of grayish-blue, with both water and stone bridges reflecting this muted hue. Strangely, there were no trees or flowers to be seen. The landscape was barren, composed solely of grayish-blue stones. Despite having died once in her past life, she could not recall ever having visited this desolate place. Did Yao Han not claim that the realm of Yu Min was where all souls must go upon death? Could it be that she had consumed the waters of the river Wangchuan, erasing all memories of her previous existence? As Yao Han led the way, he instructed her, Little golden bird, I can only take you to the entrance of the Yu Min realm. I shall wait for you outside. Once you enter, merely locate a fragment of Leng Qingrong's soul and bring her out. The rest is up to me. Very well. Having no knowledge of this world, Leng Qingxia resolved to heed Yao Han's guidance. Suddenly, she spotted a stone bridge ahead and, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired, Yao Han, what bridge lies before us? Yao Han glanced in the direction she indicated and replied, That bridge is the Naiha Bridge, and beneath it flows the river Wangchuan. Once we cross the Naiha Bridge, we shall see the entrance to the Yu Min realm. The river Wangchuan? Leng Qingxia had never encountered it before. Prompting her to question further, Yao Han, is it true that drinking from the river Wangchuan allows one to forget all memories of past and present lives? Indeed it is true, Yao Han affirmed. Adding, however, standing upon the Naiha Bridge and gazing into the waters below will reveal your past and present. Eagerly, Leng Qingxia rushed onto the Naiha Bridge, desperately peering down. Yet all she could see was the reflection of a golden bird in the water. Nothing more. She furrowed her brow in confusion. What is this creature? It looks nothing like a phoenix, nor any other bird, yet it possesses magnificent golden wings. How peculiar! Yao Han, observing Leng Qingxia's bewilderment, could not contain his laughter. Turning to him, she noticed that his reflection revealed a massive black serpent. Unable to restrain herself, she chuckled, Yao Hun, how can you mock me when you appear as an ugly, oversized serpent yourself? Ugly? I find it rather majestic. Yao Hun retorted, striking a regal pose with that. Lung Qingxia, emboldened by Yao Hun's words, dashed into the Yumin realm. As she entered, she immediately called out for Yao Hun. He swiftly responded, transforming into a swirl of purple mist that enveloped both her and Lung Qingrong, whisking them away from the perilous place. Yao Hun, thank you, she expressed gratefully, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. She turned to glance at the distant moonlight, her face adorned with gratitude before hastening into Lung Qingrong's chamber. Upon entering, she found Lung Qingrong still cocooned in her bedding, trembling with fear. Frowning, Lung Qingxia settled beside her, producing the dew of crystal water to feed her. Lung Qingrong struggled, crying out in terror. After much effort, Lung Qingxia successfully administered the crystal water, and immediately, Lung Qingrong fell into a deep slumber, finally finding peace after a prolonged state of fear. Lung Qingxia smiled contentedly, tucking her in before quietly departing. The following day, Lung Qingrong slowly awoke from her dreams, only to find no one attending to her needs. She called out, Biyue? Is anyone there? Opening the door, she stepped outside, realizing she had not seen the sun in ages. The sunlight felt overwhelmingly bright, causing her to squint. Just then Biyue entered with tea, and upon seeing Lung Qingrong seemingly restored, she gasped in astonishment, Miss? Is that really you? Biyue, what took you so long? I've been up for a while. Lung Qingrong replied, her irritation evident. Someone! Quickly, someone! The third miss has returned to her senses, Biyue exclaimed, rushing to announce the news throughout the Shuwang residence. Lung Qingxia, aware of the commotion, smiled in satisfaction, thinking surely my elder brother will be pleased. Just as she lowered her gaze, she heard a voice, Sister, what has transpired to bring you such joy? Turning, she saw Su Yingyue approaching. Yingyue, when did you arrive? She inquired. I just got here. Su Yingyue settled herself beside Lung Qingxia, exuding an air of familiarity, as she remarked, Sister, my birthday is approaching, and I have come to invite you to join me at Moon Lake tomorrow night to admire the moon and celebrate my special day. Instantly, Lung Qingxia's intuition whispered that Su Yingyue was concocting yet another scheme to ensnare her. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lung Qingxia acquiesced, eager to witness the machinations Su Yingyue would employ. A radiant smile illuminated Su Yingyue's face. Who could fathom that beneath such an innocent visage lay a heart as treacherous as a serpent's? At that moment, Xiao Qian abruptly interrupted their shared gaze, urgently announcing, Miss, His Highness the Third Prince has come to see you. Upon hearing the name Yining Qi, Su Yingyue's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a simmering jealousy. Lung Qingxia, perceptive as ever, caught every nuance of her expression and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Come, Yingyue, let us step outside together. As they emerged from the estate, their eyes fell upon the anxious figure of Yining Qi waiting in the main hall. Lung Qingxia's smile broadened as she took the initiative to approach him. Su Yingyue watched in silent envy as Lung Qingxia confidently closed the distance to her beloved man. Her heart seething with jealousy, yet her feet remained rooted to the ground. Chapter 105. Does she dare to scheme against Yining Qi? Lung Qingxia reached Yining Qi's side, slightly bowing as she greeted. This humble servant pays her respects to His Highness the Third Prince. Xiar, please rise, Yining Qi responded, finally catching sight of Lung Qingxia after a considerable absence. His heart swelling with longing from the moment his gaze fell upon her. His eyes sparkled with affection, entirely oblivious to the fact that Su Yingyue lingered just behind her. For Yining Qi, only Lung Qingxia mattered. Everything else faded into insignificance. He clasped her hands tightly, his voice laced with sincerity. Xiar, it has been too long. Do you know how much I've missed you? Your Highness, there are others present. Lung Qingxia feigned shyness. Hastily withdrawing her hands from his grasp, Yining Qi raised his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight of Su Yingyue standing behind Lung Qingxia, her gaze filled with sorrow as she fixated on their intimate exchange. For a fleeting moment, Yining Qi faltered, but quickly composed himself. Yingyue, you may take your leave. Understanding the unspoken cue, Su Yingyue gracefully bowed and turned away. At last, it was just Yining Qi and Lung Qingxia. His eyes filled with tender affection for her. Although Lung Qingxia met his gaze, her eyes lacked warmth, concealing a chilling detachment within their depths. Xiar, close your eyes, Yining Qi said, adopting an air of mystery. Slowly, she complied, uncertain of his intentions. He then produced a treasured hairpin he had kept for several days and gently adorned her hair with it, a pleased smile spreading across his face as he admired how splendidly it enhanced her beauty. You may open your eyes now. As Lung Qingxia lifted her eyelids, she delicately touched the hairpin atop her head, a bashful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Did the Third Prince personally select this for me? Do you like it? Ying-Chi sought to capture her heart. I do, she replied, her smile deepening as her fingers brushed against the tassels. What do you have on your wrist? Suddenly, Ying-Chi felt a prickling sensation in his eye. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a peculiar bracelet adorning her wrist, one that seemed foreign to the Central Plains. Looking down, Ling Qingsha explained, this was a trinket I casually purchased at a market in Kyoto. Ying-Chi nodded slightly, not dwelling on it, but recognizing that the bracelet appeared to possess an exquisite quality. Unlike ordinary items, he pulled her into his embrace. I came looking for you the other day. Where were you? I waited a long time, yearning to see you. Do you know the torment I endured? To hold your hand and grow old together. Ying-Chi tightened his embrace around Ling Qingsha. In his arms, she nodded heavily, closing her eyes. The phrase to hold your hand and grow old together inexplicably brought to mind Xianyuanyatsiar. I vow to marry you with great pomp, making you the envy of all women. Ying-Chi's words echoed those from a past life, causing Ling Qingsha to feel a wave of nausea. In her previous existence, he had indeed fulfilled his promise of a grand wedding, even bestowing upon her the title of Empress, which had made her the envy of countless women. Yet, that bliss lasted but 3 months, during which he had conspired with her most trusted friend, betraying her in the most despicable manner. 3 months later, he stripped her of her title, annihilating the cold Shu Wang family without a trace, sparing not even the child she carried. Ling Qingsha's laughter was tinged with scorn. This was the together forever Ying-Chi spoke of. After a reluctant farewell, Ying-Chi turned to leave, and she coldly declared, anything you give me will only fill me with revulsion. Why then did she not remove the bracelet? She was equally unwilling to entertain thoughts of Xian Yuanyi. As she contemplated this, she attempted to remove the red string from her wrist, yet it proved impossible to untie, no matter her efforts. Even as she resolved to sever it, her fingers grew raw, and still it resisted her will. Desperate, she seized a dagger, hoping to cut it away, yet to her bewilderment, it too failed to yield. In her moment of distraction, she accidentally sliced her arm with the dagger, crimson blood staining the 2 lustrous beads. In the next instant, those bloodied beads began to emit a golden luminescence. Merely a string of beads, they held no sway over her heart. She declared she did not love, and thus would not love. Neglecting her wound, she allowed the blood to flow, unaware that the golden light from the beads was gradually healing her injury. With her mind settling, Ling Qingsha was suddenly reminded of Su Yingyue's invitation earlier that day, and she began to ponder deeply. Su Yingyue's visit surely harbored ulterior motives. However, she remained oblivious to the precise nature of those intentions. If she were to proceed unprepared, allowing Su Yingyue to succeed, what then? Yet, observing Su Yingyue's concern for Ying-Chi, it was clear this matter was intertwined with him. But did she dare to scheme against Ying-Chi? Chapter 106. Ying-Chi is schemed against. On a breezy night, a full moon hung in the sky, its silvery light accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, shattering the intended tranquility. Today marked Su Yingyue's birthday. A grand vessel lay anchored in Moon Lake, adorned with crimson lanterns that cast a regal glow, reminiscent of a palace. This was the celebration Ying-Chi had orchestrated for Su Yingyue. It was a rare occasion for the third prince to carve out time from his busy schedule to honor Yue on her birthday. Dressed in a delicate, sheer gown that hinted at the contours beneath, Su Yingyue was captivating. Ying-Chi reached out, lifting her chin, his gaze locked onto hers. Yue, since you were 16, you have accompanied this prince. If you remain obedient and virtuous, all that I have promised you shall come to pass. Upon hearing Ying-Chi's words, Su Yingyue melted into his embrace, resting her head against him, feeling cherished. It dawned upon her that the third prince remembered the time of their acquaintance. Yet, he also reflected on his own past, recalling how he had once been a victim of bullying within the palace. Though he bore the title of emperor's son, he had been treated worse than a mere eunuch. With a father who was perpetually indifferent to his plight. In Ying-Chi's heart, there had never truly been a father. He deemed Ying-Chi unworthy of the title, for all he had received was a surname, leaving him bereft of anything else. To owe him, even the regent Xian Yuanyi, held more significance than his own father. Contemplating Xian Yuanyi ignited a resolve within him to resolve the matter swiftly. When it came time to vie for the title of crown prince, he would not hesitate to claim what was rightfully his, as he was the only one deserving of such an honor. As for the incompetent Yin Muyong, he believed that just because he remained aloof from worldly affairs, he would escape retribution. Not a chance. He too would meet his end. Ying-Chi envisioned a future where he would cultivate a formidable army, ultimately joining forces with the cold Shu Wang to eliminate all obstacles and ascend to the throne. He would not spare Ying-Chi either. The third prince, Su Yingyue called out to Ying-Chi several times. But he remained lost in thought. It was only then that Chi snapped back to reality, focusing his gaze intently on Su Ingyue, pulling her closer. I know you are weary, am I right? Su Ingyue traced small circles on Chi's chest, appearing to be understanding. Not weary, he replied, tightening his hold on her. He felt that despite the precariousness of his current existence, it was far better than the days of being bullied he had previously endured. He despised being trampled upon and reveled in the feeling of being revered, basking in the power that came with it. Suddenly, Su Ingyue became serious, her voice filled with deep affection as she said, "Third Prince, do you know that even if you were to become an ordinary man, Yuer would willingly follow you, pledging to stand by your side through thick and thin?" Chi, moved by Su Ingyue's heartfelt declaration, smiled gently, his hand caressing her face. She leaned in slowly, her lips seeking his in a tender kiss, her hands firmly clasping around his neck. He swiftly lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed, where he began to remove her garments. Su Ingyue's cheeks flushed, her eyes misty and enchanting as she gazed at Chi. That moment, Lung Qingxia had already arrived at the Moon Lake. Following Su Ingyue's instructions, while she was uncertain of Su Ingyue's intentions, she had come nonetheless, ready to face whatever awaited her. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, she wore the tassel hairpin gifted by Chi. The white jade lotus glimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. As she stepped into the boat pavilion, the tassels swayed with her movements, and she lifted her skirt. "Ingyue?" Lung Qingxia called out, searching for Su Ingyue's figure as she entered. "Ingyue, it's me. It's Yar." Her voice echoed as she ventured deeper, drawing closer to the scene unfolding between Chi and Su Ingyue. That moment, engaged in a passionate embrace with Su Ingyue, Chi suddenly heard Lung Qingxia's voice. He abruptly halted his movements, hastily descending from the bed, scrambling to gather his clothes while exclaiming, "How could Lung Qingxia arrive at such a time?" As the realization struck him, his cold gaze fell upon the disheveled Su Ingyue on the bed, and fury ignited within him. You dare to scheme against this prince?" Yet, before he could confront Su Ingyue, Lung Qingxia's voice called out again, "Ingyue?" She was evidently nearing the entrance in a panic. Chi donned his garments and swiftly leaped from the window, using his agility to escape the pavilion. He could not allow Lung Qingxia to witness his clandestine rendezvous with Su Ingyue, for that would shatter all his plans. Just as Chi departed, Lung Qingxia entered, her eyes landing on Su Ingyue, who lay on the bed, disheveled and flushed. "Ingyue, this." The battle's main players were clearly Su Ingyue and Chi, as she had anticipated that he would leave upon hearing her voice. Then, Lung Qingxia's gaze fell upon the wide-open window, the very escape route Chi had just taken. A smirk spread across her face. So this was Su Ingyue's scheme, to have her witness the affair between her and Chi, ensuring she would be utterly disheartened, thus freeing him from her continued pursuit. It seemed Su Ingyue's plan had indeed succeeded. However, how could one as cunning as Chi allow her to triumph so easily? Su Ingyue, unfazed, began to reassemble her attire. "What's wrong, sister?" "I merely felt overheated in this pavilion and took off my clothes to cool down for a moment." Lung Qingxia's gaze shifted to another corner, an area designed for admiring the Moon Lake, and she walked over slowly. Uncertain of Lung Qingxia's intentions, Su Ingyue was taken aback when she suddenly, Chapter 107, The Pain of Thousands Piercing the Heart. "Xiar, what are you about to do?" Su Ingyue's expression shifted to one of confusion, her eyes cold as she witnessed Lung Qingxia turn her back to the Moon Lake, facing her. "Ingyue, what a splendid place this is." Lung Qingxia remarked slowly that a faint smile tugged at Su Ingyue's lips. She almost wished to rush over and push Lung Qingxia into the lake, ensuring she would drown and never again vie for Chi's affections. The hairpin Lung Qingxia wore should have belonged to her, and Lung Qingxia deserved her fate. Yet, at this moment, she lacked the strength to act on her desire. Lung Qingxia's lips curled into a cold smile before she feigned a slip, her body unexpectedly toppling backward. With a splash, she fell into the water. Su Ingyue hurried down from the bed, rushing to the scene, where she saw Lung Qingxia struggling in the water. "Help! I can't swim! Ingyue, please save me!" Su Ingyue stood frozen, her eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and secret delight. Was this fate? Lung Qingxia deserved to perish. She inwardly wished, drown her, drown her. At the same moment Chi, having just finished dressing and preparing to leave, heard the splash followed by Lung Qingxia's desperate cries. He turned and saw someone struggling in the water not far from the boat, his pupils dilated in shock. And without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water, swimming swiftly towards her. In all his actions, he usually calculated the worth of his endeavors, but at that instant, he acted purely on instinct, unwilling to let anything happen to Lung Qingxia. Reaching her side, he found she had ceased to struggle, Slowly sinking, he submerged alongside her, locating her form beneath the water, wrapping his arms around her waist, and swimming towards the surface. Lung Qingxia's eyes were tightly shut. Yi Ningqi emerged from the water, cradling her in his arms, carefully laying her down on the shore. He urgently cupped her face, calling out, "Xiar, Xiar, wake up! Can you hear me, Xiar?" Seeing that she did not respond to his calls sent him into a panic. He pressed down on her chest, urging, "Xiar, breathe quickly, Xiar." Witnessing Yi Ningqi's frantic concern for Lung Qingxia, Su Yingyue felt a piercing pain in her heart. She took 2 steps back, her gaze filled with anguish as she observed his desperate affection for Lung Qingxia. Her heart and eyes were consumed by him, while he now had no room for another woman. Seeing that pressing on Lung Qingxia's chest yielded no results, Yi Ningqi resorted to giving her breaths, hoping desperately for her to awaken. "Xiar, can you hear me? I won't allow you to die. I refuse." Finally Lung Qingxia stirred, gasping for air as she shook her head, coughing up water. "Xiar, you're awake. You're finally awake. You scared me to death." Upon seeing Lung Qingxia regain consciousness, Yi Ningqi was overwhelmed with relief, excitement spilling from his lips as he called out to her. Meanwhile, Su Yingyue, observing his elation, felt as if her heart was being sliced apart. She had to continue the charade, feigning concern for Lung Qingxia, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiar, you fell into the water. I didn't know what to do. Luckily, the third prince happened to pass by and saved you." The tears that flowed from Su Yingyue's eyes were for Yi Ningqi, not for Lung Qingxia. Weak and trembling, Lung Qingxia slowly looked up at Yi Ningqi. "You saved me. I thought I would never see the third prince again." Her fall into the water had been deliberate, a test to see if Yi Ningqi truly loved her. It appeared her plan was maturing perfectly. Yi Ningqi gathered Lung Qingxia into his embrace, declaring, "I won't let you slip away from me," and his arms. Lung Qingxia closed her eyes, her heart filled with coldness. "Yi Ningqi, your affection is indeed fervent, but this delayed devotion is worth less than grass." She no longer coveted ice. Su Yingyue watched as Yi Ningqi and Lung Qingxia held each other tightly, her heart brimming with hatred, yet she felt powerless against Lung Qingxia. She lacked the family background that would allow her to compete with her. Once they vanished from sight, Su Yingyue collapsed, crying out to the heavens to ensure Lung Qingxia could rest. He instructed the old matriarch to find a physician to prescribe a remedy for the fourth miss. Before taking his leave, as Lung Qingxia lay in her room, the moment Yi Ningqi departed, she broke into a satisfied smile. Her plan would succeed step by step, and she would gradually dismantle Yi Ningqi. In her past life, the torment she endured in this present life, Yi Ningqi and Su Yingyue shall not escape its grasp either. The pain of today is merely the beginning for her. In the days to come, even more thrilling experiences await. Lung Qingxia clenched her fists tightly, savoring the slow torment she would inflict upon them. This is what vengeance truly means. A swift death would be too merciful for them. In her previous existence, she felt as though she had suffered 1,000 piercing pains. Yet in this life, neither Yi Ningqi nor Su Yingyue has begun to comprehend even a fraction of that suffering. Miss. At that moment, Xiao Qian's voice suddenly broke the silence, and she reported gravely, "Miss, the third miss has arrived." The 108th chapter. Entering the palace together. The third miss? How has Lung Qingrong come here? Could it be that she has just recovered and intends to stir trouble again? Let her in. Since she is already here, we might as well allow her entry. Xiao Qian pursed her lips, her expression somewhat discontented. Whenever Lung Qingrong appeared, there was never anything good to come of it. She would surely come to bully the miss, especially since the miss had just caught a chill. Lung Qingrong truly knows how to choose her timing. Reluctantly, she opened the door, revealing Lung Qingrong accompanied by her personal maid, Bai Yu, as they entered Lung Qingxia's chamber, dressed in a magnificent gown of pale yellow, adorned with yellow hairpins that swayed gently. Lung Qingrong approached Lung Qingxia. Her gaze fell, a hint of shyness preventing her from making eye contact, and she spoke, I heard you fell into the water, so I specially brought you some warming porridge. Please do try it. As soon as Lung Qingrong finished speaking, she gestured for Bai Yu to set down the porridge. Thank you, third sister. Lung Qingxia's lips were slightly pale as she nodded in response. Do not hesitate to eat, Lung Qingrong said hesitantly, it is not poisoned. With that, she turned and left, Bai Yu following closely behind. Now only Lung Qingxia and Xiao Qian remained, soon joined by the wet nurse. Xiao Qian pulled a face and coldly remarked, a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. There must be ill intent. Miss, let me dispose of it. There's no need. Lung Qingxia firmly halted Xiao Qian's attempt to discard the porridge. Xiao Qian was perplexed. Miss? When has Lung Qingrong ever been sincere towards you? Has she not bullied you at every turn? Do you truly believe her words? I trust her. Besides, if a villain wishes to turn into a good person, How can one expect change without offering a single chance? Moreover, she is the second brother's biological sister. Ultimately, Lung Qingxia was still considering her second brother's feelings, wanting to give Lung Qingrong a chance. The wet nurse chimed in, indeed, Xiao Qian, I see a marked difference in Lung Qingrong's demeanor compared to her previous arrogance. Xiao Qian pouted, feeling aggrieved, but chose to remain silent, letting the miss believe what she wished. Subsequently, Lung Qingxia picked up the porridge and drank it down as Xiao Qian watched her miss consume it. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearing for her well-being. Then Lung Qingxia lay back down, closing her eyes. Her frail body succumbing to a heavy slumber. Seeing that the miss was unharmed, Xiao Qian finally exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Could it be that Lung Qingrong has had a change of heart? She truly seems different from before. Lung Qingrong, however, remained unfazed, reflecting, indeed, I committed many acts of bullying against Lung Qingxia in the past. Now that she is wary of me, is it not entirely natural? Miss, why this sudden transformation in Lung Qingrong? Baiyu questioned, bewildered. Once they were sworn enemies, and now she shows concern for Lung Qingxia. Lung Qingrong's expression grew serious as she pondered deeply in her past. She had always sought ways to torment Lung Qingxia. Forgetting that they had grown up together, even without blood ties, she was still my sister. Bullying her would yield no benefit for me. Furthermore, I have always brought misfortune to the Shu Wang mansion. Reflecting on my past self is truly laughable, miss? Baiyu gazed at her in shock, wondering if the miss had lost her mind. And yet, I feel that Lung Qingxia saved me this time. The dream I had felt so real, almost as if it had truly occurred to Baiyu vehemently denied, miss, you are mistaken. It was your own recovery, and had nothing to do with Lung Qingxia. If it were truly my own recovery, then why did I have such a strange dream? It was that very dream that awakened me. I know my own experiences and can discern for myself. Do not speak further. Lung Qingrong admonished Baiyu sternly. Your servant is at fault. I spoke out of turn to Baiyu hastily knelt in apology. Ronger suddenly, the figure of Chu Yingyan burst in, and upon seeing her, Lung Qingrong turned. Mother, did I heard that you personally visited Lung Qingxia's residence to deliver porridge? Chu Yingyan grasped her daughter's hand tightly. Ronger, I do not wish for you to provoke Lung Qingxia any further. I fear for your safety. I cannot bear to lose you a second time. Chu Yingyan was anxious that Lung Qingrong might revert to her former ways of tormenting the girl. Mother, you misunderstand that I merely wish to show concern for her. Nothing more. Lung Qingrong explained. Concern for her? Why the sudden interest? Chu Yingyan questioned, puzzled. Were you not once sworn enemies? Indeed, I believed it was merely a dream. Yet whenever I see Lung Qingxia, I no longer harbor the desire to bully her. Instead, I feel an inexplicable fondness for her. As she spoke, Lung Qingrong tightened her grip on Chu Yingyan's hand. Mother, promise me you will not trouble Lung Qingxia any longer, all right? Chu Yingyan readily agreed. Very well. I will heed your wishes. Regardless, since you dreamt of Lung Qingxia and awakened, we shall consider it her saving grace. She added, Ronger, you are to enter the palace with Lung Qingxia tomorrow. The 109th chapter. The Emperor bestows marriage. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingrong stood in stunned silence, puzzled. Enter the palace? As a concubine, I have never set foot in the palace. How can I go with Lung Qingxia tomorrow? Have you forgotten? You will be the future consort of the second prince, and thus must enter the palace to meet the emperor. We shall choose an auspicious day for your marriage. As Chu Yingyan spoke, her heart brimmed with joy, having finally found an illustrious match for her daughter. Though the second prince is known for his licentiousness, he remains a prince of noble blood, and marrying him will pose no disgrace, especially since you will only be a concubine. Should he indulge in his vices, it would reflect poorly only on the primary wife. Gently, Chu Yingyan reassured Lung Qingrong, who obediently nodded. Do not worry, mother, that I will serve my husband well. A smile graced Lung Qingrong's lips as she complied with her mother's words. My dear Ronger. Chu Yingyan embraced her daughter tightly, and their bond as mother and daughter deepened in that moment. The next day, as Lung Qingrong entered the palace to meet the emperor, Lung Qingxia, as the legitimate daughter of the Shu Wang mansion, was also qualified to accompany her. They traveled in separate carriages towards the palace. Inside her carriage, Lung Qingxia coughed incessantly, her complexion pale. The chill from her fall into the water had truly affected her health. Miss, are you all right? Xiao Qian asked anxiously, observing her Miss S distressed. I'm fine. Lung Qingxia shook her head slightly. Though she was indeed quite weak, due to her illness, she had chosen to wear a veil when entering the palace to meet the emperor. She wondered how long the audience would last. She genuinely feared her miss would not be able to endure it. Xiao Qian's heart twisted with worry as she watched the miss's condition. It's nothing, I can manage. Lung Qingxia understood that every endeavor comes with its price. including her desire to test Ningqi's sincerity. Had she not sacrificed herself by jumping into the lake, how could she have discerned his true feelings? Xiao Qian felt a pang of sympathy for her miss, yet there was nothing she could do, and her brows furrowed in concern. Eventually, the carriage passed through the palace gates, officially entering its confines. As they disembarked, they heard the eunuch call out, presenting the fourth miss of the Shu Wang mansion, Leng Qingxia, and the third miss, Leng Qingrong, to the hall. Thus, Leng Qingxia and Leng Qingrong entered the grand hall of the palace together, both kneeling and in unison proclaiming, "We, your servants, pay our respects to His Majesty and Her Highness, the Empress." "Rise." Emperor Enchantress waved a hand, then noticed Leng Qingxia's veil and inquired with curiosity, "Fourth miss of the Shu Wang mansion." "Your servant, Leng Qingxia, pays respects to your majesty." Leng Qingxia hurriedly bowed once more. "Yes, Leng Qingxia. Why do you wear a veil today?" Enchantress asked, suddenly recollecting her name and genuinely curious. Enchantress then deeply contemplated and slowly remarked, "The inevitability of aging, sickness, and death is a common occurrence in life. What fault do you bear in this?" He called out, "Bring forth the fourth and third young ladies of the Shu Wangfu to be seated together." "Thank you, your majesty," they replied. Subsequently, Leng Qingxia and Leng Qingrong gracefully bowed and took their places. Upon sitting down, Leng Qingxia noticed that seated opposite them were the second Prince Yin Muyong and the regent Lord Xianyuanyi. The regent had evidently won the emperor's favor. Despite being an outsider, he was allowed to sit alongside the emperor's sons, suggesting that the emperor viewed him as the intended consort for Princess Yin. Speaking of Princess Yin, Leng Qingxia's gaze fell upon Yin Lianin, who sat beside the imperial concubine. She still exuded an air of noble elegance, though it was apparent that her forehead bore a scar from the injuries sustained during her prolonged absence. Inadvertently, Leng Qingxia's eyes met those of Yin Lianin, who regarded her with a distinctly frosty demeanor as a princess of high standing. The scar on her forehead would surely not be something she would easily accept. This thought prompted Leng Qingxia to furtively glance towards Xianyuanyi, who appeared composed and unflustered, no longer fixating solely on her as he had in the past. It seemed that the words she had spoken to him on that day had indeed resonated, leading him to resolve not to entangle himself with her any further. A sense of emptiness washed over Leng Qingxia, as if something vital was missing. Soon, the emperor, perched high above, finally spoke. "Today, I have called this banquet to announce a joyous occasion." At this point, everyone present understood well what the emperor was about to declare, yet they remained silent, awaiting his formal decree. After the emperor finished speaking, he gestured for a nearby eunuch to proclaim the edict. The eunuch unfurled the royal decree and, with solemnity and authority, announced, "The second Prince Yin Muyong and the third young lady of Shu Wangfu, Leng Qingrong, heed the decree." In a flurry of urgency, Leng Qingrong rose and made her way to the center of the hall. Kneeling with a serious expression, "This humble daughter, Leng Qingrong, receives the decree." Simultaneously, Yin Muyong rose and also knelt in the center, appearing relaxed and unhurried as he calmly declared, "This son receives the decree." The chief eunuch then recited the edict clearly and distinctly. "The Shu Wangfu has a daughter, Leng Qingrong, who is graceful and poised. She is hereby granted to the second Prince Yin Muyong as a secondary consort. This is a divinely ordained match, with the auspicious date set for mid-next month. I am greatly pleased. Thus it is decreed." In a hurry, Leng Qingxia bowed, saying, "This humble daughter thanks your majesty." Meanwhile, Yin Muyong maintained his indifferent demeanor, devoid of joy or reluctance. He simply acknowledged the decree with, "This son receives the decree, and thanks father for this blessed union." The imperial concubine then chimed in gently, "Muyong, I see that the third young lady of Shu Wangfu is indeed a beauty. Her father is a loyal minister of our dynasty. You must treat her well when she marries you as a secondary consort next month." At that moment, Yin Lianin hastily interjected, grasping the imperial concubine's arm. "Father, mother, I am no longer a child. When shall you find me a suitable husband?" Chapter 110. Wishes fulfilled. Upon hearing Yin Lianin's words, Emperor Enchantress burst into hearty laughter, while the imperial concubine quickly responded, "What young lady wishes to marry? Our little Princess Lianin truly lacks modesty. Father, mother, what I say is reasonable. After all, Lianin has indeed reached the marrying age. Look, even my second brother is already wed. How can I not be anxious?" As she spoke, Yin Lianin pouted her lips in feigned grievance. "Very well, our little Princess Lianin has certainly grown up. Father must carefully select a worthy husband for our little princess. What do you think?" Emperor Enchantress readily agreed, nodding repeatedly as he addressed Yin Lianin. "I thank father and mother," she replied hurriedly, her face alight with joy, before running to Xianyuanyi's side. "My dear brother Yi, you too have reached the age of marriage." Yin Lianin's words were unmistakably clear. It was evident to all that she wished to marry Xianyuanyi. She thought that her father must certainly be aware of this, for if one were to choose a suitor in Dongma Kingdom, the only one who could match her was Xianyuan. Lianin, this is a banquet. Do not act recklessly, Xianyuan said, not attempting to shake off her grasp on his arm, but merely stating it calmly. I will not. Lianin wishes to stay by Brother Ye's side forever. Never letting go to no one can prevent me from being with Brother Ye. Lianin boldly declared before the assembly, clearly intended to make Leng Qingxia aware. Urging her to abandon her foolish hopes, Leng Qingxia lowered her gaze, a wave of discomfort washing over her, and she began to cough uncontrollably. At that moment, Xianyuan finally lifted his gaze and slowly directed it towards Leng Qingxia. His eyes filled with concern from the side, Leng Qingrong quickly rose and made her way to the center of the hall, kneeling as she said, This humble daughter thanks the imperial concubine. I bow to your majesty and shall take my leave. The imperial concubine and emperor nodded in agreement, and she exited the grand hall. As soon as Leng Qingxia stepped outside, she took a deep breath, for she had felt utterly suffocated within that icy hall. It was particularly uncomfortable, perhaps due to witnessing the intimate gestures shared between Lianin and Xianyuan. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she vigorously shook her head. She had vowed to sever ties with them, so how could she allow herself to indulge in such thoughts? While lost in her musings, she suddenly heard a cry, Be careful! Turning around, she spotted a masked assassin nearby, aiming a bow directly at her. Before she could react, an arrow was loosed. Leng Qingxia stumbled back several steps, momentarily forgetting to evade in that critical moment. Xianyuan swiftly leaped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, and they tumbled to the side. When they finally came to a halt, he shielded her with his body, their eyes locking. Leng Qingxia's breath quickened, and realizing what had transpired, she struggled to rise. Xianyuan stood up, pulling her along however due to her weakened state. His gentle tug sent her crashing into his arms, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She was utterly drained of strength, collapsing softly against him. Xianyuan reached out to touch her forehead, his expression grave. You are burning up. Leng Qingxia lacked the energy to respond, her eyelids fluttering shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness in his embrace. Xianyuan carefully laid her on his couch and immediately summoned Ouyang Mingxiu to attend to her. Ouyang Mingxiu administered acupuncture and prepared a prescription, while Xianyuan promptly ordered the servants to fetch the necessary herbs. Once the steaming herbal concoction arrived, Xianyuan took it upon himself to feed it to Leng Qingxia. Tasting it first to ensure it was not too hot, then cautiously administering it to her, pausing between sips to ensure she did not choke after a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to get her to finish the medicine. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Xianyuan remained vigilantly by Leng Qingxia's side, watching her as he murmured, How careless you are. Winter has not even arrived, yet you have caught a chill that if you cannot look after yourself. I shall take on the responsibility of caring for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slowly bent down, intending to bestow a gentle kiss upon her lips, just as he pressed his lips to hers. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She distinctly felt something soft press against her lips, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into Xianyuan's tender eyes, clearly indicating that he had just stolen a kiss. Leng Qingxia's face, already pale, flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily averted her gaze from Xianyuan, biting her lip before saying, So the once aloof and proud regent is indeed a despicable man who takes advantage of others. Xianyuan, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am quite the despicable individual. However, since the fourth young lady of Shu Wangfu has uncovered my true nature, I must live up to this title of a shameless rogue. As he spoke, he reached out to unfasten her garment. Wait! Xianyuan, are you out of your mind? Leng Qingxia exclaimed in a panic, fearing that the man was indeed serious. Xianyuan halted his actions, replying nonchalantly. Leng Qingxia, did you not say that I am a despicable man who takes advantage of others? Then allow me to clarify my intentions. W. Leng Qingxia's eyes widened in alarm as she looked at him. Xianyuan stated with unwavering certainty, I have taken a liking to you, yet you have continually resisted my advances. Now that you have seen through my facade, I have no desire to pretend any longer. Today I shall consummate our union, and later, I shall request the emperor to officially bestow you upon me, and doing so, I shall have my wish fulfilled. Chapter 111. Leng Qingxia's heartlessness. Ouyang Mingxiu remarked, You have caught a chill. Applying this medicinal herb close to your body will expel the cold. Cold Qingxia, though he had not done much, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his words. She kept her gaze downward. Refraining from further conversation, although she did not direct her eyes towards him, for some inexplicable reason, her heart raced uncontrollably. Unable to suppress her feelings, She instinctively placed a hand over her chest, wishing for her heart to calm and return to its normal rhythm. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Xianyuanyi noticed Cold Qingxia's sudden pallor, and seeing her hand pressed against her chest stirred a hint of concern within him. No, not at all. Cold Qingxia hurriedly shook her head. Still refusing to meet his gaze, Xianyuanyi seemed to grasp her unspoken sentiment and ceased his inquiries, instead gesturing to a servant to prepare some warm porridge. Yes, Your Highness, the servant complied obediently and withdrew. Thus, only Cold Qingxia and Xianyuanyi remained in the room. She found herself at a loss for words, feeling that it was rather inappropriate for a man and a woman, strangers to one another, to be alone together. Moreover, her accursed heart continued to race, and she loathed it intensely. Seeing that Cold Qingxia had not yet regained her composure, Xianyuanyi settled himself beside her on the couch. Cold Qingxia felt her breath quicken, still daring not to look at him. Is this any better? Xianyuanyi suddenly posed this question. Initially, Cold Qingxia was bewildered by the abruptness of his inquiry, but moments later, he unexpectedly reached out, enveloping her in his embrace. Your Highness, you must not. Cold Qingxia protested vehemently against Xianyuanyi's hold. Just a little longer. When we are together in the future, you shall not feel so tense. And your heart will not race so rapidly, Xianyuanyi declared, causing Cold Qingxia's cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her no time to articulate a response. At that moment, the servants returned, presenting the porridge. Your Highness, this is the porridge you commanded us to prepare. Good, bring it here, Xianyuanyi instructed, rolling up his sleeves as if to personally feed Cold Qingxia. Your Highness, I can manage on my own, she hastily interjected. Alarmed at the prospect of excessive contact with him. To be obedient, Xianyuanyi replied, gently blowing on the porridge before bringing it to her lips. Now, open your mouth. His actions were imbued with tenderness and an underlying authority. Leaving Cold Qingxia with no opportunity to refuse, she complied, consuming the porridge he offered her. As she partook of the porridge, she gradually lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Xianyuanyi. Her first observation was how extraordinarily handsome he was. Captivating her with just a single glance. Despite being so close, she could discern no flaws on his face. Rather, his features were strikingly exquisite, unlike any man she had ever encountered. Coughing abruptly, Cold Qingxia found herself momentarily entranced by his beauty. Xianyuanyi quickly patted her back, refraining from scolding her. Suddenly, she pondered his motives. Why did he insist on intruding into her life with overwhelming kindness? She felt a sense of deceit akin to that which she experienced with Yiningqi, yet could not pinpoint any suspicious details. Xianyuanyi was already the powerful regent, esteemed by the emperor and adored by the noble princess of Dongma, with ministers flocking to him. The disparity between him and Yiningqi was vast. He had no need to exploit her father's influence, so why was he so kind to her? Could it be that his feelings were sincere? Impossible. In this lifetime, she vowed never to trust love again. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she abruptly turned away, her expression growing cold. What is it? Is the porridge unpalatable? Xianyuanyi inquired gently. Cold Qingxia slowly directed her gaze towards him, feeling that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Yiningqi from her past life, who had intruded into her world, showering her with tenderness solely to win her heart. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly at the hands of Yiningqi, and in this life she was determined to trust no one. She sought vengeance alone, unwilling to allow anyone to hinder her path. The thought of sinking once more into the snare of this man's gentleness terrified her, for she recognized that she had already begun to succumb. Xianyuanyi furrowed his brow, gazing deeply into her eyes, genuinely perplexed by her sudden shift from shyness to coldness. Xiar. Before he could finish, Cold Qingxia interrupted him sternly. Your Highness, while we share a bond of life and death, we are, after all, of different genders. It is inappropriate for you to call me by my given name. I implore you not to embarrass me. Xianyuanyi sighed deeply, feeling utterly at a loss regarding Cold Qingxia. Thank you, Your Highness. She managed to suppress the urge to cough and quickly expressed her gratitude. Descending from the couch, she noticed Xianyuanyi removing his outer garment. As she turned to leave, he enveloped her in his cloak from behind, drawing her into his embrace. Cold Qingxia attempted to struggle, but Xianyuanyi tightened his hold. It's all right. I shall gradually warm your heart. Cold Qingxia was taken aback. What were his intentions? His words stirred an unsettling feeling within her.